5,000 years ago, there lived a teenager who constantly sought cultivation. But due to his unusual physique, he could not pass the physical training and move to the next dimension of cultivation. Therefore, it was practiced from ancient mythological times to the present. The teacher tells Jacob that, most likely, he will not be able to complete the refinement of the body and pass into another dimension in this life. The guy with the wind playing with his hair assures that his patience is enough to practice for 10 years, or even a lifetime. The teacher replies that he worries about him as if he were his own son, but the boy must be prepared for the fact that one day he will be alone. The old man says that it is possible to go to the next dimension if you find the core of the earth, and shows what it looks like. This item will help change Jacob's physique and move to the next dimension. The old man hopes that they can meet again someday in the next dimension. However, he is afraid to hope for this, because the core of the earth exists only in legends and may not be found in his lifetime. 5,000 years pass. Jacob stands in front of his disciple's bed, apologizing that he will no longer be able to continue cultivating. The guy reassures him that at the age of 100 years, you shouldn't apologize for something like that, but it's time to go on vacation. Unlike the old man, Jacob had already reached the 99,942nd cultivation level and had lived for over 5,000 years, but he still had not passed to another level. During all these years, people around him either passed into another dimension or died of old age, and he remained watching the new stars in the sky. Outside the estate, the old man's son and granddaughter discuss why their relative needed this strange boy when he is already on his deathbed. Jennifer knows him as a new teacher at the university. Michael, her father, says they should respect the old man's last wishes. When Jacob leaves the house, the girl asks how her grandfather is doing. The boy passes by and answers that the old man died right in front of him. Both Jennifer and Michael are very saddened by this news, although they knew that this day would come soon. Suddenly, the girl asks the guy to stop. Jennifer says that the grandfather asked to respect Jacob, obey him, and imitate him, but did not tell why and asks the boy to explain it. Jacob turns away and walks on, saying that their family is no more than strangers to him and they should leave him alone. Jennifer doesn't like this answer and orders the guards to stop Jacob. She informs him that their family is very respectable, and he will not rest until he tells him what they talked about with his grandfather in his last moments. Jacob turns and smiles, saying that her grandfather wouldn't like it if he heard what she said. Suddenly, Michael's brother enters the yard and asks why he hasn't been told that his father died. Jennifer is not happy about his appearance, because their family only suffered because of the problems that her uncle created, and that is why the grandfather drove him away. He says not to be so impolite to elders who may soon become the head of their family. Michael joins their conversation, telling Greg not to even hope for such a thing. Jennifer's father tells her brother to leave the estate immediately so as not to violate their father's order. Greg takes a drag on his cigar and says not to overlook the difference in their power and influence. He raises his hand and activates green magic, moving menacingly towards his relatives. He attacks his brother. Michael manages to activate his magic in response, trying to fight back. However, Greg turns out to be stronger and throws Michael into the air. Jennifer rushes to her father to help him. He coughs up blood and wonders where his brother got such strength. Greg admits that he has become a third-rank martial artist. It turns out that he became a disciple of the master of the Tiger clan, Tyrone, and after the death of his father, no one in the Red family will be able to prevent him from becoming the head. Greg suggests that Michael surrender and hand over control of the family's affairs to him without a fight. His brother stands up and says he will never hand over power over their family's affairs, even if he dies in the process of resisting. He apologizes to Jennifer that he does not have the strength to protect her and the memory of his grandfather. The girl with tears in her eyes tells him not to worry and that she will never leave him alone. Greg concentrates energy around himself and prepares to take power over the family by force. However, the upcoming battle is interrupted by the voice of Jacob, who asks to let him through to the exit. The bodyguards are immediately alert and ask what right a stranger has to interrupt the conversation of respected members of Red's family. Jacob has no intention of putting up with this kind of treatment and punches the guard with such force that he is thrown to the side. Greg does not understand how a simple slap can send a bodyguard under 100 kilograms into the air. The other guards are afraid to attack Jacob because they don't want the fate of their friend. Greg asks where such a daredevil came to want to interfere in his affairs. The hero replies that he came from Shastia Street. Jacob doesn't want to waste his time on idle chatter anymore and asks not to get in his way. Greg is wary and asks what kind of equipment the guy is using and what sect he is from. The hero replies that he is from the Technical University on Shastia Street, where he teaches history. The man is angry because a simple teacher dared to fight back against his soldiers and orders them to capture the brat. His brother Michael asks to let the boy go because he was just an acquaintance of their father and has nothing to do with the family. Greg refuses a peaceful solution because he believes that Jacob has violated his honor and dignity. Greg's bodyguards rush together at Jacob, obeying the order. Inner energy sparkles in the boy's eyes. The next moment, all three attackers are thrown into the air by the boy's blow. Having won the victory without too much effort, he lands on the ground. Greg is shocked at his skill and suspects that the young man may be level 5 or higher. Jacob approaches Greg and asks why they are blocking his way if he doesn't owe them anything. The man loses his confidence a little and deviates. He warns that he is a third-level martial artist and that Jacob cannot defeat him. The guy frowns and pretends to be impressed by Greg's level. But the next moment he hits Greg in the chin. The man flies backwards, the force of the impact shattering his glasses on his face. The path is clear, and Jacob is about to leave when Michael calls out to him. The guy turns away and says that he has no time for idle talk and that they will never meet again. Michael tells his daughter that his father always told him to treat a boy and that there must be reasons for that. The man decides that they need to get Jacob on their side because their family is now in a very vulnerable position. Although their family is one of the most important, they are now threatened by the Tiger Clan, which is at the top of the food chain. Now that Greg has become an apprentice of their clan, the Red family will not be able to defend themselves, and they need Jacob's help. Jennifer is determined to arrange help with him herself. Michael says he will ask his friends to invest in the university where Jacob teaches, and Jennifer will get a teaching position there. Meanwhile, Dana's teacher is on the phone near the university dormitory and asks her father to stop calling her so often. Her father knows she's running away from a possible marriage and says he's arranged for her to help with her university affairs and daily protection from the martial artist. Not listening to him to the end, she hangs up. Meanwhile, another teacher approaches her and says that he has been waiting and looking for her for a long time. Dana angrily says that she has already told him more than once that she is not interested in him and asks him to leave. Meanwhile, the teacher's henchmen have already surrounded her. He informs that he does not need her consent and orders his friends to capture her. The girl tries to calm them down by saying that this is a very popular road and teachers often pass here. As if to confirm her words, Jacob approaches them. But the guy decides that he doesn't have time to interfere in other people's relationships and just passes by. The scoundrel is sure that none of the local teachers will interfere in his affairs, because they are all cowards, and calls Dana a naive girl. Jacob has already left and reaches for the key, but stops. He frowns and turns around because he has been insulted for the second time in a day. His gaze catches Dan off guard. The girl thinks that this is the guard that her father told her about, and decides to call the young man to drive the trailer away from her. The teacher asks Dana if she really thinks that such a weakling can protect her in this situation. He grabs her hand and chin and tells her to go quietly with them. Meanwhile, Jacob really approaches them. The scoundrel shouts that he will take off his head if he comes near. The guy keeps coming, and the man's henchmen decide to attack Jacob as a group. After a moment, the boy scatters all the attackers. The teacher says that if he dares to attack him, he will not fight at half strength like his friends, and the fight will end with injuries to the hero. Jacob just snorts and grabs an outstretched finger. The next second, the guy twists the scoundrel's limb and says that insulting other people who have done nothing wrong is very bad. Jacob says his patience is at an end and he wants an apology. The teacher, clenching his teeth in pain, says that he can only give him a death sentence, not an apology. Not listening to the man to the end, the hero slaps the scoundrel. The teacher pretends to be offended and says that the boy has no right to treat him like that. In response, Jared gives him a chain of slaps to put the scoundrel in his place. After that, tears well up in the man's eyes and his cheeks burn red. He asks for mercy and not to beat him again. Meanwhile, Dana approaches them. She clenches her fists and says it's her turn to teach the scoundrel how to behave. As she beats the man, Jared is shocked at how bloodthirsty the seemingly helpless girl is. Soon the teacher falls to his knees and apologizes to Dana and promises to make amends. She's already thinking of leaving here, but her heel unexpectedly breaks. The hero approaches her in time and saves her from falling by holding her back. Keeping her balance, she orders her attackers not to look at her again, because the next beating will be even more brutal. The scoundrels take the chance and run away, begging not to be beaten again. Dana smiles at Jacob and says that she is satisfied with his work, and will tell her father that the boy did a good job. She says that she sprained her ankle because of the heel and orders the hero to carry her into the room. Jacob removes his hand in response to such words, and the girl begins to lose her resistance. He lets her fall and moves on, saying that he is not interested in the offer. Dana says that no one likes arrogant bodyguards and promises to tell her father about everything. The boy reaches his dorm room and lays out the cultivation ingredients, examining the last available spirit herb. He throws the last sprout into the cauldron and realizes that soon he will have to contact famous families and get the necessary herbs from them. Jacob adds his energy to the spell to activate the herb's power. After a moment, a magic sphere appears from the cauldron. Now the boy needs 58 more levels to reach 100,000 levels. To find the core of the earth, he needs to prepare well. When he reaches the required level, he hopes that his situation will change and he can go to another dimension without the core. After swallowing the sphere, he feels that he has reached the next level in cultivation. Several thousand years have passed, and Jacob continues to cultivate in this dimension without aging. In order not to draw too much attention to himself, he changes his personality every 20 years. In the past, he has acted off stage to influence wars and politics, but now he decided to choose a calm type of activity, a teacher, in order to be able to cultivate calmly. Meanwhile, two luxury cars pull up to the university's main building. The students are surprised by this event and talk that the heiress of a famous family should be transferred to them. In confirmation of these words, the same heiress, Jennifer, gets out of the car. The girl looks around and notices Jacob. She's already thinking of approaching the boy when a bunch of boys attract public attention. The ringleader, Chase, recognizes Jennifer and says he's impressed that she decided to transfer to their university. The girl recognizes the son of another famous family. She knows about his unpleasant personality and is unpleasantly impressed that she'll have to interact with him. She had always ignored him, but now that he had a chance, he didn't want to lose it. He offers her a tour of the campus, but she turns away and refers to other, more important matters. She approaches Jacob and pretends that they met here by chance. Jennifer suggests that they have dinner together and get to know each other better. The hero immediately guesses the girl's true intentions and asks her not to disturb him anymore. Jennifer feels offended because Jacob dared to refuse her, and besides, in front of everyone. Meanwhile, Chase orders his henchmen to find out more about the guy Jennifer is interested in. The bell rings before classes begin. His friend approaches Chase's desk and informs him that Jacob is a new professor at the university. Also, quite by accident, he was assigned to teach physical education and history to their group. Chase is angry at the impudence of a simple teacher who dared to steal the attention of a girl he himself desires. At that moment, Jennifer enters the audience. Chase immediately notices her and jumps up. And the girl herself thinks only about Jacob. She plans to attend his lectures in order to attract his attention. Her thoughts are interrupted by a boy approaching her. Chase invites her to sit with him. As it turns out, they will be attending the same lectures. Jennifer refuses and says that she will sit alone at the desks closer to the blackboard. The guy does not continue to persuade her and guesses that there is some history between her and Jacob. He plans to embarrass the teacher in front of her in order to shift her attention to himself. Returning to his place, he turns to his neighbor. Chase reveals his plan and says that first they will warn Jacob about the possible consequences of his interaction with the girl. His henchman asks to leave the organization of their plan to him and gets up. He approaches the board and writes various obscenities and threats to Jacob. After that, the guy returns to his place. Jennifer considers stopping them before they cause trouble for Jacob. Although her father asked her to help Jacob, her desire to see his true strength and skill outweighs her devotion to her father's will. She considers the hero too young and decides to check him. After all, if he turns out to be a weakling, then she shouldn't waste her time on him either. After some time, Jacob enters the classroom and examines the students. Chase and his henchmen immediately perk up and wait for the teacher's reaction to their inscription. Approaching the workplace, Jacob notices obscene inscriptions. He returns to the audience and asks who did it. Chase's friend exclaims that the inscription was there a long time ago, and it must be one of the haters of their respected teacher. Another laughs and says he worries that their teacher might even get beaten up once if these attacks continue. Jacob, meanwhile, erases the graffiti and says that no matter who did it, he doesn't want it to happen again. Chase laughs that the teacher only had enough persistence for 2 questions before he started erasing the negative graffiti himself. Chase gets up and says that from now on he's going to call the teacher a rag because he has no inner core at all. Jennifer believes that after such bullying, anyone would be angry, but the teacher himself remains calm and refuses to react. After finishing with the board, Jacob says he'll forgive them for their childish behavior if he only listens to silence from now on. He decides to start the lecture and orders the students to open their books. Jennifer decides that her father overestimated him because he didn't actually do anything to protect his own dignity. She decides that the teacher knows about Chase's older brother and therefore does nothing. The girl cannot think of another reason for such behavior. Chase, on the other hand, refuses to let the subject go and continues to call Jacob names, feeling superior. This time, the hero did not tolerate the attack, and with one click of his finger throws a brush for cleaning the blackboard in the direction of the annoying student. The blow turns out to be accurate, and the brush flies right into Chase's mouth. The boy's henchmen jump up and tell him to spit out the brush immediately. The girl cannot understand who did this to Chase, because everything happened so quickly that she did not notice anything. Meanwhile, the boy's henchmen are trying to help him and pull the brush out of his mouth. Even when they start to pull the brush, it doesn't give in, while Chase continues to suffocate. Jacob comes up and says he will help a respectable student. The next moment, a resounding slap lands on Chase's cheek. Despite the cruelty of the method, it really helps. The guy falls to the ground and loses consciousness. His friends start to bustle around him, and Jacob returns to his seat. Meanwhile, at the dormitory, Dana finally meets the guard her father sent, although he does not live up to her expectations. Her bodyguard introduces himself as Harold, ignoring her reaction. He promises that he will not let any harm come to her as long as she is in his sight. The girl falls on the couch in frustration, but decides not to argue with her father. In the window, she notices the boy who saved her from the scoundrels recently. Dana asks if Harold knows this guy. The man does not know the hero, but by his self-control and composure, he understands that he practices martial arts. The girl says that he pretended to be her bodyguard, protected her, and then let her fall to the ground. Harold replies that he will protect the honor of the young landlady and is going to teach the boy. However, Dana stops him and orders him to be disciplined not too harshly, because he still saved her. She also asks to tell him that she cannot be treated so lightly. Jacob, meanwhile, continues to walk home after class and yawns from exhaustion. Suddenly, an old man blocks his way who immediately announces his name. He says he is Miss Dana's bodyguard and a third-level martial artist. He hopes for the young man's sanity and admits that he immediately sees a martial arts practitioner when he looks at a person. Jacob doesn't answer him and just walks by. The old master refuses to tolerate such insolence and orders to listen when the elders appeal. He says that the boy should immediately apologize to his landlady, or else he will teach him respect with a few blows. In response, Jacob simply asks him to leave him alone. Harold refuses to put up with it. He activates his energy and jumps towards the boy with the intention of beating him up and teaching him how to behave. Meanwhile, Dana watches everything from the window and hopes to see a good fight. Before Harold's punch can land, Jacob kicks him, sending him flying. Meanwhile, the girl had already gone down. She watches as her bodyguard falls at her feet. Jacob just yawns tiredly and thinks about changing his job and home, because lately he has been haunted by a lot of problems. Dana asks Harold how he expects to protect her if he lost a fight to such a young man. The old man replies that he didn't expect that the boy could have such a good cultivation base, but he is still sure that his skills are worse than he seems. Harold says that the new man will definitely win if they fight again. Dana does not want to listen to anything else and orders the old man to return home. The next day, Chase is sitting at the desk in the classroom again and angrily says that some young teacher has no right to treat him like that. Meanwhile, his friend reminds that the boy would have suffocated if the teacher had not helped to get the brush out of his mouth. Chase, in response to this remark, promises to punish Jacob when he gets the chance. Meanwhile, Jacob is walking down the hall to the auditorium when Jennifer catches up with him. The hero once again asks her to leave him alone because he does not want to have anything to do with their family. Meanwhile, the girl persistently tries to find out why he did not respond to Chase's provocation. Annoyed, Jacob replies that he simply doesn't have the time or desire to pay attention to unimportant people, including the girl herself. This answer does not suit the girl, and she demands that Jacob admit that he was just scared and therefore did not respond to the insults, but he just goes on. She is sure that her father was wrong, and what they need is not the weakling Jacob, but someone who will actually help them defend themselves. When the boy reaches the audience, the writings on the blackboard and the upside-down pulpit await him again. He asks again who did it again. Chase, without a trace of fear, reports that he was the one who overturned the pulpit and was unable to pick it up. He has a smug smile on his face. However, the scoundrel does not admit that he was the one who made the obscene inscriptions again, and instead blames the teacher for being inattentive yesterday. Jacob yawns in frustration and realizes that the little fools didn't learn anything yesterday. Chase jumps up and tells the teacher not to be arrogant and to pay more attention to the tone with which he addresses the students. Meanwhile, the hero decides to go closer to the desk where Chase is sitting. The boy laughs that the rag decided to grow courage and come forward to defend her own dignity. Jacob calmly says that he'll forgive him if he cleans up after himself and apologizes to everyone. The son of the Tuckers only laughed at these demands. He cannot imagine how the heir of a large family will apologize to a simple teacher. He is sure that the gods did not give the teacher much intelligence because they counted on the fact that he would achieve a lot due to his appearance. His bravado is interrupted by another slap from Jacob. The boy bends over the table and catches drops of blood from his nose with his hand. Jacob once again orders to raise the table and wipe the blackboard from the stupid writings. However, Chase refuses to comply. He pushes himself off the table and lunges at his own teacher with his fists. Unexpectedly for him, his punch cuts off Jacob's palm. The boy demands that the hero let go of his fist or he will make him regret it. In response, Jacob only slaps him a few times to bring the insolent student to his senses. And after that, he pushes him away from him with a kick. The boy's friend shouts that he has an older brother who can avenge Chase's honor and leave no trace of the teacher. Jacob just gives another slap to the student's henchman. He again orders the students to remove the blackboard and raise the pulpit, and says that this will be the final warning. Chase and his friend rush to clean up after themselves to avoid further beatings. Jennifer, who recently came to the audience, is very surprised that Jacob stood up for himself and punished Chase. The teacher leaves the classroom and walks past Jennifer, who tries to stop him. Jennifer follows him and apologizes for her words about this situation and the provocation. The girl offers to find a place to hide. She worries that Chase's older brother will find Jacob because he is one of those who can pose a real threat to the hero. The boy turns around and notes that her grandfather was quite hopeful and intelligent in his youth. He wonders why his descendants did not inherit this quality from him and moves on from it. Jennifer yells at him to stop calling her family stupid. The girl decides to call her father to find out what they should do next. She informs him that Jacob just beat up Chase and his brother won't let him get away with it and asks for a next plan of action. Michael replies that his father admired Jacob's strength and that his strength was far greater than that of the Green Wolf, Chase's brother. However, he cannot allow anything to happen to the boy, so he decides to send Mr. Kurt to help. Michael hangs up and asks Kurt if he can protect them from Tucker's men. The man replies that Chase's brother is a pretty strong opponent, but he will be able to fight him one-on-one. Michael wants Kurt to protect a new boy named Jacob and ensure his complete safety. The master asks how reasonable it would be to spoil relations with another family for the sake of an unknown boy. Mr. Red doesn't have an answer to this question, so he asks you to just follow his order without asking any questions. He himself does not know why his father ordered to maintain a relationship with Jacob. Meanwhile, in the yard of the Tucker estate, several men have arranged a training session. One of them knocks back the attackers who were supposed to attack him in a group with one blow. Another man approaches him and informs him that the young owner's younger brother was beaten at the university. Damian Tucker pumps his fists and asks who would dare to do that. His henchman tells that it was a new teacher and asks what the young master plans to do with him. Damian replies that such a simple matter can be solved by Irwin himself and orders him to be beaten 10 times harder than his brothers. Meanwhile, Jacob gets on the bus and restlessly thinks about the fact that he has no spiritual herb left and will not be able to cultivate without it. He can't grow grass with the help of a large family like before, so he decides to go to the mountains to get the ingredients for cultivation there. Invisibly, a car drives behind the bus. It turns out Irwin and some of his fighters are chasing Jacob. The giant orders them to keep a close eye on him and kill him at the first opportunity. After some time of the trip, the hero sees how a man grabs her wallet from a woman's bag. Jacob concentrates his energy and decides to teach the thief while riding the bus. Unexpectedly for him, the girl sitting next to him jumps to her feet. The girl's name is Holly. She fearlessly points out the thief and loudly informs everyone what is happening. The man turns and tells her not to talk nonsense and not to scare ordinary people. A woman with red hair, meanwhile, looks around. The thief approaches and asks Holly to pay him moral compensation for the false accusation. He also warns that no one dares to lie about him again, or he will stop talking so politely. None of those present find the courage to answer him and decide to silently turn away. Holly assures the woman not to be afraid of this scoundrel and offers to call the police together and return the wallet. The thief feels his power in front of her and says that he likes her character and offers to pay him not with money, but with her body. The girl says that everyone around saw the theft and she has nothing to compensate for. The man boldly takes out his wallet and asks those present if they really saw him steal it and invites the brave to vote. Some guys get up from their seats and announce that the citizen didn't steal anything and offer those who saw something to vote. Passengers are afraid of this gang and do not want to intervene in the conflict. They turn their eyes away. The man concludes that no one but the girl saw anything, and therefore she must apologize for her lie and compensate him for the damage. Holly says they're obviously in cahoots and refuses to go anywhere. Tears well up in her eyes. The man says not to hope that anyone on this bus is capable of protecting Holly. In desperation, she shouts to the woman whose wallet was stolen and asks for confirmation that the wallet in the man's hand belongs to her. The thief glares at the redhead. He turns around and pulls out a wallet and a knife and asks if that thing really belongs to her. In addition, he warns that he will personally punish her for lying. The woman puts her hands forward when looking at the sharp weapon and says that this is the first time she has seen this wallet, but she did not lose it. Holly asks not to be afraid of the thief and to tell the truth about who this wallet belongs to. The girl asks to think about all the next victims of these criminals and not to let them go unpunished. The red-haired woman once again says that it is not her purse, and says not to provoke the men and not to put her in danger. The man turns back to Holly and says he can forgive her hurtful words if she apologizes properly to him. He comes closer, but suddenly someone else catches his hand. It turns out to be Jacob himself, who nevertheless decided to intervene. The thief tries to pull out his hand and orders not to interfere with the coming of justice. The hero only demands that he leave the bus, or prepare for the fact that his limb will soon be broken. In response to this, the scoundrel just rushes in his direction with a knife. Of course, he does not have time to harm the hero. Jacob quickly kicks him in the leg. The attacker falls to the ground, clutching his mutilated leg. Jacob is surprised that the man had the audacity not only to steal in broad daylight, but also to threaten him. The boy announces that the scoundrel has 10 seconds to leave the bus. The man calls out to his henchmen and orders them not to just stand there, but to beat up the insolents. His friends also draw their weapons and rush towards Jacob. The boy grabs one by the arm and stops his attack without too much effort. In the next moment, bones crunch in the bus. After that, Jacob kicks the second thief and knocks him down. He lets go of the first man's hand and announces that their gang has 5 seconds left to get off the bus. The thief does not understand what he should do now, and while he is thinking, the announced time passes. Thieves have an increasing number of limbs with fractures. They lie between the seats and tremble in pain. Jacob says he's good today, so he gives them 3 more seconds to kick their heels. The scoundrels barely find the strength to get up and decide to take advantage of his offer. The man calls out to the driver to stop and let them out. Of course, 3 seconds pass faster than the stop is made, and so Jacob is closing in on the criminals. All three ask to wait until the driver stops and to have mercy on them until then. But the boy's generosity had already ended at this point. His next blow hits their leader on the nose. Others also receive a hit. Jacob pins one of them to the floor with his foot and says he will give them one last chance to escape. Frightened men turn pale with fear and retreat to the window. They open the window and prepare to organize a stop for themselves. All three fall on the road right in front of the car following the bus. They manage to drive off and not crush the criminals and decide to continue following the bus without stopping to help. Meanwhile, Jacob picks up the wallet that started the whole conflict. A red-haired woman approaches him and asks for her wallet. The hero reminds that she herself said that nothing was taken from her and she refused to unite in the fight against criminals. The woman starts to get angry and tells him not to pretend to be a saint because he himself beat 3 people and made them jump out of the bus while it was moving. The redhead promises to call the police on him. In response to this, Holly reminds that the woman refused to call the police on the real thieves. The woman just stands her ground and demands her wallet back. The woman accuses Holly and Jacob of being too pushy and being the real cause of this situation. She says she will call the police and charge the young man with theft if he doesn't give her the wallet. Jacob replies that he is ready to give the wallet and holds it out. But before the nimble fingers close on him, the boy throws the wallet out the window. Money flies into the windshield of a car chasing a bus. The driver is surprised that people and objects are falling out of the bus. Meanwhile, on the bus, the redhead screams that Jacob now owes her all the money in her wallet and will call the police. The guy warns her to stop screaming or he will throw her off the bus, but the woman hears no one but herself and continues to threaten him. Unable to stand the commotion, Jacob grabs her t-shirt and throws it after her purse. She falls on the road, and the car barely manages to stop in front of her again. The woman trembles and tries to rise to her feet, but even broken glasses and injuries did not reduce her anger. She shouts after the bus that she will definitely find the scoundrel and punish him. Suddenly, she notices a car that is stopped nearby. She asks the giant Erwin, who is holding her purse in his hands, to return it to her and calls her a baby. The man is angry that some lady is addressing him in such a pan-fraternal way. The redhead stands her ground and demands her money back. The driver of the car says that the wallet fell from the sky, and therefore it is not known who its owner is, and therefore from now on it belongs to the person who found it. The woman again turns to Erwin and reaches out to take hers. The man loses his last shreds of composure and slaps her so hard that she is thrown back. The giant orders his henchmen to teach the redhead not to pick on strangers. Meanwhile, the bus reaches Jacob's stop and he continues his journey on foot. Suddenly, a girl calls him from the bus. The guy turns around and sees a familiar locket around her neck. Holly thanks him for protecting her. She says she was on her way here for medicinal herbs and asks if Jacob wants to keep her company. The guy replies that he came here with the same goal as her and he will gladly go with her. However, he cannot contain his curiosity and asks where she got the jewelry from. Holly replies that her grandmother gave her the locket. Jacob wonders how long it has been since he last saw this ornament. 50 years ago, he came to the mountains to collect medicinal herbs, but he was attacked by a 9th-level monster, which seriously injured him. Then he stopped at the house of the large Blair family, where he met a girl who fed him every day. Of course, he could not reciprocate her feelings because he had another greater goal. However, when he recovered, he left her his locket as a token of gratitude. He ordered to find him with this ornament in case they ever needed his help. Holly interrupts his reminiscence and asks why he was silent. The girl continues that her grandmother gave her a locket when she was dying and promised that it would help her find the love of her life, just like herself. The news of the death of an old acquaintance stuns Jacob. He gave her a magic pill that cures all diseases and gives her youth for 120 years. Holly says that when their family lost its power and split up, her grandmother became ill, but no one knows the cause of her death. Jacob decides to ask why the girl needed medicinal herbs. Ta answers that her mother is very sick and they cannot afford professional treatment, so they follow the instructions of a doctor they know. He ordered Holly to get herbs near the mountain and bring them to him to continue the treatment. Jacob realizes that he has no choice, so he decides to help the girl with her task. The Blair family used to be very wealthy and powerful, but a lot has changed over time. Despite the constant changes around, Jacob himself and his gratitude to their family have not changed, so it's time to repay the debt. 3 hours pass. Holly carries a bag full of healing herbs. She is very grateful to the boy for his help, without which she would have spent much more time. She told him about her mother, and Jacob guessed what lung disease she was talking about and what specific plants she really needed. But nothing will help her better than fiery Ganoderma, a healing mushroom. It is an unusual mushroom that does not grow near the mountain they are near now. He says that he will take her to the place where he saw this mushroom and orders her to follow him. Suddenly, someone blocks their way. It turns out to be Erwin and his henchmen. He complains that they have been tracking Jacob for a long time. The man says the boy owes his boss an apology, and he's sure he'll get it, whether it's good or with a few punches. Jacob watches as the giant concentrates his energy and asks who he is talking about. Erwin replies that the boy crossed the path of Damien Tucker and his younger brother. Jacob finally realizes that it's all about the Tucker's misbehaving scion, Chase, and urges Erwin to attack first. Henchmen warn the boy not to tease them because then it will not end with a simple beating. One of Erwin's friends decides to attack first. He flies at Jacob and promises that they will not leave the girl standing next to him alone. When the villain gets close enough, the hero launches him into the sky with one swing of his hand with concentrated energy. The boy falls to the ground at Erwin's feet and loses consciousness. Jacob decides to find out if the boys will attack him together or individually. Erwin gets angry and shouts that he has the third level of martial arts and will soon reach the fourth, so he advises not to joke with himself. He raises his fist and offers the young man to assess the level of his strength. The hero brings his hand in, preparing to strike back. His fist collides with Erwin's fist with concentrated energy. The next moment, the giant feels his bones breaking. Unable to withstand the strong flow of power, he flies back. His body crashes into the rock, sending several stones tumbling from it. His friends immediately lose their courage and confidence and turn pale instead. Erwin slides to the ground and mumbles some words as he passes out. Jacob approaches the boys and orders them to return to Damien and tell him not to approach him again if he wants to remain among the living. He turns around and walks on. Holly just watches as the scoundrels run away. After some time, the girl and Jacob reach the canyon. Holly immediately notices that some people are standing ahead. The guy says that they will just pass by and not draw attention to themselves. Isidore Harris reminds Master Peter Gray that the main goal is her son's recovery, and therefore it is necessary to obtain the Ganoderma as soon as possible. The Master replies that he will do everything possible so that the young Master recovers as soon as possible. Meanwhile, one of their men stops Jacob and Holly. Student Urban Brown is trying to drive them away because at the moment, further passage is prohibited. The hero tries to explain that he is going to collect a healing mushroom and will not disturb anyone. Urban does not even flinch, persistently chases the young man away. Jacob concentrates his strength and says that he will make it through the canyon, with or without casualties. Meanwhile, their quarrel attracts the attention of Peter and Isadora. Master Gray is confident that his third skill-level student will easily defeat this stubborn boy. But he has a better plan. He offers to use the young man to go through the mountains. In this way, he will even help them. Isidore gives him permission, but warns that all the consequences of this decision will be entirely on his conscience. Peter steps forward and says that Madame Harris is nothing to worry about. Meanwhile, Urban grows increasingly angry with the boy and waits for the right moment to use force. His teacher interrupts him and says that he will talk to the young man himself. Peter Gray asks if Jacob knows about the recent events that are happening in the mountains here. He warns that it is very dangerous there now. The hero simply insists that he be let through and says that he will be fine. In response, the master orders the student to let the young man pass, but sets the condition that they will all go together. At this time, Jacob is already tired of arguing with people who destroy his plans. He tells Holly to wait for him here. Suddenly, her hand wraps around his wrist. The girl is worried about him and offers to go back together. The guy assures her that everything will be fine with him and he will be back soon. After some time, Peter, Jacob, and Urban reach a lake of lava. Master Gray points out that there is an island ahead that is growing Genoderm. However, the obstacle is a narrow path consisting of single stones in the middle of a boiling lake. He invites the young man to take turns and tells him to go first. Jacob is not at all embarrassed by this and deftly jumps from stone to stone. Urban and Peter discuss what kind of bugger they've got, and that once he lures the monster out, they'll be able to kill it easily. Master Gray assures that with the help of this boy, they will be able to test how strong the monster is and distract it. Unexpectedly, a fiery dragon that emerged from the lake appears in front of Jacob's face. The guy is not afraid of him at all, boldly pushes away from his face with his foot and walks on. The dragon has no choice but to dive back. Jacob stops and calls the men after him. Everyone is shocked that the monster didn't attack him and don't understand how he got so lucky. Leaving their thoughts behind, they decide to follow him along the path. After a short time, they reach the boy and laugh that he will soon be the last in line. Urban jumps forward, but suddenly a fire dragon appears in front of him. The monster grabs his arm and pulls him into the lava. A student on his last breath calls his teacher for help. Master Gray concentrates energy in his hand and rushes to help. Unfortunately, he does not have time and his student drowns in the lake. The temperature of the lake is too high, so there is no point in trying to save someone who has been bitten by a monster. Another student blames Jacob for this, namely that he teased the dragon and made it attack Urban. The hero asks in response how his death is better than the death of the student. The blonde loses his mind and attacks Jacob. Fortunately, he is stopped by the teacher. Fighting in the middle of a lake with lava is dangerous for both, and the conflict can be resolved on the island. Peter hopes to use the hero to fight a real monster, not just a dragon. After some time, they reach the island and continue to delve into it. They walk until they come across a rock on which magical mushrooms grow. Master Gray is satisfied because this amount of mushrooms is enough for the Harris family and for them. While the apprentice runs to the mushrooms, the master praises Jacob's prudence. Despite a smile, he says that the boy would not leave here alive if he tried to collect the Genoderm. Jacob says it's not because he's afraid of the two of them, but because the rock with the mushrooms looks very suspicious. In response, the student just laughs and says that they are alone here and there is no need to lie about the true cause of fear. He believes that this stone is the most common and there can be nothing wrong with it. In an attempt to prove the boy's fiction, the blonde approaches the stone and touches it. While he's engrossed in the dialogue, a piece breaks off from the top of the stone. Jacob notices this immediately and is alert. Due to his bravado, the student does not notice how a huge snake appears behind him from the stone. Peter rushes to him and shouts for him to run away. The blonde does not understand why the master is so worried and looks back to find a monster behind him. He rushes to his teacher when the snake, with its mouth wide open, attacks. Of course, an ordinary person cannot match the speed of a snake, and the snake's jaw closes around him. Jacob and Peter can only watch as the monster swallows their companion. Master Gray is already thinking of running away from the horror, but in time he remembers why he appeared here in the first place. A man notices magical mushrooms on a snake's back. However, the next moment, when the monster rushes in his direction, he can only run. On the way back, he wonders how a simple guy can feel so calm in such a situation. The monster behind is already opening its jaw to attack the man. Peter realizes that the snake is too fast and will catch up to him soon if he doesn't do something. Suddenly, what he thinks is a brilliant idea is born in his head. He breaks next to the boy and concentrates energy in his hand. Peter grabs the boy's shirt and says it's time to test his bravery. The master tugs at the cloth, hoping to throw Jacob right into the snake, but it doesn't even budge. Peter Gray jumps away from him and realizes that the boy is not as simple as he seemed. At this moment, the hero's patience runs out, and now he grabs the man's hand and concentrates energy in his hand. Peter understands what this is all about and asks him to let him go. But Jared at this moment already launches it into flight in the direction of the monster, which opened its mouth in anticipation. With the man's blood flowing from its mouth, the giant snake now looks towards the hero. The monster charges, speeding toward Jacob, but he quickly concentrates energy in his hand and hits the snake on the face. The monster throws its head up in pain. Meanwhile, the boy is not going to leave him alone. He jumps into the air, preparing another blow. The next moment, he pierces the monster's head right through. The hero lands on his feet as the giant snake's body falls to the ground. Jacob turns and approaches the lifeless, scaled body, examining the magic mushrooms on it. The boy was not surprised that such precious artifacts were guarded by a monster of the 3rd level. Jacob knocks them off with a kick. After examining the mushroom, he realizes that they have evolved into a spiritual stage and can be used not only for treatment, but also for cultivation. However, this is not the only thing that catches his eye. On the snake's body, he sees an unusual growth that radiates spiritual energy. After touching the body, the growth opens, exposing the box that was hidden in it. The box is made of stone, and at first glance is covered with a weak seal, which the boy immediately tries to remove with his energy. Having concentrated his strength, he lightly hits the object, but nothing happens. Jacob knows that such a seal was placed by a high-level cultivator. The boy understands that he will have to open the box at home slowly and carefully so as not to damage what is inside. If the fate of the box has already been decided, now is the time for the boy to think about the remains of the snake's body. With one wave of his hand, he cuts open the monster's belly. Plunging his hand inside, he finds what he was hoping for. The inner stone retains all the energy cultivated by the snake and will shine brightly in the boy's hand. He regrets that the technique of absorbing such stones has long been lost, and he will not be able to get energy directly, and therefore the stone will wait its time in his pocket. Currently, the only thing such a stone can be useful for is accelerating the energy cultivation process within itself. Meanwhile, Holly begins to worry about why Jacob is still gone. Isadora approaches her and says that she has advice for a young girl. The woman says that the girl may not wait for her friend because he will never return. Outside the canyon is a very dangerous area where only cultivation masters can survive. She mentions her people and says that they are masters of the highest level of martial arts, and therefore only they have a chance. Her tirade is interrupted by Jacob walking up to them. Both are very surprised not only by his appearance, but also by the fact that he has the same magic mushrooms in his hand. Holly runs to greet him and says that she knew all along that he would be fine. Isadora, meanwhile, wonders where her people are and how he managed to survive. Jacob replies that all his companions are dead. The woman is speechless and the guy tells Holly that it's time for them to move on. Isadora turns and grabs her hands, telling them not to move. She demands that he tell how a great master died where a simple boy managed to survive. Jacob says he survived because he was more skilled than the famous Master Gray. This answer does not suit Isadora, and she orders her guards to capture the boy. The woman changes tactics and tells the hero to give her the healing mushroom, leaving everything that happened outside the canyon a secret. The guards take out their weapons, believing that they will be more effective than martial arts. Holly is worried about her and Jacob's life, so she asks him to give the woman a mushroom. The guy assures her that he got the mushroom through a fair fight, and therefore no one has the right to take it away. In response, Isadora orders her guards to shoot. Suddenly, someone appears on the horizon, ordering everyone to stop. It turns out to be Mr. Kurt. He admits that he was sent by the Red family to protect this young man. Jacob finally realizes whose presence he's been sensing all this time and smiles. Kurt is very surprised that he was caught. He sees that the boy does not look like he has reached level 3, but he was able to detect a level 5 cultivator. The hero asks the man to convey to the head of the family that he does not need protection, but thanks for taking care of him. The boy turns and asks Holly to follow him. Sometime later, Holly and Jacob return back to the city. The girl thanks the boy for his kindness and promises to invite him over when her mother recovers. Jacob says he can go to them right now and help her mom if they let her. The girl agrees, and soon they reach an old high-rise building. The girl enters the apartment and greets her mother. Jacob enters after her. Immediately, he sees a wasted woman lying in bed. The woman coughs and replies that she feels better than yesterday. As Holly lays out the healing herbs, her mom asks what their guest's name is. The girl smiles and tells that the boy's name is Jacob, and he helped her collect medicinal herbs and punish bad people. Holly shows her mother the fire genoderm that the hero recommended to improve her well-being. The woman coughs and says that she's been suffering from this disease for 10 years, and now she is waiting for a doctor's visit. Suddenly, their conversation is interrupted by a knock on the door. It turns out to be Dr. Felix Anderson, for whom Mrs. Blair was waiting. Holly reveals that she collected all the herbs he mentioned and also found a precious genoderm. The last part of her speech intrigues the doctor, and he asks if she got the name wrong. Felix rushes to the table where the mushroom is lying in order to take a closer look at it. He cautiously leans over the genoderm and sees that in front of him is a truly legendary mushroom. This amuses Jacob, and he realizes that he is a simple swindler. Holly approaches the man and asks if this mushroom will help cure her mother. A respected doctor rises and asks why she decided that this disease is curable at all. Felix says that the genoderm has a side effect that causes her mother to instantly go to another world. These words do not convince the girl, and she says that the doctor must know how to take the well-known healing mushroom so that it does not cause harm. The doctor pretends to be offended and says that because of this tone, he will no longer treat Mrs. Blair, and suggests that the girl sit and watch her die. A woman intervenes in their conversation and apologizes for her daughter so that he does not refuse her treatment. Felix says that first of all, he will make sure that the dangerous mushroom is taken away from the patient. However, the issue of payment is still relevant, and Holly begs the doctor to wait for her scholarship. This answer does not suit Felix because his patients usually pay him millions, and the stipend is clearly not enough to pay. The doctor has a solution for this as well. He says she can pay him with the locket she's wearing. Holly says that her grandmother gave her this jewelry and asks the doctor not to take it from her. Felix replies that the girl behaves very selfishly if she does not want to give any small thing for her mother's health. Tears well up in Holly's eyes, but she agrees to his terms. She takes off the jewelry and says that she will give it back if the doctor can cure her mother. Felix says that they are very lucky that he gave them his precious time and accepts the locket from the girl. Suddenly, Jacob turns to the doctor and asks why he brings misery to poor people, if his vocation is to help. Felix says that some young man has no right to speak to him in such a tone and orders him to fall on his knees and beg for forgiveness. In response to this, the hero concentrates energy in his hand. The next moment, his fingers close around the pointing doctor and twist him. The Grandmaster, as Felix calls himself, squeezes his ailing hand and says that no one dares raise a hand against a second-level master. The next moment, he concentrates his energy and rushes to attack Jacob. Jacob is not going to tolerate the insolence and throws him back with one slap. The doctor falls loudly to the floor, rolling his eyes in pain. The old man admits that he underestimated the young man because he did not think that he could master martial arts. However, he says not to underestimate him either because he is the master of the southern island and will not allow himself to be defeated. Afterwards, he gets mad at Holly for letting an unknown guy abuse him in her house. Felix struggles to his feet and says that he will never undertake the treatment of her mother. Mrs. Blair tells Jacob that the doctor has a lot of power in the South Island, and his brother is a very important person. In response, the guy asks the woman not to worry about him, but instead to prepare for treatment. The woman says that she still has the strength to live, although she has been sick for a long time, but now the young man should take care of his own safety and hide. Jacob says that fate decided to bring them together for a reason, and asks for her hand in order to check her health. Holly joins the conversation and says that they can trust the boy because he is a very strong cultivator. Jacob begins the investigation, and Felix looks in disbelief at his manipulations. He laughs even at the thought that someone other than him could cure such a serious disease. After a moment, the hero lets go of the patient's hand and announces that he understands her condition. He asks Holly to bring him an ice cube. Felix wonders how ice can help with lung disease. After some time, the cube is in Jacob's hands. He cuts a hole in the ice with a light pulse of energy. The next moment, he tears off a piece of the mushroom. Next, he turns this piece into a fine powder and pours it inside the ice. The doctor observes these manipulations condescendingly and skeptically, because in all his practice he has never encountered such a technique. Jacob explains that there is too much fire essence in the genoderm, and therefore it cannot be taken just like that, and hands the patient medicine. He promises that with the help of ice you can dilute this element, and these medicines will gradually heal her completely. Miss Blair doesn't ask too many questions and swallows her medicine. Holly immediately goes over to her mom and asks how she's feeling. She immediately feels that she no longer has such a desire to cough, and this surprises her very much, along with a light feeling in her lungs. This result pleases Holly and Jacob. Dr. Felix, on the other hand, refuses to believe in miraculous healing. He shouts that the guy is a real fraud and is just deceiving them. The man says that the woman has been sick for many years, and just a few minutes ago, her lungs were almost completely destroyed, which cannot be cured with one dose of medicine. He is sure that the boy gave her only temporary relief, instead of real treatment. Felix hurries to the patient's bed to check her true condition. But touching her hand, he only confirms Jacob's words that she is recovering. He can't believe that someone could have such a deep knowledge of medicine at such a young age. But Jacob decides it's time to question the doctor himself. He asks why Felix needed Holly's locket. He only answers that it is better for a young genius not to get involved in such matters for his own good. However, despite their quarrel, he may allow the boy to become his apprentice if he obeys him well from now on. He turns around and orders Jacob to fall to his knees and beg for training. Suddenly, someone's foot knocks out the door to the apartment. It turns out to be Felix's brother Milo. A man came to help a doctor with a problem. Moreover, he did not come alone, but with henchmen, and worriedly asks the doctor who despises him. Felix replies that everything is fine now, because the young man realized his position and decided to become his student. Jacob says he didn't plan on learning from a con artist, and Milo attacks in response. The next moment, the boy twists the man's arm. He falls to his knees and wonders where the young man has so much strength. Instead of answering, the hero lifts him off the ground with one hand. The next moment, he throws Milo to the ground. The man tries to find the strength to get up and asks what Jacob's cultivation level is. Without thinking, he answers that he is currently undergoing body cleansing. Milo only knows the levels of apprentice and master, and he thinks the boy doesn't want to tell him. Felix instead read about this level in an ancient book, but that classification has not been used for a long time. Jacob's voice breaks him out of his thoughts. The boy announces that he has an answer for the doctor. He asks if Felix really wants to be his teacher. In response, the old man only falls to his knees and recognizes the boy as his teacher and asks to accept him as his student. Jacob replies that the old man is not worthy to be his disciple. The doctor admits that he offended him a lot today and apologizes for his actions. Milo joins in bowing, and both promise that from now on, they will try not to disturb the respected master. The boy asks what they want from such a life. The men look at each other, not knowing what to say. The old man admits that they did all this to decorate Holly. A girl attracts their attention. She calls the brothers cowards. He and his mother had already left the southern island, but they were not even allowed to go. The girl cannot imagine why someone would need her grandmother's old jewelry. Milo says that one family needs this medallion to reach the cultivation level. Holly is surprised by what she hears and assumes that these people need whoever gave her grandmother the jewelry, not her. Jacob asks her to keep the locket for herself and hide it. In turn, he tells the men that he will not punish them anymore today and orders them not to disturb him anymore. The men bow gratefully and prepare to leave. Jacob guesses that someone may have purposely poisoned Mrs. Blair to get to the jewelry. The guy wonders what people are willing to go to for their own desires. Later, he returns to his dorm room and lays out all the finds on the table in front of him. He throws a fiery genoderm into the cauldron and hopes to get the next level at its expense. Jacob infuses the contents with his energy to reveal the ingredients. Everything works out, and soon he grabs the magic pill and swallows it. He immediately feels a rush of energy, finding himself one step closer to his goal. After that, he turns his attention to the box. He evaluates the drawings on its cover and immediately realizes that it is very ancient. The guy tries to act carefully so as not to damage its contents, but still break the seal. After a while, he watches as protective charms fall from the casket as it hovers in the air. After a moment, it falls into his hand. Inside, the boy sees a mysterious ancient scroll and tries to understand what it might contain. Unfolding it, he reads and realizes that it is about forming a capsule and improving the item for better cultivation. Jacob had never seen this method or any mention of it, so someone was trying to cover it up for their own purposes. He had searched the entire continent for the past several thousand years, but found no mention of it. Now that he knows this method, he can quickly raise his level to the ideal even when the spirit herb runs out. First of all, he decides to clean the core of the monster. He calculates that this will be enough to get several levels at once. The boy begins cultivation and very soon realizes that he can now absorb the energy from the monster's core and transform it into his own spiritual energy. Due to its incredible power, someone erased this method from history. But now that Jacob knows about him, he has raised his level by 3 points. The boy guesses that there may be problems in the future due to using such a method, but cultivating to 100,000 levels is more important to him. Suddenly, his thoughts are interrupted by a knock on the door. It turns out to be Dana. She says they have something important to discuss. Jacob asks why she entered without an invitation, but the rich heiress sees no problem in this. Dana says he has to go shopping with her and immediately. The guy answers that he has a lot to do now. Dana refuses to put up with this and offers to pay him for the company. Jacob refuses even when she offers twice as much money as the first time. He offers to give her 100,000 out of his own pocket if she leaves him alone. The girl does not believe that a simple teacher can have such money. She learned about his past and found out that he has no relatives at all, so she advises him not to pretend to be someone he is not. Jacob says that he doesn't need money from her, and he won't be her dog even if her whole family will serve him. Dana is angry because no one has ever spoken to her in such a tone. The guy replies that neither she nor her family is of any value to him, and again asks her to leave. Dana laughs back, because she thinks the guy is bragging to inflate his price tag. She obviously likes their conversation and says that it is positive emotions and invites him for a walk. A little later, Jacob leaves the room and heads to work. He is very surprised by the fact that Dana has been following him all this time when she calls out to him and asks him to go slower. The girl replies that if he does not want to accompany her, then she will accompany him. The guy guesses that the girl is afraid that they will pick on her again near the dormitory. Dana admits that he helped her a lot last time, although he upset her at the end. Despite this, she now sees him as her friend and protector. In response, he only smiles and turns away to go on. Harold joins the girl and assures her that she should not rely on this young man, because he is unlikely to be able to protect her. In response, she recalls how the previous battle between him and Jacob went. The girl did not expect to encounter so many problems at the university and does not know what to do next. She goes forward to catch up with the hero. At least she feels safe with him. Meanwhile, Jacob is already walking down the corridor between the classrooms. Jennifer calls him and says that they need to discuss something. She stayed up all night worrying about him. The girl believes that the boy should not contact Damian Tucker. She offers to go together to Chase and apologize for the beating. Jacob says she shouldn't worry about little things like the takers and his safety. Jennifer is angry because she believes that his arrogance will not lead him to good. Meanwhile, Chase and his henchmen are standing in the hallway discussing the situation with their teacher. Tucker assures his friends that his brother will not allow him to be offended and will definitely take revenge. In addition, Jacob had not been seen at the university for several days. Meanwhile, the same Jacob approaches them from behind. Chase's henchman immediately feels uncomfortable with the boy's confident tone. Another friend draws Tucker's attention that the teacher is standing behind him. Chase is surprised that Jacob isn't in the hospital right now after meeting his brother's people. The guy thinks that the hero hid from justice, and that's why he was gone for several days. Chase offers the teacher to admit his guilt and apologize, and he in turn tells his brother to leave him alone. In response, Jacob grabs the boy's t-shirt and lifts him off the ground. The boy immediately turns pale, remembering the previous beating. Meanwhile, Dana and Harold are walking down the same corridor. Peeking around the corner, they see an altercation between Chase and Jacob. Hiding, the old man tells the hero that he bit off more than he can swallow by crossing the Tucker's path, and advises them to stay away from him. Jacob, meanwhile, warns Chase to stop acting like he's immortal, or the dialogue will take a different turn. Chase, on the other hand, is sure that a simple teacher will not be able to do anything to him and advises him not to spoil the air with empty threats. In response, Jacob gives him a resounding slap. Jennifer suddenly intervenes in their conversation and asks to release Tucker to the ground. Instead, Jacob gives another series of slaps to the insolent student. The hero says not to provoke him further unless Chase wants to know how fragile his bones are. Chase's face swells from endless slaps and the boy asks Jennifer to save him. The girl screams for the hero to let the boy go. Otherwise, she will make him regret it. In response, Jacob throws the insolence aside. Chase crashes into a wall and slides to the floor, almost unconscious. Jennifer warns Jacob that if he hits Chase again, his brother will kill him. The boy turns around and reminds him that nothing is in danger for him, because none of them can do anything. Dana, meanwhile, is so impressed with Jacob's strength that even Harold's warnings no longer matter to her. Soon the boy again notices that the girl is following him. He decides to call an acquaintance while he leaves. Silas, the hero's old student, picks up the phone. He is infinitely happy, because he has not heard anything about his teacher for a long time. Jacob, meanwhile, reveals that he called to have Silas find him some monster cores. The old man does not understand why the teacher needed them, because he knows that no one can get energy from them. In response, Jacob simply asks to carry out the order and hangs up. Silas has a lot of useful connections, but it takes a lot of time to track down monsters himself. Someone runs past Jacob among the trees. The boy immediately feels a negative aura but does not see anyone nearby. Meanwhile, Dana catches up with him again. He guesses that the target for the attack is not him, but the heiress of a great family. The girl gasps because she barely caught up with the hero. Jacob asks why she is after him again. The girl only frowns in response. Suddenly, he surprises the girl with the news that someone is chasing her right now. He is interrupted by Harold, who advises the girl not to listen to the young man and not to worry about anything. The old man is sure that he will be able to protect her from any danger. The man thinks Jacob is trying to intimidate her, but the boy just shrugs his shoulders in response. He turns and walks away, announcing that he will not intervene and help them if they are attacked. Dana tries to stop him and asks what happened and why he is leaving her. Suddenly, someone jumps behind the girl with the intention of attacking her. The blow is interrupted by Harold protecting his mistress. The man attacks the attacker, but the attacker avoids the blow. They land on the ground, and the guard is ready to protect Dana again. He concentrates his energy and promises that the boy will die today. The masked assailant angrily asks why the old man decided to disturb him. After that, he releases an unknown gas into the air. Jacob immediately understands that victory is no longer on Harold's side. Dana immediately hides behind the hero. The man says that the boy should be happy that he will die at the hands of the respected Master Harold. Suddenly, Jacob interrupts him and asks to leave with Dana. The old man replies that the surrounding buildings will not be harmed because he is always careful with his techniques and orders not to disturb him and quietly observe. Jacob warns the man not to approach the attacker because he will immediately lose the battle. The old man says not to disturb him, even if it's scary, and tries to drive the boy away from him. Meanwhile, the thief asks when they will stop arguing and start fighting. In response, Harold charges at him, telling Jacob to watch carefully to learn how to fight. The masked man just smiles at him. The hero can only watch as the old man refuses to listen to him. Approaching the strange smoke, Harold pulls his hand back. The skin of his limb is covered with strange worms. The old master cannot understand what's happening. And the thief was just waiting for this. Seeing that the old man is afraid to attack further, he rushes into the attack himself. Harold feels the poison begin to spread through his body and cannot react quickly to the blow. Fortunately, he is saved by Jacob. The boy grabs the attacker's hand. The thief is surprised by the superhuman speed of the hero and tries to pull his hand back. The old master admits that he was reckless. That's why he was tricked. But now he doesn't need help and will manage on his own. In response, Jacob meekly lets go of the attacker's hand. The men clearly did not expect such a turn of events. Both are surprised and look at Jacob's back as he walks away. The thief comes to mind first. He jumps up and concentrates his energy to attack the old man. Harold puts his hands out in front of him to deflect the blow. Unfortunately, the strength of the old master is not enough to compete with the attacker, and he knocks him back with one blow. Dana realizes that her case is very bad, because her bodyguard has just been put on the shoulder blades. The masked man more conveniently takes the knife and goes to Harold, who has just found the strength to get up. The old man shouts that he admits his mistake and asks the young man to come to his aid. Jacob jumps in front of him and kicks the blade. After that, the blow lands in the thief's face, causing him to fly back. He tries to get up, but the blow was so strong that he starts to feel dizzy. Recovering after a second, he jumps in the direction of Jacob and shouts that he should not interfere in the affairs of the Five Poison sect. He sprays poisonous smoke around him and flies to attack the hero. A snake appears from the smoke and flies into Jacob's face with its mouth open. The thief laughs at his attempt to defend himself. The snake derives its strength from his energy and cannot be stopped by physical force. When the snake tries to pierce the boy's skin, its fangs crumble. Jacob replies that the level of this beast is too low to pose any threat to him. With one wave of his hand, he cuts the snake in half so that it detaches from him. The masked man can't believe his eyes. When the smoke clears a bit around the attacker, the hero crouches down and says it's his turn to attack. He bounces up, concentrating energy. The next moment, he pins the masked man to the ground with one kick. He coughs up blood and asks not to kill him, because the whole sect will come to take revenge for him. The hero says that he will let him go if he tells everything he knows. First of all, he asks if their sect specializes in the cultivation of demonic beasts. The thief under his foot replies that they do not grow them, but make contracts with them. Because of the different creatures, each member of the sect has its own type of poison. Jacob asks if they have beasts that generate poison right in the core. The man replies that the sect master's demonic scorpion can absorb inner cores. Jacob lifts his leg off him and wonders how a man can make a pact with these creatures. However, he decides to focus on really important information. It turns out that there are still ways to absorb the magic cores of monsters. The masked man rises and says in gratitude for him letting him go, his sect will not cross his path again. In response, Jacob only punches him in the side. As he clutches his broken arm, he orders him to hand over to the sect master so they can avenge him. The thief does not understand why Jacob needed it, but he understands the hint. He turns and runs away. In the meantime, Dana approaches Jacob and gives him a lollipop as a way of saving him. However, the girl is obviously unhappy that he let him get away. Dana is angry that Jacob didn't ask why they wanted to attack her in the first place. Jacob replies that it wasn't the killer he saw last time and goes about his business. After some time, an unknown man blocks his way. It turns out to be the young Master Nathaniel with his henchmen. Jacob, in turn, says that he doesn't care who is in front of him and pushes his way between them to go further. Nathaniel orders to capture the boy, because he is not going to let in the one who beat Chase and pissed off his brother. Meanwhile, the hero reaches the painted wooden door. Once inside, he sees the salesman, Waylon. He asks the man if he found the item he was looking for. The pawnbroker raises his head and greets an old acquaintance. The man admits that the herbs Jacob asked about are extremely rare, but he still managed to learn about them. The guy replies that he only needs information about where to find them, and he doesn't need any further help. He promises to pay for the information, and in response to this, the seller's eyes sparkle. Waylon reveals that there will soon be an auction where the magic herbs he was looking for will be put up for sale. The man also says that the details of the auction are still unknown and promises to tell when they become known. Jacob turns to leave. The seller warns him that several other people besides him are hunting for the plants. Besides, all of them are from large families. Waylon asks Jacob to be more careful at the auction, but the boy tells him not to worry about small things. Someone is waiting for Jacob outside the pawn shop. Nathaniel and his henchmen approach him and tell him that he will have to pay for what he has done. Jacob remembers the lollipop in his hand and hands it to the man as payment. The hero walks away, leaving Nathaniel speechless. The man asks his henchman what the boy meant by this gesture. The boy replies that in this way Jacob has paid according to his merits. Nathaniel lashes out at his subordinates because they did nothing to protect the honor of their boss. Jacob walks on until 3 unknown figures jump out to meet him. Masked men with guns ask Jacob to return what does not belong to him. The guy just points to a bunch of people behind him and says he gave the thing to them. Masked assailants pass him in disbelief in the direction he pointed. One of them stops Nathaniel as he tries to follow Jacob. He does not understand why someone stops him and orders him to clear the way. The boy turns the knife in his direction and asks if Jacob gave him anything. He confirms this without hesitation, but does not understand why he was stopped and orders him to leave. The attacker with a knife waves to his henchmen to start action. 2 rushes forward to grab Nathaniel, but he does not have time to react. The next moment, all of the man's friends and he himself are lying unconscious on the ground. The masked men are satisfied that they have accomplished their mission and are about to head back. After some time, a guy with a big bag enters the house of the Harris family. He throws the package in front of Isadora and says that he delivered the person she asked for. The woman thinks that Jacob is inside and says that he did wrong when he refused to give her the mushroom. She unties the bag, hoping to get what she so desires. Unexpectedly for her, a beaten Nathaniel jumps out from there and shouts why she kidnapped him. Isadora shouts that she asked for Jacob and the fire genoderm to be brought to her, not this stranger. The masked man replies that Jacob gave him the item they had agreed upon. When Nathaniel tries to raise his voice, she gives him a resounding slap that knocks him back. The woman says she doesn't care who he is and asks him to return the thing she needs. Nathaniel rises and does not understand what is being said. He takes out the candy that Jacob gave him and hands it to Isadora. The woman looks at the lollipop with anger and confusion. She is sure that the boy is laughing at her. The kidnapper confirms that this is exactly what Jacob told him. The woman decides to check the candy and orders to give it back. Nathaniel gets angry in response because he thinks she has no right to treat him like that. He takes out the candy and reveals that it's all Jacob gave him. The man turns away because it is too much to kidnap people for sweets. Meanwhile, the masked man steps back and excuses himself for not knowing that Isadora needed something specific. The woman only gives him a powerful slap in response. She is annoyed and screams for him to bring Jacob to her with the healing mushroom. Meanwhile, the hero himself leaves the merchant's bench and thinks about new ways to collect energy from the cores of animals. In addition, if the 5 poison sect attacks him again, he will have many cores that he can use. Also good news is the simplicity of the methods, because only Waylon can correctly collect such plants from his surroundings. Jacob hopes to meet a family at the auction, with the help of which he will get an uninterrupted channel for obtaining magical herbs. Meanwhile, Dana is passing by the dormitory building, trying to drive away clingy Lewis. The husband does not understand why she constantly runs away from him, because they are both teachers. He asks to give him a chance to prove himself and promises to treat her well. Dana replies that they don't know each other too well to make such promises. The man blocks her path and says that this is why they need to communicate more and not run away from each other. Lewis activates all his charm and asks the girl to let him into her heart. He sees no reason to refuse because he is infinitely in love with her, and he is also the vice rector of the institution and comes from a respectable family. Dana remains adamant and says she doesn't care who he is because she doesn't like him at all. She turns away from him and walks away, asking him not to pursue her anymore. Meanwhile, the man cannot come to terms with her words. He catches up with her again and asks why his accomplishments and family don't suit her. Dana folds her hands in front of her and assures that all this is not important to her, and she simply does not like him. Lewis refuses to believe her and says that all girls think the same, so she's just too shy to admit it. Suddenly, Dana's gaze is drawn to a familiar figure ahead. She ignores the man's further words and goes to Jacob. She grabs the boy's arm and tells Lewis that she has a boyfriend, so he better leave her alone. When Jacob asks why she is picking on him again, the girl complains that some strange man is chasing her and asking for protection. The guy tries to leave, but the girl's grip does not let him go. Instead, she looks Lewis in the eye and tells him not to touch her again. Lewis refuses to believe the girl's words. He can't believe that she started a relationship with a simple teacher and not him. The girl gets angry and says that she likes Jacob no matter what. The hero says that they are not interested in their affairs and that he has no time for silly performances and leaves. The man tries to stop him, mentioning that he is the vice rector of the institution where he works. Jacob decides to stop and listen to him. Feeling his power, Lewis says that the boy is not a good match for Dana because he has worked at the university for several years and has not achieved anything. The man is sure that Jacob has nothing that a woman needs and asks him to let go of the girl. He puts his hand on his shoulder and, not feeling any muscles there, makes sure that the boy cannot provide her with either physical or material protection. The guy slaps him on the hand and silently goes about his business. Lewis, believing that Jacob agreed with his words, returns to Dana because he knows that he has decided everything for her. The man brags that the boy was afraid of his power and strength and therefore ran in, biting his tail. Dana replies that Jacoby left because he considered the man an unworthy opponent, not because he was scared. She turns and walks away because she really isn't interested in talking to him. Meanwhile, on the territory of the Five Poisons sect, the boy who was beaten by Jacob bows his knee before the leader. The guy in the mask says that he has never seen such a terrible person. He also conveys what Jacob asked to convey to the managers, so that they would definitely take revenge on him. The sect master turns to the four guards and says that this task is now on their shoulders. A fourth guard steps out of the shadows with his snake. The old man rejoices because his pet just lacks fresh meat for the next level. Meanwhile, Jacob walks down the university corridor to class. Lewis suddenly stops him. The man asks to help him invite Dana on a date and gives him a ticket. The hero asks why the man decided to ask him for help. Lewis promises that in return for help, he will help the poor teacher to advance in his career. After assessing the situation, Jacob says that Lewis needs help not from him, but from a psychiatrist, and leaves. The man warns the boy not to dare to talk to him like that, because he can make his life even more difficult. Soon, Jacob reaches the auditorium where the students, including Jennifer, are already waiting for him. The other students discuss that Chase didn't show up for class today, which means his brother will be in action soon. Jacob stands behind the pulpit, not suspecting that the students feel sorry for him because he obviously provoked the entire Tucker family. Meanwhile, Lewis enters the audience. He walks in with 4 teachers and announces that he has invited the Bureau of Education to set up a background check on Jacob. He assures that if the boy organizes the office, he will be transferred to the next position. But if he fails, he will be dismissed from the university forever. The man invites the judges to take their seats so that they can go to the inspection sooner. He turns to the students and asks them to ignore the test and behave as usual. The Bureau was actually called in to evaluate the entire university, but Lewis hopes to use it specifically to evaluate Jacob. He heard that they are very strict and meticulous, and hopes to make a rival for Dana's heart at their expense. Meanwhile, Rosalind Jones is walking down the corridor, accompanied by a concerned university director. He apologizes to the girl for not knowing about her visit. Rosalind replies that he has nothing to worry about as long as the education system is fine. Lewis Carter, meanwhile, does not understand why he was so unlucky, not only to receive the commission of the Bureau, but also the youngest winner of the Nobel Prize. The girl says that he doesn't have to follow her to find her father, but asks why the test was arranged for an ordinary teacher. The director himself does not know why Lewis persuaded the commission to do this ridiculous inspection, but he is glad that Rosalind's father is there. When all the judges are seated, the man announces that everyone is ready to hear a lecture from Jacob. The boy calmly opens the book to the right page and begins to talk about King Joe, his great achievements and personal qualities. Hearing the words of praise for this king, Lewis laughs. The man is sure that Joe was a weak tyrant who did no good. Jacob suggests that Lewis only knows about the king from literary sources. Authentic historical texts describe Joe as an outstanding ruler. Lewis replies that the boy should stop talking nonsense and act as if he knew the king personally. The man returns to the committee and says that he considers this young teacher too arrogant and self-confident, and is ready to fire him right now. Suddenly, one of the judges stands up and says that Jacob is telling everything correctly. He is joined by another judge. They are sure that for such deep knowledge about a historical figure, you need to really immerse yourself in historical texts. All 4 stand up and applaud the teacher, and confidently say that with such young teachers, their country has a bright future. Lewis did not expect such support from Jacob and is surprised that he actually knows the story. Suddenly, he turns to the boy himself and says that everyone has successfully assessed his mastery of history. Now he demands that Jacob tell everyone how good he is at math. The boy calmly replies that he is a teacher of history, not mathematics. Lewis doesn't like that answer. He reminds that the students behind him are learning all the disciplines, and therefore their teacher should be just as well versed in everything. Jacob says he didn't bring his math textbook with him, so he won't be able to cover the necessary material. Instead, the man assures that you can demonstrate your level of mastery of a subject even without a book. In response, the hero closes the history book and says that he will explain the Young-Mills equation. Meanwhile, Rosalind approaches the audience. She tells the director to be quiet and begins to observe what is happening inside. Jacob is currently writing equations on the board and talking about their history and use in modern science. The members of the commission look at his work and are very impressed. Lewis, on the other hand, does not understand a word of what the boy is talking about. After some time of explanations and notes, Jacob announces that he has finished explaining about solving equations under stability conditions. The vice rector does not know what to answer, so he asks the judges how the boy coped with the task. One of the men admits that he is not competent enough to fully understand what is being said, but it all sounds quite impressive. Lewis uses these words to prove his own point about Jacob's incompetence. The man is sure that the teacher was talking complete nonsense, and therefore even the commission did not understand what he was talking about. Jacob says that the judge himself admitted that he simply lacked the qualifications and asks if Lewis thinks he is more competent than them. The truth is that the boy studied all the scientific works when they first appeared, but he can't say it because he will seem crazy. Lewis replies that he would never question the knowledge of the most famous professors in the country who were chosen by the Bureau of Education. However, he is sure that Jacob is just a good speaker with a good knowledge of rhetoric, but without deep knowledge of the subjects he teaches. He is interrupted by one of the commission members. The man is sure that, although they cannot fully appreciate his work, they are all sure that the teacher told everything correctly. Lewis is surprised that the professors themselves admitted that their level was not high enough to understand his knowledge. He refuses to leave the hero alone and says that his standing at the university will be in question until someone qualified gives his assessment. At this moment, Rosalind bursts into the audience. The girl admits that she did not expect that such a complex equation would be solved by a simple history teacher. She walks up to the lectern and says that Jacob did an exceptional job. Then she turns to Lewis himself and says that all the words of the teacher are correct and important, and he himself deserves the Fields Award. The man can't stand it and asks how an ordinary girl can interrupt the inspection. Rosalind, meanwhile, demands an apology for Jacob. The director himself intervenes in their conversation and gives a resounding slap to the arrogant man. Mr. Lewis tells Lewis not to disparage the words of national treasure Rosalind Jones. Following this, one of the commission members stands up and congratulates his daughter. The man says that she is the only one present who has the competence to judge Jacob's words, and therefore everything he said is truly worthy of the highest award. The judge announces that the teacher has passed the test and will be awarded by the Bureau for his achievements. In response, the director orders Lewis to quickly apologize to the hero. Unwilling but afraid to lose his position, the man apologizes to Jacob. Without answering anything, the boy takes his textbook and leaves the audience. Dana is already waiting for him in the corridor. She approaches and asks how everything went. It turns out that she was just told that the vice rector brought a commission to him. Another young teacher, Henry, who came with her, tells Jacob that everyone knows that Lewis was just looking for an excuse to fire him. Dana is angry because the man went too far to spite Jacob, and if he gets fired, she'll get fired with him. The guy thanks them for their sympathy and says he passed the Bureau's check. This surprises Henry because they expected that no one would be able to stop Lewis in his devious plan. Jacob replies that, despite the man's efforts, the check was easy for him and moves on. The young teachers yawn with relief because Jacob's words make them think that their test will be easy. Young people think that if the guy easily passed the inspection in the presence of people from the Bureau, they will have no problems. Rosalind comes out into the corridor. She is surrounded by professors from the Bureau, and they discuss whether she really thinks that Jacob should be given the prize. The girl replies that the boy's genius must be heard by society, and he definitely deserves this reward. Henry overhears their conversation and becomes wary. The young teachers recognize the national treasure and are surprised that even she gave Jacob such a high rating. Their mood deteriorates significantly because they understand that in order to impress the committee and easily pass the inspection, you need to be a genius. Meanwhile, Greg Red tells the Tiger Clan master how weak the Red family is right now. The man shares that there were some difficulties due to Jacob's intervention, but now he is ready to take the leadership on his shoulders. Tyrone munches on a watermelon and decides to find out more about the young man who bothered Greg so much. The man replies that the boy is a third-level martial artist and asks to take care of the annoying young man. Tyrone is not impressed by this and replies that he does not have time, and the boy himself is not worth their efforts. In addition, he was ordered to investigate the murder of the hallmaster of the Green Wolf, which is currently the priority. However, the man will not leave Greg without help. He hands him a pill and promises that it will triple his cultivation. Greg knows that such accelerators often reduce life expectancy, so he has doubts about the correctness of the method. Tyrone replies that the shame of not being able to get over a guy is worse than such trifles and hands him a magic pill. The man thanks and promises to kill Jacob and seize power over the Red family as fast as he can. That same night, he reaches the dormitory where the boy lives. The man does not suspect that at this very moment, 3 shadows are walking behind him. They turn out to be men sent by Isidore. They are determined to carry out the order properly this time. Meanwhile, Greg enters Jacob's room through the window. After listening and looking around, he decides that there is no one at home. Jacob, inaudibly approaching from behind, asks what the man needed. He suddenly jumps on the spot. Deciding not to waste a second of time, he aims his fist at the hero. Jacob has no desire to let him get any closer and kicks Greg, knocking him back. The man crashes into the wall under the window from which he appeared. Coming to his senses after a moment, he takes out the magic pill and admits that now it will be much more difficult for Jacob. The hero doesn't let him finish and hits him in the back of the head before he swallows the pill. The man falls face down on the floor, losing consciousness. Jacob, on the other hand, wonders why martial artists are now taught not to fight, but only to sneak around. After some time, three masked men make their way through the famous window. They immediately notice a figure in the shadows nearby. Deciding that it must be Jacob, they pack him into a sack. With a sense of duty fulfilled, they decide to return to the Harris home. Meanwhile, the hero watches as all his uninvited guests disappear into the night. After some time, the trio of attackers reach Isadora's house. They are proud to announce that they have brought Jacob. The guy in the mask assures that this time they stole him from his own room, so there can be no mistake. After unwrapping the package, Isadora is shocked to see again the wrong person she wanted. A woman calls a masked man to her in a calm voice. When he is at a comfortable distance, she gives him a strong slap, which sends him flying onto his back. The guy gets up and asks why he was hit. Instead of answering, the woman slaps him again. Isadora starts kicking him and asks why he brought the wrong person to her again. She sits down on the couch in frustration and wonders why she's keeping him alive at all. Beaten up, the boy does not understand how it happened that they caught the wrong one again. Isadora, meanwhile, turns to Werner. She orders him to bring Jacob to her and quickly, because her son can't take the pain anymore, and also asks her husband to let go of the bad things that wasted her time and nerves. The guy in the mask shivers because he understands that he doesn't have much time left. Suddenly, their conversation is interrupted by Jacob, who decided to visit those who ordered him on his own. Isadora smiles and says that the boy must be completely stupid to visit the lair of his enemies. The guy, on the other hand, doesn't look scared, but annoyed. He says that they have lost their conscience to constantly disturb his peace. The woman points at him and orders her men to seize him immediately. At the same moment, three masked men jump at Jacob from behind. The hero nails one of them to the floor with his fist. He throws the next two into the air with one swing of his leg. The woman is impressed by his strength and courage and offers to solve everything as equals in a peaceful way. Isadora informs that she really needs the fiery genoderm to cure her son and offers the hero an unheard-of sum of money as a reward. Instead, Jacob honestly answers that the mushroom no longer exists because he used it all. Isadora believes that he is simply deceiving her and orders Werner to beat him. The man walks forward, menacingly heading towards the boy. The security guard feels sorry for the stupid guy and says that he should have agreed to Miss Harris's terms. He is sure that, although Jacob seems strong to ordinary people, no one will even remember him among the real martial artists. The hero decides to ask why all the cultivators are only taught to talk, and says that it is long past time to fight. In response, the giant attacks him with his fist. Jacob easily dodges the blow, surprising the man. The next moment, he hits him in the face with his knee. He falls back, several teeth fly into the air. The man falls at Isadora's feet, surprising her. The hero returns to the exit and orders the woman not to disturb him anymore, or else she will answer to him in her own skin. Mrs. Harris can't find the words to answer and just looks at the boy's back. She angrily punches the guard, who has just regained consciousness, and asks why he lost to her. Werner replies that he underestimated the young man, and he turned out to be stronger than he thought. He advises him not to cross the boy's path again, but at this moment he is interrupted by another man. A guard bursts into the room and tells Isadora that her son is sick again. A few minutes later, she runs into her son's room. An expensive vase breaks on the floor in front of her. A guy with long hair and a bunch of piercings yells that he's sick again. Ian Harris sits on the floor gasping for air as his bodyguards frantically try to help. When one of them offers to carry him to bed, he brutally hits him in the face. The boy continues the beating, desperately asking why it is bad for him, and not for some of the simpletons, such as their servants. His mother runs up to him and asks him to calm down so as not to provoke an even stronger attack. Ian grabs his t-shirt and complains that his lungs are burning, and asks if Isadora got the medicine for him. The woman replies that she found them, but Jacob took them from her. The boy calls the hero a dog and asks his mother to track down and kill the scoundrel. The woman assures that she will not let Jacob escape from them, and will make him give up the mushroom. Jared, meanwhile, is walking down the street when his phone starts ringing. It turns out to be Waylon. The seller of the pawn shop says that the auction will take place tomorrow at 7 in the evening. I say the address. Suddenly, someone with great energy rushes past. Jacob decides to follow the creature. After a certain era, demons rarely appear in human territory, because it is difficult for them to gather energy here, and therefore something had to cause this creature. Soon the demon flies into the yard of some house. The hero stops in front of the Foster estate and realizes that something in this situation is not clean. Meanwhile, the owner of the estate is celebrating her birthday. She sits surrounded by her friends, who remind her to make a wish. Selena Foster agrees, and her friends think she has a new man in mind. Women agree that such a woman needs an angel to answer to herself. Suddenly, Jacob lands on the ground for them. The women immediately think that this is the same angel sent by the gods that their friend wanted. Meanwhile, Selena gets up from her chair and asks who the hero is and why he broke in here. Jacob replies that a demon has flown here and is chasing him. He walks past and looks around, trying to see the creature's tracks. However, the surroundings are so clean that he begins to suspect that someone has hidden a demon. Selena folds her hands in front of her in disbelief, wondering if the boy was mistaken. He only repeats that he saw him fly into this yard and must find him. Selena approaches him and tells him not to use such cheap tricks to get her attention and to get off her property right now. Jacob replies that he is not hiding anything and really came here to catch the demon. The woman refuses to believe him and says not to pretend to be the hero of the novel. Her friends support her and also try to drive away the lying boyfriend. The hero tells him to give him 3 minutes to find the demon and then he will leave. Selena orders him to leave immediately and threatens to call the police. But suddenly she is called by a maid who tells about some urgent problem. A woman runs up to the owner of the estate and says that something strange has happened to her daughter. Selena immediately jumps up and runs to her daughter's room. Jacob guesses that the cause of the problem is most likely the same demon. When Mrs. Foster bursts into the room, she is greeted by her daughter's unconscious body on the floor. Selena takes her daughter in her arms and tries to bring her to consciousness when the maid herself enters the room. The woman orders to tell what happened to her perfectly healthy daughter. But she recounts that she and the girl were just playing when something strange happened. However, a terrible wind suddenly arose, and when it subsided, the girl was already lying unconscious on the floor. Selena orders to call the doctor immediately. After some time, the professional checks the girl's indicators under the concerned eyes of her mother and nanny. The man is surprised that, according to all the results, everything is fine with the girl, and she's just sleeping. The woman breaks down because her daughter does not wake up, as they did not wake her up, and demands treatment. Her friend turns to her and says that she knows the master Felix Anderson, who specializes in strange diseases. Selena tells him to be invited to them immediately, and the girl immediately starts dialing his number. At the same moment, Jacob enters the room. The boy says that he is sure that the cause of the disease is a demon that has taken up residence in the girl. Selena frowns and reminds him that she chased him away. The girl in glasses says that the master is not far away and will be here soon. The hero says that it is necessary to expel the evil spirit as soon as possible, and offers to do it himself. He approaches the bed and says that the demon is causing the girl's suffering right now. Selena's friend refuses to trust him and tells him not to touch anything until Master Felix arrives. Soon the famous doctor enters the room accompanied by Selena's other friends. He says he is ready to cure the child today. Suddenly he notices Jacob ahead. The girl says to ignore the guy because all he does is talk nonsense and chase the owner of the estate. Unexpectedly for everyone, he falls on his knees before the hero, calling him a teacher. In response, Jacob reminds that he did not take him as a student. Felix apologizes for his haste and explains that he calls the boy that out of deep respect and admiration. Jacob feels only tiredness when looking at him. Selena and her friends, on the other hand, do not understand at all how to react to the situation before them. The landlady pulls herself together and insists that Felix examine her daughter as soon as possible. The Grandmaster replies that she should go to Jacob because his level is much higher than his own. The woman says the boy said her daughter was possessed by a demon and asks if this can happen in broad daylight. The girl in glasses also asks Felix, with a famous name, to help the girl and promises that they will pay him handsomely. When the man wants to object again, Jacob cuts him off and says that it doesn't matter who helps the child. Felix clears his throat and agrees to do as his teacher asked. He approaches the girl and touches her hand, conducting a diagnosis. After a moment, he turns to Selena and says that the girl is completely healthy and all the indicators of her body are in order. The woman refuses to put up with this and asks if no one is capable of saving her daughter. Felix admits that his skills are quite limited and he is not able to cure a disease that does not exist. Meanwhile, Jacob addresses the demon inside the girl and tells him that he is giving him one last chance to leave her alone. Meanwhile, Selena's friend argues that Jacob is delusional and only scares everyone with his actions and words. The hero, seeing that the creature continues to torment the girl, decides to act decisively and expels the demon with the help of his energy. He pulls the dark energy out of the girl with one judicious movement. After a moment, the demon shows its true face, the ominous mask of Ani. At this moment, no one doubts the truth of Jacob's words when everyone has the opportunity to see the creature. The bespectacled girl falls to the floor, prompting the demon to attack her. It's a good thing that Jacob is next to them. He grabs the demon by the tail until it inhabits the body of Selena's friend and drags it back. The next moment, the demon tries to inhabit the hero, but it doesn't work. After that, Jacob nails him to the floor with one blow charged with his energy. The demon begs not to kill him and promises to leave them alone forever. However, the boy has lived too long to trust demons, so he steps on Anna's mask and breaks it, killing the evil spirit. Surprised, Selena approaches Jacob and asks what just happened. The hero repeats that it was a demon. He remembers how 2,000 years ago the demons staged an era of extermination. All this led to the death of a huge number of cultivators. It was the kind of demons that inhabited the girl, and was at the heart of all the problems of humanity in that era. The boy did not think that they would appear again in the present time. He looks at the remains of the demon and wonders if it is a harbinger of greater misfortunes. Selena, meanwhile, demands a detailed explanation, but Jacob just walks away in silence. Suddenly, the woman hears her daughter's voice. The girl regained consciousness and Selena rushes to hug her. The woman also orders the bespectacled girl to catch up with Jacob and apologize to him and reward him. The next day, in front of the house where the auction will take place, Nathaniel drills his men to carefully check the visitors. The boys reply that they will protect their master, as always, vigilantly and scrupulously. Jacob and Waylon also approach the building. The seller says that there will be many interesting items at today's auction. Unexpectedly, they are both stopped by a guard at the entrance. The man asks them to provide an invitation. Jacob returns to Waylon and asks about him. The man twitches and replies that he has not heard anything about the invitation. The guy at the entrance replies that they won't be able to enter unless they have an invitation. Nathaniel comes to them and asks what the problem is. But then he recognizes the people trying to enter and is very surprised. Waylon is surprised by the fact that he knows men no less than him. Jacob replies that he just treated the man to a lollipop a few days ago. Nathaniel frowns at the memory of their meeting and says that he was kidnapped and beaten over this same lollipop. He gives a guarantee that no one will miss them while he himself is here. Suddenly, someone approaches them. It turns out to be Milo Anderson. The man asks why the visitors are standing at the entrance and making noise. Looking closely at the people, he immediately recognizes Jacob. Meanwhile, Nathaniel points to the hero and his friend and says that they do not have a pass, and therefore they are behaving very rudely. Meanwhile, Milo comes closer to Jacob and falls to his knees in front of him. This is very surprising to the man who was hoping for his help to get rid of uninvited guests. At this time, he praises his mentor and tells how happy he is to meet him again. When Jacob asks if he can come into the building, Milo invites him inside without further ado. Nathaniel instead tries to stop it and says he can't be allowed into the auction. Unexpectedly for him, Milo lands a slap in his face. The man continues to beat him, while the hero and Waylon walk inside. Inside, they are greeted by a luxurious environment and people in festive clothes. Jennifer is also among the visitors. Her friend Candy tells a rumor about a hellhound that was seen in the mountains. In addition, the organizers of the auction did not just invite a bunch of martial arts masters. It turns out that all this is in order to organize a team to hunt this dog. Jacob and Waylon, meanwhile, discuss that a large number of martial artists have come to this auction. The seller is worried that there will be a lot of competition for spiritual herbs. Jacob asks the man to pay for his purchases, and he himself will return the money after the auction. At this time, Holly is working as a waitress at the same party. She hopes that she will be well paid for such a lavish banquet, and that she can buy more tonic for her mother. Although Jacob was the reason for the recovery, the woman still needs time and medication to fully recover. Suddenly, a guest stumbles upon her. Due to this, the drink which the girl was carrying on the street is spilled directly on the woman. Francesca Young immediately yells at the waitress and accuses her of being clumsy. Holly bows to her and asks for her forgiveness. Meanwhile, the woman insists that the girl do something to solve the problem for which she is to blame. Holly is sure it was Francesca who bumped into her, and she's already apologized. The woman refuses to admit her guilt and insists that the girl should have gotten out of her way because she is a waitress. At this time, Everett Turner, an acquaintance of Francesca, approaches them. The woman says that the waitress spilled a drink on her dress and refuses to admit her fault and fix the situation. Everett warns Holly that she's in big trouble now that she's crossed Francesca's path with her powerful connections and background. The man tells that the woman is the daughter of the CEO and her family are famous tycoons. Holly replies that despite her background, she stumbled upon it herself. Other guests of the auction, meanwhile, are not surprised that two local bullies took a liking to the poor waitress. Despite their pity, they decide not to interfere in their quarrel because they do not want to cross the path of the Young family, to which Francesca belongs. Everett, meanwhile, gives Holly two options for their situation. The man says that the girl can compensate for Francesca's ruined clothes from her own pocket, or get down on her knees and apologize for being clumsy. Francesca also offers a third option. She can slap the girl as compensation. The woman waves at her and tells her to stand straight in order to learn the lesson well. To everyone's surprise, Jacob stops her hand. Francesca yanks her hand out of his grasp and steps back. The guy turns to Holly and asks what she's doing here. Meanwhile, the girl is very happy to meet him and answers that she works here as a waitress. The woman somehow thinks that he must now answer for her actions and pay for her mistake. Jacob replies that it was obviously her own fault, so she should apologize to Holly herself. Francesca laughs at the very idea. The woman says that she should immediately be allowed to hit the waitress in the face, or this story will not end with a simple slap. Holly gets scared and hides behind Jacob. This angers Francesca. She lunges forward to hit her. Of course, the hero reacts faster than her and slaps the woman first. She falls at Everett's feet. He instantly reacts and rushes to take revenge for Francesca. The guy warns him and kicks him in the stomach. The impact nailed the man to the opposite wall. Francesca shouts that no one has ever beaten her, and even more so, she does not want to suffer it from some beggar. Jacob walks up to her and slaps her again, hoping to bring her to her senses. Suddenly, their attention is drawn to Milo, who enters the hall with his assistants. Francesca points to Jacob and Holly and says that they are attacking the guests and demands that they be taken out. Everett gets up from the floor and also complains that he was attacked just like that. In response, Milo orders his subordinates to capture and bring out the culprits. Unexpectedly, it is Francesca and Everett who grab the boy. They do not understand why they were captured and ask Milo. The scarred man replies that it was the two of them who were causing trouble, not the ones they pointed out. He follows them as they are led out. Meanwhile, Jennifer approaches Jacob. The girl asks what they are doing here. The guy answers that he came here to buy spiritual herb. Unexpectedly, she reports that all of the auction's magic herb has been reserved. This confuses the hero. He believed that the rules of the auction state that the lot gets the one who offers the highest price. Jennifer is angry that the boy wants to cross paths with the most powerful families. Candy calls him an idiot who wants to die for this, and asks the girl why she is talking to him at all. All three wince as the Master of Ceremonies announces the arrival of Damien Tucker. Candy immediately steps forward to greet her husband. She smiles at Damien, trying to win his favor. However, the man sees only Jennifer in front of him. He approaches her and showers her with compliments. He's happy for her because they have not seen each other for a long time. Jennifer also praises his level of cultivation and overall influence in society in return. Damien turns out to be very arrogant and assures her that he is the strongest martial artist on the entire island. Candy offers her friend to take a closer look at such a promising young man. The man replies that he will love to get close to the girl if she expresses her desire. Jennifer says her family was hit hard by the death of her grandfather some time ago. After that, her uncle wanted to become the head of the family, taking power by force. The girl asks if Damien will be able to help her family in this difficult hour. The man replies that he can contact the clan that Greg currently serves and persuade them not to interfere in their affairs. Jennifer thanks him and hopes very much for his help. Suddenly, a beaten Nathaniel runs up to them and rejoices that Damien has finally arrived here. The man gets angry and asks who bit him like that. Nathaniel reveals that it was Jacob and Milo. Damien recognizes the hero's name because he beat his brother 3 times. The man asks where the scoundrel is now because he wants to talk to him. Jared himself gives the voice here, surprising the men. Damien watches the boy approach and praises him for his courage. Jennifer stands between them and offers to introduce the men. Jacob replies that he doesn't need it. The girl breaks down and asks the boy not to resist because she only wants to save him from death. Candy intervenes in the conversation and says that Jennifer can just let the boy die if he refuses to be saved. Nathaniel demands that someone bring Milo here so they can punish both thieves. Damien replies that he has already sent people for it. And sure enough, after a moment, Irvin approaches them and he carries a bound Milo in his hands. He throws it on the ground at Damien's feet. The man puts his foot on him and asks him to tell them what he thinks he is being accused of. When he doesn't answer, Damien offers Milo 2 options for the development of events. Either he will join him or he will be left to suffer at Jacob's side. He also turns to Jennifer and tells her to advise Jacob to kneel in front of him next to Milo to apologize. He passes by and promises that in return he will not only let the men go, but also help her family. Candy also convinces her to do as Damien asks, for her own good and the good of the world. Jennifer decides to take her advice. The girl approaches Jacob and advises him not to play in a previously lost game. She is ashamed to look him in the eye as she tells him to kneel before Damien and apologize for her actions. In response, Jacob only smiles bitterly. The girl desperately advises him not to play with fire in this situation. The hero just tells her to go away and not interfere. He looks at her disdainfully and says that he will never keep stupid people around him. Jennifer gets angry and walks away, leaving her attempts to save him. Candy follows Jacob. She already calls him stupid because he cannot understand the seriousness of the situation. The guy just slaps her in response. She falls to the floor and wonders how he dared to hit a woman. The next moment, Jacob sends a stream of energy down her throat. She realizes with surprise that she cannot utter a word. Jennifer screams, "Why did Jacob do that?" The hero replies that he is tired of Candy constantly screaming and calling him different names. Damien approaches them and notices that Jennifer's persuasion has not been successful. He returns to Milo and offers him to make a choice. The man has nothing to choose because he is completely devoted to Jacob. Nathaniel advises him not to be foolish and promises that if he chooses Jacob, he will only face death. The man advises to continue serving the right people, be a good dog, and get bones. Damien cuts him off and says he's sure Milo will take his side, not to interfere with his thoughts for the sake of the purity of the experiment. For all that he is, the man exclaims that he chooses Jacob's side. This really surprises Damien. Jacob also understands that Milo knows how to choose the side of the winners, although he has not seen the full power of the hero. Meanwhile, an angry Damien approaches the bound man and asks him to repeat what he said. Still worried about his safety, but confident in his decision, Milo reiterates that he is choosing Jacob's side. He looks the man straight in the eyes and says that there will be no more dogs, even if he has to die. The next moment, Damien lunges at the man. He only has time to wonder if Jacob, whose side he has chosen, will really just watch him being killed. At the same moment, Damien's hand is stopped by the hero. Other guests are surprised how a simple guy is not afraid of Damien, because he killed 8 people this year alone. Jacob looks into Tucker's confident eyes and decides to let go of his hand. He praises him for the right decision. He admits that it has been a long time since someone so boldly rebuffed him. Unexpectedly, Nathaniel raises his voice and demands that Damien kill the impudent lad who does not know his place. They are also approached by Jennifer, who asks for Jacob's mercy because they are now at the auction and there is no need to spoil everyone's festive mood. The Master of Ceremonies enters the hall and announces that the bidding will begin soon. Damien decides to listen to Jennifer and invites her to sit with him. As they leave, he turns to Jacob and promises that they will talk more after the bargain. Although the girl does not like his company, she decides to play along in order to save the stupid young man's skin. Meanwhile, Waylon approaches Jacob and admits that he was very scared for him. Milo is helped to untie the ropes of his subordinates. The man says that they have to be even more careful now that they don't get into trouble because of the Tuckers. Jacob only tells him not to worry about him, but to worry more about himself because he chose the hero's side. Milo replies that he has nothing to regret and will follow Jacob from now on and forever. The guy is thinking because lately he has been trying to find a well-known family that would do part of the work for him. Now he is faced with the question of a continuous supply of magic grass, and Milo may just be the solution to it. After a while, everyone goes to the trading hall. The Master of Ceremonies announces that the first lot will now be presented. It turns out to be an ancient sword from the Imperial Tomb. Jacob's eye immediately recognizes the Sword of the Stars and the Moon of Zion. The presenter informs that this sword has changed hands several times and is probably a spiritual weapon before them, about the history of which little is known. The initial rate is announced, but none of the guests is in a hurry to accept it because of the high price. Unexpectedly, number 7 wants to buy the lot. It turns out to be Jacob. The presenter accepts Jacob's bid and suggests that someone bid more. Damien smiles and offers 100,000 more. The man admits that he will buy all the items that Jacob will fight for, just to make him angry. The presenter on the stage offers to increase the price of the relic even more. The guy immediately offers 1 million. Damien is not far behind. He offers 100,000 more. He wants to see how the guy will be angry that his price is immediately interrupted. Jacob smiles and immediately offers 5 million. Milo tries to bring him to his senses because a rusty sword is not worth such a price and an argument with Damien. Waylon supports his opinion on this matter. Jacob reassures them because he has savings and can buy the sword for himself. Jennifer, meanwhile, begs Damien not to bargain for that sword and to be mad at Jacob the fool. However, the man does not want to leave his petty revenge and aims to make the boy spend all the money. Damien immediately offers 100,000 more for the boy. Jennifer is angry that Jacob is willing to buy a sword for such a huge amount of money just to fight Tucker. Meanwhile, the hero names the sum of 10 million. Visitors to the auction are surprised that someone is willing to buy rusty junk for such a huge amount of money. The host says that the sword has a chance to become a spiritual weapon, but this chance is too small to count on. Meanwhile, Damien is angry that a simple teacher dares to interrupt his bet and wonders where he got all that money. Nathaniel assumes that the boy is just playing to raise the amount to incredible heights. He offers his boss to see how he is going to pay the money he promised. Meanwhile, the presenter beats 3 rounds of the current price and the lot goes to Jacob. He invites the hero to the stage to make the payment and pick up the relic. The boy looks at Waylon to join him on stage. The seller tells the host that he will pay for the younger brother and takes out a credit card. The Master of Ceremonies takes the boy to the sword and says that from now on it belongs to him. Damien, meanwhile, is gloating like a child that he made Jacob spend 10 million on a piece of rusty iron. Meanwhile, the hero tries to get the sword to test it. The host approaches him and informs him that this sword is too rusted to be used as it could damage the relic. Jacob replies that this blade is not made of ordinary iron, so it will be very difficult to damage it. The guests of the auction think that the boy lost his mind and began to imagine himself as a hero of legends from losing so much money. Jacob knows that this sword has not been used for at least 2,000 years and goes to great lengths to retrieve it. The guests begin to see a strange light, similar to the glow of a spiritual weapon. Damien jumps up from his seat and yells that this can't be happening. The next moment, the blade finally succumbs to the boy's efforts. Powerful streams of energy flow from the sword in all directions. Men complain that the currents are so strong that they can barely cover their faces, convinced that it is indeed a spiritual weapon. After a moment, the energy that was constantly bursting out of the blade formed into a dragon. The guests are amazed that they witnessed not an ordinary spiritual weapon, but one unique in its power. The beast looms beneath the ceiling as Jacob holds his sword in hand. One of the men comes closer and realizes that this artifact belonged to some powerful family of cultivators, and the boy is holding a real treasure. Jacob himself knows that this sword was owned by a female warrior. She was among those who had the greatest chance of moving into the next dimension. Unfortunately, she was a participant in the war with ghostly demons, went to their lair to save the world, but after that, no one saw her. She did not expect that her sword would see the light of the sun again, but at the same time, a few days ago, ghostly demons began to appear in the world again. Meanwhile, Tucker is beside himself with anger, because the boy bought more than just a spiritual weapon that could get to him. Jennifer understands that the boy did not fight for this object to take revenge on Damien, but because he really knew the true value of the sword. However, she dismisses these thoughts, because the boy is most likely just lucky that his anger has borne fruit. Meanwhile, several men approach the scene and offer to buy back the sword for incredible amounts of money, 2 and 5 times what Jacob paid. Damien also offers to buy back the sword for 100 million, and forget about their quarrel if they make the exchange immediately. Jacob hides the sword and says that the men did not like the rusty iron. These words make Jennifer laugh involuntarily. After some time, the presenter announces the second part of the auction. He suggested that the value of the ancient sword might have come as a surprise to everyone, but the 3 spirit herbs had been valued at incredible amounts in advance. The starting price for this lot is 100 million. The man asks who is ready to bet first. Damien jumps up and immediately bets. He announces that he will be leveling up soon, so he should be the one to get these herbs. The men reassure him that they will not dare cross his path and offer to end the bargain right now. Suddenly, the next bet sounds. 200 million. Damien grinds his teeth in anger. The men turn around, surprised that someone interrupted Tucker's bet once again. It turns out to be Jacob again. The guests think that the boy is out of his mind if he wants to take the spiritual herb from Damien and advise him not to climb. Jennifer also doesn't understand why he wants to participate in all the bidding and outbid her husband, because he has already received the precious sword. She leans over the railing and asks Jacob what's going on with his head. The guy asks in response why she thinks he can't participate in the auction if he has money. An angry Damien, meanwhile, announces that he is ready to pay 300 million for the herbs. The man intends to find out how much money Jacob has in general and is ready to get to that point. The hero looks him in the eye and announces a bet of 500,000. Damien says he will pay 700,000. Jacob offers 1 billion in response. Tucker bids him 1,100,000. The man is sure that the boy does not have the support of any family, and therefore does not understand how he can offer such large sums. Jacob is ready to up the ante even more, but is stopped by Waylon's hand. The man admits that he did not think that such large sums would be needed, and therefore took only 1,100 million with him. And if he raises the price, but they don't have enough money to buy the lot. Jacob replies that he has been waiting for these herbs for more than 6 months, and must get them. Waylon cries because it's useless to compete with Damien, and besides, they won't even be loaned that money right now. The man, meanwhile, demands that Jacob up the ante if he can. Suddenly someone, surprising all the guests and the hero himself, is ready to pay 2 billion. 3 figures enter the hall. They turn out to be Selena Foster and her subordinates. The woman says she's ready to pay 2 billion if the herbs go to Jacob. Jennifer, meanwhile, is filled with malice and jealousy as she watches Selena and Jacob alone. She confirms her suspicions that a simple teacher cannot have so much money just like that. Damien is about to up the ante when Nathaniel stops him. He reminds that even if Jacob gets the spiritual herbs, he will not be able to use them because it takes a true master to do so. Damien calms down a bit and decides to get the boy some herbs and enjoy them a bit, until he realizes that they won't help him. The host announces that the lot has been sold and the 3 spirit herbs are now Jacob's property. Selena takes the lot and brings it to the hero. The guy thanks her for her help, but says he'll pay her back soon. Miss Foster finds it funny. She reminds him that he saved her daughter, so the herbs will be gratitude for his kindness and help to their family. Jacob isn't interested in anything else among the lots, so he and Milo and Waylon pack up their shopping and head out. Holly approaches the hero. She invites him to dinner because her mother really wants to thank him. The boy agrees to visit today because he also can't wait to see how Mrs. Blair is doing. Selena approaches them and offers to pick them up in her car and discuss something important. Holly and Jacob leave the building and the girl asks why the boy never smiles even after getting the things he wanted. The guy replies that not all the things he wants can be bought with money. He recalls telling his teacher that he had reached the 9th level of body cultivation. He was then a boy with dark hair and faith in the future. The teacher promised to teach him new techniques when he advanced to the next level. And when they move together, he is sure that legends will be made about them. But now Jacob was the only one left here among all the students. While Holly and the hero wait for Selena, they are watched by Everett and Francesca. The man says that they will take revenge on these fools very soon. The woman replies that she will knock out of them all desire to argue with people of a higher level. They approach some thugs and, using the fame of their families and money, order them to attack young people in front of the house. The men assure that they will not make a mistake and come forward to attack. Meanwhile, Holly, despite the fact that Jacob is immersed in memories, says that the most important thing in life is the little things and the ability to enjoy them. Unexpectedly, they are approached by unknown men. Everett is standing behind them and asks why the young people are stuck inside. Holly recognizes the man clinging to her inside and asks what else he needs. Francesca joins the conversation. The woman orders the girl to be silent and promises to take revenge on her in the most cruel way for her arrogance. Everett is sure of his superiority because Milo is not around to protect the boy. He orders his thugs to attack Jacob. They surround Holly and the hero. One of them asks if he can borrow and have fun with the girl for a while after the boy is neutralized. Francesca allows him to do so, but only after they capture both of them. Jacob reminds that around the cameras and their showdowns can bring respectable families a lot of reputational problems. The woman assures him that they had already turned off the external surveillance in advance to have fun. Jacob replies that in that case, he is calm and stretches his shoulder. The next moment, he rushes to attack one of the thugs. He stops to his right and kicks him in the stomach, sending him flying. The other two attackers flinch in surprise. Everett, in turn, tells them not to stand idly by, but to attack together. After a while, all the attackers are on the ground at the feet of Everett and Francesca. The woman leaves and tells the boy not to make mistakes and to remember that they are respectable families. She orders him to get down on his knees and apologize, only to receive a slap from Jacob. She grabs her cheek and can't believe he hit her. The boy slaps her again, saying that a slap is not considered a bad thing if it is used for a good purpose. Everett yells that he's going to call for help now and is about to leave, but Jacob has no plans to let him go. The man shouts that he will not dare to do anything to him, because beating women is one thing, and beating men is another. A second later, his arm is bent the wrong way thanks to Jacob. Meanwhile, Selena's car pulls up to the hotel. Francesca and Everett are very surprised to see such a powerful woman before them. A battered Francesca begs Selena for help and points to Jacob, who she says attacked and threatened them. Everett says that the boy knew that they were members of respectable families, but he still dared to beat them and thereby insult all the respectable families of the island. Selena asks directly why they provoked Jacob and now asks for protection from him. Everett goes on to say that it was Jacob who crossed their path first. In response to this, he gets a resounding slap from Selena. Francesca is surprised that her friend was hit and asks why Mrs. Foster hit him. In response, Selena slaps her too. The woman is angry that they tried to deceive her and says that she is sure that they were the ones who provoked Jacob in the first place. She approaches the boy and asks him for forgiveness for not leaving her people with him for protection. Selena returns to the Zabiaks and orders them to kneel and apologize to the mighty master. The two immediately fall to the ground and apologize for getting in the way of Mrs. Foster's friend. After that, Selena orders them to return to their parents and tell them that they are all no longer part of the big family union. Everett asks the lady to change her mind because he is afraid that his father will break his legs. Francesca says her family will kick her out if they find out and apologizes for their rude behavior. However, Selena is not going to change her decision and goes to her car. After some time of the trip, the woman says that she has a request for Jacob. It turns out that after the situation with the demon, her daughter fell into depression. The girl's body had lost a lot of weight, and the doctor said that it could be the result of stress, but it would take too much time and energy for her to recover. Selena admits that she was amazed by the abilities that Jacob possesses. A woman asks him to teach her daughter. This request surprises Jacob. Mrs. Foster knows that the hero is a great master and will not accept anyone who wants to be a student. As a reward, she is ready to give 30% of her company's shares. Here, Selena's assistant intervenes in the dialogue and asks to think carefully about this, because such sums are a lot. The woman looks at the assistant and tells her to shut up and not interfere. Jacob instead apologizes and says that he does not take students at all. Miss Foster asks to be told the reason for this position. The hero thinks for a few minutes, but then lowers his head, plunging into his memories. He remembers how long ago a person was brought to him on a stretcher. The old student apologizes for not having understood the great path until now, and now he has absolutely no time left. His hand hangs weakly, and he apologizes that he will no longer be able to serve his teacher. A few hundred years later, another situation happened with his student. Suddenly, while meditating, he felt a sharp blade fly towards him. Sure enough, he was able to catch the sword with a few fingers and break it. He felt the energy of his student gunner and asked why he tried to kill him. The old man replied that the teacher looks very young, and the passage of time does not leave any traces on him. Suddenly, a disgusted expression distorts his face, and saliva begins to flow from his mouth. Jacob intends to find out why the sword flew at him. It turns out that the old gunner was told that his teacher could become nutritious food for him to rejuvenate and gain infinite power. He jumps on Jacob and asks Jacob to let him take at least a bite. The hero uses a fragment of a weapon that should have harmed himself to kill his insane student. After emerging from his memories, he tells Selena that he does not accept students from his own views. The woman decides to leave this unpleasant topic for him and offer an exchange for a service in the future. A woman drops off young people in the Holly area. The girl is happy and tells that her mother has prepared many dishes for Jacob. When they get to her apartment door, they hear some arguing inside. Holly opens the door to find her father at the table yelling at her mother and banging on the table. The girl rushes to her mother and asks if something bad has happened. The man gets up from the table and greets his daughter. He reaches out to hug her and asks why she hasn't greeted him back yet. Holly screams that it's better not to have a father than to have one like him. She is clearly not happy about his arrival as she asks him to leave their house immediately. In response, the husband only pushes her out of the way so that she does not interfere with their conversation with their mother. He tells Mrs. Blair that he only married her because of her family's wealth, but now that they have nothing left, The man believes that they have no right to look at him as a beggar and demand respect. The man demands that he be given the documents for this apartment right now, because he has already warned that he is going to sell this apartment. Mrs. Blair reminds that this is their only roof over their heads, and besides, it has not brought them any money in all these years. Even Holly's education is fully paid by herself, from her own earned money, so the woman will not allow them to be left homeless. The girl says that the man has nothing to do with them, and threatens to call the police if he does not leave them alone. The man tries another tactic and says that everyone will be among the winners if this shack is sold. Mrs. Blair replies that she will never give him the documents for this apartment, no matter how much he persuades. In response, the man attacks the woman to hit her. Unexpectedly for him, his hand is stopped by Jared, whom he had not noticed before. The man asks to let him go, and Jared says that he hasn't beaten him yet because he doesn't want to shock Mrs. Blair. Holly's father yanks his hand out of his grasp and calls him a gentleman, obviously mocking. He pokes him in the chest with his finger and asks how he dares to threaten him with such a weak body. The man proudly announces that he is a member of a gang and can call several dozen of his brothers to beat Jacob to death. The guy twists his arm in response, causing him to fall to his knees. The hero says that if a man is familiar with the feeling of pain, then he must immediately leave this apartment and never return. Mrs. Blair asks him for the same because they have no future together. The husband calls her a traitor because she has already managed to find a young man to protect her and her daughter from the father of this family. Mrs. Blair tells him to shut up and just leave. Sensing a weak spot, the man decides to continue shaming her. At one point, he even suggests that both his ex and his daughter give themselves to the guy in exchange for protection. Jacob can't stand it anymore and hits him in the face. He falls to the floor from the impact. The hero does not give him time to recover and gives him another slap. He gives a third slap and tells the man to shut up if he doesn't want to be beaten unconscious. Having gathered the remnants of his dignity with him, the man heads for the exit. However, he stops at the door and says that he will definitely return later. After a while, Chloe, her mom, and Jacob sit down at the table. The woman apologizes that their meeting started on an unpleasant note. The hero calms her down and tells her to call him if they have any more problems. After that, everyone plunges into conversation and tasting delicious dishes. 3 hours later, Jacob leaves their apartment and calls Milo and asks them to take care of the Blair family and destroy those who threaten them. He also asks that security be attached to them just in case. Milo replies that he will be happy to help and will undertake the task immediately. The hero ends the call and enters the alley. Having moved away from the citizens, he orders those who pursued him to show themselves. The next moment, Nathaniel, Irwin, and their other assistants appear before him. Nathaniel says that the boy dishonestly took things that interested Damien, and his people will not let him go just like that. Irwin says that the boss himself is too important a person to get his hands dirty, so he sent them to deal with Jacob. The boy replies that he has defeated them all in the past, and therefore they cannot be his rivals. Irwin replies that the boy is too brave for the future corpse, because this time they have come with a force capable of defeating him. He takes out a magic pill given to him by the master, which is capable of increasing the user's strength several times. Nathaniel advises Jacob to immediately return all the items he bought at the auction before they use the heavy artillery. Also, the boy can kneel down and ask for forgiveness from everyone he raised his hand to, and then the master can even forgive him and not punish him. Otherwise, they will use a magic pill, and the hero will not have a chance to even ask for forgiveness. In response, Jacob approaches the man before he can react and takes the pill from him. He hits him in the face with the other hand. Nathaniel is thrown into the glass of the shop window opposite. Jacob looks at the unconscious man and says that he could have already eaten the pill instead of smoking in vain. Irwin decides to learn from someone else's experience and orders all his men to take the magic pills. After a moment, he feels an incredible power that fills his body. The man says that he has just reached the level of a master, and now Jacob will feel the effect of this incredible power on himself. The hero smiles and replies that they themselves do not understand what power they have received. After a moment, Irwin flies to attack him. Jacob acts so quickly that the man does not have time to react and kicks him in the face. The next moment, he is nailing him to the ground with his foot. When the boy raises his head, Irvin's assistants are already charging at him. With one kick, he pushes the attackers away from him. At this time, a stranger was watching their battle. Ulyss Garcia asks his granddaughter what she thinks about Jacob. Poppy Garcia praises his moves, but she feels that his cultivation base is still too weak compared to the attackers. Her grandfather advises not to underestimate the strength of the young man, because he was able to feel the power of the ancient sword at the auction and has knowledge inaccessible to ordinary people. He himself had already sent his men several times in search of spiritual weapons, but they always returned empty-handed. Poppy, on the other hand, is sure that her grandfather thinks too highly of a simple guy. The man is sure that for the expedition they need people with a unique sense, and this young man is one of them. Ulysses tells her granddaughter that it's time to talk to the hero and ask for his help. As Jacob finishes off his opponents, unknown people approach him and congratulate him. Euless says that he was very impressed by what happened at the auction, which was organized by their family. Jacob hurries him and asks him to get straight to the point. The man tells about a demonic dog that settled in the mountains. He is very strong, and no one can imagine how to defeat him. Jacob is shocked at this news because he knows that it is difficult for dogs to become demons, because it is difficult for them to cultivate energy due to their nature. Euless admits that even a 5th-level martial arts master was unable to fight him. But the most important thing is that this dog guards an ancient hidden kingdom. The man is sure that this kingdom is extremely important and must contain treasures and ancient artifacts. Jacob realizes that Ulysses thinks he can help him get inside and get the treasure. Poppy interrupts him, because she believes that they will help him develop and not him. The girl's grandfather asks her to shut up and show respect to Jacob. The girl is angry but fulfills his will. Euless says he will pay any price in exchange for this help. The hero tiredly averts his eyes and replies that he is not interested in money. He says that he is simply not interested in this matter and turns away to go about his business. Euless instead mentions magic herbs and knows that Jacob is interested in them. He says that there were rumors about the existence of spirit herbs in the hidden realm. This information really intrigues Jacob and he goes back to hear more. The guy admits that he really needs spiritual grass and agrees to go on the expedition. But he agrees to this only on the condition that he receives all the spiritual herbs that grow there. This angers Poppy. She says that they use more than just his help and many people also want to get herbs. She notes that they've already revealed to him that the herbs are there, and he should already be grateful to get at least some of them. Jacob isn't going to back down from his terms and says they can find another person to help. Euless supports her granddaughter's words and worries that the rest of the expedition will not want to help if they agree to Jacob's terms. He says that he will gladly give his fate to the boy, and the hero decides to agree to these conditions. Jacob reaches his room and lays out the herbs he bought at the auction in front of him. He throws them into the cauldron, hoping that such high-quality ingredients will help him create some magic pills. It activates its own energy and directs it to the boiler. After some time, 3 pills appear in front of him. He swallows the first without even knowing how many levels they are capable of giving. The pill begins to work, but the cultivation base does not change. He decides to swallow the friend. There is more energy, but in general, nothing changes. Then he swallows the third. And only after that, he feels how his level has increased. Usually a pill is enough to level up, but Jacob needs at least 3 to do so. The hero suspects that he has reached the peak of cultivation again. He calls the peak of cultivation the threshold of strength when he begins to filter energy from the air, as a whale filters plankton from water. At this moment, the body needs a lot of spiritual power, without which it is impossible to increase cultivation. Last time, Jacob felt it like a big ocean that needed several dozen times more pills and herbs to thrive. During his life, he faced similar obstacles several times. If this had not happened, he would have long ago reached the 100,000 level of body purification. The only way he knows of to overcome this peak is to fill this ocean with a large amount of energy. The hero hopes that the hidden kingdom can help him with this. Meanwhile, Greg returned to Tyrone with his broken arm. The man asks how he could lose if he was given a pill. Greg trembles and apologizes for not being able to swallow it before the boy beat him up. In response to this, a watermelon flies into his face. Tyrone gets angry and says like a child that the pill should have been taken before the battle, not during it. Greg falls to his knees and forehead to the floor, begging the master to calm down. He admits that when he was beaten, he ended up at the Harris house and found out who killed Master Gray. Tyrone says that the man should not play with such a serious topic, not wanting to conflict with the Harrises. However, Greg calms him down by blaming Peter Jacob for his death. Tyrone asks if he's talking about the boy specifically because he wants to get revenge on him. Greg tells that he learned from Isadora that one day she sent Gray to get a healing mushroom for her son, but Jacob unexpectedly joined them. It is known that the master, 2 disciples, and Jacob entered, and only the latter returned. Even if he didn't kill himself, he definitely had something to do with it. Tyrone decides it's time for the top of their sect to get down to business. Greg, meanwhile, says that in 3 days the Garcia family will lead an expedition into the mountains. Some report that they have gone to subjugate the secret realm and suggest that Tyrone go there himself and defeat the demon dog. They also invited Jacob with them, and it makes sense to talk to the head of the family so as not to make enemies. Tyrone admits that the Garcia family is quite mysterious, and even he does not know everything about them. He orders the man to go to them and tell them that they will join the expedition, and they themselves will be able to breathe Jacob. Jacob, meanwhile, completes the pair and tells the students that they are free. Jennifer approaches the boy and says that she heard that he will soon go on a trip with Garcia. She reveals that they have also invited Tyrone along. Jacob does not answer her and calmly walks to the exit. The girl runs after him to the exit of the university and screams that he should not dare to ignore her. Jacob is suddenly stopped by Lewis. He says that Miss Red is chasing him and he didn't even notice. He smiles and tells Jennifer herself to report if she has been offended so that he can punish the young man. He himself is far from thinking about gallantry, but about the fact that the main patrons of the university are the Red family, and thanks to them, he can rise in the service. Meanwhile, Jennifer yells that she doesn't understand why Jacob is so proud. The guy himself tells her not to screw himself up, but just to give him a break from her. Jennifer refuses to simply accept that Jacob wants to be alone. She reminds him that her family actually owns the university, so he should listen to her or prepare to be fired. The guy stops and announces that he will wait until she releases him, but he will not go back on his words. Lewis approaches the girl and tells her not to worry about the boy because you can just fill out the papers now and release him. Meanwhile, in the alley, the old master of the five poison sect stands among the corpses and realizes that their energy is still not enough. It's all about their mortal blood because it's not enough for his snake's evolution. He decides that it would be better to find the guy the sect sent him for because there is much more energy to be gained from a martial artist. Lewis puts up a notice at the university. He calls the students to him and announces that the principal has decided that Jacob has been fired and will no longer be teaching. Another young teacher, Henry, believes that the boy was fired unfairly because even Rosalind Jones appreciated his genius. Dana overhears this conversation and is very surprised. She rushes forward and demands an explanation from Lewis as to why Jacob was fired. The man replies that it is the director's decision and for explanations it is better for her to turn to him. Dana snorts and walks away. Meanwhile, Greg and Tyrone and his men approach the Red family estate. Greg is already ready to go inside and clean it up. He assures Tyrone that he is ready to become the head of the Red family. The man laughs and says they can't go inside without a plan. Tyrone has brought a chair and orders Greg to go inside and hand over to Michael Red to hand over all their assets and power to him within an hour. After 1 hour, he promises to show them his true power. Meanwhile, someone is knocking very persistently on Jacob's room. It turns out to be Dana. The girl is angry and carries a bag of things behind her. He doesn't even try to stop her when she enters. Dana says she will go with him if the university tries to fire him. Henry says he came to work at this university with Jacob, but never came close to his level of teaching. The guy is sure that the hero is being fired not because of a lack of skills, but because of revenge. Jacob immediately understood who he was talking about. Henry says he doesn't want to stay here either if such personnel management practices are accepted here. Jacob can't stand his verbal flow and tells him to shut up. He reminds the boy that this situation has nothing to do with them, so they must stay and work on. He lists all the difficulties associated with getting a new job, and which he experienced more than once. Dana asks what plan Jacob will follow now. Meanwhile, Greg is at his family's estate relaying a message from Tyrone. The man tells Michael to go out and bow to the head of the sect and hand over power over the family to him. Michael Red stands up in righteous anger and reminds Greg that he belongs to this family too. He grabs the man by the t-shirt and asks why he joined them and wants to destroy his own family. Greg knocks Michael's hand away and says that he has no family loyalty left when his brother took over as chairman. The man refuses to accept the fact that he, who is much stronger in cultivation and management, has come second. He turns to go outside and says he'll enjoy watching Michael try to keep his power. He reminds him to surrender or take responsibility for the extermination of his own family. The butler asks what they should do. Mr. Red, meanwhile, orders a car to be prepared from the back entrance and calls for Jacob's help. Lewis happily informs Jennifer that they fired the boy at her request. The girl is shocked and asks where he got the idea that someone should be fired. However, after thinking about the situation a bit, he says to continue the release in order to teach Jacob an important lesson. Suddenly, her father's car stops in front of her. Michael runs out and says they need to find Jacob immediately. Lewis gleefully informs the man that Jacob has been fired for being rude to Jennifer. He is proud to have told the young man himself, just as Miss Red wanted. Michael is unpleasantly impressed by this news and slaps Lewis. The man asks where such a worm got so much courage to free Jacob. Jennifer, shocked by her father's anger, says that the boy deserved this treatment. She is sure that she treated him very respectfully, and he behaved extremely ungratefully. Michael shouts that Greg brought Tyrone to their house and is going to take over the family, and the only way to get them out is to get Jacob. Jennifer is shocked by the seriousness of the situation and says that the boy must be packing his things now. Mr. Red orders her to get him to Jacob quickly. Meanwhile, Dana is shocked that the hero is going to leave just like that, leaving all the things in the room. Jacob replies that he has no important things here and asks Henry to contact him when he finishes his business here. Instead, Dana asks to let her live with him for at least a few days, because she has nowhere to go. Jacob doesn't know what to say to her. Meanwhile, Mr. Red approaches him. The man is glad that he managed to catch him before he left for good. Jacob immediately realizes that something extraordinary has happened and asks why they were looking for him. Michael bows his head and admits that their whole family is in danger and asks to save them. Jennifer adds that her uncle brought Tyrone, one of the mountain masters, with him to usurp their family's power. She promises that if he agrees to help them, she will change her mind about firing him. Michael gets angry and tells his daughter not to talk to Jacob like that. The man once again bows before the hero and asks to forgive his depraved daughter. He promises that he will transfer this university entirely to Jacob if he agrees to help. Jennifer says that just because such an influential person bows down to him, Jacob should be released. Full of self-confidence, the girl says that they can defeat the master of the mountain with their own strength. but he should not be too proud of himself. Jacob replies simply that they should deal with Tyrone themselves in such a case, or find someone else to help. Michael asks the boy to stop and orders his daughter to immediately apologize for her words to the master. Jennifer is sure that the father has an unreasonably high opinion of Jacob because he will most likely lose to Tyrone. She takes out the phone and says she will find someone else to help them. Jennifer dials Damian Tucker, who immediately answers. The man was just training, but he assures the girl that he treats her problems as his own and asks her to tell him everything. Jennifer says her uncle has teamed up with Mount Tyrone and is trying to usurp their family's power. Damian replies that he would help her, but not against Tyrone, because the man is known for his incredible strength and legend. Tucker is sure that he is the strongest among the younger generation, but he is still far from the strength of a mountain master. Damian offers to mediate between the parties and will try to convince Tyrone to leave the Red family alone, but that's about it. Jennifer cautiously asks how he will try to convince Master Tyrone. Tucker replies that he can negotiate an amicable settlement in exchange for half of the family's assets. Jennifer does not agree to this development of events and asks to come up with another plan. Damian replies that the girl simply has no idea who she's going to fight against. The man is convinced that Tyrone has enough strength to destroy the Red family 10 times in a row. He says that there are only 2 options for solving this situation and suggests that the girl call him if she chooses the only one with a good ending. Tucker hangs up and the girl tells her father in defeat that the man refused help but offered another solution. She relays Damian's proposal to Michael, and the man is shocked and replies that he would never agree to it. Jennifer suggests that her father call Tucker himself and try to convince him. Mr. Red gets even angrier and reminds her that she is old enough not to hide behind her sick father and act like an heiress. The man once again orders her to kneel before Jacob and ask for forgiveness. Jennifer tries to remind him that she is his daughter and asks why he wants to humiliate her in front of a stranger. Michael, in turn, reminds that Jacob is not a stranger, but a very good friend of his father, and the conversation is about family survival. The husband tries to convince his daughter that in such situations, it is very important to choose what will bring more benefit in the future. Jennifer walks up to Jacob and falls to her knees, stressing that she's only doing this for her family and apologizing. Michael also apologizes and drops to one knee, holding his stick. Jacob approaches the man and says that he does not hold a grudge against him and their family, and agrees to help them. The man thanks him for this, and getting up, goes to his car, saying that he will wait there for Jacob. After some time, Greg is inspired to return to Tyrone to report that time is up and they have not yet heard back from the Red family. The master is angry at this news and orders Greg himself to go and kill his relatives, to which he happily agrees. But suddenly the door opens and Michael, Jennifer, and Jacob are standing in the doorway. Greg is happy with their appearance and suggests that Michael deal with their issue as soon as possible, so as not to take up the time of the respected master. Mr. Red is angry and regrets that a traitor has grown up in their family, and they will make every effort to overcome him. Greg notices Jacob and asks why he wanted to die with those weaklings. Tyrone recognizes the name and asks Jacob if he was the one who killed Master Peter Gray. Jacob replies that the man killed himself. The man, on the other hand, is impressed by the boy's madness and asks if he knows whose path he crossed. Jennifer asks Tyrone not to let his resentment of Jacob affect her own family. She did not expect such a turn of events and worries that the situation is only gaining momentum. Michael tries to remind her, but the girl is sure that their family can win negotiations with Tyrone. After seeing the Master of the Mountain, a man even Damian feared, she was convinced that Jacob didn't stand a chance. Tyrone instead tells her not to even hope for a peaceful resolution after uniting with Jacob. He promises to carry out his warning after he destroys the boy, but suddenly he is called by an outsider. Damian confidently walks up to the Mountain Master with the Vice President of the Martial Arts Association, Corbin Davis. Jennifer runs up to them and thanks Damian for not leaving her family in trouble. Damian reminds her that he will solve all her problems as if they were his own, so he had no choice. He specifically invited Vice President Davis to mediate in this matter. Jennifer joyfully shows her father who brought those who will help save their family. Michael congratulates Corbin and admits that he did not expect to meet him again. The Vice President replies that he immediately decided to help when he was informed of this situation. Michael says that he expects help and is ready to thank on behalf of his family. Corbin approaches Tyrone and congratulates him, stating that he has heard a lot about his strength. Tyrone, on the other hand, does not know who he is talking to and demands to introduce himself. Mr. Davis gives his name and says that he once knew the previous mountain master and was very impressed with his cultivation methods. Tyrone asks why the man came to stop him. Corbin replies that he is well aware that no one can stop the mountain master if he decides to do something. But he also proposes to solve the problem peacefully, and for this he decided to mediate between the Reds and the Mountain sect. Tyrone reveals that Jacob has something to do with Master Gray's death and asks how the matter can be resolved peacefully. Corbin returns to Michael and asks him why he didn't say anything about the other master's death. Jennifer intervenes in the conversation and notes that the case of Master Gray's death has nothing to do with their family's case. Corbin, in turn, asks Tyrone to postpone this question in favor of discussing the problem with the Red family. Tyrone agrees, but he tells everyone that he will not let the young man go alive. Corbin asks if Michael agrees to these terms. The man cannot agree but does not know how to say and explain it. Jennifer reminds them that they asked Jacob to help them, and now he needed the help of their family, which they cannot afford. She turns to Jacob and asks him to understand them. Michael tries to explain to her that if they do this, they are no different than thieves. The girl is sure that in this way she will protect the family, and Damien and Corbin present will help them in this. Damien is also convinced that Jacob is scum and not worth protecting. Corbin tries to convince Michael to let go of Jacob's safety if he wants help dealing with the mountain sect. Mr. Red says he can't agree to that, because otherwise he won't be able to look his father in the eye when he dies. Jennifer shakes her head in disappointment and says that her father is very old and that he should give her a chance to make up her own mind. Michael reminds that she has not yet become the head of the family and therefore does not have the strength and education to make any decisions. Jennifer says that she cannot watch how her family, for which her ancestors worked so hard, is being destroyed. The girl is sure that her grandfather would also give everything for the sake of the family, so she offers him to punish her later when the issue with Tyrone is resolved. The man tries to leave and stop Jennifer, but Damien stands in his way. Jennifer asks Tucker to take care of her father for now. Michael tries to bypass his husband and stop his daughter from making the wrong decision. When he is exhausted from the struggle, he falls to his knees in front of Jacob and apologizes to him once more for what is happening. Jennifer approaches Tyrone and informs him that Jacob is no longer related to Red's family. Satisfied with this news, the man sits down on his chair and asks the girl to start talking. Greg admits that he did not expect such an act from his beloved, but he is pleasantly surprised by her determination. Jennifer tells him to shut up because he is the root cause of all their current problems. Greg asks her not to lose her noble face and start negotiations. He offers not to destroy the Red family in exchange for 90% of the family's property. Jennifer replies that such a scenario is impossible. She turns and asks Corbin for help. The man agrees that the distribution is not very fair, but tells Greg not to be so greedy. The girl says that she is ready to give 30% of the family's fortune if they are left alone forever. Tyrone laughs at the suggestion and says that Jennifer's head is as full of water as the watermelon in his hand. Greg also laughs that Jennifer was so naive. The girl, on the other hand, does not understand why they are laughing. Greg begins to calculate that Corbin will get 20%, Damien will get 10%, and the Red family will get 10% of the balance. He suggests keeping the last 60% for Tyrone and himself, and asks if such a distribution is fair. Corbin agrees that this distribution is fair to everyone. Jennifer can't stand it, and asks Damien what they're talking about. The man smiles and assures that 10% of the balance is a lot, because otherwise her family would not exist. He assures that the reputation of Vice President Davis is very high, and that is why the fee for his services is so high. Damien says he's even willing to give her his 10% if she agrees to belong to him. Jennifer realizes that she has been lured into a trap and cries out of hopelessness. She understands that they have united to rob her family. Michael intervenes and says that he warned her not to go to the negotiations with them, but she did not listen to him and lost. The man is sure that because of her fault, their family now has absolutely no chance of salvation. Jennifer intervenes and says that she does not agree with such a distribution and that this situation cannot be considered salvation at all. Damien replies that it's long past time for her to grow up and accept responsibility for her family's downfall. Now all they can do is pray that they are not killed and that they are left with at least some money. The shocked girl falls to her knees. She looks ahead in disbelief and tries to understand how it all came to this. Tyrone thinks they're done talking and it's time to get down to business. He gets up from his chair and approaches Jacob, asking what happened to Master Gray. Damien adds that this guy stole a few items from him at the auction and beat up his brother, so he deserves more punishment. He steps forward and asks to be allowed to beat Jacob on his behalf. Tyrone agrees and asks him to leave at least his mouth intact so that he confesses what happened in the mountains. Michael stands in front of the boy and tells him to run away quickly, and he himself is going to detain the men with his own strength. He rushes to attack Damien. The man knocks old Mr. Red away from him with one punch, nullifying his attempt. Jennifer rushes to her father, worried about his possible injuries. Meanwhile, Damien approaches Jacob and asks where he hid the auction items. The hero replies that they have caused him a lot of trouble and taken up a lot of time, and decides that today is a great day to end it. Damien rushes into the attack and shouts that he will end the main cause of the boy's problems, himself. Jacob parries the blow with his own palm. He uses his other hand to punch Damien in the face. He flies back from the force of the impact. The man falls not far away while Jared remains alert. A moment later, Damien rises and wipes the blood from his face. He decides to use his legs instead of his hands for this attack. Corbin says that Damien Tucker's legs of steel are the main reason why he is considered the best of the new generation of masters. Taker charges with a leg kick, but Jacob doesn't run, despite a warning from Corbin. He meets Damien's kick with his own leg. Of course, the man's bones cannot withstand the incredible strength of the hero, and he flies back, unable to withstand the blow. Everyone present is surprised that Damien was defeated. Even Tyrone says he thought he was strong, but now he sees he was wrong. Jacob, meanwhile, is getting closer to Damien. The frightened man asks what he means. The hero reminds that he aims to end his problems, and this includes Damien. The man is offended and reminds that he is a master of martial arts, even if his leg is broken. He is sure that the teacher will take revenge for him if Jacob causes even more damage to his health, so he orders the boy to apologize as soon as possible. Jacob decides not to listen to his talk and kicks him in the stomach. The man falls into the bushes and shows no signs of life. Jennifer realizes that Jacob just killed Damien. Corbin is shocked and says that the hero had no right to kill a man and now he will face revenge from his clan. Jacob does not understand what reaction Corbin expects to these words. Davies replies that Damien's teacher is godlike in strength and a fight with him is a guarantee of death. Jacob replies that he does not care who comes to avenge this worm, because in the end it is the avenger who will die. Meanwhile, Ulysses and Poppy Garcia are driving. The girl asks why they are in such a hurry to see Red's family. She reminds that they will have a conflict with the mountain sect. Although they are not afraid of their masters, it is better to avoid unnecessary arguments. Ulysses replies that he has a hunch that Jacob will be a key figure in the expedition, so they have no choice but to help him. At the same time, Tyrone enters the game. The man is excited about the upcoming battle with the cocky guy who knows a few moves. Tyrone activates his inner strength as he prepares for the first strike. Corbin realizes that the man will soon become an 8th level high-order master. Greg is glad he noticed, because now they both realize that killing Jacob is easier for him than drinking water. Tyrone rushes at the boy and shouts that he can break all his bones with one blow. Jacob doesn't even try to avoid the attack, and Tyrone hits him right in the chest. The man is surprised that he did not even move from such a strong blow. Jacob replies that he is still waiting for the blow that will break his bones. Tyrone shouts that he adores people who are not afraid to die, and promises to send the hero to the afterlife as soon as possible. As the man's fist comes inches from Jacob's face, his fingers begin to break from the force of the blow. Tyrone looks at his mangled fingers and Jacob's unscathed face in disbelief how this is possible. Jacob, on the other hand, knows that such power is the result of perfecting the body for 5,000 years. Although his cultivation level remained at the level of body refinement, even the hero himself was unaware of his own strength and power. Tyrone puts everything down to his form today and says he's ready to let him go this time. He is about to leave when the hero announces that it is his turn to strike. Tyrone is surprised that the boy is willing to go against the mountain sect. Jacob slaps him in response, which makes the man's head spin around his neck several times. Tyrone falls to his knees, dying. Corbin is surprised that someone could kill such a powerful master with one blow. Jennifer realizes that the strongest fighters have just died in front of her from several blows from Jacob. Meanwhile, the hero turns his attention to Greg. He falls to his knees and asks for forgiveness. Deciding not to wait for punishment from Jacob, he begins to beat himself. At that moment, a car drives up to the estate. Ulysses comes out with his daughter and asks if everything is okay with Jacob. The guy replies that everything is fine with him. Poppy is surprised that even the master of the mountain is not a threat to him and asks where he is now. Jacob points behind him. A corpse with a twisted neck appears before the girl's eyes. Ulysses is surprised that Grandmaster Tyrone has been killed and wants to know who did it. He questions Corbin, who assures him that his power will never match the master's. Jacob says that he himself killed the man because he attacked him first with such intentions. This news surprises the Garcia family. Corbin confirms the words of the new moon, but admits that now it could lead to more trouble. Ulysses laughs, surprising the man. Mr. Garcia is in awe of the hero's strength and makes sure he's never been wrong about him. The man admits that he was worried about Jacob and therefore came to help, but it turned out to be unnecessary. He and Poppy turn and walk away, reminding them that they will meet tomorrow for the expedition. The girl admits that her grandfather was right all along. Although Jacob looks like a mediocre fighter, he has exceeded all her expectations. The hero is also about to leave, but Michael catches up with him. He grabs his daughter by the hand and announces that from now on she will be at Jacob's complete disposal. The guy replies that he doesn't need her, and he doesn't go back on his words that he doesn't want to have anything more to do with them. Michael slaps Jennifer and orders the girl to kneel before the master and apologize for her behavior. At the same moment, she falls to her knees and with tears in her eyes asks for forgiveness from her father and Jacob. Michael also bows his head and apologizes for her behavior and betrayal. Michael says that Jacob can beat her himself or even kill her for what she did and turns away. The hero says that this is not necessary and looks at Jennifer with pity. Mr. Red bows again and begs not to leave their family alone. In response, the boy just waves his hand in farewell. For 5,000 years, he was betrayed more than once. Rise and fall, reunion and separation. He experienced all this more than once. But over time, these events leave less and less imprint on Jacob's soul. Jennifer returns to her father and apologizes again. Michael replies that she has no idea how much trouble she's caused today. The girl wipes away her tears and says that she did what she thought was right for the good of her family. Mr. Red breaks down and says that her actions only made the family worse. He is sure that their family could have been destroyed if they had faced the problem one-on-one, and Jacob had not helped them. He reminds that he asked to be polite with Jacob, as her grandfather had asked them before, but the girl decided not to listen to anyone and got burned for it. Michael points out that even the Garcia family respects Jacob. Jennifer asks if the father was mistaken, and if this was really the head of one of the most powerful families in the world. Mr. Red is sure, because there are only 12 of these families, and they are so influential that it is impossible not to know them. Garcia is a huge family, because of one word of which the whole economy can tremble. The Reds do not dream of such power. If the Red family gets in their way, they will destroy them without even lifting a hand. That's why Michael is angry with Jennifer, because she showed contempt for their ward Jacob more than once. The girl cannot believe that she was so careless. Although Michael does not know the relationship between his father and Jacob, it is clear that he feels some responsibility for their family. Jennifer tells her father not to worry and promises that she will sacrifice even her own freedom to return Jacob's favor to them. The next day, Jacob walks around the university grounds. Lewis notices him and catches up with him. The man orders the boy to stop immediately, but the boy chooses to simply ignore him. Lewis questions why Jacob is in this area if he was recently released and orders him to leave immediately. Jacob doesn't have time to respond when a third party tells Lewis to shut up. It turns out to be Jennifer. The girl asks why they talk to Jacob so rudely. Lewis includes the snitch and responds that he's teaching the boy respect for leadership and his decisions because he doesn't want to leave the area. In response, Jennifer just slaps him in the face. He asks why he was hit and grabs his cheek. The girl only replies that Lewis is fired from today and orders him to get out of here. Lewis doesn't understand why because all he was doing was following Jennifer's order. The girl only answers that since yesterday this university belongs to Jacob, and therefore Lewis has nothing more to do here. The man is shocked by this news and replies that it is impossible. In response, Jennifer only orders the guards to remove the man from the territory of the educational institution. As he is carried away in his arms, Lewis shouts that he did nothing wrong. He was only following orders and begs for his forgiveness this time. Jacob does not answer him, and the girl approaches him again and asks for forgiveness. At this time, a car stops in front of them. Poppy comes out and says that it's time to go on an expedition. Jacob silently gets into the car, and Jennifer can only watch as it drives away. After an hour's drive, Poppy and Jacob reach the meeting place. She introduces the hero to all the participants of the expedition and assures that there are only martial arts masters among them. Master Kinsley asks why Miss Garcia brought a certain boy to them. The other two are also not impressed by what they saw, but say that you can expect only visual help from the boy and not physical help. Master Zaid asks Poppy what is the power of the young man she brought. The girl answers that Jacob has excellent knowledge of the past, and his main goal is to help with the problems they will encounter. The girl also notes that he is not inferior in strength to any of those present. Zaid moves closer to Jacob and says that he hopes that knowledge will make up for his lack of strength and muscle. He says to stand back and not get in the way of the real men fighting, to which the boy chooses not to respond. Suddenly, a helicopter appears above them. One person jumps out. A boy with black hair lands in front of the expedition without any problems. Men are amazed at this level of body cultivation and development. One of them recognizes Duke Gunderson, the future Grand Master, a very famous fighter. Poppy walks up to Duke and greets her brother. The man asks when they can leave. The girl replies that they have already chosen an approximate route, but the road was destroyed by a demon and therefore they will have to move on foot. The members of the expedition are sure that now that Duke has appeared on their side, they have every chance of success. After some time, they reach the depths of the mountains. Poppy asks everyone to be careful, but one of the men shouts that something unusual is behind her. She turns around and sees an unusually large cocoon. The girl asks Jacob what it could be. The guy replies that it could be the cocoon of a bloody silkworm and advises to bypass it and calmly move on. Jacob does not understand where the cocoon of a creature that died out 3,000 years ago came from. Duke tells him that they have just started their adventure, so they should not avoid all the problems, but deal with them. Zaid supports his idea and is going to go and check out what's inside. Poppy tries to calm the men down and focus on finding the hidden kingdom instead of causing trouble. The man answers that the girl should not listen to the boy and appreciate how much this place has changed because of the demonic dog. He approaches the cocoon and offers to check it out, because maybe it has something to do with the kingdom. When Poppy thinks to object, Duke stops her and tells her not to worry about small things. He assures that Zaid is not a weakling, so they will be fine. Meanwhile, the man pulls out a machete and prepares to open the cocoon. When Zaid swings, Jared tries to stop him. The guy warns that they might wake up something serious. To prove his point, Zaid hits the cocoon with the blunt side of the blade. The man is sure that the larva of some kind of insect is hiding inside, so he should not be such a coward. With one swing of the machete, the man opens the cocoon. A foul-smelling liquid immediately spews out. Zaid jumps back and realizes that this is far from what he expected. As he examines how dirty his suit has become from the force of the impact, a human body crawls out from inside the cocoon. It flops on the ground, attracting public attention. Duke realizes right away that the person has been dead for a long time. Meanwhile, Poppy pays attention to the clothes on the corpse and realizes that this man belongs to one of the famous families. She guesses that someone has overtaken their expedition and may already be on their way to the treasures. Kingsley reports that the corpse is very old, so they were overtaken very hard. He suggests moving forward faster so as not to give all the artifacts of antiquity to someone else. However, Jared stops them and says they can't leave. Zaid asks what he's talking about, and in the meantime, a creature appears above the tree. A huge demonic insect hangs in the air above the expedition members. The men do not understand how such a giant butterfly can exist and begin to retreat. Suddenly, a butterfly dives on Zaid. He throws him away with his wing, causing the man to fall to the ground. The next thing Zaid feels is a thread of silkworm wrapping around him and lifting him off the ground. Poppy shouts for everyone to rush to help the man. Other masters rush to attack the butterfly, but only have time to notice how the butterfly releases more threads to capture them. Thus, already 4 people remain helpless before the monster. They can only watch as a butterfly devours one of their comrades. After regaining consciousness, they decide to try to escape from the monster and yell at Miss Garcia to order everyone to back off. Poppy asks Jacob how they can escape this monster, but Jacob says that the only way to escape it is to kill it. Men voice a related question. How can they kill this creature? Poppy is already thinking of retreating altogether when she notices Jacob walking forward. The men are surprised by the boy's actions and insist that it is time for everyone to flee. Jacob approaches the butterfly and prepares to fight it. Poppy goes mad with worry and screams for Jacob to come back to them immediately and run away. Duke Gunderson watches him with a smile. He is sure that the boy lost his mind because of fear. The girl is sure that this is not the case, but she is interrupted by terrible gusts of wind. Jacob looks up and sees another monster. A giant red bird flies over the butterfly at this time. A moment later, he swoops down and aims at the insect and grabs it. Having performed a pirouette almost to the ground, the bird emerges and flies away with its prey. Other members of the expedition are shocked by the size of the monsters on the mountain. None of them have ever heard of such monsters and begin to suspect that it is all connected to a hidden kingdom. Jacob also thinks about this and realizes that monsters really start to appear where there are large accumulations of demonic energy. Poppy summarizes the situation and announces that the path will be more difficult than they expected, so she asks everyone to be careful. Meanwhile, Zaid is released from the ropes. The man is angry that Jacob was lucky to be saved by a bird. Meanwhile, Duke approaches Poppy and asks her to stay by his side because the others will only put her in danger. Duke knows that they will meet not only monsters but also people ahead of them, and without Poppy herself, they will never reach the hidden kingdom. After hearing his thoughts, the girl decides to listen to his advice. The whole company continues the expedition deeper into the mountains. Very quickly, they find themselves at a crossroads. Poppy turns to Jacob for advice and asks where they should go. Duke interrupts their conversation and says they should go to the right. The man admits that he looked on the phone for a shorter way. Jacob instead says they should go left. Gunderson interrupts him because the road to the right is obviously simpler and more profitable for the expedition. Jacob instead directs his attention to the road ahead and how it's not normal for wild mountains without people to have such a flat surface. Duke is sure that everything is fine, but does not see a problem in this. Jacob explains that it is called the insect road because wild animals often walk along it. And now, when monsters have appeared here, it has become even more dangerous. Duke refuses to accept reasonable arguments and assures everyone that the guy is just afraid and making up myths. Poppy, on the other hand, believes the hero because they have a grain of wisdom and suggests that everyone follow the path that Jacob indicated. Duke tries to convince her that Jacob's words don't make sense and it's better not to trust him. He is confident that even if they are in danger, he will be able to protect everyone present. Duke reminds them that besides, several clans have already overtaken them and may have the keys to the kingdom, so they better hurry. Jacob says he's just worried something will happen to Poppy, but if she wants to go right, she should do it now. Zaid approaches the boy and assures him that he will protect him from any danger. This convinces the girl and she tells everyone to follow the right path. After some time on the road, Duke tells Poppy that she was worried for nothing, because nothing has happened to them so far. The man doesn't even hear the birds around, and the boy panicked in vain, in his opinion. Poppy is sure that Jacob simply prefers to proceed with caution, and therefore suggested another way. However, in Duke's opinion, Jacob is just a coward, and it is unclear to him why the boy was taken with them in the first place. The man is sure that in case of danger, Jacob will not only be unable to help, but will also become a damsel in distress and an additional problem. Suddenly, the ground beneath their feet begins to shake. They look around when a wild boar bursts out of the bushes and charges. Thus, one of the members of the expedition dies in its mouth. Zaid charges in, aiming to kill the monster as quickly as possible. The boar also runs to meet him. When they are close enough, the boar manages to react faster and knocks the man over with his heel. Zaid is surprised that this beast has such strong skin. The next moment, the boar attacks the other men. Duke draws his sword and rushes to the defense of his men, killing the boar with one blow. However, his expectations were not met. The boar is not dead and attacks again. The monster's skin is so strong that even Duke's blade cannot damage it. The men talk and try to figure out how to defeat a beast with such strong defenses. Jacob suggests that the boar should be attacked in the neck. Kingsley turns to him and reminds him that this will put someone in danger and advises him to come up with a better plan. Duke, meanwhile, is trying to hit the pig somehow when the ground starts shaking again. Jacob suggests that the boar is calling the herd. Poppy yells at Duke to quickly punch the pig in the neck because an even bigger problem is about to appear. The man replies that he doesn't want to take fighting advice from some weakling like Jacob. He stands in front of the monster and assures the girl that he will protect her with all his might. Poppy decides to take matters into her own hands and goes on the attack. Of course, as Jacob had suggested, a single blow to the neck would be enough to pierce the monster's thick skin and kill it. The body of the huge beast falls at the girl's feet. The men look at Jacob suspiciously and wonder how he knew that the neck was really the monster's weak spot. Suddenly, they are surrounded by a herd of wild boars, as the hero predicted. Zaid has experienced for himself how difficult it is to kill even one, and now that there are hundreds of them around him, he asks Poppy to figure out how to defeat them. The girl asks Jacob what they should do now. The guy simply replies that they should have gone the other way, just like he said. The members of the expedition themselves are sure of this and regret that they listened to Duke. The man gives them a sharp look in return and orders them to repeat their words. Poppy pulls out a weapon and tells everyone else to back off, preparing to fight the boars on their own. Duke leans his back against hers and says he will fight her. He tells Jacob not to move again and not to interfere while the adults deal with the problem. At this moment, the wild boars begin to attack all at once. One of the monsters knocks down two men. Another rushes at Poppy with all his might. He is neutralized by Duke, plunging his sword into his neck. The girl looks at Jacob and orders all the living to retreat. After some time, the expedition moves on. Zaid helps his comrade to go on, supporting him. Kingsley regrets that half their men died in the fight with the boars, although he is glad to be among the living. The man is worried that those animals may track them down and attack again. Poppy tells everyone to focus on finding the hidden kingdom and not on the difficulties they may face. From her pocket, she takes out a magical pendant that helps to find the location of the kingdom, and which is starting to heat up right now. Suddenly, everyone hears a familiar tremor. The largest boar they have ever seen comes out to them. Zaid guesses that it might be the king of pigs when the beast begins to roar, standing right in front of him. Wild boars appear on the edges of the gorge through which the members of the expedition move. Kingsley abandons all hope of salvation and prepares for death because this time they will definitely not escape. Poppy pulls out a gun and says they have no choice but to fight. Without a shadow of fear, the girl rushes to the giant boar with Zaid. They relentlessly attack his neck, but the skin of this boar is even stronger than that of his relatives, and he simply throws people off. The men are convinced that this boar cannot be defeated if even their strongest warriors cannot do anything. They mention Duke and tell him to rush into the battle. Gunderson tells the men not to worry and to rely on him. He quickly stands in front of Poppy, and the pig rushing towards her. The man begins to worry because he is not sure what to do next. The men from the expedition support him and ask him to show his sex strength and kill the boar. To everyone's surprise, Duke jumps up, leaving Poppy defenseless in front of the boar. He mentally apologizes to the girl for his act, but he cannot admit to them that the Pig King is too strong for him. Left alone with the boar, Poppy can only wait for his death. Unexpectedly for everyone, Jacob stands in front of her and knocks the Boar King back with one kick. Duke appears next to the girl and says that he thought they would run away in different directions, so he ran away himself. Vic smiles and says that a girl should be smarter to survive in this cruel world. Poppy replies that he doesn't think she's a fool. Suddenly, they see a boar charging towards them once more. Duke tells Poppy to run with him and promises to protect her. Suddenly, the red bird that killed the butterfly earlier attacks the boar this time. He kicks the cloven hooves back with his paws. The bird itself sits in front of Poppy, targeting the boar. After a moment, the animal once again rushes to attack, but already at the bird. However, the bird begins to spin around and fly towards the animal. With one touch, the bird takes off the head of a boar that was running towards it. Duke and Poppy are surprised that a familiar bird helped them so much in the end. Suddenly, the bird starts flying towards them. Poppy tells everyone to stay away because the healthy bird has reacted to the jade pendant, which could be a sign of the discovery of a hidden realm. Duke yells back that he won't leave the girl here alone with the bird. The bird, in turn, continues to circle above them. Duke runs past closer to the bird and shouts to the girl to run after him. At the same moment, the bird grabs Poppy by the shoulder with its clawed paw and carries it to the sky. The men try to run to the bird, but it turns out to be very fast, and the men can only watch as it carries Poppy away. Kingsley turns to Duke and tells him to save Miss Garcia, because the bird is not far from the ground. The man informs that this bird is stronger than all of them put together, so attacking it would be simple suicide. Zaid reminds them that it was the Garcia family that brought them together, and they can't just watch the heiress being killed. Duke says he gave her a chance to escape, but she chose not to, and fighting a bird is a sacrifice for nothing. Unexpectedly, Jacob starts running in the direction of the bird. He jumps to grab the bird's paw. The boy successfully grabs the predator, and the expedition can only watch as Poppy and Jacob are carried away by the bird. Meanwhile, the bird continues to gain altitude with two people in its paws. The girl notices Jacob in the other paw and says that he joined her in vain, because now they will die together. The boy replies that he should not worry about him. Poppy, on the other hand, does not share his peace. They are more than 1,000 meters below, and even if the bird does not kill her, she will die from the effects of gravity and height. Jacob announces that in that case, he will choose the third option. The girl asks what he is up to, but the hero already jumps up and ends up on the back of the bird. The guy starts hitting it, trying to make it fly lower. At this time, the boys downstairs are trying to decide what to do. Duke says that they should go ahead because they are only a short distance away from the indicated place. Another member reminds him that they won't be able to get in without Poppy's help and suggests they go back the way they came. Duke reminds them in response that there are still some famous families ahead of them who also do not have Miss Garcia. And in that case, they have a way to get inside that no one knows about yet, and returning back can be complicated by wild boars. Kingsley agrees with him and says that they must move on. Thus, the expedition continues its way to the Hidden Kingdom. Jacob, meanwhile, tries to get the stubborn bird to sit on the ground. Poppy begs him not to annoy him because he is afraid of falling. Besides, she sees that they are flying straight uphill. Jacob realizes that the bird is trying to kill himself with them and aims to kill only the bird. He kicks it, which breaks the monster's spine. The bird begins to fall down with Poppy. Jacob rushes to help and catches the girl before she falls. It turns out that the bird is not dead and attacks the heroes again, which Poppy informs the boy about. Jacob quickly retrieves the spirit weapon, which Poppy recognizes as the sword from the auction. With one swing of the blade, the sword decapitates the bird. Jacob and the girl in his arms land safely as the bird's corpse falls nearby. The boy approaches the bird's body and plunges his hand into it, surprising Poppy. After a short search, the hero proudly lifts the core of the beast. After evaluating the magic in it, he feels that this core is stronger than the snake core he used not so long ago. Poppy is surprised that Jacob can use the core of the beast to cultivate energy. It turns out that there are several similar ones in her home collection, and she promises to ask her grandfather to give these cores to Jacob. The boy is pleasantly surprised by such generosity and says that he will be very grateful. Poppy reminds him that he saved her life, and the cores will be fair payment for that. The girl is more and more convinced that her grandfather was right when he insisted that Jacob go with them. Meanwhile, the boy walks in the direction he and the expedition followed. Poppy suddenly has a question in her head and decides to ask what level Jacob is at now. The guy answers that he is currently at the stage of improving his body. The girl does not understand what he is talking about, but Jacob clarifies that now this stage is included in the combat stage. Poppy is alarmed by this. She admits that according to the general impression, it seems to her that the guy is at the 5th level, but considering that the monster was of a much higher level, it seems impossible, so the girl asks how he did it. Without an iota of self-doubt, Jacob replies that he is simply very strong and chooses not to go into detail. Suddenly, he notices a pendant in her hand and asks where she got it. Poppy replies that her grandfather bought it for her from the heir of a famous family that is now extinct. They were told that the pendant would help them discover a hidden kingdom, and they hope to gain at least something from this journey. Jacob asks to let him take a closer look at the object, and the girl holds it out to him. Suddenly, the object's energy turns red and begins to surround the boy's hand. From this, he realizes that this thing is cursed and breaks it. The girl is angry with him and asks why he did it. The boy replies that the thing was cursed, and most likely the place she is talking about is not as bright as they thought either. Poppy says that they won't even be able to test his guess, because they can't get inside without the pendant. Jacob suggests that there should be several such jade pendants. He believes that Mr. Garcia was tricked and specifically asked to wear a cursed item to enter the hidden realm. The hero says that most likely the owner of this pendant was afraid that he would be overcome by evil energy in the kingdom, and therefore gave it away. Poppy guesses that everything could have been arranged by the family, which ended up in the hidden kingdom before them. Jacob replies that he doesn't really care that much whether the kingdom is filled with evil or good energy. However, he worries whether the healing herbs he was promised are really there. Poppy doesn't even doubt it, because they also have an ancient map of the area that shows the healing field. This convinces the guy and he decides to move on. 2 hours later, Duke's group reaches a strange cave entrance. The man calls out to the others, but warns them that there is no guarantee that there are no monsters ahead. Zeta, on the other hand, is surprised that they did not see any more traces of the family that had overtaken them. He asks if it is possible that they were killed and eaten by demonic beasts. Duke says they won't know until they enter the cave. Meanwhile, the man keeps a jade pendant in his pocket. He's glad that no one had the nerve to guess that there was more than one key. After a few minutes, the men come across a huge door. One of them notices the corpses on the floor and guesses that they have been overtaken. Kingsley, with his expert vision, determines that there are representatives of several families. Zeed guesses that someone opened the gate for them, and maybe more than once. Another guy asks what they should do now that they don't have a key to get through the door. Duke replies that they will go inside right now. He pulls a jade pendant out of his pocket, surprising the men who were sure that only the Garcias possessed the only specimen. The Duke says he has the power to open the door, but he expects complete devotion and compliance with all orders and 90% of the treasure. One of his group says that he requires a very large fortune. Duke only replies that there are only two ways: the plan he proposed, or they all walk away together without getting anything. The guy is angry that he is being blackmailed, and says that they agreed to obey Poppy, not such a tyrant. In response, Duke attacks him. The man grabs the boy by the neck and says that they have no choice but to leave with Poppy, and asks again what course of events they will choose. The guy he's strangling says he's willing to go inside on Duke's terms. The man is happy to let him go, but suddenly he hears how someone refuses to go with him. It turns out to be Kingsley. He announces that he also has a pendant, so he is not obliged to obey anyone. Duke replies that in that case, he is actually challenging him to a fight. Kingsley replies that he will not fight, but instead offers to team up and divide the treasure between the two of them. The man attacks him because he is sure that such an agreement requires people of equal strength, and he will not unite with a weakling. Kingsley aims to prove Gunderson very wrong. He meets Duke's punch with equal force. He realizes with amazement that Kingsley has been hiding his power all this time. Meanwhile, the energy from their struggle repels other members of the expedition. Zaid recognizes the strength of the fighting clan and asks why such powerful fighters didn't save Poppy. Meanwhile, the two masters continue to fight among themselves, paying no attention to anyone. Duke yells at Zeed not to get into topics he will never understand. Kingsley, on the other hand, calmly replies that the situation with the bird was very dangerous for him because he is only at the beginning of cultivation. Duke, in turn, reminds that he tried to save Miss Garcia, but she was stolen before he could do anything. Suddenly, Jacob and Poppy join them. The girl asks to repeat to her face how he tried to save her. The expedition members are happy to see Poppy alive. Duke, in turn, is very confused by her appearance and asks how she managed to survive. She smiles and guesses that the boy wanted the bird to kill her. Duke tries to convince her that he was very worried about her and is very glad that she is okay. Poppy instead turns away from him and asks him to be quiet. Zaid asks if Miss Garcia can open the door now that she's back with them. She is told that they tried to blackmail the members of the expedition and promised them all only 10% of the treasures inside. Poppy learns that Duke wanted to take 90% of the treasure for himself. The girl regretfully reports that her pendant is broken. Jacob takes responsibility and admits that he broke it himself. Duke laughs and reminds him that he warned you not to trust Jacob. Poppy yells back that he has no right to speak that way about Jacob when he himself was the cause of so many problems. Duke is struck by these words. Duke excuses himself that he's just judging by the fact that Jacob broke the jade pendant and generally didn't help their expedition. The girl only replies that she does not want to talk to him anymore. The man catches up with her and reminds her that his accomplishments are far greater than Jacob's reputation, and that she must rely on him. Poppy is surprised that he thinks so highly of himself, because at a critical moment it was he who left her to fend for herself, and Jacob saved her. This offends Duke, and he says that she can go with a guy who doesn't represent anything, not him, if that's her choice. Suddenly, he is interrupted by a strange screeching sound. It turns out that Jacob was able to open a huge door on his own. This power impresses others, and they realize that the boy has hidden talents that they did not see at first. At this time, Jacob completely opens the passage and invites everyone to go further. Poppy joyfully moves forward and calls the others after her. Kingsley admits that he did not expect this door to open so easily, given the legend of the jade pendants. Duke wonders what other use the pendants could be if not for opening doors. Kingsley, on the other hand, is sure that they will still need these decorations on the way to the goal. He is sure that the very fact of their presence in their hands already gives them an advantage over others. This explanation suits the Duke, and he intends to get to the treasures that no one from the expedition can reach. The passage turns out to be quite narrow, and the expedition is now led by Jacob. The boy turns to Poppy and asks where the field with medicinal plants is located. The girl knows that the field is in the heart of the ruins, if the map is to be believed. Suddenly, a noise is heard in the stone tunnel. Zaid warns that something is coming towards them. A moment later, a crowd of rats rushes out from around the corner. The men begin to retreat back, noticing the gigantic size of the beasts. Poppy turns to Jacob for help. He comes forward and kneads his hands, promising to deal with the enemy. He runs forward right into the crowd of rats, cutting them with his hands like knives. Some rats run past and attack Zaid and the other members of the expedition. The situation when the rats just run past Duke and Kingsley is very strange. The old man realizes that he was right about the pendants. By holding them, they become invisible to demonic beings. Duke tells Poppy to come to him and promises to protect her, but only if she promises herself to him. The girl calls him a scumbag because he blackmails her at such a dangerous moment. The next moment, she shows that she can stand up for herself, cutting the rat in two. Kingsley also offers protection to someone on the expedition and says he found a way to do it. The other men of the expedition rush to him and promise to obey him in exchange for protection. Duke, meanwhile, tells Poppy not to get in the way because she won't be able to fight forever, and relying on Jacob will get her into even more trouble. The girl turns to Jacob and says that they will not last long because the stream of rats does not end. The boy assures her that everything will be fine and grabs the two rats by the tails. The next moment he throws them into the crowd, killing them with the bodies of a bunch of others. Kingsley admits that the hero is quite strong. Jacob admits that he is also annoyed by this endless stream of rats. He turns to Poppy and tells her to take his hand. The girl is ashamed to obey his proposal. She blushes and says that now is not the right time for romance. Jacob decides to take matters into his own hands, picks up the girl and runs forward with her in his arms. With the hand he does not support Poppy, he crushes the rats in his path. Kingsley sympathetically tells Duke that his girlfriend and her heart have just been stolen by another young man. Even if they don't get the treasure, he's already got one of the most powerful heiresses of a dozen famous families. Duke just laughs at this and tells the man not to worry about it, since he always gets what he wants from his childhood. When Jacob and Poppy are in safety, he lowers her to the ground and tells her she can let go of his neck. The girl shyly jumps away from him and apologizes. At this moment, other members of the expedition are just catching up with them. Zeed shouts that the boy has very long and nimble legs, because they almost caught up with them. Duke walks past Jacob and says it's not about skill, it's about who gets the treasure in the end. And he believes that the treasures must be close, because they have almost reached the heart of the ruins. Poppy notices that Jacob has stopped and asks why, since they are so close to the target. He instead stops her and warns her that someone is coming towards them. And indeed, silhouettes of people appear in front of them in the dim light of the room. One of them tells everyone to relax and that they don't wish anyone harm. Duke recognizes a native of the famous Murphy family, Owen. Poppy tells Jacob that everyone in the Murphy family is fat, so when they see a person in power and in the flesh, you can guess that they are one of Murphy's people. The fat man greets everyone and asks why they are the only ones he has met. Duke asks who they were waiting for, but Owen changes the subject and says he only came here to help. Suddenly, he sees Poppy ahead and immediately recognizes Miss Garcia. Owen gleefully informs her that they both belong to a dozen great families and feels his responsibility to her and offers to accompany her. Poppy mentally asks Jacob how he feels about it. The boy nods in response, giving his approval. From this point, they begin to move forward together. Zaid asks what the Murphy family was doing here until now. Owen admits that even though they entered here earlier, they had no success advancing due to the demon dog ahead. Poppy asks if the same dog is causing trouble in the surrounding mountains and countryside. Owen confirms her guess and laments that the dog turned out to be much stronger than they imagined. The demon stopped them halfway, and any attacks would have no success against him. But now that the Garcia family has joined them, they may actually have a chance to win. Poppy responds by asking why there are only 5 left and what happened to the people whose corpses they met earlier. Owen replies that those people belonged to other clans and behaved very aggressively, and that is why they had to kill them. Kingsley wonders why there are so many corpses, since not everyone on the island knows about the hidden kingdom. The fat man takes out his jade pendant and says that they all tried to take it away. Poppy again wonders how many copies of the pendants there are, and asks the audience if they are surprised by their number. The girl says that these pendants are very strange and sinister, so it's better that they all get rid of them. Owen doesn't understand why she says that, but guesses that she also had a pendant but got rid of it. Duke interrupts their conversation and says that Jacob lied to Poppy that he was a threat to her. Owen convinces the girl that the pendant is only useful, and without it, it would be difficult to bypass the monsters and advance further. Poppy, on the other hand, is confident in Jacob's words and advises everyone else to listen to the boy as well. Duke is angry at how much the hero has brainwashed the girl, because everyone knows that ordinary martial artists will not survive pendants. He asks why he is considered weaker than some unknown guy. Poppy says that Jacob is much stronger than him and asks her to just accept it. Owen interrupts their argument and asks everyone to hurry up and move on. The girl asks how strong the demon dog is and how many people it will take to defeat it. The man tells them not to worry for nothing, because now their expedition consists of people who have every chance of success together. And if they act together, they will definitely defeat this dog. Suddenly, one of Owen's men shouts that there is a crossroads ahead of them. Carnivorous plants grow on the right road. On the left, Jacob feels the energy of the magical field. Owen instead advises the right path. Although it is more dangerous, it leads to a demon dog, while the other is empty and leads to a dead end. Jacob stops and does not follow the man. Owen tells one of his men to give Poppy his pendant. He tries to deny it because without it, he will be too vulnerable for those around him, but Owen just takes the pendant from him. The man hands the girl a decoration so that she can safely walk down the aisle with plants. She looks at Jacob for advice. The guy instead just says he'll take the left path, separate from the main group. He goes about his business and advises Poppy not to even touch the pendant. Duke calls this madness and irresponsibility because he not only went his own way, but also advises Poppy not to defend herself in any way. Owen hands the girl a pendant, but she decides to listen to Jacob and refuses. The man orders everyone to surround and protect Miss Garcia because she does not want to touch the pendant. In this way, they pass along the corridor, driving away the plants with their pendants. When they reach the end of the passage, Owen reminds them that they are of the dozen and have a common goal. Poppy asks why he's helping her if he wants the same thing she wants. The man replies that they have no other choice because they both need more people to win. The girl doubts his sincerity, but wants to hope that he is telling the truth. However, she herself mentally considers their situation strange because it is very suspicious that the competitor treats her so well. At this point, according to Poppy, they can only move on. If there really is treasure here, it must belong to Garcia. Jacob, who took a different path, really hits a dead end. However, the boy decides not to retreat and to make a passage in the wall on his own. And indeed, as he had expected, a field of spiritual herbs was hidden behind the wall. Having felt the power of herbs, the boy understands that even a small amount of plants will be enough for Jacob to acquire the next level. After 10 minutes, he already has 36 plants in his arsenal. The harvest is so rich that Jacob realizes that this place has been around for at least 2,000 years. He remembers that there was a war with demons around those years and wonders if this kingdom is connected with it. He sees a road across the field and decides to explore it as well. Meanwhile, Owen and Poppy are almost there. The girl orders her people to be careful and attentive. Suddenly, ahead of them, they see a throne to which stairs lead. One of the men on the expedition informs Poppy that he feels a demonic energy ahead and suggests that the demon is hiding at the top of the stairs. Suddenly, Owen drops to his knee and addresses someone on the throne. He calls him the owner and informs that they have brought a beautiful girl as a gift. This really surprises Poppy and the others. Kingsley and Duke also don't understand what's going on. The girl asks what it all means, and Owen reminds her that she herself knew they were competitors and should have guessed the trap. The man reveals the cards and informs that he brought her here to make a sacrifice. Poppy grits her teeth in anger and calls him a scoundrel. Duke asks what the real cause of all the people dying at the first door is. Owen replies that they simply didn't want to give their women away for good, and that's why they had to be exterminated. They wouldn't have died if they hadn't resisted, but now their girls have very nice and much more powerful company. Poppy reminds him that he is one of the dozen, and the Garcia family can tell everyone else, and the big families will be one less. Owen tells her that there are things in the world far more powerful than a dozen, and they are the ones worth fearing and obeying. In exchange for his service, he is going to receive the treasures that this kingdom hides, which will greatly increase the status of the Murphy family. He asks not to condemn his decision because he is sure that everyone would have done the same if the happy future of the family hung in the balance. Poppy replies that she would never sacrifice to demons to win a better place under the sun. Suddenly, a voice sounds like thunder telling them to shut up. The sound is so powerful that men's ears are blocked. They understand that this someone has great power. Lamps light up on the walls. The darkness around the throne dissipates slightly to reveal a giant dog and two captive women. Owen is happy that he was able to get the host what he wanted, and introduces Poppy. The demon dog is pleased that the man went to such lengths for his sake. Poppy only gets angrier in response. Owen is happy with the demon's answer, and asks if his family can now go treasure hunting. The dog waves its paw and says that from now on, they are allowed to explore the kingdom. However, in his mind, the demon calls them fools because he knows that there are no treasures here. Owen, meanwhile, senses his victory and tells his men to follow him to explore the other rooms and take out the treasures. Kingsley suddenly stops him and asks him to take them with him. A few others also ask to go with him, because of the demonic dog, they will never leave this place. Owen agrees, but says that all the treasures belong to him alone. The men foresaw this, and said they would find something else besides treasure to cover their own expenses. Murphy agrees and says that they are all his people from now on and will obey all his orders. They happily agree and approach him, full of gratitude. Owen decides to ask his master if he allows the men to go with him. The demonic dog only orders him not to be distracted from the beautiful women in front of him again. With that, all the men leave the hall, leaving Poppy behind. The dog tells her not to be sad and to smile at her owner. Poppy replies that she never belonged to anyone and refuses to smile. The demon asks if she wants him to use the force to see her smile. The girl replies that it will really be easier for him to kill her than to make her smile. The dog leans back contentedly on his throne because he likes women with character. He admits that he respects her much more than the pack of hyenas that left his hall. Meanwhile, one of the halls with the coffin begins to shake. Jacob breaks through the wall. He notices a sarcophagus in front of him and decides to open it. An unexpected discovery awaits him inside, a sarcophagus filled with jade pendants. Jacob also finds a mace inside, which used to be a spiritual weapon, but now its level is too low to be useful. After these millennia, this item has become even worse in terms of energy than the boy's sword, but it can be restored. On the opposite wall, the hero sees a mural. Jacob suspects that she may be related to the demon he expelled from Selena's daughter's body. Suddenly, Owen and his men run up to the sarcophagus. This place is the only one they haven't explored yet, so they believe there must be treasures here. The man is surprised when he sees a hero in front of him. Jacob, on the other hand, does not react to him in any way. Owen refuses to ignore him and asks how he ended up here if he went to a dead end. The hero passes him with a mace in his hand and says that he was here by accident and is about to leave. Meanwhile, the men run up to the sarcophagus and look inside. They find a bunch of jade pendants there and intend to take as many as they can with them. Alone, Owen wonders why there are only these pendants and no trace of treasure. He growls at Jacob to tell him what he has in his hand. In response, the guy wonders why they need information about this trifle. Owen says he didn't see anything in his hands when they met, so he must have taken that weapon from the sarcophagus. Jacob admits that the mace was indeed lying in the sarcophagus, but no one would call it treasure. In addition, it has nothing to do with the Murphy family, and therefore no one is obliged to give them anything. Owen loses the last bits of patience and persistently asks the hero to give him the mace, otherwise he promises to take it by force. Jacob admits that he would be very interested to see it. Owen calls out to the men collecting the jade pendants and tells them to immediately stand up for their boss, to whom they have sworn allegiance. He reminds them that the demon dog would have killed them long ago if it weren't for him, and they can't even leave this place without his goodwill. The men go after Jacob and admit that they don't want to maim him, and instead plead to just give Murphy what he asks for. Kingsley also asks the boy to give up the mace, because the terms of his stay on the expedition included only magical herbs, not treasures. Duke is angry that everyone is so kind to the scoundrel, because he himself would have killed him a long time ago. He approaches the hero and demands that he immediately give up the mace and behave politely in order to avoid punishment from him. In response, Jacob only slaps him. The man flies away from the force of the blow. The others are surprised that Jakey punched the martial artist so hard that he flew into the wall, and admit that they underestimated him. Owen rushes them and tells them not to pay attention to his power, and informs them that if he doesn't get something of value, no one will leave this place alive. The men surround Jacob and tell him not to rush, because they clearly outnumber him and ask him not to blame them. Owen growls at Zaid as he stays away. He honestly answers that he considers this fight unfair and does not want to take part in it. At this moment, the defectors attack Jacob altogether. Using only a mace, the hero defeats all attackers. Kingsley decides to attack him from behind, taking advantage of the moment of surprise. Unexpectedly for him, Jacob grabs his hand. A moment later, the old man is already flying to the other side of the room, knocked over by the hero. Kingsley runs straight into the sarcophagus, knocking the lid off completely. Owen is not surprised that the men are so helpless and decides to do everything himself. He decides to give Jacob one more chance to give him the mace and promises to reward him in return. Instead, the guy suggests that he not waste his energy on empty talk and attacks. This answer satisfies Murphy, and he admits that he has never met such fearless or stupid people. His conversation is interrupted by Jacob's hand hitting him in the face. The man is pushed back, and the hero tells him that he hates idle chatter and wasting time on it. Owen catches blood from his nose and promises to make every effort to make Jacob die by his hand. The next moment, the boy is attacked together by Murphy's men. Jacob punches one of them in the stomach, knocking the air out of him. He kicks the other in the face. He grabs the third by the neck and throws him to the other side of the room. Zaid catches his attention and asks to save Miss Garcia, because these scum have given her to a demonic dog as a slave. Jacob instead replies that the man should throw away what he is holding in his hand, alluding to the pendant. As they leave, they can hear Owen growling at his men because they were obligated to destroy the boy. After a few minutes, Duke suggests asking the demon dog to deal with Jacob, since they can't just let him go. Owen rises and promises that the treasures will leave this place only in the hands of the Murphy family, and he will do everything to kill Jacob. The demon dog, meanwhile, is losing patience with Poppy's stubbornness. He says he's giving her one last chance to come to him and sit on his lap. The girl advises him to continue dreaming. The demon dog rises from the throne and says that it was her decision and now he won't be so kind. He is suddenly distracted by a figure emerging from the shadows. It turns out to be Jacob. Poppy is happy to see him and says that she believed that he would not leave her in danger. The demon dog, meanwhile, freezes in place in surprise. Meanwhile, Owen's group reaches them. The man shouts that the hero humiliated him and asks that the master punish him, or rather kill him. The demon dog slowly descends the stairs down to the people. Owen promises that now Jacob will surely end, because the demon will crush him with one little finger. Poppy tells Jacob that the dog gives off an aura of complete invulnerability, but he tells her not to even think about it. Meanwhile, the dog is getting closer to them, remembering the hero's name. He sees that the boy looks very average, but his aura, which is in the body purification stage, suggests that he was the one he was looking for. Meanwhile, Owen is rooting for his master to finish off the young man as soon as possible. Unexpectedly, the dog hits Murphy. Everyone present is very surprised by the incomprehensible behavior of the demon. Owen mutters that the master made a mistake and hit the wrong person. The demon dog, meanwhile, falls to his knees and bows to Jacob, calling him teacher. He grabs the boy's leg and cries because he has been looking for him for a long time and finally found him. The men are shocked that the demon dog bowed to Jacob. Instead, the hero asks the beast who he is. The dog says that he is the messenger of a demonic dog named Vito. Jacob remembers raising one, but he died 2,000 years ago. Vito was like a brother to him, with whom they practiced asceticism for 200 years several thousand years ago. He was incredibly gifted in cultivation and was able to cross over to the next world even before Jacob returned to society. The dog confesses that he is a descendant of Vito and that he has been asleep all these years. When Vito passed away, he asked to convey a message from him to the hero. The dog did not expect that everything would change so much during his sleep. He rushes to hug Jacob again because he already believed that they would never meet again. Meanwhile, Poppy does not understand which 2,000 years are being discussed. Meanwhile, the hero touches the dog's head and dips his hand into it, feeling the energy. Only after that, he makes sure that the dog is not lying and is really a descendant of Vito. The demon dog says he has a message about a war 2,000 years ago and some important details about that time that affect the transition. Jacob cuts him off because there are a lot of other people's ears around them and offers to continue the conversation when they are alone. Instead, the dog suggests simply killing all the people around because they are in their way. Owen and some men fall to their knees and beg for mercy. Duke, in turn, turns to Poppy and reminds her that their families are very close friends and asks her to tell Jacob not to touch him. The man understands that the demon is now on the boy's side, but begging him for mercy is useless, and therefore the only way out for him is to involve Poppy. At this moment, the dog hangs over the men at his feet and says, because he hates people like them more than anything. He is already activating his own energy and asks them only to give him a chance to start killing. Jacob stops him and tells him not to get his hands dirty. He already knows that these people will not live long. At the same moment, the pendants that all the men carried with them begin to heat up. They begin to burn like fire and their smoke envelops the men. The dog guesses that this is the same demon without a body that started the war in the world 2,000 years ago. Suddenly, pendants crumble in men's hands. Disembodied demons are released from them and attack people. The men try to run away from them, but the creatures are fast. They pierce through anyone holding their pendants and lift them into the air. Poppy is horrified and asks Jacob what is happening to them. The boy replies that they themselves woke up the monsters that were sleeping in the jade pendants. Jacob finally finds a thread that connects the situation with Selena's daughter and this dungeon. Meanwhile, the men's bodies begin to dry before our eyes as if the life is being drained from them. Even Duke begs Poppy to save him. Suddenly, all the bodies fall to the ground, giving their lives to the being above them. Poppy and Zade are alert because they sense danger. A red gold egg hangs in the air, from which comes a voice and words about delicious human meat. The dog immediately recognizes the demonic embryo. The creature, meanwhile, demands that everyone immediately fall on their knees and begin to pray. Jacob snorts that he imagined himself a god and promises to destroy. The embryo replies that these are very loud words for an ordinary mortal. At this moment, a hero appears next to him. He kicks the embryo with his foot, causing it to hit the ground loudly. The germ says that such arrogance must be fought, and says that the boy's fate will not end in a peaceful death now. The eggshell breaks, and a paw appears from under it. The lizard-like demon straightens and breathes heavily. The dog shouts to Jacob that this demon has a very strong aura and should be careful with him. At this moment, a creature is already flying at the boy. Jacob is clearly unimpressed with his power and calls him trash. The next thing that happens, Jacob fights off the demon with one hand. Poppy calms down a little, and the dog is happy that his expectations about the master have come true. The monster rises and admits that he did not expect that a mere mortal could have such power. In response, Jacob nails him to the floor with his foot. Hound is surprised that the demon died from 2 hits, but is amazed that the master's power has grown so much over the years. Meanwhile, the disembodied demon leaves its shell. The boy asks where he planned to run. The spirit replies that it is as dense as air, so it cannot be caught. The demon flies further, but the hero quickly catches up with him. He grabs the creature by the tail and nails it to the ground. He reminds that he promised the demon death and steps on it with his foot, crushing it. The dog looks at his master proudly while Zade and Poppy can't think of words. After some time, they come out of the dungeon together. The girl asks what they should do with the dog because his appearance will definitely raise questions in society. Jacob agrees that people can easily let him experiment and advises him to change his form. The next moment, a giant dog is standing in front of them, but Jacob says that this shape doesn't fit either. The next moment, the dog shrinks a little but still remains huge, which does not satisfy the hero. On the third try, the dog turns out to be exactly the size that is acceptable for an urban environment, and Jacob agrees to it. A few hours later, after saying goodbye to Poppy and Zade, Jacob and the dog arrive at the university, where they meet Dana. The girl immediately notices the cute dog and asks Jacob when he managed to get it. The dog clearly does not like this, but he is afraid to upset the master. Jacob tells Dana that she better stay away from the dog because he is very fierce. The girl hugs the animal to her and tells the boy not to deceive her, because the dog is too cute for such a thing. At this time, a man from the Five Poisons sect is watching them. A giant snake crouches next to him, while the man rejoices that not only Jacob but also Dana caught his eye. The young people decide to go for a walk together, and Dana asks the boy if he is sure that he will stay at the university. Jacob replies that the entire university now belongs to him, so he won't go anywhere. Jacob has helped the Red family a lot in the past, so he thinks he deserves to get a university as a reward. The boy smiles and tells Dana to call Henry back. He knows that he and Dana left their places at the university in solidarity with him. Dana replies that she talked to the guy, but he doesn't plan to come back because he met influential people and works for them. Suddenly, Jacob senses an evil energy behind them. He turns to the dog and orders it to bring the demon to him. Unexpectedly for Dana, the so far calm dog breaks out of her arms and runs away. Jacob tells her to leave the animal alone and follow him. Meanwhile, the dog had already found a source of negative energy, which turned out to be the old man from the Five Poisons sect and his snakes. The man is surprised that the boy's dog suddenly appeared next to him. However, he decides not to think about it, but to let the snake eat the dog first before it swallows Jacob. The animal starts creeping menacingly towards the dog, but when he thinks to rush at him, the dog is already attacking him. The snake flies away from the blow, losing one of its teeth. The body of the snake falls at the feet of its owner, surprising him. The man is shocked that his snake of the highest evolution was able to be beaten by some dog. Meanwhile, his pet gets up with a bloody mouth and prepares to attack the dog again. He decides to stop playing games and grabs the reptile's tail with his huge paw. The old master steps back, surprised that a simple pet turned out to be a demonic dog. A moment later, the dog grabs the snake with two paws and tears its body in half. He throws the corpse on the ground, and the man, realizing what danger awaits him, runs away. The dog, on the other hand, does not want to give him such a chance and gives chase. Compared to the old man, he makes a step and knocks him off his feet. When Jacob and Dana reach his room, the girl warns him that there is a lot of danger around lately, and to be more careful. The guy is interested and asks her to tell in more detail. Dana says that recently a killer with the spirit of a snake has been prowling the city, and several hundred people have been killed in just a few days. Even the Martial Arts Association issued a warrant for his arrest, offering masters a large reward for the criminal. She shows Jacob a photo on her phone so that Jacob will definitely miss it. Suddenly, a demonic dog bursts into the door with the master of the Five Poison sect in his hands. Dana jumps away in fear, not recognizing the dog, and hides behind Jacob, because she definitely recognizes the killer in the hands of the demon. The guy comforts Dana, because she recently held this dog close to her. Meanwhile, the demon throws the old man to the ground without much caution. Having completed the mission, he hurries to give the teacher the core of the snake, for which he was sent. The next moment, the dog takes on a comfortable small form and jumps onto the couch to rest. Dana, who at first did not believe Jacob's words, now makes sure that it was this giant demon that she was holding close to her. Meanwhile, the old man faints and the hero approaches him and asks which of them he was hunting. The master smiles and replies that both Dana and Jacob are his targets. The man says that he belongs to the Five Poisons sect, and they will not leave them alone. Jacob says that their sect makes high-quality cultivation cores and offers to let the old man go if he brings more demons with him. The old man does not understand why the boy behaves so confidently and thinks that he simply does not have the strength to kill him. Suddenly, the head of his sect calls him. At the same moment, Jacob takes the phone from him and hangs up. Dana asks why Jacob needs demon cores. The hero replies that he uses them for cultivation. Then the girl offers him to hand over the old man to the association and receive a reward that can be used to buy demon cores. Dana says that she still has a lot of work to do and wishes the boy good luck. Jacob instead asks her to stop. Inspired by her fantasies, Dana says that she will stay here and do anything the hero asks. The guy asks her to calm down her fantasies and be more serious. He reminds her that she will not be happy all the time like today. She was in real danger when a killer came after her, and only thanks to him she was not hurt. So Jacob tells her to get out of here, or her enemies won't rest until they get to her. Dana instead says she has a better idea to solve the problem. She declares that she can live with him, so that he always has the opportunity to protect her. She runs out to get her things while Jacob is quietly angry that he didn't find anything to say to her. He decides to focus on the problems he can solve, and asks the dog to tell him what Vito told him. The guy is interested in why Vito moved first, and didn't even have time to say goodbye to him. The dog says that Vito found him before his transition and told him that the heavenly path will close soon. Jacob checks whether the dog heard and understood correctly. The demon relays that he was told that time was short, and so Vito decided to get up without wasting time, without waiting for Jacob to return. Thus, Vito became the last one to cross the heavenly path. The disappearance of the heavenly path is a very important event, and it is noticeable even by the energy on Earth that is gradually decreasing and the absence of people who are crossing over. Dog says that Vito said that the transfer process is not as pleasant as the cultivators make it out to be. No one ever went back and told anyone what an unpleasant event it was. Suddenly, his voice becomes quiet and the dog says that Vito warned that the veil of the heavenly kingdom may open and immortals will descend on Earth. However, the demon himself does not think that such a thing is possible, because returning has always been considered something impossible. Jacob instead chooses to believe Vito's words, because for such statements he must have known some important information. The dog says that after Vito was transferred, disembodied demons descended on the Earth and a bunch of cultivators of various levels died. Jacob voices his speculations to the dog about the connection between the disembodied monsters and the closed skyway. The guy has no idea how to fix the situation, so he decides to stick to his plan and continue working on getting the 100,000th level. Jacob tells the dog to take the old man and take him to the association to exchange for a demon core. He immediately adopts a combat uniform and prepares to go on a mission. The hero stops him and tells him to put on a cloak so as not to scare people, and he goes about his business. He had gathered many spirit herbs, and now he had to find a remote place to turn them into elixirs and develop his cultivation. After some time, the dog and the old master reach the martial arts association. Without curtsy, the demon throws the old man to the floor and announces that he has found who they were looking for. Corbin Davis apprehensively approaches the master and asks if it is really the same killer before them. The dog decides to rush them and demands his reward for the criminal in the form of monster cores. Corbin is happy that their city will finally stop being terrorized and asks to know the name of the hero who saved them. The dog is called by the name of its teacher, Vito, but says that he has a lot of work and asks to give the reward as soon as possible. A red box is brought to them, and Corbin joyfully presents it to the demon. The dog takes it and is about to leave, but Davis stops him and offers to join a martial arts association. The dog simply replies that he is not interested. Corbin asks him to think, because if he joins their ranks, they will constantly get elixirs for him. This makes the dog stop. He knows how his teacher is after elixirs and cores, so it would be good to bring him more. He decides to agree and join the association if the elixirs will always reach him. After a few minutes, the demon signs in the tablet and Corbin declares him a new honorary member of the organization. He informs that in the future there will be tasks that need to be completed, and they will count on the help of Mr. Vito. The dog says that he has to go right now, but promises to help. One of Corbin's henchmen asks the vice president why he has so graciously welcomed a complete stranger with no known background. Selfish fire burns in the man's eyes. He replies that the newcomer's origin is of no importance because he will have a unique role. He believes that right now the association lacks just ordinary thugs, and the cores he asks for as a reward do not even have any utility. At this time, Jacob found a remote place for cultivation and started making elixirs. He is sure that this amount of spiritual grass will be enough for him to make dozens of elixirs. It had been a long time since he had so many ingredients in his hands. He throws some herbs into the cauldron and begins to cultivate. After some time, a bunch of elixirs start to appear from the cauldron. Jacob notices that they are also of better quality than the new spiritual herbs. He decides to start absorbing them. After the first elixir, he does not feel any changes. At his level, such a dose has no effect, so the hero decides to continue absorbing other elixirs. After absorbing the 17th elixir, he still won't feel any changes in his energy or a breakthrough in his powers. Jacob decides to just absorb the rest of the potions and see the effect. Only after that did the boy feel the limits of his cultivation beginning to weaken. After that, he decides to meditate in order to gain the next level. At this time, outside the cave in which Jacob is doing his business, the witch Melissa is running away from someone. Two men with guns at the ready are chasing her, but they ask her not to run away. The girl replies that she wouldn't run away from them if they weren't chasing her. Suddenly, all three feel strange vibrations. Melissa immediately feels a strong aura in the air. The girl looks around and notices the boy leaving the cave. Jacob reflects that he spent a lot of plants but was only able to level up a few points. Although his head is beginning to boil with thoughts, he knows that by overcoming the gap in cultivation this time, things will move faster from here on out. Melissa guesses that the stranger is a cultivator and therefore has such a strong aura. Suddenly, her pursuers stand before her and order her to return with them and complete the task, and promise that she will not be in trouble again. A brilliant idea comes to Melissa's head and she screams for help. Although Jacob hears her, he, as always, chooses not to intervene in conflicts that do not concern him. Melissa then decides to catch up with him and screams that she is being chased and needs help. One of the men shouts to the others not to let the boy take the witch. Melissa clings to Jacob and begs him to save her and not leave her. In response, Jacob grabs her by the long sleeves and pushes her away. The pursuers immediately approach her, intending to grab her. The guy just asks to be left alone, because this situation does not concern him at all. One of the men laughs at the girl, because even passers-by do not believe that she could be in trouble. The witch begins to fake cry, trying to make Jacob feel sorry for himself. She shouts loudly that she knows that the hero wants to go to pity and bring help, but does not want to be alone with these ill-mannered men. Men cannot tell if she is telling the truth or trying to deceive them. One of them decides not to trust fate and simply capture the stranger along with the witch. He runs up to the hero and orders him not to move. Jacob just yawns in annoyance as he is surrounded. He tries to convince them that he does not know the girl and does not want any problems. The man emphasizes that they will not let him go now, because they cannot believe his words. The next moment he is charging at the guy with the sword. However, as soon as he gets close enough, someone's leg flies right into his face. Jacob knocks him back without getting hurt. The other men follow suit and activate fire magic, intending to kill the boy. They direct their combined forces at him to precisely roast him to death. Their leader convinces Jacob that it is a great honor to die from their magic. But the hero surprises him by not reacting to magic in any way. Unfazed, Jacob asks about the witch's fire and why it was being revived. The man decides to ask him back how he managed to survive their attack, since he is the first one to do so. Jacob replies that he will not report to the novices, and instead asks where they learned such an art. The stalker warns him that they won't give him a painless death if he talks so rudely to them. Jacob replies that he would like to hear the answer to his question first. In response, the men launch another attack, because they do not want to believe that he is really invincible for them. Jacob activates his energy with the intention of proving his point. With one fist, he is able to beat all three attackers. Having finished with them, he advises not to be so self-confident. A moment later, a witch comes to him and thanks him for his help. The guy complains that she caused him problems, and he had to beat people up to save them both. She admits that he had a very strong aura, and therefore she immediately understood that only he could rely on her. Jacob stares blankly at the witch and asks if she has any money or spirit herbs to pay for the favor. Melissa replies that she has nothing with her because she ran away. The boy notices animal skins on her and asks if she has the cores of demonic creatures. Melissa reminds that she ran away and didn't have time to take anything with her, so she won't be able to pay. In response, Jacob only turns away and walks away. But the girl asks not to leave her alone. Soon they reach the city. The witch begins to look around with curiosity. The hero asks why she is still chasing him. Melissa replies that she will definitely return the debt to him. That's why she doesn't want to go too far. The guy asks if that's really the only reason she's following him. Under the grumbling of her stomach, the girl admits that she is very hungry and asks to be fed. After a while, he brings her to a restaurant where Melissa praises his taste in food. At this time, someone is watching them from the street. The tattooed man tells his master that he has found the boy he is looking for. Ian Harris peers out of the car and confirms that it is indeed Jacob. He still remembers how the boy stole his genoderm and took away his chance for a life without pain. He orders his bodyguard to go to Jacob and hurt him as much as possible until he gives up the mushroom. After a while, Melissa and Jacob leave the restaurant. The girl announces that they are now friends because they shared lunch. The witch runs ahead and promises that she will find the hero a little later. The guy feels that the girl's aura is very similar to the energy of his old friend. Having left, he looks into the alley and orders the pursuers to leave. 3 people come out to him and ask where the boy got so much courage to call them. The hero asks who sent them after him. The tattooed man replies that he will be allowed to ask the question if he remains among the living. The next moment, he jumps up and swings the pipe at Jacob. Of course, after a few seconds, all the thieves are beaten at the boy's feet. Ian's bodyguard says that they were not warned that they would have to fight a martial artist. Jacob asks if he's allowed to hear the answers to his questions now. The man answers that he should not be so self-confident because no one will let him go from here among the living, and he gets the radio. He raises the phone to himself and orders the sniper to shoot. The next moment, a bullet flies into the back of Jacob's head. Thanks to his lightning reaction, the hero catches the bullet with 2 fingers. The man cannot believe his eyes. Next, Jacob sends the bullet back to where it came from, towards the roof of the high-rise. Unexpectedly for the sniper himself, he is killed by his own bullet, piercing his neck. Ian's bodyguard replies that it is impossible even for a martial artist to stop a bullet with his bare hands. Jacob only asks if they can talk now. The man replies that he is a professional killer, and therefore it is absolutely impossible to get information from him. Jacob activates the energy and raises his fist to the man's face, asking if he is sure of his words. A second later, the man falls to his knees and promises to tell everything he knows in exchange for pardon. The guard reveals that Ian Harris paid him and the team for Jacob's head for stealing the genoderm. The hero realizes that the Harrises once again treated his words carelessly. He walks out of the alley, leaving the man on his knees. He immediately calls the owner and tells him that Jacob is too strong even for a martial arts master. He tells Ian that there is nothing they can do and recommends that they turn to others. Ian freaks out and throws the phone right at one of his guards. He asks the man how he can defeat Jacob if he beats all their men. The guard does not know what to answer to the owner and is just trying to come to his senses after the blow. The next moment, Ian punches him in the stomach and demands an answer to a question. Isadora rushes into the room, worried by the noise, and asks what is wrong with her son. He only complains that the people to whom he ordered Jacob refused further cooperation. He admits that he has already lost hope so much that he is ready to call his father for help. Isadora reminds him that his father cannot come back and help now, and hugs his son. The woman admits that she did not expect such strength from a guy, and he is definitely an unusual person. Ian gets angry and says he doesn't want to wait and wants to see Jacob dead today. His mother replies that they will find a superior martial artist who will definitely be able to beat the scoundrel. She mentions the Martial Arts Association and their friendship with Corbin Davis. She offers to call the vice president to them and asks to give the strongest fighter. Meanwhile, Jacob gets home. The demon dog has already given him 2 monster cores, and the hero himself has 2 more. The hero decides that it is time to cultivate. He takes out the cores of the beasts and begins to activate them. After some time, Jacob receives the 99,955th level. Suddenly, his phone starts ringing. The hero picks up the phone and says hello to Milo. The man reports that Holly may be in trouble because someone is stalking her. Jacob is immediately alert and asks to reset his address immediately. Meanwhile, the girl finishes her shift at work and receives a salary from her boss. Holly says goodbye to the woman and rushes home. The girl walks home along one of the alleys, but suddenly someone stops her. 3 threatening-looking men approach her. The leader turns around and asks someone if they have stopped the right girl. Unexpectedly, Holly's father steps forward and confirms that this is his daughter. The leader of the gang is satisfied that the man's words about Holly's beauty were not empty words. He asks the girl's father if he is really ready to sell his daughter. This question shocks Hall. The man tells Christopher, the leader of the gang, that he is ready to give up his daughter in order to have his debt forgiven. The leader confirms that all debts are now 0. The girl's father approaches her and introduces Christopher, saying that he will take care of her from now on. Holly goes mad with anger at her father, even when he promises that she will be better off with Christopher than in poverty with her mother, and tries to run away. Another man quickly cuts her way. He assures the girl that she is very lucky to be noticed by the boss. Christopher confirms this, and says he'll be sorry if Holly gets in the way and hurts herself. I say go with them on good terms. At that moment, Milo runs to them and orders everyone to leave the girl alone. The man came to Holly's aid, bringing with him 2 assistants, and tells the girl that they came from Jacob. Holly immediately feels more confident. Meanwhile, Milo greets Christopher and informs him that he belongs to a rather famous family, and then offers to let the girl go and part peacefully. The leader of the bandits replies that he doesn't know him or his family, so he and his friends better get out of here while they can. Milo holds out his hand in a protective gesture and says that no one will touch Holly. His confidence makes Christopher laugh, because his family has never refused anything. He orders his subordinates to attack Milo and bring the girl. Milo gets into a fighting stance and realizes that he will have to hold off such strong men until Jacob arrives. He decides to attack first and hits one of the opponents in the face. A fight begins, everyone finds an opponent. After some time, Milo, beaten and suffocating, falls to the ground. People turned out to be stronger than he imagined. As he gets up and prepares to fight, the 2 villains start beating him together. Christopher feels sorry for Milo. Even though he is a martial artist, he is too weak to fight them. He tells the man to surrender and leave while he is still conscious. Milo refuses to surrender and instead advises the man to surrender himself until Jacob gets here. In response, Christopher just kicks him in the face. Following this, he takes a bat and breaks Milo's arm. The man still answers that, compared to Jacob, the bandit is like an ant, and all that remains is to wait for him to arrive. Christopher hits Milo's broken arm again and again, forcing him to scream. The man stays with his opinion and smiles that the thug is provoking in this way a person who is completely beyond his control. The man raises the bat and says that he will gladly test his words and is ready to kill such a confident Milo right now. Holly, meanwhile, is being held in place. She asks not to kill her husband, because then she will have to pay with her own life. Christopher agrees with her and throws the bat away. He touches her and says that he will gladly turn his attention to her. The bandit orders his men to tear off the girl's clothes in order to get a better look at her. Pretending to be a decent man, he asks her father if he can inspect the goods. He doubts the truth of what is happening and asks if it is necessary to do it. In response, Christopher slaps him. The girl's father immediately changes his mind and says that the man is allowed to do anything because his daughter now belongs to them. A man approaches Holly and tells her that he likes her acting defiant. She wriggles out of his arms and tells him not to touch her. In response to this, the bandit takes out a knife and says that he likes the voice of the damsel in distress even more. Christopher says he doesn't like coaxing and tells her to start undressing immediately. Holly replies that she would never do that. With one movement of the knife, he cuts her cheek. Licking the knife, he once again tells her to undress or else he will do it himself and definitely hurt her skin. Holly yells that she won't follow the pervert and thug's orders and says he can just kill her, but she won't change her mind. Christopher laughs and says he doesn't kill because there are things that give him more pleasure than killing. Milo rises to his feet and assures the bandit that Jacob will not let him go so easily. The thug presses the blade to Holly's other cheek and asks if she thought through her decision. Jacob suddenly appears in the alley and asks the bandit why he wants to die so much. A relieved smile blossoms on Milo's face from his appearance. Christopher understands what the 2 of them were saying about this particular defender, but he doesn't understand how a simple guy can get in his way. Jacob asks how Milo is doing. The man replies that his injuries can wait. The hero also assures Holly that she is now safe and cannot worry. The girl is relieved and thanks him. Jacob turns to Christopher and says that it is rare to get him out of his mind, but he did. The bandit does not understand who the boy is trying to scare and tells him to stop his vanity. The next moment, The hero kicks the scoundrel in the leg. As a result of the impact, the leg twists at an unusual angle and breaks. His subordinate with a knife runs to the defense of his boss. Jacob simply grabs the knife with his bare hand, stopping him. The next moment, the blade crumbles under the onslaught of his power, surprising the bandit. While the man is trying to understand what happened, Jacob punches him in the face. He picks up the attacker's spare knife from the ground and wonders how they managed to anger him so much. Meanwhile, Christopher shouts to his other assistants to save him as soon as possible. In response, Jacob throws a knife into his hand, stopping his swing. His subordinates are level 4 masters, and are confident that they can attack together and defeat the boy. Of course, the hero defeats them without even putting in any extra effort. Christopher is shocked that Jacob was able to defeat 3 masters of his clan in a few punches, and asks who he is. Milo laughs and says that he warned about the power of the teacher and that he should not be provoked. The bandit says that he has nothing to do with it, because he belongs to a dozen big families and no one has the right to treat him like that. He warns the hero that if he touches him again, he can already prepare a coffin for himself. Jacob, meanwhile, silently picks up his bat from the ground. The man asks what he is up to, but the next moment he receives the answer together with a slap on the arm. Christopher howls like a wounded animal, clutching at a limb. Jacob hovers over him and says that he's very angry and needs to let off steam. The bandit says he recognizes his strength and asks for mercy this time, even offering money. Jacob replies that he has few connections with anyone in this world, and values even fewer. He believes that Christopher should have thought better before touching the people he loved. The next moment, without a drop of pity, he pierces his ribcage with his own bat. Holly's father is watching all this. He cannot believe his eyes that his master has just been killed. Jacob asks the girl what he should do with him. The man falls to his knees and asks his daughter for forgiveness. Holly is tired of putting up with his antics and yells that he should be ashamed to even look her in the eye. She is sure that the ending of the story could have been very tragic if Jacob had not come to her aid. Her father asks for his understanding and forgiveness for the sake of their family. The girl picks up the knife from the ground, which makes the man flinch on the spot. Holly says that she will never forgive him and squeezes the handle. Her father is worried and says that he loves her very much, and people who care about each other don't point guns at each other. The next moment, she stabs his arm with a knife. Unable to stand her emotions, she leans back. Jacob supports her. Holly says she's too kind, and that's why she can't uproot her problems. She says that today her father will not die, but she promises that if such a situation happens again, she will kill him with her own hands. The man gets up and thanks her, promising that this will not happen again. As the man walks past Jacob, he kicks him. He tells Holly that such scum will never understand the wrongness of his actions, but the boy will not kill him. Holly cries and thanks Jacob. The hero asks if she's okay after seeing a man die. The girl lowers her head but answers that everything is fine with her. Jacob takes Milo by the arm and offers him and the girl to go for treatment. Meanwhile, at the Martial Arts Association, Corbin invited Vito to his place. The dog asks to finish the conversation soon and asks if their meeting is related to the monster cores. Davis replies that he's been looking for them all this time and found them today. The demon is immediately interested in where the kernels are. He himself understands that his teacher needs these ingredients and as much as possible. Corbin tells that the cores of the monsters are in the Harris family, one of the most famous clans on the island. After much persuasion, they agreed to give these cores, but put forward a condition. They ask for help to kill one person. The demon laughs because he thought of the association as a law enforcement association, not a guild of assassins. Corbin replies that they are fighting criminals, but he offers this case only to Vito because he is confident in his abilities. He gives a photo card of the target, which must be removed. Unexpectedly, the dog sees his teacher on her. Corbin just signed his sentence. Vito can already imagine how to knock all thoughts about this case out of his husband. Corbin, meanwhile, casually reveals that Jacob stole the medicine from the Harrises, so killing him would also be a gesture of justice. The man assures that the customer's family is very generous and will gladly pay any amount. The dog replies that he wants 5 monster cores. He hopes to get a reward first, and only then to kill all the fools. Corbin is surprised to answer that cores are very rare, and this quantity is very large, but promises to ask the families of the customers. Meanwhile, Vito turns and leaves, asking to be informed of the family's decision. When the door closes behind the dog, the customer herself enters the room. Isadora asks if this masked man can really kill such a dangerous criminal as Jacob. Corbin assures her that their agent is very strong, and his energy is like that of a great master. So for 5 cores, he will definitely be able to complete the order. The woman says that during the entire existence of their family, they collected only 5 kernels, but they are of no use, and therefore, she is ready to pay the announced price. Ian asks if his mom is sure of her decision. He asks to bring him the boy's corpse so that he can mock him. Isadora says that she will do anything to make him happy. Meanwhile, Jacob, Milo, and Holly come to the hero's home. Milo asks why they came here and not to the hospital. He is worried about his leg. Holly is also worried that her mom will worry about her if she sees the scar on her face. Jacob replies that today he will fully heal them both and fully restore their bodies. He invites the girl first. They sit on the floor and the boy asks to give him his hands. Holly holds out her hands to him, a little confused as to what he's going to do with them. Jacob activates his energy and asks the girl to concentrate and breathe while he uses his magic to clean and heal the wounds. Holly concentrates and begins to glow with pink energy. The gash on her cheek quickly heals under the influence of magic. Out of surprise, she suddenly rises to her feet and hits the table. Suddenly, the tree crumbles to pieces, unable to withstand the blow. Jacob explains that while he was healing, her body was imbued with a small portion of his energy. Holly has now officially entered her period of body purification and has become a martial artist, which is why she now has such incredible power. Milo is very surprised that the girl has such incredible power due to contact with Jacob's energy, although it took him 9 years. The boy himself knows that he has been in the period of cleansing the body for too long, and therefore his energy has long mutated. Now 1 drop of his energy can give birth to a new master of martial arts. Milo approaches him and asks to heal him soon. He reaches out to Jacob and asks him to heal him as Holly did. Jacob replies that this is not necessary, because the girl was an ordinary person, unlike the man himself. He touches his wounds with his magic. Milo says that he feels a pleasant warmth on his body from Jacob's energy, and also that his level has increased by 1 point. Meanwhile, Dana approaches the room with her suitcase. Suddenly she hears male moans from inside. The girl is angry that she might have been wrong about Jacob's orientation and kicks the door. In front of her, a boy dutifully treats a man's leg. Milo is very surprised by the new guest, and Jacob reminds him that there is a handle on his door. Dana apologizes and pretends nothing happened and asks what they are doing. After some time in the Martial Arts Association, Vito is presented with his reward, 5 cores of beasts. Corbin gleefully announces that the family has put up a bounty on the boy's head. The demon dog inspects the balls and praises his customers for their speed. Isadora asks when Vito will be able to kill Jacob. Ian says that he can be brought in barely alive so that he can personally take the last light of life from the scoundrel. The dog says that he can grant this request if 2 more kernels are added to his payment. Isadora is shocked and reminds that these monster cores are very rare, and the families they know don't even have one. Ian suggests adding money to the cores. If the boy is brought in alive, they will pay whatever Vito says. The dog likes such conditions and answers that he will fulfill these conditions for 10 billion. Everyone present loses the gift of speech. Isadora excitedly says that their family is not rich enough to pay such money. Ian says that their family income is only 2 billion. Vito says that in that case, they will give him 2 billion. Isadora asks her son to leave and promises to solve this issue. She tells Vito that their family cannot go bankrupt to kill 1 person and offers to pay 500 million. The dog yawns and agrees to the proposed reward, putting the monster cores in a bag. Ian frowns and asks when Jacob will be brought to him. The dog replies that it won't take much time and says to wait. Meanwhile, in Jacob's room, Milo and Holly say goodbye to the teacher. The man promises to bring the girl home safely. Holly tells Milo that she will be able to defend herself now that she has become a martial artist. The man offers the boy to start a clan, because with his abilities you can teach a lot of people martial arts. But he only answers that he will not take students and asks everyone to keep today's events a secret. Holly and Milo promise not to tell anyone and go home. After some time, Jennifer comes to him. The girl asks not to ignore her but to listen. The hero replies that he is not interested in discussing anything with her, so that she does not bother him anymore. Jennifer admits that her act is worthy of his hatred. However, she can't just leave him in danger. She says that several assassins have been sent by different families after him, and he needs to run. Jacob tells her not to worry about him. Even if the monks were sent after him, they would not be a threat to him. Suddenly his phone rings. It turns out to be Poppy. She reminds him that last time she promised him to get monster cores. She asked her grandfather to help her with this, and he did find some cores, and she brought them with her to give to the hero. However, she has a business meeting to attend and invites Jacob to join her at the specified location. The guy agrees and says that he will come there soon. After a few hours, he reaches the luxurious hotel, but no one meets him outside. He tries to get inside, but is stopped by the security system because his face is not on their list. Suddenly more people arrive at the hotel. Henry's Colton Jenkins approaches the entrance. The man advises the boy to do his job well. Colton promises Henry that he will not leave him in trouble if he does not prevent him from meeting famous people. Suddenly, the boy notices Jacob in front of him. He greets him and asks what he is doing here. Henry introduces Colton and Jacob to each other. The hero immediately feels an evil aura around Colton and guesses that he is not doing his business very honestly. Henry interrupts his train of thought by asking why he can't enter. Jacob tells him that the system refuses to recognize his face. Jenkins laughs and tells Henry that his friend is very naive to come here uninvited and want to be let in. The guy asks not to insult the hero because he never appears where he is not wanted. Jacob informs him that he has been invited here and is waiting in the hall. Colton walks by and asks not to lie to him because everything is so clear to me. However, he turns around and suggests that Jacob go with them with Henry. Henry supports this idea and tells the boy not to be shy and take advantage of the offer. Jacob refuses and tells them to go ahead, and he himself will wait for someone here. The man tells Henry that his friend is very rude to refuse his kindness. A hotel representative appears at the entrance and informs that all guests have been entered into the database and a face scan is required to enter. Colton suggests that Jacob tell the person who invited him and maybe he'll be let through. The boy says that he was invited by Miss Poppy Garcia. The hotel representative asks to wait a moment while he finds the information in the database. After some time, the man reports that he could not find a guest with that name. Jacob suggests that she might also be in the party temporarily, and that's why she's not on the lists. Colton, meanwhile, laughs because he thinks Jacob is making it up as he goes along. He advises Henry to stop hanging out with a guy who can't admit his mistakes. He turns around and tells the boy to come inside because the party is about to start. While Henry is apologizing to Jacob, Colton walks inside without a problem. Instead, the hero warns the boy not to communicate with the man. Meanwhile, inside, Poppy looks around for Jacob. The guy decides to call the girl and tell her that he is waiting outside. Poppy says she will come to him now. Meanwhile, the concierge asks if Jacob has any other questions. The guy is bluffing and says that there is a caterpillar on the man's shoulder. While he is trying to find an insect on himself, Jacob runs past him inside. At this time, Colton shows Henry a golden table, at which only the most distinguished people can sit. He promises the boy that if he makes an effort, he can also sit behind him. Selena also enters the hall. Everyone greets her with delight. Suddenly, Colton appears in her path and greets her. He suggests that she take his business card so that she can contact him. Miss Foster just walks by while her assistant collects the business card. Meanwhile, Colton teaches Henry that one should always make only influential friends, not those who are not even invited anywhere. Meanwhile, Poppy continues to wait for Jacob because she did not notice him on the way out. Selena approaches her and greets her. She is glad that she was able to invite her and see her. Poppy admits that she came here not only for her sake, but also for one more person. Selena guesses from the girl's red cheeks that it is about a man. The girl asks not to embarrass her. Meanwhile, Colton understands from the conversations around that the two girls belong to a dozen large families. Henry replies that the 12 families are aristocrats and nothing shines from them. The man replies that the purpose of the party is to get to know each other, and friendship with influential people gives a chance for a good future. Colton tells Henry to come with him and promises to teach him how to meet a dozen aristocrats. He approaches Poppy and asks her to take a business card. The girl looks away and carelessly takes the card. While the girl has not gone far, the man asks about her business card. The girl replies that she did not take it with her and that her name will be enough for him. Meanwhile, all her thoughts are occupied by Jacob. This name reminds him of the one Jacob called when asked who invited him. Henry confirms this. Colton says they met a guy outside the hotel who said she asked him out, but of course he didn't believe him. At that very moment, Jacob enters the hall and says that he is already here. Colton confirms that this is the same guy who tried to take advantage of her good name and offers to get him out of here. However, Poppy just walks past the man. She grabs Jacob's hand and says hello. The girl complains that she has been waiting for him forever. All Colton has to do is swallow his tongue. Selena also joins them and asks to introduce her to the boy she has been waiting for, but as she gets closer, she recognizes Jacob. She surprises Poppy with the story that the boy saved and is treating her daughter, and offers to take seats at the table. Colton wonders how a simple guy can be friends with both Miss Foster and Miss Garcia. He growls at Henry and asks why he didn't tell him that the boy knows so many influential people and demands that he introduce them again. When everyone has taken their seats, Poppy pulls out a box of monster cores. She shares that their family has kept them for ages. Selena, meanwhile, says her daughter has recovered from treatment, but has recently started feeling depressed and not sleeping well. The woman asks if he can find time to visit her. Jacob replies that she'd better take the girl to the hospital because there's no point in calling someone who isn't a doctor. Selena replies that she has hired many doctors, but none of them have improved, so she insists that Jacob should help her daughter. Suddenly, someone calls Selena. It turns out to be her ex-husband, Perseus Foster. The woman gets up from her seat and asks him what he forgot here. Some party guests whisper that the man does not know his place if he addresses her so freely. Perseus turns around and tells everyone to pack up and leave as the party is now over. One of the guests comes up to him to help him because he obviously does not understand where he is. In response, Perseus grabs him by his clothes and lifts him above the ground. The guest barely has time to open his mouth to answer something, but he already flies into the wall. Perseus orders him to get out because next time he won't be among the living. The other guests also decide to leave to avoid being shot in the neck as well. The man calms down a little and assures his ex that he does not want to make a scandal with her, but simply to establish a relationship with his daughter. Selena tells him that he is not worthy to be called a father and promises that she will not allow her daughter to meet him. He admits that he knew this would happen, so he brought help with him. He squeezes Jacob's shoulder and tells him to get out. The guy pointedly ignores him in return. Perseus starts to get angry again and is ready to show his power again. Selena, on the other hand, tries to calm him down because their business should not disturb other people and promises to call the police. This only makes the man laugh, because she is no longer as influential, in his opinion, as she was before, and the police will not help her. He is sure that now is the era of martial arts masters, and the police have nothing to do here. To prove his point, he offers to fight Jacob right now. Selena does not want to allow this and goes to him, but Poppy stops her. The girl is convinced that they have nothing to worry about and that Jacob will not have any problems, to prove that they really have something to worry about, and flies towards the boy with fists full of energy. However, centimeters from the hero's back, his fist collides with an invisible obstacle. He even falls on his back from pain, unable to withstand the recoil. Meanwhile, Jacob yawns tiredly, because he himself never looks for adventures, but they find him. His assistants rush to help Perseus. The man did not expect that Jacob would also turn out to be a master. The hero in response activates his energy and orders the man to unhook. Perseus realizes that while he wants to talk things out with Selena, it's not very prudent to fight Jared, who knocked him down without even touching him. He turns and walks away, assuring his ex that they will return to the subject. Poppy approaches the woman worriedly and asks what happened. Jacob decides to leave them alone and heads for the exit. Selena approaches Poppy and says that even though they met through business, she has long considered her a sister. The girl replies that she admires her not only as a successful business founder, but also as a person. Selena replies that she recently learned about the concept of a dozen famous families and martial arts masters. She just wants to protect her daughter and prevent her from being harmed. Meanwhile, Jacob is walking down the street and remembers a strange feeling from Perseus's aura. He suspects that there is a connection between the disembodied demon attack on the girl and her father. He soon reaches his estate and remembers that he has as many as 10 monster cores. He gets them all and starts absorbing their energy. After some time, he exhales tiredly, having reached the 99,960 level with the help of nuclei. Meanwhile, at the Harris family estate, Ian asks his mother why Jacob is still not in his hands. Isadora takes out her phone and sends a message to Vito asking about the progress of the task. Unexpectedly for her, he immediately answers. The executor of the order writes that he first needs to go to the mountains, but for this he needs a capital of 100 million. Ian is sure that these are purely trifles, and demands that Vito be sent the money immediately. Isadora insists that they need to assess the situation because they already gave him 5 monster cores. She thought that the cores were of no value, so she gave them away, but now several families have become interested in them for a lot of money. However, the young man does not care. He only cares about revenge on Jacob, who made him suffer. Isadora is worried that her son will not have a seizure, so she promises that she will immediately send Vito money. In the meantime, the hero gets a call from Silas, whom he asks to get the cores of the monsters. The old man happily reports that he used all of his family's power and pulled all the famous families, and was able to collect 33 cores. This news cheers Jacob up a lot, and he asks that they be sent to him as soon as possible. 3 whole days pass, and Ian complains to his mother that there is still no news from the killer. The woman again decides to write to Vito, but his answer does not please her at all. Keeler again asks to send him 500 million in workers to dig up the treasure, and promises to return everything with interest. Without thinking, Ian tells his mother to fulfill the request, but this situation worries Isadora. Her son does not understand her concern, because such a famous craftsman should have enough money of his own, and there is no point in deceiving him. The next moment, Vito sends a photo to Isadora's phone, which shows a stone door. This convinces Ian that Vito is really looking for the relic, and therefore he should immediately transfer the money to him. His mother is still not entirely convinced that this request should be followed, but the boy knows how to manipulate Isadora and pretends that he is sick. The woman hugs him and promises that she will do everything to ease his suffering. After some time, the demonic dog's phone receives a message that 500 million has been transferred to him. Dana, coming down the stairs, gets emotional when she sees a dog playing with a gadget. Suddenly, there is a knock on the door, and the girl opens it to see Jennifer, who is very surprised to see her. Dana simply replies that she has been living with Jacob for a long time. Jennifer is offended that the guy leads a promiscuous life and leaves. After some time, she meets the hero himself on the street. Jennifer immediately says that she has an important matter for him. She admits that she is very impressed with his skills and wants him to teach her martial arts to protect her own family. Jacob just passes by and cites that he doesn't have time. Jennifer informs him that he should not be so frivolous, because a stronger master will soon arrive who may pose a threat. Jacob asks why she came to him and not to a famous master. The girl only shouts at his back that she will study with a famous master and will make the hero regret his decision. The next day, the Martial Arts Association and Jennifer are standing by the ocean. One of the boys asks Corbin Davis why the Grandmaster is making them wait over 2 hours. He only answers that the master has his reasons, and they should show sincerity and hospitality. At this moment, another boy says that he sees a great master in the waves. And indeed, the great master Samson Nelson calmly walks on the water. Association representatives are impressed by his ability to walk on water and the power of his aura. Jennifer is also very impressed, because she saw this only in the movies, and now she made sure that Samson is many times stronger than Jacob. She already foresees how successful it will be for her and her family to learn from such an outstanding person. When Samson comes ashore, everyone greets him with bows. The master himself asks if everyone knows the reason for his visit. Corbin replies that Jacob killed his apprentice and Samson has come to avenge him. Mr. Davis himself is convinced that it makes no difference at whose hand the insolent boy dies. Samson orders that the boy be brought to him, and he will give him a chance to become his student instead of Damien. Corbin is surprised that the master doesn't want to kill Jacob right away. He wisely replies that he will decide what to do with the boy depending on how he behaves. He had spent a lot of time training Damien and didn't expect anyone to kill him. However, if someone appeared who defeated his starfighter, that hero could be the perfect body for him to relocate. Jennifer announces that she knows Jacob and offers to introduce them and make the boy bow his head to the master. Samson is surprised that a stranger spoke to him. The girl introduces herself and says that she is ready to serve the great master. The man says that from now on it is her responsibility to bring the boy to him unharmed. In response, Jennifer tells how she admires Samson and his strength and therefore asks him for one favor. She falls on her knees before him and asks to be his student. He admits that Damien's death hit him hard and he no longer wanted to take students. However, moved by her sincerity, he is ready to make an exception and take care of her studies. Samson orders his disciple to go and fetch Jacob. She bows to him again and thanks him. Meanwhile, the head of the Murphy family, Knox, worries that Owen won't be coming back for a long time, unlike the Garcia family. One of his relatives emphasizes that the Garcias returned without treasure, because they would have already talked about it. According to Miss Poppy, Owen died in the dungeon, but the man has a hard time believing it. Knox is also convinced that something is being hidden from them and orders him to look into the situation. Brian knows that not many people have come out of the hidden realm, the most famous of which are Jacob and Poppy. Mr. Murphy tells him to leave immediately, because soon there will be a competition between a dozen families, and all information is important to victory. The next day, Jacob is leaving his house when a familiar voice calls out to him. It turns out to be Jennifer. She announces that she has good news for him. The girl reports that the great master Samson has arrived on the island. At first he wanted to kill Jacob, but then he changed his mind. She says that she agreed that he would forgive the actions of the hero if he bowed to him. Jacob just points to something behind her to distract her. When Jennifer is disappointed that there is nothing there, she turns around to see that the boy is no longer there. After some time, she reaches the Martial Arts Association and apologizes to the master for not being able to convince the stubborn Jacob. Samson tells Corbin that he will challenge the guy through the Martial Arts Association and personally break all his limbs. The man bows and says that he will take care of everything. Jacob, meanwhile, decided to visit the Blair family. Holly shares how her mom is feeling. She is also happy that she has become a master of martial arts herself and can protect herself and her mother. Suddenly, someone knocks on the apartment door. Behind them are representatives of the Martial Arts Association, who immediately say that they did not come for her, but for Jacob. A guy with red hair gives the hero a challenge from Master Samson to a duel. Instead, Jacob asks them to leave this area immediately because he does not have time to participate in duels. Corbin tries to press with authority, mentioning that the invitation was signed by the Grand Master himself, so the challenge to a duel cannot be ignored. The hero approaches the redhead and takes the letter from him. But of course, not to accept the invitation, but to ostentatiously break it up. The members of the Martial Arts Association turn and leave, because if the boy doesn't want to bow, he obviously wants to die. The redhead decides to ask why Corbin didn't personally punish the brat who tore up the letter. Corbin replies that Jacob defeated Damien and Master Tyrone, so he's not sure he can do anything to teach him. Then the boy wonders what they will tell Master Samson. Corbin replies that they will influence Jacob because of the girl they saw with him just now, which suits the redhead. Another of his assistants instead asks if this will make them themselves targets for revenge from Jacob. Corbin also took this into account, because when the hero agrees to fight with Samson, he is sure that after this meeting, he will not take revenge on anyone. The next day, when Holly was returning home, 2 boys from the association were already waiting for her. Rudy decides to act first and attacks the girl. Sensing his approach, she reacts quickly and kicks him in the face. The boy falls next to his friend, who jumps to the side. They clearly did not expect that Holly would turn out to be a master of martial arts. At that moment, Milo comes out from around the corner to them. He guesses that they were sent from the Martial Arts Association. The boy is recognized and asked how he learned about the affairs of their organization. In response, the man punches the attacker in the stomach. The redhead's friend advises Milo not to get involved in the affairs of the association because Vice President Davis will not leave him alone. In response, the man just knocks him to the ground with his fist. Milo approaches Holly concerned that the association is very interested in Jacob and his entourage, which is not a good sign. The girl offers to immediately inform the hero about everything. After a while, they come to Jacob and tell him what just happened. He gets up from his seat and offers them to go to the association and destroy the cause of their problems on the spot, without waiting for further attacks. Meanwhile, Ian asks his mother how they lost contact with Vito. Isadora replies that the master has not answered her for some time, so he simply ran away with the subscription. Her son insists that famous masters don't lie, so he's probably just out of coverage. Mrs. Harris tells him to go to the Martial Arts Association and ask Corbin what happened to their killer. At this time, the people of the Murphy family arrive on the island by plane. They are very surprised by the size of the city, because they themselves came from the capital. Meanwhile, Knox Murphy calls them to tell them about the recent situation. Raoul Murphy asks his father what happened, earning the notation why he has to call him boss. Knox warns that another famous family has arrived on the island, but he does not know the exact purpose of their visit. Raoul replies that he has some connections with that family and will work harder to improve them even more. Hanging up the phone, he tells his henchmen that it's time to visit the Martial Arts Association. Meanwhile, Corbin's assistants return to him and admit that they could not defeat the girl. Samson is also disappointed in them, and the entire Martial Arts Association that keeps such idiots. Corbin himself apologizes to the Grand Master and promises that everything will be fixed. At that moment, a guy runs up to them and informs that Jacob is going to visit the organization. The news stuns Davis, especially when the boy says the hero will be here in a few minutes. Samson suspects that Jacob still recognized his own indiscretion and decided to apologize. However, the man will no longer be as gracious as at first, and their meeting will not end with just an apology and a bow. Jennifer yawns with relief that Jacob has realized his mistake, but suspects that she will still have to ask him for forgiveness herself. At this time, the Harris family arrives at the association building. Isadora announces that they are having problems with Master Vito. Corbin tries to calm her down so she doesn't scream in front of the Grandmaster. He returns to Samson and introduces the family to him. The Grandmaster replies that he knows Isadora's husband and admires this incredible person very much. Ian perks up at the mention of his father and asks if Samson knows when he will be back. His mother is tugging at him not to bother important people with such questions, because his father will return when he can. Instead, she turns her attention to Corbin, because he was the one who advised them on Vito, who wasted a lot of their time and just disappeared. The man advises her not to worry because the great master Samson has also come here to kill Jacob. In addition, he asks to take into account that the boy will soon come here, right into the trap, and therefore the Harrises will not have to wait long. Ian is completely satisfied with this turn of events, because he will be able to watch his worst enemy get revenge. At that moment, someone from the yard calls Samson, calling him a rat, to come out and greet Jacob. Corbin is about to come out and personally punish whoever dared to insult his master, but he himself has already risen to do it. When Samson, Corbin, and Jennifer go outside, Jacob, Milo, and Holly are already waiting for them. Mr. Davies immediately orders all offenders to fall on their knees and beg Master Samson for mercy or prepare to die. Jacob asks who ordered the attack on Holly. Corbin replies that it was him, but that's because people like the hero never listen to the wiser and stronger and only spoil the lives of loved ones. The next moment, Jacob punches the man in the face, causing him to fly back. Corbin flies off right at Holly's feet as Jacob reminds him to never touch him or his loved ones. The man barely gets to his feet and asks Samson to help him and kill Jacob. The Grandmaster asks the boy how dare he attack his men right in front of him. Corbin knows that Jacob is very strong, but he is no match for the Grandmaster. The boy examines Samson and tells Davis that he will kill him last, so that he will see his mistake with his own eyes. When the Great Master is already preparing to attack Jacob, he is stopped by Jennifer and asks to save the boy's life. Samson is surprised that she decided to ask for him. The girl explains that Jacob helped her family a lot, and thus she will repay him. Samson is ready to forgive Jacob, because he understands that he is young and inexperienced, and therefore orders him to bow down and go to study with him for 3 years. Jacob replies that he has never heard a more ridiculous proposal in his life. Jennifer says he'd better obey the Grand Master while he can still breathe. The hero replies that Samson is not a great master at all, and she better take her words back. Meanwhile, the Harrises are enjoying the show, because the more Jacob annoys the master, the more he will soon regret it. Meanwhile, Jennifer tries to prove to the guy that he's acting like an idiot, and he slaps her in return. Samson is surprised that Jacob once again raised his hand against his student and decides that he will never forgive him. He jumps up and brings his fist down to deliver the death blow to the haughty man. Jacob, on the other hand, only needs 2 fingers to stop his attack. The Grandmaster cannot believe what has happened and decides to change his approach to the situation. He lunges at the hero with 2 fists to end his life for sure in the next few minutes. Jacob, in response, concentrates his own energy and prepares to attack the man in return. Their fists collide with each other, and the bones in the Great Master's hand break from the excessive pressure. Moreover, he flies into the opposite wall. None of those present can understand how this happened. Samson himself does not understand either, because he is an invincible master of martial arts. Milo knew that Jacob would be stronger than Samson, because he was too old and had not been in a real battle for a long time. At this time, Vito enters the yard and asks what is happening here. Ian is very happy to see him. He runs up to Vito and points at Jacob for the master to hurry up and kill him. Corbin also asks the demon dog to help the Martial Arts Association and deal with the brash young man. Ian reminds the master that they will pay him another 500 million if he kills Jacob in front of them, but Vito only slaps him in return. Isadora catches him, and the boy himself asks why he was just hit. The demon, meanwhile, approaches his true teacher and apologizes for being late, and asks him to point out who should be killed first. The Harrises look at them in confusion and do not understand what has happened. Meanwhile, Vito says that with their actions they provoked not only Jacob but also him and begins to attack. Suddenly, everything is interrupted by the voice of Raoul Murphy, who has just entered the yard. Corbin immediately guesses that he and his henchmen belong to the Murphy family. The man bows to the guests and reminds them of the long-standing friendship of the association and their family, and in honor of this, asks them to help them die of Jacob. Samson agrees to his request, recalling that he worked for the Murphy family for a long time in his youth. Hearing Jacob's name, Raoul smiles, because he came here precisely to look for the boy. Isadora, meanwhile, helps her son up and tells her to watch as the power of the big dozen in Murphy's face crushes Jacob. Meanwhile, Raoul asks the hero to come to him, but he chooses to ignore someone's orders. One of Murphy's henchmen steps forward, unwilling to put up with disrespecting his boss. His ardor is quickly extinguished by Vito when he gets too close to his teacher. The dog stands over him and tells anyone who wants to insult Jacob in any way to choose their words more carefully. This situation only makes Raoul laugh, because it is unusual for him to see someone so fearlessly touch his people in front of him. He activates his energy, drawing admiring glances from Corbin and the others, confident of his superiority over Jacob. Raoul rushes to Vito's side because he, in his opinion, has less conscience than everyone present. As soon as he gets close enough, the dog hits him in the face with an open palm. Neither Davis nor the Harrises expected this turn of events. Once on the ground, Raoul admits that he underestimated his opponent. He turns to his assistants and asks why they are just standing there all this time. Raoul reminds the men of their responsibilities and that they will not die if they help him now. The men decide to fulfill their oath to the Murphy family and stand up to him as he begins to drain their energy. Their bodies gradually dry up, giving up their life force. Raoul's body, on the other hand, is filled with strength and energy. His muscles swell. His family has a secret technique that allows you to quickly gain powerful strength. Raoul looks menacingly in Jacob's direction and tells him to prepare for his own funeral and rushes towards them. Vito is not impressed by his inflated volumes and attacks in return. As their fists collide, Vito's hand gives way to Raoul's. The dog steps back and asks if he can take off his extra clothes to show everyone his true form. Jacob asks him not to do anything in response. Now that Raoul has gained real power, Isadora already has a premonition of Jacob's death. Murphy admits that this is the first time he uses this power of his family, so the hero should be proud that all this power is only for him. When he gets close enough to crush Jacob in his hands, Jacob jumps away, avoiding his grasp. With one kick, he sends Raoul flying. Murphy's beefed-up body lands on top of Corbin, nearly crushing him. Rising from the ground, the man charges at Jacob again, refusing to believe that he could really be that strong. The next moment, a beam of energy hits him in the stomach, sending him into the sky. 5 minutes pass, and everyone is still waiting for Raoul to fall to the ground. Suddenly, Corbin notices a point in the sky that is rapidly growing above him. A second later, Raoul's body lands on top of him again, nailing him to the ground. Murphy barely opens one eye in pain and wheezes to Jacob, who belongs to a famous family, and that he will surely regret his actions. Vito grabs Corbin's leg and lifts him off the ground, suggesting that his teacher kill someone. The man asks for mercy, but the demonic dog is already hitting him in the stomach with 2 fingers, causing the man to bleed from the mouth. Corbin falls to the ground and realizes that Vito has taken all of his fighting power. The dog replies that it can not only take away all his energy, but also mutilate his body beyond recognition. The man crawls back and asks to leave at least a drop of dignity in him. In response, Vito steps on his leg and breaks it. Filled with anger, he turns to Ian and Isadore and announces that their time of reckoning has come. The woman immediately puts on a mask of confidence and announces that if her son is hurt, she will bite everyone involved. The demonic dog beats her so that she does not block his way. The next moment, he is next to her son and hits him on the leg, breaking the bone. Next on Vito's list is Samson. The man shouts excitedly that he will regret if he even touches him. Of course, and he will receive a powerful blow from the demon dog despite the warning. At that moment, Silas and his students join them. Raoul rushes to him, calls him uncle, and is glad that they met. The man shares that his father is the head of the Murphy family and has mentioned Silas many times in conversation because their families are closely related. The old man, on the other hand, simply passes by because he has no time to chat with Raoul. The man emphasizes that he needs help. He points to Jacob and tells him that he killed their man, took Corbin's powers, maimed a lot of people, and that's why he needs to be stopped. Looking ahead, Silas sees his teacher, Jacob, and freezes in place. Meanwhile, Raoul is delighted because Silas belongs to the 5 great families, which are much more influential than the dozen. Isadora hugs her son and assures him that this time Jacob will definitely not escape from justice. Meanwhile, the old man falls to his knees and bows to the hero. Raoul is surprised that such an influential person would bow down to an unknown young man. Corbin looks ahead with doom and realizes that he no longer has a chance. Ian has also given up hope and asks his mother why it was so difficult to kill Jacob. Meanwhile, the hero helps Silas to his feet. He cries with happiness because decades have passed since Jacob disappeared, and now they have met again, and he has a gift for him. The boy suggests that the old man discuss it alone. Silas asks to stay a little longer so he can have a chance to pay back the people who dared to annoy Jacob. Raoul again calls the old man uncle, but he only rewards him with a slap. Silas orders his assistants to deal with Raoul while he deals with Murphy's men himself. Next to him, Corbin falls to his knees and declares that he no longer wishes to be Jacob's enemy. He knows that Silas's family can destroy cities with their power, and in anger, even a dozen will become insects to them. Isadora also falls to her knees, begging for mercy for her son, and is ready to die in his place. Ian gets annoyed and reminds her that they shouldn't worry because they have his father. The monologue is interrupted by Mrs. Harris herself, slapping her own son. Jacob gets Silas's attention and asks to leave the crazy people alone. Jennifer approaches the boy and apologizes for her behavior. He just silently passes by and goes outside. The girl begins to cry because once again she realized that she was very wrong about the boy, and she worries that she will no longer be able to communicate with him. Meanwhile, Isadora is still on her knees and trembling with anger and hatred for Jacob. Ian asks if they can't contact his father now if things have gone this far. The woman runs up to him excitedly and promises that she will definitely call her husband this time. After some time, Jacob and Silas arrive at the boy's house. The man is amazed that even after several decades, Jacob is still the same as before. The old man says that he is the only one left among the living, because the others have already died of old age. He admits that he misses the times when they were all young and free. Jacoba reminds that for monks like Silas, the change of eras that will happen soon can be a great opportunity to regain the joy of life. Silas replies that he is too old to fight, and now he's only happy to be able to help Jacob in some way. The guy calls him over and touches his shoulder. He immediately feels a rush of energy, but does not understand what happened. He feels as if his cultivation has improved several levels, and his body is full of energy, as if he has aged tens of years. Jacob reports that this is only a temporary solution, because the medicine he gave him does nothing but raise the level. Now Silas will have to work a little harder himself to keep his body in the desired condition. He thanks his teacher endlessly for the gift, and asks what else it can be useful for him. Jacob replies that he has a very important mission for the old man. He needs to find the core of the continent. He remembers a message from Vito, an old friend, and realizes that an era of change will soon come, and he should be ready for it. Jennifer, meanwhile, is still on the grounds of the Martial Arts Association. With tears in her eyes, she tries to figure out what to do now that she is left without a teacher, and Jacob wants nothing to do with her. Suddenly, Samson shows signs of life, which attracts the girl's attention. She quickly runs to him and asks how she can help him, while the man meanwhile apologizes for underestimating the boy. Samson replies that he is too badly wounded and there is not a single whole bone left in his body. He asks Jennifer if she still wants to be a student and become stronger, to which she readily agrees. Although they lost to Jacob, Samson comes from a powerful sect with which he still has connections. The man reports that he is the guardian of the Moon Gate, which has existed for several millennia and holds back a powerful demon. He asks for help to get to the sect, and in exchange he will make it extremely powerful. Samson promises to give her so much power and authority that she will easily win over Jacob. Jennifer replies that she agrees to these terms. Meanwhile, the Harrises have already returned home and Ian persuades his mother to call his father. Isadora calls the only known number, but it is not her husband who picks up the phone. The young monk asks who is calling them and who she needs. The woman is angry and says to inform her husband that something has happened at home and that they cannot do without his help. The monk knocks on the door of the temple and asks to speak with the master. With the husband's permission, he goes inside and tells that Isadora just called and asked him to come back. Hassan Harris is so deep in meditation that he does not understand which wife he is talking about. The young monk recalls that Isadora asked her husband to return for their son because something is threatening him right now. Hassan opens his eyes and realizes that the outside world will always need him, but responsibility must be borne. He leaves the temple and tells the monk that he will be back soon. Jacob, meanwhile, brings home a whole box full of monster cores. He does not know how many levels of these cores will be enough, so he decides to absorb them all together. After a while, he sits in front of an empty box, having received level 99,975. His goal of 100,000 levels is becoming more and more real for him. Dana suddenly runs to him and shouts that her father has arrived. Jacob doesn't understand what the fuss is about. The girl replies that her father came to take her away. The guy calmly pours himself tea and asks why she is not packing yet. Dana replies that she will not go because she lied to her father that she found a groom here, but now he wants to meet him. Jacob just calmly drinks his tea, not having an answer for her. Deciding to be blunt, she tells him that she needs someone to play her fiancé. The guy offers her to look for someone on the internet, but Dana replies that everyone there is disgusting. She reminds him that they've been together long enough that he's the perfect candidate for the role. A few minutes later, there is a knock on the door, and Aaron Young, Dana's father, appears on the doorstep. Leo Collins peeks out from behind him with a cheeky smile towards the girl. Dana immediately tries to shoo him away, not happy about their meeting, but her father asks her to be polite. Aaron approaches Jacob and immediately asks if he is his daughter's fiancé. The guy does not want to lie, so he keeps silent. Dana answers instead of him, who confidently claims that they are dating. She hugs Jacob and introduces everyone to him. Leo asks with suspicion in his voice if they live together. Of course, a boy and a girl answer differently. In response, Collins fumes and reminds Dana that they were engaged long before this situation, so he's not going to accept it. Dana replies that she never agreed to marry him. Aaron agrees that he shouldn't have promised Leo marriage and agrees to think about how they can best get out of this situation. Dana, on the other hand, sees only one way out, to break the agreement. Of course, her fiancé is against it. Dana replies that she has a new fiancé, so Leo's word shouldn't count. The guy promises that he will forgive her for living with someone else before the wedding if she leaves him right now. Dana replies that she will not consummate the relationship because she is already pregnant by Jacob. In response, Leo promises to raise someone else's child as his own if the girl marries him. Jacob and Dana are shocked that he is willing to endure any humiliation to get the girl. The girl comes to her senses and replies that the boy is not worthy to raise her beloved's child, because he does everything not with good intentions. She knows that Leo aims to destroy her family by marrying her, so she does not see the possibility of agreeing to the marriage. In response, the boy only assures her that he will no longer ask for her hand in marriage, but will simply kill Jacob. Jacob feels it's better to leave before the situation takes a radical turn, and tells them to discuss everything in private. Of course, none of those present allow him to simply leave. They sit down on opposite sofas to discuss the situation. Leo is sure that Dana is resisting because of Jacob, but if they end the relationship, she will have no reason to reject him. Dana replies that she will not agree to their marriage under any circumstances. Leo knows that the Young family is in decline, but if the Collins family annexes their assets, they will become the most powerful of the dozen. The guy decides to deal with the problem in the easiest way and writes a check for several million. He throws it in Jacob's direction and asks him to leave Dana if he wants the amount. Jacob decides this is his chance to escape and reaches for the check. Dana knocks his hand away and says that their love cannot be bought. Leo takes this information in his own way, deciding that the first amount is not enough for the boy. He offers $100 million for his proposal and reminds that Jacob, as a simple teacher, should not waste money. He assures the girl that Jacob was only with her for the money, and now that he has it, he will definitely run away. Aaron is also sure that the hero is incompatible with Dana, because there is a whole economic gulf between them. The girl interrupts him and assures him that Jacob is not what they think he is. Aaron turns to the boy again and assures him that he will accept any decision he makes, but asks him to consider the consequences of his choice. Of course, Jacob doesn't even have to think. He grabs the checks and walks away from the table satisfied. Dana feels betrayed and left to her own devices. Leo, meanwhile, laughs at her because she really thought Jacob was incorruptible. Meanwhile, the girl asks the boy not to go. Leo decides that he should prove the power of money to her once again, because he is sure that Jacob will do anything for it. He offers the hero to kneel down and call him his master in order to receive another $100 million. Jacob slaps him back, causing Leo to fall to the floor. Dana is happy that the brat got what he deserved, and urges Jacob to beat him up. Leo is not going to tolerate such humiliation and throws his fists at the boy. Predictably, before he can do anything, Jacob punches him in the face. Next, he grabs the blonde and throws him out the window. Dana is pleased that finally she hears only silence. Aaron reminds the daughter that the Collins family is quite influential, and she broke off the engagement so defiantly that they will definitely start chasing Jacob. The man comes out and advises Dana to think carefully about what will really be best for her and her fiancé. The girl knows that because of her, the guy has a lot of problems and she relies too much on his strength, but the Collins family really poses a threat to him. She asks him not to be angry with her. Meanwhile, Jacob remembers that in the past, when he had problems, he simply changed his place of residence and decides to do the same this time. Dana tells him that she can do anything for him if he forgives her. Jacob only asks her to pack her things and get out of his house because he's only going to have more problems if she stays. Dana gets angry and calls him a jerk, retreating to her room. The next day, Jacob decides to go to the salesman Waylon. He is overjoyed at his visit and informs that all the goods he wanted are available. Waylon boasts that he hasn't seen such premium goods in years and decided to save them especially for Jacob. He puts the box on the counter, which contains the spirit herb, which is also more than 5,000 years old. Jacob had not seen such a specimen for a long time, and the last herb he had consumed was only 2,000 years old. Waylon says that this herb was brought by a mysterious man who also promised to get more on his next visit. As if overhearing the conversation between Waylon and Jacob, a mysterious man appears at the merchant's bench. Jacob is very surprised to feel a familiar energy, and the man, of course, also recognizes the hero. A masked man hands Waylon a box of weed and asks if the buyer is happy with the past copy. The seller replies that the quality was excellent, in response to which the man asks for the money he was promised. Waylon takes the piggy bank and promises to buy the product in a group in the future because it is really worth the money. When the masked man receives the money, he immediately says goodbye and leaves. Unexpectedly for him, he is stopped by Jacob. The hero recognizes Henry and asks why he is hiding his face. The man fixes his glasses and assures the hero that he was wrong. Jacob, meanwhile, is concerned that Henry hasn't stopped hanging out with Colton Jenkins and now has a very sinister aura himself. After saying goodbye to Waylon, Jacob decides to think about where Henry gets the 5,000-year-old grass because it doesn't grow anywhere else. This can only mean that Colton's group has found some mysterious location. Meanwhile, Henry himself is being watched by the heads of the martial arts organization, Scarlett and Eugene. A car pulls up to the sidewalk where Henry is standing. Colton and his assistant are sitting inside, and they both have red eyes and bruises underneath. The man asks the boy how the deal went. Henry gives him the money Waylon gave him. Suddenly, police sirens are heard behind. Colton decides it's time to run. They quickly disappear from the sight of the police. His assistant informs them that their path will most likely be blocked soon. His boss decides that the best solution to the problem is for them to take hostages. The truck screeches its brakes and stops next to the sidewalk, from where pops Colton and Henry. The boss orders everyone in front of him to go inside immediately and threatens him with a gun. Jenkins recognizes Jacob and is happy that he now has an advantage over him. Henry approaches him and asks to let the boy go. Of course, the man is not going to comply with this request and hopes that Jacob will be a good hostage. After some time, the truck leaves the city. Colton is glad he took the hostages because the cops will be afraid to attack. A family with a child sits across from him, not understanding why this is happening. Jacob sits next to Henry and decides to ask what he's doing with his life. The boy removes his disguise to reveal that he also has red and tired eyes. Jacob immediately realizes that the boy is possessed by an evil spirit and asks where they are going now. Henry asks not to ask him about anything, but promises that he will convince Colton to let him go when the time comes. Meanwhile, the father of the family can't stand it and begs the armed man to let them go, but he just hits him in the face. The man promises that he will not resist, but begs to let at least his wife and son go. Jacob asks Henry to stop this kidnapping now because he is too close to the point of no return. Colton turns around and assures Jacob that him meeting Henry won't solve anything in this situation and tells him to shut up. Suddenly, a helicopter is heard above their car. Henry worries that they will track them down, and it will be difficult for them to escape after that. Colton ignores the concerns of his assistants and orders to go to the tomb. The truck driver is surprised at the chosen location because they lost a lot of people there last time. The other man also expresses his reluctance, although they are in a very dangerous situation, but he sees the tomb as an even worse option. Colton yells at them because they only have a choice now between the tomb and the prison, because they definitely won't be able to escape from their pursuers. The ancient tomb is huge, and he is sure that they will be able to find another way out of it and escape without punishment. Another advantage will be that only they know what is inside, and therefore the pursuers can be destroyed at the beginning of its territory. Jacob guesses that this is where they found the ancient spirit herb for sale. Meanwhile, a message comes from the helicopter for the truck to stop immediately, or they will open fire on them. Of course, Colton is not going to listen to them and yells at the driver to hurry to the tomb. At this time, Eugene is already aiming at them with a grenade launcher. Scarlett reminds him that there are hostages in the truck and asks him to think better. The man replies that he is ready to sacrifice a few innocents in order to kill the main criminals. The next moment, a deafening shot rang out. The grenade hits the asphalt next to the truck, throwing it into the air. Colton tries to hold on to the seat and realizes that the hostages will no longer save him. Meanwhile, the little boy clings to his mother in fear. Meanwhile, Eugene reloads his cannon and fires again at the car below. Jacob senses that this time the shot is aimed directly at them and becomes alert. A family sits across from him with eyes full of horror, and he understands that he will have to do everything himself. While everyone anxiously looks out the window, hoping to see how the grenade hits the asphalt, it imperceptibly disappears from its place. Jacob is on the roof of the truck just in time, moments before the volley wipes everyone out. The hero jumps up and hits the grenade, throwing it away from the car. It successfully explodes in the air nearby. Evgeny clearly did not expect that this version of the development of events was possible. Scarlett looks down and learns that the person just deflected the grenade. The man couldn't believe his ears, because even a master of martial arts wouldn't be able to do that, and everyone below would have already died. After some time, the truck stops in a gorge between the mountains, breaking away from the cops. Colton runs out of the car and orders everyone inside to get out immediately. Jacob jumps off the roof of the car, scaring the man who thought he was dead. He points a gun at him and orders him to enter the tomb immediately. Jacob immediately notices an unusual aroma coming from there. After some time, all the hostages are led deep into the tomb at gunpoint. The tunnel does not continue for long, and at the end, they stop in front of a huge bronze door. Jacob knows that there are few tombs with such doors, but they all belong to prehistoric civilizations. The only thing that alarmed Jacob was that he did not know about this particular tomb. Colton's assistant tries to open the door but anxiously turns away, unable to do so. The man throws him a key in response. However, even with him, he can't do anything. The other guy mentions that last time the door opened when their people died, which gives his boss an idea. Colton grabs the boy and offers to kill him to test this theory. The boy's parents rush to help him, but are stopped by Jetkin's men. The child also does not want to give up and bites his kidnapper's hand. Colton grabs the bitten hand and the boy runs away from him. He hides behind Jacob, counting on Jacob to protect him. Colton runs up to the hero and tries to push him to the side to reach the boy, but finds out that his strength is not enough for this. Then he pulls out a gun and orders Jacob to leave. Jacob, in response, offers him to tell how he found this place. Henry happens to be nearby at the same moment and tries to calm the boss down, but he only hits him on the head. The man again points a gun at the hero and says that he will kill him instead of the boy if he likes to play knight. In response, Jacob gives him a resounding slap. He orders him to answer the question and hits him on the other cheek. Suddenly, someone's laughter is heard near them. It turns out to be Scarlett and Eugene, who quickly reach them in the small passage to the door and now order to raise their hands uphill. Colton's assistants react quickly and take hostages at gunpoint. Eugene just laughs at their attempt to stop them. He points his weapon at them and says he doesn't care whose weapon kills them all. Colton recognizes the pursuers because he saw them in the Martial Arts Association. He tries to arouse their conscience, because everyone knows that the association must protect order and citizens. Scarlett laughs at his words because they will indeed restore order and save people, but not in the format that Colton wants. The man realizes that he has fallen into a trap, having lost the last lever of pressure. There is a loud explosion that throws all the heathens into the air. His force sends a piece of the door flying toward Jacob's leg. Picking it up, Jacob feels the ancient aura of relics of prehistoric civilizations. Immortals used magical formations to make their path elusive so that ordinary people could not track them down. And the piece that Colton brought with him will help to look for the relics of one of the gods. Over several millennia, as Jacob traveled, he found places like this tomb, but they all turned out to be destroyed. These places no longer contained energy and could barely withstand the pressure of the air around them. If Jacob is holding a true relic, it can be used to harvest magical herbs. Meanwhile, Eugene reloads his grenade launcher and prepares to fire again. Colton falls to his knees in fear and begs him to stop, promising that he will pay any price. He turns to his assistants and orders to give Eugene the key to the tomb. They immediately notice that Jacob took the key. Eugene admits that the Martial Arts Association has been looking for this key for several decades, because it is the first relic of the immortals. This key is proof that ancient people knew a way to live forever, and the list of immortals is not an invention. Colton offers him the key in exchange for pardoning himself and his men. Scarlett and Eugene laugh that he's trying to bargain with them because they'll get the key regardless of whether he survives. The man bows even lower and says he will give them even more than the key if they don't kill him. Eugene says he will consider whether or not to kill him if he gives him the key and sacrifices the others. Colton yells at his assistants to kill all the hostages quickly. The family rallies and pleads not to kill them while Jacob just watches the situation. Henry, meanwhile, asks if Colton can at least let Jacob go. He only reminds him how lucky they will be if they survive, and orders him to take the key from Jacob or stand next to him. Left with no choice, the boy asks Jacob to give him the key to the tomb. Jacob urges him to stop for the sake of their friendship. Henry doubts his actions, but Colton at the same moment yells at him to hurry. The hero tells the boy that there are worse things than death by a gun. Colton urges Henry to think about the power of the Martial Arts Association, and they're in the crosshairs right now. Henry can't stand the pressure and again asks Jacob to return the key because he doesn't want to die. The hero replies that he will never give them the key. The next moment, Colton intervenes in their conversation, pointing a gun at a stubborn Jacob. Henry begs for the key to be returned to them if he wants to survive, and they ask Eugene to save his life as well. Jacob does not want to talk to him anymore and announces that he will not change his decision. He takes Colton's gun and breaks it with his hand. The man immediately shouts to his assistants to open fire on Jacob. He easily dodges all the bullets. Colton is shocked and demands answers from Henry, who assures him that Jacob is just a simple teacher. Eugene enters the game and aims a grenade launcher at the hero, so that he immediately gives the key. As soon as he presses the hook, Jacob is in front of him. The hero hits him on the hand with a grenade launcher, directing the shot upwards. Scarlett guesses that the boy is a master of martial arts. He and Eugene draw their melee weapons and prepare to attack him again. As with bullets, Jacob dodges their blows with ease. The attackers in turn need only one blow for two and lose their weapons and balance. They crash into the copper door with incredible force. Jacob kicks Eugene in the stomach, breaking his ribcage. Scarlett understands that they contacted not a simple master, but someone stronger than the monks. Eugene falls dead, his blood spreading across the ground beneath him. Scarlett says she belongs to a martial arts association, so she asks Jacob not to kill her if he doesn't want trouble with them. The guy replies that such bloodthirsty people only spoil people's lives, and he is not afraid of their organization. He grabs the woman by the neck and lifts her off the ground. The strength of his grip turns out to be so strong that he breaks her neck in one movement. Colton and his men are shocked at how easily the young man killed the two leaders of the association. The man decides to apologize for his behavior in front of him and says that he should have listened to Henry as the voice of conscience. With a wave of his hand, Jacob sends him flying and orders him not to speak to him again if he wishes to live. Colton gets up from the ground and begs Henry to ask the boy not to beat them. The guy just looks away in response. Then all the men fall on their knees before Jacob and ask for forgiveness for their bad behavior. Colton calls Henry heartless if he doesn't want to speak up for his brothers. Suddenly, the cave begins to shake around them. The copper door begins to glow with mystical energy in front of it. Suddenly, Colton starts screaming about excruciating pain. The other people in his group also start crying. Their eyes become solid red. Jacob guesses that this is the manifestation of spiritual parasites, which they probably picked up in the tomb. Suddenly, the door opens and begins to suck all of Colton's men and himself inside. The little boy also begins to be swallowed inside. Jacob reacts quickly and catches him. The hero lowers the boy and advises the kidnapped family to get out of here immediately before they get hurt. They thank him and start running towards the exit. At that moment, the copper door closes, sealing everything inside again. Despite Jacob's incredible speed, he doesn't make it inside. Just as he thinks about using his power, the door starts to glow again. Jacob guesses that the clue may be from outside, where the beam of light hits. Having climbed outside, he finds out that the beam of energy hits directly into the sky. Such complex structures cannot be simple relics of immortals. At this time, Leo decides to visit his uncle, Master Howard, for help. He says that he wants to teach a teacher who kidnapped his bride. The girl's name is Dana Young. The Collins family wants to annex her family, even though they are considered the weakest of the dozen, which is a slap in the face to them. One of the assistants assures Leo that a master can beat anyone, let alone a simple teacher. Master Howard says he will capture Jacob and turn him over to young Master Leo. Suddenly, energy beams of incredible size appear behind them. Master Howard immediately feels that this beam has an unusual aura, like ancient relics. The man is sure that he is connected with the immortals. Leo answers that such a thing has not been seen in their lands for several millennia. The young man decides that they should focus now not on Jacob, but on finding this powerful relic. He is sure that with such a treasure, they will not need to annex some weak family. Meanwhile, Aaron says goodbye to his daughter. He lets her know that he doesn't approve of her choices and gives her time to think about her behavior. At that moment, they also notice a beam in the distance. Aaron drops his suitcase in shock and announces that he has changed his mind about going back. Jacob, meanwhile, watches the beam gradually disappear. He guesses that this tomb is reacting to something, or that it is controlled. The boy goes back inside and finds that the energy inside has greatly decreased. He knows that this is normal for immortal relics, and decides to wait a few days for her condition to return to normal. 3 days pass in anticipation. Vito, who also saw the beam, is sure it was a relic. Jacob does not want to draw conclusions until he has explored the interior of the tomb. Besides, the aura of the place is very strange. He also took a key with him, which is something much more complicated than it seems. He guesses that this object is not used to open the copper door, but for something else. The demon dog remembers the message from the real Vito that the immortals had a plan and they were going to return when the conditions were right. Jacob has already heard this message, but he is interested in the very reason for their desire to go back. At that moment, Dana bursts into their room and asks if they have heard about the recent events. Jacob remains silent as the girl asks him to tell her everything they know. The girl herself heard that someone found a tomb, which is a place where the treasures of some immortal could be. She says that now her family and the Collinses have come together to stop the spread of this information. Dana sits down next to Jacob and asks to help her. Her father sends a lot of strong people there, but Jacob can also help. The guy gets up and says that she should not go to the tomb herself because it is very dangerous there. Dana asks why he doesn't go with her to save her in case of danger. Jacob replies that he doesn't want to be responsible for anyone, and if she goes with him, she'll be in even more danger. He is sure that even the strongest fighters will not help inside, because if there really is a treasure of an immortal, no amount of strength will be enough for them. Dana thanks him for the information and says she needs to talk to her father. As the girl leaves, Vito offers to go with Jacob to help. The boy says that he does not need help, even if the treasures of the immortal are inside, because he is more comfortable fighting alone. Meanwhile, the Martial Arts Association is trying to decide what to do next with their Corbin dead. Colt reminds that the Harris family has forbidden them to talk about the death of the vice president, and everyone should be told that he is just sick. He says he is now called the president of the association and demands the treatment he deserves. In addition, their organization is now not neutral, but has sworn allegiance to a specific well-known Harris family and will act in their interests. At that moment, Leo, Master Howard, and their assistant enter their yard. Colt is surprised that some strangers come to them so freely and demands an explanation of their visit. The aide replies that his master from the Collins family wanted the area as a staging area. Colt immediately changes his attitude at the sound of a familiar name, says his name and rank, and says that he will do anything for them. Leo tells that there is an interesting cave to explore, and he needs some people to do it. In gratitude for the help, he promises financial support to the Martial Arts Association. Colt happily agrees and says that his masters would be honored to serve such a distinguished family. After a while, Leo leads 32 people from the association to the cave. His assistant says that they did everything possible so that no one found out about this tomb, but someone spread the word and others came here. However, the advantage is on their side because they have more people and better training. Leo brags that he and Uncle Howard have nothing to worry about because no one present is their equal. Unexpectedly for him, the Young family approaches the cave with a dozen martial arts masters. Leo tells the assistant to ignore the weakest family of the dozen because they will never be a threat to the Collinses. Master Howard informs the young man that the energy in the tomb has stabilized and offers to go inside. They start to go forward. Colt also calls his soldiers so that they do not hesitate to follow the leaders of the expedition. Aaron decides they should go inside too, but Dana grabs his arm and says she won't let that happen. Her father tells her that this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and now is the time to take advantage of it to bring back power to their family. The girl is worried about him because Jacob warned that it is very dangerous inside, so there is a chance that she will see her father for the last time. He replies that he loves her very much and doesn't want to be forced to marry someone he doesn't love, so this tomb is the only option for their family. Aaron assures her that his top priority is her happiness and asks her to wait for him outside. Dana offers to wait for Jacob to ask him for help. Aaron is confident that a low cultivation guy won't make much of a difference and walks forward. The girl can only look at her father's back. After some time, Jacob approaches the cave and notices 5 people in front of the entrance. The guy feels that the energy in the ruins has completely stabilized, so now is the time to go inside. He hopes to find enough spirit grass inside to finally reach 100,000 levels. People stop him at the entrance and ask why he is walking ahead of them. Jacob turns to look at the person who stopped him. The man's name is Clark Wood, and he wonders if the hero is a martial artist if he wants to explore the tomb. Jacob confirms this and asks why he was stopped. Clark replies that people haven't seen such relics in several millennia, so it's very dangerous inside alone, and offers to go with them. The hero answers that he will go alone, because it is more convenient for him. One of the men in Clark's team is outraged that some passerby refused their generous offer. A girl named Emily Stewart also offers Jacob to go with them, because this way, they can help each other and save in a critical situation. Blonde Tia Green announces that they are a professional expedition and did not expect anyone to look down on them. Suddenly, a strange sound comes from the cave. Clark senses that something has changed inside, so they should go inside while they can still get in there. The young people quickly reach the door, which turns out to be open and propped up by a stone. One of the carving and stucco guys appreciates how elaborate and expensive this tomb is. He did not expect that he would ever have the opportunity to see such an incredible place. Emily turns to Jacob, who is walking behind the group, and apologizes for the conflict at the entrance. She says that they are students of the Faculty of History and they have a lot of experience in studying various historical places. In addition, all of them are masters of martial arts, so they can fight if the need arises. This time they were passing through the city, but when rumors of an ancient tomb reached them, they decided to take this chance. Unexpectedly, Emily steps on a strange stone, but when she looks closely, she sees a skeleton. She rushes to Jacob for protection, and he wonders why she is taking part in such a difficult expedition. Tia tells the girl that she's overreacting to the polished bones they deal with all the time. Emily apologizes for picking on the hero and leaves. The guy in the glasses advises them both to do something useful and not cuddle in the old ruins. Everyone walks on until Clark stops them because he notices something strange. Tia guesses what he's talking about because they didn't meet a single person who entered before them. Besides, there were no forks here, and they had to meet someone before they reached the end of the tunnel. The girl asks if they could have entered some hidden alcove or tunnel. Clark rejects this option as well because there are no traces of people on the tiles under their feet. He mentions that they sensed some changes before entering inside, so they and the other explorers could walk through different passages. The guy in the glasses remembers that they once encountered a tomb that was constantly changing. Clark reminds us that since the beginning of their group, they have always come out victorious, and this situation will be no exception. Jacob, meanwhile, just walks past them forward. Clark asks where he's going. Tia advises Clark not to pay attention to him, because he can decide for himself if he wants to be the first to find danger on his own skin. After some time, Jacob finds an unusual wall and uses his touch to activate ancient symbols. He remembers that he had already seen this text 5,000 years ago when his teacher transcribed it in the form of copies. If this tomb has such inscriptions, then it may indeed belong to the immortals. Meanwhile, Clark's expedition catches up with him. The boy knew that Jacob would be afraid to go far from them and would wait for them. The hero does not answer him, and Clark again leads his group and leads them on. Very quickly, they reach a large room and run into a cliff. Clark realizes that in order to go further, they will have to go down. At the bottom of the abyss, he sees piles of human bones. One of the guys from his team replies that it won't be difficult for them to go down and then go up. Tia believes that this is where Jacob's journey will end, because he will not be able to go down. Meanwhile, the hero examines the wall. He notices that the stones are arranged in the appropriate order. Clark, meanwhile, orders the team to get their grappling hooks and descend. Everyone begins to descend, but Emily is afraid of the darkness and the bones below. Tia advises her to finally find courage and announces that she will be waiting for the girl on the other side. Meanwhile, Clark had already made his way to the other side of the chasm with the other men. He yells at Emily to hurry because they won't be waiting long for her. The girl turns to Jacob and asks to go with her. Clark advises her to leave him alone, as he has made it clear that he does not want to be on the team. Emily doubts, but does not find the courage to go alone. Meanwhile, Jake stares intently at the wall with the cipher. Another man on her team reminds her that if she doesn't go with them, she'll be left with a guy who can't even protect her. The next moment, Jacob presses the necessary stones on the wall, which causes them to glow. After that, a bridge grows between the two banks of the chasm. Jacob and Emily start following him while Clark explains to his friends that the guy was just lucky. The other guy is angry that they made the effort to get to the other side while the two lazy and cowards just found a hidden bridge. In this way, they pass the first obstacle on the way and go deep into the tomb. Emily thanks Jacob for his help. He only replies that she should not have come here and advises her to get out of here at the first opportunity. The girl agrees that this time everything is much more dangerous than usual. One of the boys asks why he thinks he is better than their professional expedition. Tia grabs Emily's hand and advises her to stay away from the hero because she will get in trouble with others if she hangs out with him. Meanwhile, Clark walks into the new room and tells everyone to stop immediately. In a huge room, you can see a lake with a bridge that leads to an island with a single house on it. Two old men are sitting on the porch of the house, relaxing with drinks. The guys from the expedition are very surprised that there are living people in this ancient tomb. However, they are happy about it, because they will be able to tell everyone about their discovery when they leave the tomb, and they will become famous adventurers. Tia takes out her phone and starts recording everything on video. Emily feels embarrassed and asks why no one else thinks this place and people are strange. Clark advises her to follow the spirit of adventure and be ready for miracles. After crossing the bridge, the young men approach the old men at the table, get to know them, and ask how they live here. They just look at them in silence, holding tea in their hands. Clark suspects that they have been living in the tomb for so long that they have forgotten human language and do not understand them. He suggests exploring this mysterious island instead of wasting time talking. Meanwhile, Tia is in awe of everything ancient that surrounds them. Jacob, on the other hand, looks around the room with great suspicion. One of the men decides to enter the house and calls Clark to him. A surprise group leader approaches a friend who is acting very nervous. And not for nothing, the room in front of them is filled with gold bars. The bespectacled man offers to quietly take some ingots before the old men notice, but is stopped by Clark. He turns to the elders and asks them if they can share a small part of the gold they have. Of course, they don't answer anything again, and Clark advises everyone to take silence as consent and take the gold. Two men grab one of the boxes and barely pull it out. Clark calls the girls to all help pull the gold. Amelia reminds that this is not their gold, and stealing it in front of the old people cannot end in anything good. The guy assures her that she is wrong, because when exploring ancient tombs, there are always treasures that people take away. According to the rules, everything the expedition finds belongs to them, so it's not theft. Tia assures her friend that the manager is right and calls her for help to get another box of gold. Emily naturally doubts the correctness of their actions. Jacob advises her to listen to her feelings and not go after the gold, because the two of them are spreading very evil energy in Ghana. He is sure that their goal is to induce researchers to commit crimes and punish them. Clark laughs at his words and tells the others not to listen to his delusions. Tia also tells him not to lie to the two old men and takes pictures of them so that the guy can see for himself what delusions he is talking about. Suddenly her face turns white. Through the phone camera, she sees two skeletons instead of two old men. She drops the phone from her hands and begins to slowly walk back. Clark asks why she's so scared and picks him up. He also turns pale from what he saw on the screen and shouts to the boys to immediately return the gold to the house. They do not understand what the problem is because they have met such a treasure for the first time, and they are sorry to give it up. Meanwhile, the old men get up from the table and start to advance. Clark yells at the boys to obey him immediately before it's too late. Before returning the box to its place, they decide to take at least a few ingots with them. At the same time, old men appear behind them, threateningly looming over them. Clark and Tia, meanwhile, are running away from the island with all their might and yelling at the boys to run after them immediately. The two successfully join Jacob and Emily and wonder why the boys are still on the island. Meanwhile, the evil spirits whisper to the men to take more with them because they deserve it. The guys mindlessly agree with them and promise to fill all their pockets. In a moment of clarity of mind, they are surprised that old men still know how to talk. They walk closer to the boys and assure that they are not sorry to share the gold. The next moment, they remove their disguises and show the boys their true form. Only then do the two realize what a folly they have committed and start running towards the bridge. Unfortunately, they are overtaken by the clawed hands of the dead and dragged back. The elders ask why they left their gold here and encourage them to take it with them in exchange for freedom. One of the guys says that they don't have enough pockets and they don't have anywhere else to store the bullion. The skeletons laugh at them and say that they can put a few ingots in their mouths and carry them out that way. Emily yells at Clark that the boys need to be saved because they are part of their team. He replies that this is the first time he has encountered such a threat, and he needs to get more information about them before acting. The skeletons, meanwhile, take control of the boys' bodies and order them to eat the gold. They try to resist the magic, but only continue to bite the ingots, breaking their teeth. Emily asks Jacob how they can help the poor. Clark decides to go to the home grounds once more and try to free the team members. However, even at the entrance, he is paralyzed by fear and cannot take a single step further. He can only watch helplessly as the people he brought here suffer under the effects of the spell. One of the skeletons is not happy with the rate at which the boys are eating the gold and offers to help by lifting all the boxes of gold from the house. He flips the containers right over them, filling them with gold. A moment later, in the places where the boys were, there are only silent piles of gold. The skeleton hopes that now their thirst for gold is quenched because they were buried in it. Clark, meanwhile, returns to the surviving team members and orders them to get out of here quickly. Emily can't imagine that they would just leave their friends to die. The boy replies that he is not going to save the corpses and should save his strength in order to protect the girls in case of danger. Tia grabs the girl by the hand and shouts to her not to stand as a pillar, but to run away as long as she lives. Meanwhile, Jacob calmly watches their escape. The skeletons yell after them to return to them and take the gold, but run into a protective field around the house. Jacob understands that the powers of demons are limited to the territory of the yard. He also understands that this tomb does not belong to high-level immortals and decides to leave. The skeleton, meanwhile, tries to lure him with what he wanted, potions, cores, and herbs, so that he would not leave them. This information makes the guy stop. He turns around and demands to demonstrate what the skeletons have. Magically summoning all the magical ingredients from the house, the skeleton proudly displays them and tells them to hurry up to their porch and get them. Jacob enters demon territory without too much excitement. The grass turns out to be more than 5,000 years old and has great cultivation potential. After evaluating the cores, he realizes that they will not be enough to go to the 100,000th level, but still considers it a good reward. The skeletons discuss what a fool the young man was to enter their territory after what he saw. Jacob looks at them and sincerely asks if they really consider themselves predators in this situation. The skeleton asks him to demonstrate his strength and tells him to point to himself when asked who is to blame for his own death. He grabs his clothes and tries to pull them to him. He is very surprised when he cannot move the young man from his place. Another demon joins him, and they start pulling Jacob together. The skeleton is shocked that they don't have the strength to even do that. He mentions the legend of a great cultivator who improved his body for several thousand years, and his body became immovable, like mountains. In response, Jacob simply breaks the bones of the skeletons so that they will no longer touch him. The skeletons reattach their bones to themselves and attack together. The boy deftly turns, avoiding their hands. He does not try to run away, but instead approaches the demons as close as possible and removes the skulls from the skeletons with one blow. They fall to the ground and do not believe what happened, because they are millennial monsters. Jacob approaches them and says that from now on he will ask the questions. First of all, he is interested in who imprisoned the demons in this tomb. One of the skulls tells of the immortals who imprisoned them here as soon as they hit Earth, and they never left the yard. Jacob orders to tell more about the immortals. The skeletons have no answer, because they only know the incredible power of subduing these immortals. The boy decides that the demons are no longer useful, and thinks about what to do with them. The skulls tell him about the immortal who imprisoned them, and if Jacob does anything to them, he will punish him. The hero starts playing with them with his feet and smashes them against the wall of the house. The skulls did say one useful piece of information after all. It turns out that this tomb contains magical herbs and elixirs. By this time, the remnants of Clark's team had retreated far enough to get some rest. Jacob joins them. Emilia is very happy to see him because she already began to think that he was killed after the boys. The guy replies that he forgot something at the fence and had to pick it up. Well, it turned out that I destroyed the skeletons on the porch. Tia tells him not to lie because they won't go back to check anyway. The girl advises Emilia not to believe his words and not to talk to him. She decides to ask why he didn't save their comrades if he had the power to do so. Jacob replies that they died because of personal decision and greed and he didn't promise to save them at all. Tia doesn't believe him and says that he actually has powers just to show off. Clark also chimes in and says he'll beat Jacob up if he follows them just to watch them die. Although Emilia is a little hesitant, Tia convinces her that Jacob will only bring them bad luck if he goes with them. Meanwhile, the hero decides to look for other passages and explore hidden rooms. After a while, he even finds himself in front of a group of researchers. Amelia is surprised to see him and asks how he overtook them. He replies that he just found a fake wall and walked through it. Clark interrupts their conversation and tells the team to move on and not talk to Jacob. After some time, they again see the boy in front of them in the corridor. Amelia suggests that the team go further with Jacob to get through the dungeon faster. Tia and Clark are a little hesitant, but decide it would be the best option. They follow the boy down the corridor while he carefully counts the number of steps in his head. He stops in front of the empty wall of the corridor and it suddenly disappears, revealing a secret passage. Amelia is happy that Jacob's words turned out to be true, and they all decided to follow him. Clark, meanwhile, is still convinced that the hero is just lucky. Tia replies that they themselves were lucky to escape from the skeletons, so she refuses to thank Jacob. Suddenly, they find themselves in front of a large staircase. A mysterious voice from above addresses them. Clark turns pale with fear and starts to back away. At the top of the stairs stands a mysterious figure in a long robe. Suddenly, Tia sees that there is another skeleton in front of them and shouts about it to everyone. The demon tells them not to be afraid, as he is a great master and will not touch them if they do what he asks. Jacob decides that he should listen to the spirit before doing anything. Clark, meanwhile, tells everyone to be alert and ready to run at the first sign of danger. The skeleton informs that only 3 of them can go on, but one must stay and play with him until he dies. Clark says they can't fight him because he's too strong. Amelia asks who he suggests leaving the monster in that case. The guy turns around and tells everyone that there are only 3 of them on the team because Jacob refused to be with them. The girl defends the hero and says that she does not want anyone else to die today. Tia tells her to be smarter because they only have a choice between how many people die, not whether or not to save themselves. Amelia says that if they choose to leave Jacob behind, she will stay with him. The hero touches her shoulder and tells her not to worry so much about him because this monster does not pose a threat to him. Although Tia is annoyed with him because she thinks that he is just lying, this plays into her hand, and she calls Amelia after her. She grabs her hand and tells her to listen to him and run away while there's still a chance. The skeleton is glad that Jacob decided to stay by himself to play with him, because usually everyone is trying to run away from death. The boy climbs the stairs and tells him that he was wrong, because he is not in danger of dying here. Having climbed up, he calmly passes by the skeleton. He cannot stand such insolence and decides to teach the boy. Jacob, meanwhile, is only interested in the spirit grass that grows alongside the skeleton. With one blow, he knocks the skull off his body without even looking at him. He collects spiritual herbs and already anticipates how he will raise his level. The demon calls out and asks who he is, but Jacob just crushes his skull with one kick. Meanwhile, Clark's group continues to run forward until they see a light further down the tunnel. Tia is happy because this is a clear sign that they will soon leave this cursed dungeon. Unexpectedly, all 3 stop and see a staircase in front of them, at the top of which 2 figures are standing. These turn out to be skeletons that glow maliciously with red eyes in anticipation of the victim. Tia can't believe they narrowly escaped one trap only to fall into another. Meanwhile, the demons offer 2 of the team to stay here so that the 3rd can leave. The girl turns to the team captain and asks what they should do now. Clark tells the girls not to worry and promises to take care of them. One of the skeletons drives them, or all 3 of them will stay in this hall. The boy tells the girls to run and promises to catch the monsters. Amelia tries to convince him to run away together. Tia even suggests that all 3 of them fight, because they are martial artists and they have a chance. Clark turns pale and yells at the girls that he is a man and promised to protect them, so they have to run. This convinces Tia and Amelia and they start running away. Suddenly, something hits them on the head. It turns out that it was their captain who decided to cut them down in order to escape himself. Tia regains consciousness and asks what he is doing and why. The guy asks to forgive him because he is just afraid to die. He shouts to the skeletons that he is leaving them with 2 girls and asks them to let him go. The skeletons begin to descend the stairs and say that they will be happy to put on a young girl's skin. Tia tries to crawl back as she trembles and cries as she feels her end approaching. Amelia assures her that they really have a chance and suggests that they try to fight for their lives. The blonde asks why the most timid member of their expedition turned out to be braver than her. The girl replies that she is very scared, but in this case, fear will not save them, and they should at least try to fight. This convinces Tia, and she begins to rise from the ground. The girls decide to run to attack the monsters together. One of the skeletons pushes them away with one wave of his hand. He finds it funny that they chose to resist, and he promises to keep them alive while he skins them. Amelia tells her friend that she will definitely find her in the next life. Tia says she will kill her if she doesn't keep her promise. Suddenly, someone hits the skeleton on the head with a stone. This attracts the attention of girls and they listen. After the first, a second stone flies into the monster's bare skull. The girls turn and see Jacob behind them. The skeleton is surprised by the new face and asks why he is still alive. In response, Jacob only sends 2 pebbles in the direction of the demons. Both hit their targets, angering the monsters even more. One of them decides to rush at the hero, but he stops his attack with his hand. The monster does not understand where such strength comes from a person with such a weak aura. However, he does not have time to continue his thoughts because Jacob's strong hand squeezes, crushing his skull. The second skeleton takes the girls hostage and tells Jacob not to approach him. The hero replies that he has no chance of fulfilling his promise and rushes into the attack. The skeleton decides at the same moment to kill one of the girls. Of course, Jacob turns out to be smarter and breaks the monster's arm with which he tried to attack Amelia. The demon does not even have time to understand that he has been left without a limb when the hero breaks his skull with one blow. Amelia thanks the boy for coming and saving them. Tia apologizes for her words and for the distrust and asks to accompany them further. Jacob goes ahead and asks the girls to keep up with him. Clark, meanwhile, is struggling to get out of the tomb as quickly as possible. Unexpectedly, he finds himself in the hall with the skeleton again. Having lost all strength, he sinks to the ground and asks the gods why he is so unlucky. The skeleton, meanwhile, announces that he is now his personal puppet. The girls and the hero arrive at the room at this moment. The boy turns pale and wonders that they survived. He rises to his feet and asks for forgiveness for his cowardice and for leaving them to their own devices. The girls turn away from him, clearly offended. Clark asks good Amelia to at least say that she doesn't want him to die here. She says that he would have no one to turn to for help if Jacob had not saved them. Surprisingly, this news pleases Clark. He believes that if the monsters are so weak that even a simple guy could defeat them, then he definitely can. Clark rushes at the skeleton with his fists, believing in himself with all his soul. Unexpectedly, a skeleton's bony arm wraps around his neck and squeezes, cutting off the oxygen. The boy does not have time to do anything when the monster breaks his neck, taking his life. The monster throws the boy's body to the ground and notices Jacob, who calmly climbs up to him. The skeleton is surprised that today's young men do not learn from the mistakes of others at all. Meanwhile, Jacob notices his target next to the monster, a magic herb. Since the boy does not want to run away, the skeleton decides to attack. Of course, he doesn't even have time to touch Jacob when he smashes his body into pieces with one blow. When he is about to break the monster's skull, he begs to leave him alive and promises to give him treasures as a reward. Jacob takes his leg and asks if his life is worth the treasures. The monster asks him to see for himself after checking the platform. After listening to the monster, he finds a strange stone among the spiritual herbs. The skull tells that this object has a very ancient origin and is known as the Stone of Truth. Jacob decides to test the stone with his energy. After a moment, he notices that the stone has the same aura as himself. This surprises the boy, because he has been stuck in this body for 5,000 years, precisely because his aura is very different from others in this world. The monster says that immortals fought for this stone in ancient times. He himself found it by accident, and only then accidentally heard how an immortal called it the Stone of Truth. Jacob guesses that there were no immortals in this tomb, and that this particular stone created an unusual aura. Skull says that he doesn't know if any of the immortals survived the great battle, but he knows for sure that the tomb holds many secrets. Although the monster himself admits that he would never go further into the tomb and advises all people to get out as soon as possible. The demon says that the door to the outside, which was previously closed, has now opened, but if they choose to leave the tomb, they will not return. Jacob decides that it is better to climb out of the tomb. After walking through the tunnel for a while, they reach the door outside. The hero tells them to go on without him. Amelia asks him what he's up to. Jacob says that he has more business left here and goes back. Amelia wishes him luck and hopes to meet him again. After some time, the hero reaches the platform where he met the last monster. The skull sincerely advises him to get out of the dungeon. The boy was interested in this monster because he clearly knows more than the others he met here. He grabs the skull and asks who he is. He assures that he is an ordinary demon imprisoned here by an immortal. Jacob asks why he's lying so blatantly, since obviously a normal demon wouldn't have this knowledge and the truth stone. The skull replies that he no longer remembers who he was, because his memories disappeared when he awoke from his eternal sleep. The next moment, the hero throws the skull into the air and begins to influence it with his energy. He does this until he shrinks the demon down to a convenient size. Now that everything is ready, Jacob asks about a shortcut to the center of the tomb. The skull answers that there are many traps around, and there is no short way. The monster suggests going north first, although it will be more difficult, but it is the fastest way. The boy jumps off the platform and stops in front of the wall, surprising the demon. He breaks through the wall and moves north as the monster indicated. Meanwhile, Leo and Aaron's groups come across a strange door with 2 monsters and 2 humans standing in front of it. Colt warns Leo that this path is very difficult because the monsters will kill 2 people each time and there will be no one left at the end. The boy knows that the treasures of the immortals are waiting for them ahead and they refuse to just give up. He approaches Colton and asks him to persuade his masters to show them mercy, and in return he promises to thank him with money. The men at the entrance tell him not to even dream of such an ending for himself. Leo asks his uncle if he can defeat the monsters. Howard answers honestly that he doesn't know anything about these strange monsters, but judging by their aura, there's no way he can beat them. He advises not to rush to fight, and it is better to run away when there is a convenient opportunity. Suddenly, one of the monsters attacks. Some try to escape, but the monster's long paws grab their heads and squeeze them, crushing their skulls. The blood of the victims flows down the demon's body, but it is not going to stop. Leo pales at the sight of this, while Aaron thinks tirelessly about how to get out of here. The monster turns around and drags the corpses of its victims behind it. Aaron suggests taking advantage of the commotion and quietly stealing the treasure chest behind the door. The guy suggests that he go first and see how well his plan works. Leo promises to take care of Dana if Aaron dies trying to get the treasure, and their family needs the money more than he does. Meanwhile, Jake smashes wall after wall. The monster asks to go away because he is very afraid to go further. Suddenly, they see rows of corpses in front of them. The skull says that he has assessed the surroundings and suggests that it might be dangerous here. Jake sees that the bodies are lying very flat, and it doesn't look like the aftermath of a battle. The demon suggests not even thinking about it and rather get away. Suddenly, a huge monster appears in front of them, carrying 2 dead bodies. The monster is surprised to find a living creature in its lair. The skull warns that they are facing one of the deadliest monsters in the tomb and advises them to flee immediately. The red monster lays the dead people on the ground and says that he now has enough food. The skull goes crazy when it hears something about food. He asks Jacob to obey him because he will never defeat the monster. Having finished decomposing the corpses, the monkey gets angry and says that now he will punish the naughty food. The monster lunges at Jacob, but he stops it with one hand. It asks why his food has become so strong and attacks again. The hero repels this attack without even trying. While the monster is in the area of his impact, he hits him in the face, which sends him into the air. He falls to the ground with a loud thud. After a moment, he rises to his feet and rushes into a new attack and tells him not to resist anymore. Jacob meets him with a chest kick of his own. The monster is sure that his body has been trained by immortals and cannot be destroyed so easily, but the hole in his chest says otherwise. The monster falls and dies, and Jacob decides to move on. He rarely encounters such ferocious monsters, so this is definitely not a tomb of immortals, but rather a tomb of demons. Meanwhile, in the hall where all the other treasure hunters have gathered, Colton tells Henry not to be distracted from his work. The boy replies that he no longer feels like a person, and it is important to accept that. Colton, on the other hand, really likes his new role because they now have a lot more power and power. The other also convinces Henry not to worry about the role change, because so far there are only positives from her. Colton hopes that Jacob is up to all the fun as usual, and wants to meet him in that tomb to finally kill him. Suddenly, a noise comes from the tunnel. Those present are preparing for the monster to kill 2 people again. Colt panics and asks young owner Collins what they should do because they can't just wait for them all to be killed. Colton advises everyone to line up so that no one gets accidentally hit. He also says that they may get lucky if the owner decides that he has enough food. Suddenly, Jacob comes out of the tunnel. Aaron is very surprised by the appearance of his daughter's boyfriend. Colton is also shocked that it wasn't his master who came out of the tunnel. Mr. Young asks the hero how he ended up here. He shrugs his shoulders and replies that he was just passing by. Then the man asks how he didn't meet the monster in the tunnel he came out of. Jacob simply replies that he killed him. Leo tells him not to lie, even if they all have a few hours left to live. Colton also doesn't believe that anyone was able to defeat the monster, especially some guy with a weak aura. The other monster behind Colton takes an interest in Jacob, who was the first to return from the food pantry. He decides to check what really happened there and orders the boys to keep a close eye on Jacob. Meanwhile, the hero pays attention to the door ahead and feels that something evil is hidden there. Colt worriedly tells Leo to leave while the monster is distracted and watching them. He decides to act in a different way and orders his men to quickly go to the door and take what is inside. Aaron tells Jacob that there is a treasure chest inside and that there may be a legendary weapon of the immortals. But to open the door, you need a key. One of Leo's men refuses to follow his orders any further, because his life is more important to him than money. The others also leave his side, for even if they run to the door, they will not be able to open it. Suddenly, Colton yells for everyone to stop. He announces that he knows where the key is now. Collins shouts that he is ready to give several $100 million in exchange for the key. Colton just points at Jacob and announces that he has the key. Aaron and Leo can't believe their ears and ask the boy himself if this is true. In response, he takes out a piece of the door and guesses that this artifact does open the door, but not a copper one. Colton remembers how much effort it took him to find the key himself, only to have Jacob come and take it for himself. The man is sure that now it is his turn to give the key to someone else, because this is karma. Leo says to give the key for good and calls his men to surround Jacob. Aaron tries to calm the young man so that he does not do worse. He convinces him that he will persuade Jacob to retreat without violence. The man tells the hero to give the key, and when they open the treasure chest, he will receive his destiny. Jacob simply replies that they won't be able to open the treasury. Meanwhile, Leo elbows Aaron and tells him that his time to talk is over, and it's time to act. He asks his uncle to deal with the boy and take the key from him. Aaron yells for Jacob to think twice and not be so stubborn in the face of death. Meanwhile, Howard asks the hero for the last time to give them the key, reminding him that he is a great master and will kill him with one blow, like a fly. He once again reminds everyone that nothing good will come of them and asks them not to approach him. Howard says he respects his stubbornness and goes on the attack, but unexpectedly, their battle is interrupted by a noise. The monster returns with his brother's corpse from the storeroom. It growls that he was really killed. The hand Howard brought in to strike begins to shake as he fully grasps the situation. The man understands that Jacob was not lying but refuses to believe it to the end. The hero moves away from him and says that he will now demonstrate how he knows how to kill these monsters so that no more questions arise. Meanwhile, the monkey is furious with rage and shouts that he is now painting the walls of the cave with his entrails. Jacob just pushes off the ground and rushes to attack her. The first blow hits the monster in the head. The second Jacob kicks, throwing the monkey into the wall. The enemy fights against her and falls to the floor in a pool of his own blood. Leo and Aaron only winced as the monster's huge body hit the ground. Jacob decides to ask what Howard said before the monster appeared, because he only heard something about the fly. The great master falls to his knees and asks to be forgiven, because he was blinded by pride at that moment. Leo tells him to get up immediately, because he has never seen a great master bow down to commoners. He only reminds that Jacob killed the monster with 2 blows, which was feared by everyone present, including the 2 of them. He is sure that not even 9 great masters together possess such power. Aaron is surprised to hear such a high praise from Howard and realizes he was wrong about Jacob. Meanwhile, one of Colton's men asks what they should do now that Jacob has killed the 2 sentinel monsters. The man reminds him that they are immortal, and Jacob, as strong as he seems, is weaker than them. He asks Henry whose side he decided to choose because now the fate of the entire tomb is being decided. He says to think carefully about whether Jacob will accept him now if he considers betraying them and taking his side. He knows that the best option for them would be to take the key and get a reward from the immortals. According to him, Henry will even be able to ask them for an elixir for his father to cure him, and this will convince the boy. Henry decides to fight for his father, even if it goes against his morals. At this moment, Jacob tells everyone to hurry out of the tomb. Leo is sure that the boy just wants to take all the treasures for himself. Colton instead tells them not to fight because he will have the last word. Jacob tells the man that the evil energy has completely consumed his soul, and he is now just the walking dead. He says that he is now a disciple of the immortals and orders all the masters in the hall to join him immediately. Leo says that no one has the right to order him around, and that Colton doesn't represent anything now that Jake has killed both guards. The man just laughs at his self-confidence and attacks. Howard is angry that someone hit his host and prepares to attack back. When he gets close enough to strike, Colton activates a powerful internal energy. Howard tries to break through his defenses, but he can't. Instead, Colton's malevolent energy begins to cover his body and paralyze him. With one blow, the man hits the great master and is carried into the air by his power. He laughs at the old man because with Colton's power, any great master is just a blank slate. Meanwhile, Jacob calls him a fool because evil is taking over his body more and more, and he has a few minutes left to live. Colton is still convinced that he was blessed with immortals, and Jacob is just jealous, and decides to prove his point with his fists. He already anticipates how he will take the key and receive gratitude from his owners, when the boy in front of him simply disappears. Instead, he lands on his back and stomps into the ground. Colton does not believe that he, gifted with the gift of immortals, can be defeated by a mere boy. He jumps to his feet and orders his men to kill Jacob for him. 2 assistants immediately attack the insolent boy to take revenge for the humiliation of their boss. Of course, Jacob knocks them away with one punch. After them, Henry rushes into the attack and asks his friend not to blame him. The hero grabs him by the neck, stopping the attack, and reminds him again that he chose the wrong path. Henry wheezes that he is doing everything for his father and has no other choice because he needs medicine. Jacob asks how they even found this tomb. The guy replies that he is a geologist and accidentally found this place a few years ago. He quit his job to make some quick money with Colton, and to speed up his earnings, they entered the tomb and began collecting herbs. As they went deeper into the caves, one of the spirits told them to find the key to the door, and they did, only to be hunted down by the Martial Arts Association. Henry begs the hero to let him go and admits that he has done very badly. He drops the boy on the ground and turns away. There is an evil in the tomb that wants the treasure chest to be opened. Jacob tells Henry that he has been lied to and that no reward will be given to him for opening the treasury. The boy can't stand it and knocks the key out of his hands to at least try to save his father and understand that he did terrible things for a reason. Jacob punches him in the stomach and throws him away. At this time, the key ends up with Aaron, who immediately wants to open the desired door. Henry asks his friend not to go against the immortals because they are fiercer than you can imagine. Suddenly, Jacob sees Aaron at the door. He yells at him not to touch them, but the man says he has to do it for his family. The boy repeats that as soon as the door opens, everyone present will die, and asks not to do so. Leo, on the contrary, shouts for the man to hurry up and open the treasury, so that both their families take the place in the hierarchy that they deserve. Aaron asks not to stop him because he is ready to sacrifice his life if it guarantees a bright future for his family. A man uses a claw to open a lock on a door. A strange smoke begins to emerge from the inside. Strong currents from inside the treasury penetrate the hall like lightning, covering every corner. Aaron falls to the ground and begins to suffocate, his eyes red with evil energy. Others in the hall also experience these symptoms and try to escape, but quickly lose strength and fall to the ground. Leo calls his uncle to help him. Howard tells him not to panic and to hold his breath. However, after a moment he realizes that it doesn't make sense and begins to suffocate like the others. Collins looks helplessly at the Grandmaster and loses his last hope of survival. Jacob is the only one unaffected by the smoke. Others start crawling towards him, asking for help. However, something else attracts the hero's attention. At the other end of the hall stands an unknown figure in ancient armor. The demon is happy that after so many years his sarcophagus has been opened. Colton rejoices that they have accomplished what they sought, freed the immortal. He points at Jacob and asks the entity to kill him first. He is surprised when the hero himself goes to the immortal. However, he only walks up to him and bends down to collect the spiritual herbs at his feet. At first glance, he estimates the grass to be 3,000 years old. After that, he just turns around and walks away. However, the immortal does not want to let him go so easily. He shouts that he is the general of the gods and demands to be bowed down to him this very moment. Jacob tells him that he does not forbid anyone to dream, but he does not have to follow orders. Henry warns Jacob that in front of him is a mythical character, immortal, and he should be respected and not provoked. Meanwhile, the general approaches the hero and once again demands to bow or prepare for a painful death. The guy does not want to listen to such disrespect for himself and tells him to get away. With one kick, he knocks the immortal away from him. He hits the wall and falls silent. Colton can't believe someone would do this to an immortal. Meanwhile, the general rises to his feet and promises to kill Jacob. He also advises him to prepare a list of his sins to meet the gods. The next moment, he is rushing towards Jacob to attack. The boy stops his attack with his fist and asks in return if he knows about his sins. Colton can't believe that an ordinary teacher can fight an ancient immortal on equal terms. The general's hand cannot withstand Jacob's strength and begins to crumble. He jumps back and stares at his limb, disbelieving what just happened. The boy turns to leave but feels a condensation of energy outside him. The general uses his own magic to create a new hand for himself and says that Jacob is worth all the effort. The next moment, the hero is next to him and punches him in the stomach. This causes his chest armor to crumble, and Jacob advises him to pay more attention to the situation in battle than to the chatter. The demon does not understand what level of cultivation the young man must be in order to defeat him. Jacob replies that he is at the level of body purification. The general orders him to stop lying because he won't relax just hearing that. Jacob is about to leave, but the immortal isn't done fighting yet. He begins to concentrate his energy and tells the boy not to be so arrogant. The general regains his energy, which fell asleep due to a 1,000-year imprisonment in the sarcophagus, and is ready to start a real battle. Jacob is not impressed, because the only thing that has changed is the force with which he will strike. The demon tells him not to prejudge the outcome of the fight. He sends out appendages in his direction. The hero is not surprised by the technique of evil forces, because he already understood that a real demon is in front of him. The evil spirit already has a premonition of how much energy he will get when he absorbs his heart. He praises the boy because he didn't expect such a high-class cultivator at such a time of decline in martial arts. After a moment, the general senses that Jacob has no spiritual power and cannot absorb it. Jacob replies with a smile that he already said that he is in the stage of cleansing the body. The demon understands that he cannot absorb the hero's spiritual energy because his body is empty. Jacob quickly frees himself from the appendages that bound him, while the demon tries to find out where the boy has such strength. The general again rushes to attack him because he is not yet ready to admit defeat. Jacob puts his hand out in front of him and stops him with a punch to the stomach. The demon falls to the ground and starts coughing up blood. He warns the hero that he will be punished by heaven for killing their general. Jacob asks the demon lord. He refuses to answer, but warns that soon the immortals will return and they will all fight on a different side than the hero. It begins to slowly melt until it becomes a pool of black liquid. Colton can't believe someone killed his immortal master, who turned out to be quite mortal. Suddenly his assistant's hand begins to melt, scaring everyone. Soon he himself begins to turn into a puddle, just like his master. This fate also befell Henry. He barely drags his legs to Jacob and asks for his forgiveness. He gives him a bag of spiritual herb that he was going to sell and asks him to accept it as a gift. He falls to his knees. His legs begin to melt faster and faster. The boy only asks to tell his father that he has gone to another country. He is afraid that the old man will become worse if he finds out about his death and what led to it. At the other end of the hall, the hero finds Aaron. The man says that he understands why Dana does not want anyone but him as a bride. He does not ask Jacob to love her as much as she loves him, but he will sleep peacefully because the boy will not leave her in trouble. The hero feels that soon the tomb will begin to change, but he still has not decided what to do with the skull. The demon begs not to be killed and taken with them. The boy begins to influence him with his own energy once again. He throws the skull in the hall and says to inform him when its owners appear here. Dana was waiting all this time for someone to come out of the cave. Suddenly, she sees a silhouette in the dark. It turns out to be Jacob, and the girl rushes to him. She asks how everything went inside. Jacob gives her the amulet her father gave him before he died. At first, the girl does not understand where he got the talisman of the head of the Yang family and asks where her father is. Lowering his head, the boy admits that he died. Dana refuses to believe him. The whole world around her disappears. She starts to pass out but is caught by Jacob. The girl cries and begs to take her home from here. After some time, they reach the hero's house, where he tells in detail what happened inside the tomb. Dana thanks him for the story and says that she will be upstairs, but asks not to disturb anyone. Meanwhile, Jacob decides to get down to business and lays out spiritual herbs in front of him. In his hands is the largest collection of herbs that he has kept in the last 1,000 years. The hero asks Vito to look after him while he practices cultivation. Jacob then lays out all the alchemical ingredients and begins to create the pills. After some time, precious pills for cultivation begin to appear from the cauldron. Considering his previous experience, he decides not to swallow the pills one at a time, but to swallow them all at once, in order to really feel the difference. He immediately begins to feel his level begin to rise rapidly. But soon he is unpleasantly surprised when after such work, he received only 3 levels. He decides not to stop and continue creating pills. After some time, a bunch of pills appear in front of him again and he swallows them all together again. This time he feels an unusual rush of energy, which even the furniture around him begins to move. Weed feels something inside him transform. Suddenly, he grabs his head from a terrible pain. Vito runs up to him and asks how he can help. Jacob can no longer answer him. His body begins to tear apart from the large amount of energy. Dishes begin to fall from the shelves and break from the surges of energy. The hero realizes that at this rate, he will soon lose his mind. As suddenly as it all began, everything around stops and the hero loses consciousness. We see Jacob, back in the days when he was just accepted into the sect, and no one understood why the master chose such a weakling. All they could see was his lack of cultivation talent and his inability to advance to the next levels after purifying his body. That's when he got stuck in the 3rd stage. We see the next stage of his life as the period 3,000 years before the events of today. He remembers a girl who was very worried about him when he hid in a cave and started meditating. She often came to him, looking for a meeting, but even after 50 years he did not come out to her. At this very moment, Jacob is still lying on the floor, his body glowing from the excess energy within him. Vito tries to touch him and suppress the spiritual power in him. But the demon quickly realizes that there is nothing he can do. Meanwhile, Dana is packing her suitcase and vacating the room she's been living in lately. She decides that she should say goodbye to Jacob and thank him for everything. When the girl goes out into the hall of the house, she sees the hero unconscious on the floor. She rushes to the guy and tries to find out what happened. He suddenly wakes up and looks at Dana with wild eyes. The hero asks her to leave quickly. Meanwhile, the girl is too worried about him and does not want to leave him in this state. Suddenly, he says that he will not be able to control himself soon. He faints again and has a dream in which he is seduced by naked women. At this time, Dana is only beginning to worry about him more and tries to wake him up. Suddenly, the guy wakes up again, surprising the girl. He knocks her onto her back, grabbing her hands. After a while, Dana gets dressed and writes a note to Jacob. She realizes she didn't listen to him when he said he couldn't control himself and wasn't in his right mind, so she doesn't want to blame him. After several hours, Vito regains consciousness. He immediately rushes to his teacher and asks him to wake up. He immediately feels that something has happened to his head and he does not exactly understand why he is undressed. Suddenly, his head starts spinning again. He wakes up again in an unknown dimension. All around him is endless water and a starry sky. Soon he realizes that he is in his own subconscious and notices a strange grain nearby. Jacob realizes that this germinating seed may be the cause of his clouded consciousness and pain. However, he still does not know what kind of grain and sprout it is. Suddenly, Vito pulls him out into the outside world with his voice. He shouts that Dana has disappeared somewhere with things. Jacob gets dressed and looks around for a clue. A moment later, he finds a farewell note from the girl. She simply writes that it was nice to know him, but it's time for her to move on. He understands that he somehow offended her, but he does not even imagine how. Meanwhile, in the Murphy estate, Knox is told that relics of immortals have appeared on the island. Although in the past all they did there was make his people disappear, he orders more people to be sent there so that Murphy can take possession of the relics. The heads of the Ward family also report this news. Although the Collins family tried to hide everything, rumors did reach them. The woman orders 5 of the best martial arts masters to be sent to the island to bring them the relics. Ulysses Garcia also received this news. The man again tells his granddaughter to go to the island. Poppy asks if she is allowed to see Jacob again. The man says that the matter has nothing to do with the boy. They were informed about the relics of the immortals. After hearing this, Poppy, full of determination, goes to the exit to go on a trip immediately. At this time, the head of the Collins family is furious because his descendant, who was also with Howard, was killed. His assistants tremble with fear next to him. The man is angry that the information about the tomb has started to spread, despite the fact that they put a lot of effort into hiding it. He orders his men to immediately go to the island and find out what happened there. His assistant assures them that they have no real rivals, because the Young family is now headed by a young heiress who can't do anything. Collins is pleased with this, as he plans to take revenge on the Youngs and completely annex everything they have, continuing his son's ideas. Meanwhile, Jacob continues to develop his cultivation. Now he is at the 99,980 level and feels qualitative changes in energy. He has a premonition that when he overcomes the last 20 levels, something he never thought would happen to him. Vito suddenly bursts into the house with a man on his shoulder. For the third time, the dog destroys the intelligence groups that follow Jacob. Jacob decides it's time to change names, move, and start over. Silas, who is on a ship in the middle of the ocean, gets a phone call. The old man is surprised to hear Jacob because he wanted to call himself. The guy tells him to tell first. Silas says he found a reference to the core of the continent in ancient museum documents and is now heading to the island mentioned in the books to verify the information. Jacob knows that the core of the continent was hidden by the immortals, and after 5,000 years, everyone forgot about it, so he thanks the old man for his efforts. The hero decides to tell the reason for his call after that. He needs a new personality and a new place to live. Silas suggests that he move to the provincial capital because there are many different universities where Jacob can work without attracting attention. The boy worries that there will be even more eyes on him than on the island. The old man assures him that it will be calmer in the capital than on the island, because it is easier to hide in the crowd there. This convinces the hero, and he asks the student to prepare everything for his move. The next day, all things are already packed, and Vito carries the suitcases. Jacob tells him to hurry when there is a knock on the door. It turns out to be Holly. A girl with an envelope in her hand greets the hero. However, her attention is drawn to the suitcases in Vito's hands. She worriedly asks what happened. Jacob replies that he will move from the island to another, quieter place and asks why she came now. He worries that she is in trouble again. Holly replies that she's fine and just came to share that she got high marks on her final exams. Jacob greets her and promises to let her know his contacts if she ever needs anything. Holly asks if he knows where he's going to live. The hero says that he will now go to the provincial capital. The girl looks at her grades and thinks about a new idea. Meanwhile, Jacob leaves the house, ready to leave. He is met by Milo, who asks where his teacher is going with the suitcases. Jacob replies that he is leaving the island and orders the Blairs to continue watching until he is needed elsewhere in the future. The man promises that he will protect them at the cost of his own life, if necessary. A few hours later, Vito and Jacob leave their town. The demon is very pleased to have awakened in this era. He admits that a car is much more convenient than a wagon because it requires little effort and allows you to travel many kilometers at a time. Meanwhile, Jacob thinks that after moving, he should try his best to avoid new acquaintances and focus on cultivation. There is very little left until 100,000 levels, and this should become a priority. Vito does not stop praising their situation, because thanks to the money that the Harrises gave him, they can move to the capital without any problems. Soon they reach someone's house. They are met by a man who immediately asks who they are and why they have come. Jacob replies that he is Henry's friend, and the man complains that he hasn't seen the boy in a while. Hiding his eyes, the hero answers that he went abroad. This amazes the man, and he thinks that the boy decided to earn money for his father, although he and his father begged him to settle his life first. A loud cough is immediately heard in the house. A sick man is lying on the bed, and his assistant, whom Jacob met, supports him to sit up. He says that Henry's friend visited them and brought the news that the man's son had gone abroad. This angers the patient, because he had already told his son not to waste his years trying to cure an incurable, deadly disease. He wearily asks Jacob to give his son back, so that at least they can spend the last days of his life together. In addition, now he will be worried because Henry does not have any acquaintances there, and he may not have safety and food. Jacob assures that the boy is doing well and said that he will send money to his father regularly. After that, the hero decides that it is time for him to go, despite the persuasion of Henry's father to stay for dinner. Jacob says that it is time for them to go and asks the man to return to the house and rest. He agrees with him and tells his assistant that it is much easier for him today because now he is sure that everything is fine with his son. The heroes continue their journey, and Jacob says that they need to inform Milo so that he sends money to this family. Vito is surprised because this situation is completely out of character for his teacher. In addition, he could give the old man some of his energy to improve his condition. Jacob says he can remove symptoms, but he can't deal with aging, terminal diseases, birth, and death. Now he can only remove the money problem and give him peace at the end of his life. The hero thought that after 5,000 years he had seen everything, and his heart was petrified. But in some cases, he is very easily moved. He decides to immerse himself and sees that the seed continues to grow inside him. He understands that the plant reacts to changes in his mood. Suddenly, he feels a sharp pain in his leg and it pulls him out of his subconscious. Jacob pulls out of his pocket a mysterious stone from the tomb, which has just begun to get very hot and glowing. The next moment, the stone simply disappears from his hand. He decides to check his inner world. It turns out that the stone was in his subconscious. After looking closely, the hero realizes that the stone of truth is gradually dissolving. The mysterious artifact becomes the soil around the seed, protecting it. After some time, they arrive in the capital. Vito immediately notices how different this city is from the island. Suddenly, a car stops in front of them. Silas's granddaughter, Willow, comes out and asks the boy if his name is Jacob. The hero replies that everything is true but does not understand who is in front of him. The girl replies that her grandfather sent her and asks Jacob to get into the car. They start to drive and Willow says that she will just call the hero by his first name. Although her grandfather asked her to call him Mr. Jacob, she thinks it sounds weird. The hero says to call him as she likes and asks to bring him to the place as soon as possible. Meanwhile, Poppy breaks into Jacob's house. She is very surprised when it turns out that there is no one there. Her assistants go around the rooms and it turns out that there are not even Jacob's things left here, and even the university does not know where he is. Then Poppy tries to call the hero, but the operator replies that the connection with him is unavailable. The girl does not understand where and why he disappeared and tries to figure out what to do next. Meanwhile, Jacob and Willow arrive at the university. The girl tells that this institution is the best university in the province and asks how Jacob was able to enter here. Willow doesn't believe that Jacob can study with her and asks what course he transferred to. The hero answers that he will not study here but teach. She is very surprised by this news and wonders how old Jacob is. He ignores her questions and wonders why Silas hasn't met him. The girl is surprised by such an address to her grandfather because he hates being called that, and besides, Jacob is too young for pan-brotherhood. She warns that the grandfather can get very angry, and then even his first impulse to help the young man is leveled. Suddenly someone calls the girl. It turns out to be Preston, an old acquaintance of the girl, who asks to introduce him to the newcomer. Willow introduces Jacob to him and tells him that her grandfather helped him move here and get a job as a teacher. Preston is surprised by such a young teacher and her grandfather's excessive kindness. He knows of only one person who has taught at a university at that age, and that is the talented Rosalind Jones. Willow corrects him because she is sure that Rosalind is an artificial intelligence, not a person, and she cannot be compared to anyone at all. Preston agrees on that, but their university is one of the best in the country, and without talent, it's hard to get there. The girl mentions Jacob and introduces him to a boy who is the president of the university's student council and advises him to be friends with him. Preston reaches out for the hero and promises that Willow's friends are automatically his friends too. Jacob looks at his gesture and replies that he is not going to make friends. He walks on and thanks Willow for the ride. Preston asks the girl where her grandfather found such a weirdo. After some time, Jacob and Vito reach the hero's new home. Demon immediately notices how much better living conditions are here. Inside the courtyard, they come across a pavilion in which a man is training. Vito notices that the grandfather's cultivation is very good, and he has even reached the level of a great master. The hero pushes open the door to his room, but is stopped by an unfamiliar voice. The old man complains that he heard him called grandfather and considers it impolite. Vito immediately apologizes because Jacob ordered him not to draw too much attention to them. The old man decides to ask who they are and whom they are visiting. The demon replies that his master came here to work as a teacher himself. This surprises the old man because this university is not a place for ordinary teachers. Vito answers him that the grandfather himself does not give the impression of an extraordinary person. Jacob and the demon close the door behind them, stopping the old master from teaching. After a little getting used to the new place, the next day, Jacob begins cultivation. Suddenly, someone knocks on his door. Voices from outside talk to each other, not sure if it is their teacher's door. Behind the door are young students who do not understand who is standing in front of them and where their teacher is. The students decide to ask where their teacher went, but Jacob doesn't even know who he's talking about. They are surprised that the hero lives on the territory of the teacher's dormitory and does not know anyone who lives there. Preston approaches them and says that Jacob really doesn't know anyone here yet. The guy says that the hero got a job here thanks to profitable acquaintances, and not thanks to talent. Students are shocked that such a thing can happen in a well-known metropolitan university. They immediately turn against Jacob and demand that he leave the university and stop embarrassing them. The guy calmly agrees to everything he is accused of and says that they can move on. Everyone is shocked that he so simply admitted his guilt in the situation. Students turn to the head of the student council and ask what they should do better. Preston reminds that the student council has the power to influence everything that happens in the university. This fuels the hatred of the students and they scream for Jacob to pack up and leave the university immediately. Suddenly, a demonic dog appears behind the boy, which is ready to throw out all the annoying guests right now. He grabs their clothes and throws them to the ground while Preston can only watch. The boy barely gets up and threatens to call security and the police. At this time, Rosalind enters the yard and asks what is happening here. Students rush to her to tell about Jacob's illegal actions. Preston adds that Jacob is not only aggressive, but also obtained the position illegally, which will greatly affect the reputation of the entire university. Meanwhile, Rosalind warmly greets an old acquaintance. The students clearly did not expect that these two knew each other. Jacob, on the other hand, does not remember meeting this girl. Rosalind recalls how a commission from the Bureau of Education came to his previous university, and that's where they saw each other. Now, the girl has several studies that she hopes to discuss with the hero in the near future. Preston interrupts their conversation and asks how she expects to discuss research with a person who got here through a blat. Rosalind confidently replies that no one present knows anything about Jacob, whose level of knowledge she estimates is no lower than her own. She asks everyone to leave the dormitory yard and let the teachers talk quietly. The students reply that they were hoping she would help them with their lessons, but Rosalind says that her priority right now is talking to the hero. With his head down, Preston walks away and calls all the other students after him. He is very offended that he got into such an awkward situation because of the new teacher. Rosalind, meanwhile, invites Jacob to discuss the grand unification theory. He simply replies that he will be very busy in the near future. The girl replies that they are neighbors, but she will contact him when he is free and tells him not to be shy about coming to her. 2 months have passed since that conversation. Jacob continues to use every spare moment to cultivate. He's distracted by Vito, who has brought gifts from famous families in the form of spirit cores of monsters. The hero decides not to waste time and immediately begins their assimilation. Despite the extra cores and constant cultivation, he was still unable to level up, even though it had been a long time of practice. Meanwhile, first-year students begin to arrive at the university. Thanks to high scores, Holly was able to enter the same famous metropolitan university where Jacob now works. Guys from the student council approach the newcomers and offer to help with the suitcases. They immediately notice Holly because of her appearance and friendly demeanor. Preston did not think that such beautiful girls would study at their university and decides to approach her on his own. Meanwhile, the girl is only thinking about how to find Jacob now. The head of the student council approaches her and offers a tour of the university. Holly thanks him for his help and asks to see her. After some time, they reach the information desk, in front of which there is a long queue. The girl thanks Preston for his help and says that she will wait her turn. The guy decides to help her and goes straight to the table. He asks an acquaintance to let Holly pass in front of everyone. The girl looks around and says that she does not like this idea. However, the student at the table decides to obey the student council president and let Holly go first. Preston brags about his power at the university and tells the girl to stick around for the best. After the distribution and initial briefing, the guy takes her to the student dormitory. Holly tries to refuse, but Preston remarks that he is always happy to help students because of his kind heart and altruism. At that moment, 3 girls approach them. One of them is more than the others glad to see the boy. He introduces Ramona to freshman Holly and asks her to be nice to her. The girl does not understand why the head of the student council accompanies newcomers, because there are ordinary students like her for this. Preston replies that there are a lot of newcomers, and he just decided to help everyone assimilate faster. The boy and Holly move on, leaving Ramona and her friends behind. The girl does not want to leave everything just like that, and orders her henchwoman to find all the information about the freshman, to whom Preston is so attached. After some time, the guy and Holly reach the dormitory, and the girl decides that it's time to say goodbye. Preston insists that he will lead her to the door of the room, although the girl reminds him that it is an all-female dormitory. He explains that all male students are not allowed to enter there, but he himself can be there because he is part of the university administration. Holly quickly takes her suitcase from him and thanks him for his help today. Before he could notice her, she walks quickly to the door of the dormitory. The guy likes her character, because she does not want to let him into her personal space as easily as other students. At this time, the old man continues to train in the courtyard of the teacher's dormitory. He had already spent 50 years to feel the sword part of his hand and would spend 10 more to cultivate true swordsmanship. Suddenly, his phone starts ringing. He is informed that the martial arts university has challenged them again, and he realizes that this will be a complete ruin for their reputation. He says that he will come right now to greet a representative of another university. A few hours later, Jacob steps out into the empty yard. He ponders why the concentration of the heavenly and earthly aura could become so high recently and decides to sit in the pavilion. For 2,000 years, energy has been gradually disappearing from this world, but now everything is beginning to change very actively. Suddenly, he notices an old master's sword next to him. He reminds him of the last one who passed into another dimension, Vito. After that, the heavenly path disappeared, and these events must be connected. Putting the sword on the table, he decides to go about his business. After some time, the old master returns from the meeting angry. He can't believe that their university dares to be so condescending and grabs his sword to continue training. Although he is old, he feels a responsibility to his school and a power fueled by anger. Suddenly, he feels the unstoppable energy with which the sword is imbued. He doesn't know where the sword got such an amount of spiritual energy from, because a few hours ago, he left a completely ordinary weapon in the pavilion. The old man guesses that someone used his sword while he was gone and made it into a spirit weapon. Although he does not know who it was, such a weapon is the dream of many masters. He decides that this is a sign of the god's goodwill and a gift to the university. The old man can't wait to see the faces of his rivals when they hear about it. Meanwhile, Jacob has returned to himself and continues to cultivate. But soon he is interrupted by a knock on the door. He opens them to see Rosalind in front of him. The girl says that she can't sleep. Neither can he. And the stars above them are so beautiful that now is the time to discuss the great theory of unification. Jacob just closes the door in response and says that he doesn't have time for that. A few days later, Holly is walking around the university grounds, disappointed that she has never been able to find Jacob. She was surprised that none of the students had even heard of a teacher with that name. Suddenly, Preston appears in front of her with a rose in his teeth. He hands her a flower and gives it to her, because they are very similar in beauty. Holly politely declines the gift and compliment, feeling embarrassed. Preston assures her that there is nothing strange in this, because he fell in love with her at first sight. At this time, Ramon and his girlfriends are watching them. They are obviously angry with the freshman who attracted the attention of their favorite. The girl cannot believe that Hall managed to fall in love with the first handsome man of the university in a few days. Her friend offers to teach the freshman to show her her place. Preston refuses to listen to Holly when he offers her to be his girlfriend. The girl replies that she is not interested, to which he advises her not to be so shy. He is sure that he is the first guy in the university in terms of beauty and power, and no girl can resist him. Suddenly, Holly points to the sky behind him and shouts that an alien ship has appeared between the trees. She uses his distraction to escape. Holly continues walking and thinks that someone should teach Preston not to be so cocky. She is sure that the boy will have to work for a long time to become at least a little like Jacob. Suddenly, Ramona's friends approach her, one of whom asks why the girl was running away from someone so quickly. They move confidently towards Holly, not a single good thought in their eyes. The girls say that they have come to teach her how to behave at the university. Holly steps back and asks who they are and why they need her. The girl replies that she insulted her friend Ramona, and now she will get a lesson why she should not associate with them. Holly can't imagine how she could have offended Ramona and asks the girls to back off. At this moment, one of the attackers can't stand it and attacks Holly. The girl hits her in the face, causing her to be carried several meters away. Meanwhile, Ramona waits for her friends, wondering why they're taking so long to beat up a simple freshman. After a few minutes, her friends still return to her, and she asks them to tell what is left of the impudent girl. When they can't get the words right, she finally pays attention to their faces and sees how badly beaten they themselves are. Ramona is shocked and asks how they managed to get into a car accident. Holly herself approaches them at this moment and announces that she was the one who beat them. One of the girls hides behind Ramona while she tries to find out what happened. The girls' friends admit that Holly was too strong and they couldn't do anything. Ramona then activates the spiritual energy herself and announces that she will deal with Holly herself. She gives the girl a choice: either take the documents from the university and not appear here again, or be crippled now and leave the university. Holly insists that she doesn't know why the girl has such a grudge against her. Ramona tells her not to act innocent because everyone saw her seducing Preston. Holly replies that she doesn't want anything to do with him and that he's not letting her study in peace. This answer annoys Ramona because she has seen many upstarts as a girl, but she is ready to teach her as she has taught others before her. Holly easily dodges the girl's punch, much to her surprise, as she did not expect to see martial artists among the freshmen. Holly offers to settle things peacefully and not cross paths at the university anymore. Ramona refuses peace, even if the girl falls to her knees and begs for mercy. Holly activates her spiritual power and says she is ready to continue the battle. This self-confidence makes Ramona laugh, because she started practicing martial arts from the age of 6. Unexpectedly for her, Holly runs up to her and kicks her on the chin. Her friends rush to help the girl who cannot get up after being hit. One of the girls reports that Holly dared to attack the heiress of a famous family, and now she can wait for revenge. Ramona pushes her away, pretending that she doesn't need help, and assures her that she just felt sorry for the freshman and gave in. Now she is ready to attack with all her might and rushes towards Holly. A few minutes later, Ramona is on the ground, shaking and barely breathing from exhaustion. Holly says she's ready to stop the fight right now if the girl stops attacking. Ramona replies that she no longer wants to fight her, not now or in the future. Then Holly takes out a piece of paper and a pen and asks the girl to write a receipt about it and promise to behave politely. Ramona doesn't know what to say to this, but decides not to resist. She writes 2 receipts for Holly and she checks the contents. After that, the girl gives 1 copy to her so that this contract is considered fixed on both sides. After Holly goes about her business, Ramona starts yelling at her henchmen to get ready for revenge. One of them notes that she and Holly now have a contract. In response to this, the girl tears the meaningless piece of paper into pieces. In the evening, Rosalind appears on the territory of the dormitory in the company of 2 men. One of them warns that the results of her latest research could lead to the rise and fall of certain industries, changing the world of business. Moreover, The results can destroy political parties and entire nations. The hunt for her has already begun at the international level. According to the data that the men have, the order for her head was taken by members of the Five Poisons sect. They suggest that she move to a safe place where guards can watch her all the time. Rosalind refuses because she can't leave the university because all her materials and workers are here. She's grateful to them for their concern, but she believes in the laws of her country and that the attackers will not be able to do anything to her. She slams the door, closing it in front of the men and ending the conversation. After that, they try to figure out what to do next. One of them offers to contact the management and discuss ways to strengthen the security measures of the university. He also suggests turning to the Martial Arts Association for help. His partner reminds him how isolated the association has become now, that no one knows what they do, and says that they are not trusted. The man notes that Rosalind is in great danger now and they don't have enough people, so personal enmity should be put aside. They both agree on this and decide to proceed immediately. At this moment, an old man with a sword catches up with them. The man breathes a sigh of relief that a high-level martial artist lives next to Rosalind. The old man knows what they're worried about, but reassures them, because he personally will not allow the scoundrels to do evil within the boundaries of the university. The man says that he does not doubt the master's power, but they still need to strengthen the area's defenses by other means. The old man agrees because the Five Poison sect uses the power of yin and evil spirits to speed up their cultivation. However, he himself is not afraid of them. As proof of his superiority and strength, he takes out his sword. The guard is amazed, because for the first time in his life he sees a spiritual weapon, moreover, such a strong one. The old man is confident in his own strength, and assures the man that no one will dare harm or steal Rosalind while he and his sword are here. 3 hours have passed since the conversation, and one of the guards returns with help. His partner is annoyed that he was gone for so long and only brought 2 people with him. He says that they have faced cultivator rebellions in many places, and therefore few can let the fighting masters go. At this moment, more and more snakes begin to appear in the yard, crawling out of the shadows. The man asks about the Martial Arts Association, but his partner replies that it did not send them help, even though everyone knows about their old friendship. The next moment, one of the snakes burrows into his neck and knocks him to the ground. The guard immediately understands that this was arranged by the Five Poisons sect and orders everyone around to gather closer. His henchmen take out their weapons and start looking around for the enemy. The snakes start to jump towards them, but the guard turns out to be a trained fighter and cuts the reptile to pieces with his sword. At this time, stingers fly into the necks of his henchmen, killing them. Giant wasps appear on the horizon and attack together with snakes. The man prepares to counterattack them and activates spiritual power. Soon the snakes and wasps fall to the ground, covered in flames. The man exhales a sigh of relief, having fought off the wave of monsters. The next second, a human representative of the Five Poison sect is already flying at him. The old master shouts to the man not to worry and runs with a sword to help. With one accurate blow, he cuts through the attacker's body. The guard is infinitely grateful to him for his timely appearance. The old master replies that it is too early to thank and looks at the figures in the night sky. They turn out to be representatives of the Five Poison sect. One of the main masters of the sect says that they have no right to interfere in the affairs of the sect, and they must now pay the disgrace with their blood. With one gesture, she directs the men to attack. The old man takes out his sword and starts attacking them back. The attackers are impressed by the strength of the weapon in the man's hands and sense that they will be out of luck. The old woman from the sect tells the men that she can handle these situations on her own and asks to give her space. She activates her inner energy and rushes towards the old master. At that moment, he sees her henchmen trying to slip past them and shouts to the guard to stop them. He rushes to pursue the attackers from the sect at the same second. Meanwhile, the old woman sends her poisonous toad after the man. As the frog flies, it multiplies in size until it lands in front of the man, blocking his path. While he has not recovered from the shock, she hits him with her huge paw. The man is thrown into the air by the force of the attack. The sect master is pleased and warns that her demonic toad will not allow any of them to live in peace. At this time, 3 of her henchmen run into the dormitory in search of Rosalind. The guard understands that first of all, they need to kill the old woman and her toad, and only after that they will be able to save the girl. The old master takes out his sword and charges at the old woman, but manages to jump away from the attack. The man asks her what she's afraid of right now, and tells her not to imagine that they really are the strongest in this province. Suddenly, the screams of a guard being beaten by a toad are heard from afar. The old man realizes that he must move towards Rosalind now, having left the battle with the old woman, but he rushes after him and tells him not to dream about saving the girl. In response to this, a sword flies into her face, blow after blow. Thanks to her agility, she manages to avoid the blows. She is forced to jump back, and admits that she would have killed him long ago if he did not have a spiritual weapon. After waiting long enough, she decides that by this point, Rosalind is already a corpse, and jumps into her frog to escape. The guard barely gets to his feet and is angry that he did not live up to the expectations of his rank. The old man reassures him that the girl must be fine, because the fools sent by the old woman accidentally ran into Jacob's room. At this time, Vito is walking in the park, enjoying a bottle of wine. Suddenly, a giant frog lands in front of him. The old writer confesses that she did not expect to encounter such masters in this province and wishes to retrieve the magnificent spirit sword someday. Not far from her, she notices a stranger in long clothes and asks him why he is looking at her. Vito says he is surprised by her amazing frog. The old woman admits that he has a good sense of smell because she raised this beast to the 3rd rank from caviar. She says that she usually feeds her pet other monsters, but today she is ready to feed him a random passerby like him. Vito is fixated on the fact that the beast in front of him is high enough for its core to be of some value. The old woman is surprised that at the end of his life he chooses to make impossible plans rather than run away. She jumps off her pet and orders him to attack the stranger. Vito takes his true form in response. He clenches his teeth around the old woman's favorite, breaking his spine. After spitting out the animal on the ground, he begins to step on its owner, who crawls back with her last strength. The old woman shouts that she is a respected master of the 5 Poisons sect, and he cannot touch her, to which Vito simply licks himself. The next moment, he crushes her with his paw with pleasure, because he has long intended to kill everyone in her sect. After that, he decides to take the frog to his teacher. Meanwhile, on the territory of the dormitory, the guard and the old master decide to check on the victims. They carefully enter inside. The man readies his sword for battle. Unexpectedly for them, all the attackers are lying on the floor at the feet of Jacob, who is sitting on a chair and drinking tea. The guard can't see anyone around, so it was the young man in front of them who had to kill them all, even though he looks like a low-ranking fighter. The hero stands up and confirms that it was he who defeated all those who attacked him. The old master and the guard are at a loss for words. They can't believe that some guy was able to defeat high-ranking level 5 martial artists. The old man asks Jacob to stop playing the fool and bring them a real master. At that moment, a strange noise is heard in the yard, which distracts everyone in the room. They decide to go out, and the first thing they see is an unknown figure carrying a frog from the 5 Poison sect. The demon dog throws the reptile to the ground to show it to its teacher. The old man immediately thinks that the real master has just arrived back. He runs to the demon and thanks him for helping him defeat the attackers. Vito tells the old man not to disturb him and goes to the room, addressing his teacher and telling him that he brought him the core of the beast. Jacob says that next time you don't have to carry the whole carcass of the monster and he can only bring the core to him. Per apologizes and promises that he will remember. The guard wonders why such a giant calls a boy his teacher, but the old man has already realized that Jacob is the real master. The man decides to ask if he has ever touched the sword in his hand, to which the boy answers in the affirmative. The old master understands that with one touch of the hero, the sword has become spiritual, and that before him is no ordinary master. The guard approaches him and asks what they should do next. The old man assures him that nothing is in danger for Rosalind with such a neighbor. The next day, a university assistant asks Jacob to become a martial arts instructor. The boy shows no desire and asks the man to leave his room. Unexpectedly, Rosalind bursts into him with research documents. She is sure that he has enough time for her if he has time to chat with others. Jacob turns back to the management assistant and announces that he is ready to become an instructor right now. Meanwhile, Holly is sitting in the park wondering if she should call Jacob. At that moment, Ramona approaches her, and she is not alone. Holly asks what she wants from her. Ramona says she brought the people from the Martial Arts Academy specifically to help her get revenge on Holly for the humiliation. The girl reminds them of the agreement between them and says to respect their agreement. Ramona replies that the note is worthless, and the girl had better be less naive. She points in Holly's direction and tells the men behind to teach the rascal. The girl remembers that Jacob asked her to call him if she had a problem, but she feels that she shouldn't bother him with such nonsense. One of the boys tells her not to run away, so that it all ends as soon as possible. He attacks her with his fist, but she quickly dodges his fist. With graceful jumps, she creates free space between them. The next second, she turns and runs away from the attackers and decides to call Jacob anyway. Ramona yells at her not to run and orders the boys to catch up with Holly. After a moment, Jacob picks up the phone and asks what happened to her. Holly answers that she was attacked and harassed on the campus of the Capital University. She asks him not to worry because she has enough strength to run for a long time. Jacob is surprised that she is on the territory of the university, where he is also located, and gives her the coordinates of where to go. A few minutes later, Holly breaks away from her pursuers and arrives at the teacher's dormitory. Inside, in the pavilion, Jacob is sitting and waiting for her. He asks where her pursuers are that she was talking about. Holly turns in surprise and sees no one behind her. She tells him they are too slow, even though she wasn't running too fast. More than 10 minutes pass before someone else's voices are heard in the yard. Sweaty and tired, Ramona and company are happy to finally catch up with Holly. The girl wakes up and hides behind Jacob, indicating that these are her pursuers. Ramona orders the boys to beat up both Holly and her bodyguard to teach them both. They are only happy to obey. Jacob dips his finger into the tea he's been drinking. The next moment, he sends a ball of drops with his finger in the direction of the attackers. The drops fall right into the boys, knocking them back with their force. The fat man climbs up and activates his spiritual power, ready to fight back at Jacob. The hero stops his fist with one of his fingers. The next moment, with his other hand, he snaps at the attacker with his forefinger, which sends him back again. Holly warns that anyone who clings to her will surely suffer from Jacob's fists. The man next to Ramona barely rises to his feet. Both are shaking with fear and exhaustion. The girl announces that it's time to end it all. She approaches Jacob and bows to him, begging him to take her as his apprentice. The boys she called are very surprised by this. Holly says Ramona can kiss her ass because Jacob never takes students. Ramona says that if he doesn't want students, she can become his sister and help him with everything. Jacob doesn't understand what the girls are even talking about. Holly is annoyed that Ramona is being so brazen, and is also sure that no one in the audience wants anything to do with her. Ramona's logic is simple. If Holly can think of Jacob as her brother, then so can she. In response, the guy only asks her to go away. The girl refuses to leave until he makes her his apprentice or sister. Vito suddenly returns to the yard and shouts to the teacher that he is back. Jake thanks him for showing up on time and asks him to kick all the strangers out of the yard. The demonic dog does not need to repeat twice. He grabs everyone and carries them to the exit. The next day, Jacob and Holly arrive at the building of the martial arts academy where the boy was invited. One of the fighters that Ramona took with her yesterday can't believe that he was beaten by an ordinary history teacher. His friends laugh at him because all he has left is to complain. Paolo tells them to keep an eye on their own noses and not stick their noses into other people's business. Tristan offers to teach the one who insulted him, and the latter admits in front of everyone that he should be the head of the academy. The man replies that he respects him as a brother, but he can do nothing against the one who beat him. At this time, Jacob and Holly enter the hall and greet the audience. Seeing those he dealt with yesterday, Paolo immediately points them out to Tristan. The man is surprised that those who attacked the academy came to them themselves. He asks Paolo how he could lose the battle to such a weakling. Without waiting for an answer, he decides to arrange a rematch in order to defend the honor of the academy. Jacob didn't even try to dodge or prevent the man's blow, and he hits the hero right in the stomach. One of the boys laughs at Paolo for calling such a mediocre fighter invincible. Suddenly, their attention is drawn to Tristan, who is howling in pain with his hand reddened from the blow on Jacob's unexpectedly hard body. Paolo laughs that his academy brother is screaming from his own punch. Having recovered a little from the pain, he attacks the hero again. Jacob doesn't even flinch from the blow again, and Tristan's fist lands in his ribcage. The man falls to the ground with broken fingers and asks what protection Jacob has wrapped around his body. Jacob shakes off his t-shirt and announces that he has been appointed as an instructor at the academy and will be teaching them all to fight starting today. Tristan admits that his defense is very good, but demands proof that he has no extraneous protective items and that he has the ability to fight. Others agree that their teacher must demonstrate his skills to them, or they will refuse to obey him. Jacob tells them not to expose themselves and not to tell their own teacher. The hero turns and heads for the exit, assuring them that they will learn everything when the time comes and not to bother him for now. Meanwhile, at the Young family office, Dana takes over her family's affairs. Her secretary says that she should rest more because she sits with documents for days and nights in a row. The girl answers that it is her duty to help her family get out of the crisis. At this time, her Uncle Kendrick bursts into her office with bad news. It turns out that discussions about the division of the family's property began again, and this time senior members of the famous clans were invited to the discussion. In addition, the Collins family again, most likely, also began to make waves. Dana knows that the Collins and their plans are not difficult to predict, and says to prepare a plan to protect the Young family. Meanwhile, at the Collins family compound, two assistants report to the boss about the lack of information about his son. In anger, he kicks one of them in the head because he is tired of waiting. The other trembles in fear and tells them that they have learned of a young man named Jacob who has been helping the Young family. In addition, they know that he is the only one who left the tomb alive. The man puts the information together and decides that the survivor is the reason his son is not around. He orders to quickly get rid of the Murphy family and bring Jacob here to interrogate him personally. Meanwhile, on campus, Preston is looking for Holly to go to the movies with. Unexpectedly, she and Jacob at her side bump into him. She immediately grabs the boy, trying to get away from Preston. The guy gets annoyed and asks why she is holding Jacob's hand. Holly replies that they have known each other for a long time and asks Preston not to bother her anymore. They walk away as Preston barely holds back his anger. Here Ramona reaches him and asks why he's so upset. He decides that the tickets cannot just disappear and decides to invite Ramona. At that moment, the girl sees her new hero Jacob ahead and runs to him. Preston tries to stop her with movie tickets, but Ramona completely ignores him. The boy cannot believe that he, the president of the student council, was surpassed in popularity by a simple teacher. At this time, representatives of another university come to the martial arts academy and demand to start the fight as soon as possible. Paolo tells them not to be rude in someone else's house and challenges them to be the first. A student from another university immediately attacks him. Paolo is surprised by his speed. He does not have time to block his blow and falls to the floor. Tristan is angry that someone would treat his brother like that and stands up. The opponent immediately flies in his direction, preventing him from even preparing. A second later, he is also on the floor, having lost the match. Paolo rises and asks where they have so much strength. A student from another university demands that they surrender while they are still intact. Tristan says it's not bad to dream, but their academy will never give up without a fight. He is so engrossed in his speech that he does not see the fist flying in his face. After a moment, he flies away to the wall. The man expresses his disappointment that the academy has fallen so far and is now full of weaklings like them. Tristan moves at him, wanting to defend the honor of his academy, but the enemy turns out to be more agile. He hits him in the stomach and tells him to calm down. Tristan falls on his back in front of his opponent. Full of disgust, the man presses on his chest and demands to surrender. Tristan says he'd rather die in battle than submit to a bastard like him. Paolo asks him to come to his senses and not die because of his stupidity. A student from another university joins him, assuring his supervisor that there is no point in killing him now, and it is better to wait for the official competition. The men are sure that now, without the audience, it doesn't even make sense to make fun of such powerless cripples. They go and say that they will wait for the competition next month, and say to be afraid of them, so as not to suffer even more than now. Ramona meets them at the entrance. She's surprised to meet students from another university here. She notices the injured boys and worriedly advises them to turn to Jacob for help. Tristan says not to trust Jacob that he knows anything about martial arts, because according to the documents and information, he is a regular teacher. Paolo says that they should contact the boy, because their own efforts will not improve their performance much in a week. The boys agree, because with each subsequent year they are lower in the standings, and in order to keep the academy, they need to rise above the 8th position. Tristan insists that they don't even think about losing, because he will do anything to save the academy and its honor. At this time, Holly is cultivating under Jacob's supervision. Vito notices that the girl has good data, because a few hours ago, they only showed her the basic techniques, and she has already made a breakthrough. Holly is happy that she has already reached the 4th level of body cultivation. Vito offers to teach her several combat techniques, so that everyone is afraid to touch her. She happily agrees, earning a chuckle from the demon. At this time, the director of the university is calmly drinking tea in his office. But his peace does not last long. 2 people rush to him. The girl is the granddaughter of the director, and wants to know why he gave the position of instructor to a stranger. The old man replies to Wendy that he has found a more suitable person for the position. The girl does not understand how he could find someone better than Timothy, whom she brought from abroad. Besides, they had an agreement. The headmaster explains to his granddaughter that times are tough for their university's martial arts academy, and they can't lose this year. The man decides to ask who could be stronger than him. Wendy is also interested because her instructor studied abroad and became a champion many times. The old man asks them to calm down because the appointment of a new instructor has already been decided and is not subject to discussion. He offers another position for Timothy, but Wendy turns it down because she also has warm feelings for the academy and trusts Timothy more to run it. The girl says that most of all she would like to follow the academy in the tournament. But the granddaughter knows how to influence the grandfather and says that if he does not listen to her, she will not come to visit him again. The director decides to give them a chance and allows them to temporarily become deputy instructors of the academy. The happy girl hurries to the exit and calls Timothy after her. Her grandfather emphasizes that they will only be substitutes and therefore must follow all the instructor's orders. After some time, Wendy and Timothy arrive at the academy where they are told about the instructor. Tristan complains that the instructor came once, told him not to disturb him, and since then no one has seen him at the academy. Wendy is angry that Grandpa gave the management of the academy to such an irresponsible instructor who so ignores his own duties. Tristan says the instructor's name is Jacob. He's a historian and has a good defense, but he doesn't know anything about the battle. The girl does not understand how a simple teacher was allowed to run an entire martial arts academy and is going to find him and teach him. She is stopped by Timothy, who believes that there is no need to look for him, and that it is generally good that he himself renounced his duties. In addition, it will be better to spend energy and time on the training of fighters and not on Jacob. Wendy decides he is right and tells the boys at the academy to listen carefully to Timothy, as he will be teaching them how to gain strength quickly. Tristan interrupts the conversation and notes that everyone there trusts her a lot, but there is too little time left before the competition to change anything. Wendy is sure that the deputy instructor Timothy, who learned to box from famous champions, will be able to quickly teach them everything. A few days later, an administrative assistant comes to Jacob and reminds him of the need to prepare students for the competition. The guy says that he is too busy and asks to invite someone else. They are joined by Rosalind, who is again going to invite the hero to help her in her research. The administrative assistant backs off and says they'll find someone else to coach the tournament. Jacob stops him and says that he agrees to be an instructor after all. He hopes that by changing the pace and schedule of his life, he can somehow accelerate his evolution to 100,000 levels. At this time, The participants of the tournament are already getting on the bus to get to the meeting place. A man runs up to them and joyfully announces that the instructor will go with them after all. Wendy folds her arms over her chest and says that she wouldn't trust a teacher who came to the martial arts academy just to get to know each other without teaching anything. The girl sees a weak fighter in front of her, despite the fact that her grandfather promised a powerful master of martial arts. She warns him that all the decisions will be made by her and Timothy, and his job is only to follow them. Jacob doesn't mind and gets on the bus. As everyone takes their seats, Wendy stands in front of them and tells them that they have learned a lot in the last few days and are much stronger. She is sure that this time they will become one of the best and take the place they deserve. Everyone agrees with her, confident in their own victory. The guys are sure that all this is thanks to their instructors who used foreign fighting techniques. Wendy gives the floor to Jacob, but he says he has nothing to add. The girl says that he has no right to call himself an instructor because he cannot encourage his wards, let alone teach them something. She is supported by Tristan and asks him to teach them a couple of tricks to at least earn the salary he will receive for curation. Ramona, not feeling the heavy atmosphere of the bus, supports the idea and asks Jacob to demonstrate his skills. Since everyone agreed on this opinion, the hero decides to play along with them and agrees to hold a demonstration. He decides to show them some breathing techniques and tells them to watch carefully, because he will not repeat them to each one individually. He begins to show how to breathe correctly to establish the flow of spiritual energy. Ramona even starts to take it off to watch it again. Timothy, however, looks at him skeptically. After some time, Jacob takes his seat with the hope that everyone at least remembered a little what he was doing. The boys do not understand how breathing can be called practice and learning, and remain dissatisfied. Timothy is sure that Jacob only knows how to deceive and play pranks on students. Tristan decides to say it out loud and asks why Jacob is treating them like fools. Wendy supports their mockery and says that now she has definitely seen the boys' incredible strength and they will definitely use these techniques in battle. Ramona was sure that she would not learn these techniques at a glance and recorded everything on video to gradually learn. She is sure that Jacob is a real master and everyone else is too arrogant to learn something from him. Holly tells Jacob that she understood about half of it while watching his movements and already feels a rush of spiritual energy. She does not understand how it is necessary to listen so as not to learn anything, and this makes Jacob laugh. After a few hours, the bus stops in front of the meeting place and everyone starts to leave their seats. Wendy says that Jacob can be free and find something to do or go to a hotel and rest from the trip. He takes it as a good sign and says that he will have something to do. 3 days have passed since their arrival in the city, and Jacob has been devoting all his time to cultivation in his room. Holly knocks on him, who gleefully informs him that their academy has competed in 5 competitions and won all of them. They successfully overcame the 16th place in the table, and although she herself was unable to participate, she is very happy to see victory after victory. Jacob says that their luck will soon run out because other players, much stronger, will soon arrive. The style of boxing champions that they use helps them win when the opponent is weak, but everything becomes different when the opponent is strong. Meanwhile, Wendy tells her grandfather how the tournament is going. The old man is annoyed that they didn't let Jacob participate in the preparations for the tournament. She does not understand why he is angry, because under the leadership of Timothy, they were able to win 5 victories and be in the top of the best. He shouts that he doesn't care who won and by how much, and orders Jacob to be put to work immediately, or he will fire her and Timothy. She hangs up and tries to understand why her grandfather is so persistent about Jacob. She decides to visit the hero in order to understand everything. When he answers the door, she invites him to join them and assess how well they are doing in the tournament. He simply replies that it is not necessary and he will not go. Wendy admits that she herself is not thrilled with the idea, but her university principal is very insistent on it. Jacob yawns tiredly and decides to resign. A little later, the entire company of the Capital University leaves for the stadium. There they are met by an old acquaintance from another university and says that he will not envy them because for some reason they decided to go to the higher league. Tristan tells him not to look down on them and let the ring decide who is the winner and who is the loser. A guy walks by and says he's looking forward to seeing their stubbornness in the ring. Wendy knows that for the past 10 years, students from another university have beaten hers in every tournament. Tristan says he's been building up his anger toward them all these years and plans to beat them this time. Timothy says that in this case, they should focus on improving their boxing skills so that everything goes exactly the way they want. They get to the training hall and the man decides to remind them of the secrets of fighting boxing champions. He emphasizes that the main thing is confidence, speed, accuracy, and ruthlessness in order to surprise the opponent and not give him time to prepare. After the demonstration, the boys are confident of their victory this year. Wendy condescendingly asks Jacob what he thinks of Timothy's skills, but demands the plain truth. The hero gives the word to Holly, and the girl highlights all the shortcomings of Timothy's technique, including ostentatiousness, strength at first glance, but emptiness at the core. Wendy is annoyed by her words and says that she has no right to comment because she doesn't know anything about wrestling. The girl asks Jacob to speak his mind, not Holly. Timothy asks Wendy to calm down because Jacob may just be a top-class fighter, and talents in other types of combat are often overlooked. The girl replies that everyone knows Jacob is a low-ranking fighter, and now he's just jealous of how they're doing without him. An hour later, the Martial Arts Academy arrives at the tournament. The referee announces an elimination round, where the champions of different countries will compete for the first place in their fighting technique. According to him, the winners are those who won 3 out of 5 matches. He asks each of the teams to provide 5 fighters. The Capital's University and the Capital's Women's Academy will participate in the first round. Timothy is amazed that this team was put against them, but takes it as winning the lottery. He sends the first fighter to scout the strength of the Women's Academy. The referee announces the beginning of the fight, and the guy immediately rushes into the attack, promising that he will not spare the opponent, even the girl. The blonde watches his movements but realizes that he is too slow for her. She jumps to the side, dodging his punch. When he turns back, her leg is flying into his face. The next moment, he flies out of the ring. The referee shows a red card for the Capital University. The victory in the round goes to the Women's Academy. Wendy admits that she did not expect such speed from the girl. Paolo asks that he be released next to the ring. In the ring, he is already met by the same blonde who surprises the boy. The opponent says that her team is too strong and does not need a constant change of fighters. Paolo rushes in and tells them not to look down on them. The blonde falls to the ground, dodging his fists. The next moment, she pushes off the floor and kicks him in the stomach. She's surprised when the opponent does not fall from her blow and bounces back. Paolo attacks again and shouts that it doesn't matter to him that she is fast because her blows are nothing to him. The blonde dodges his blow again, thinking over his words. The next moment, she grabs his arm and throws him over her, thanking him for the tip. Paolo falls outside the ring. Wendy's angry because they have one last chance to win, or she will be eliminated from the competition. Tristan offers to release him earlier than they planned. He is sure that he is the strongest of the team and will definitely win. He climbs into the ring and, waiting for the signal, rushes to attack the blonde. He manages to hit her, although she blocks the blow in time. She notes with disappointment that this blow is full of physical force only, without developed energy. Tristan is annoyed, and the next moment he is ready to show her what his physical strength is worth. The blonde activates spiritual energy and prepares to show him a sweet blow. Their fists collide with each other, the blows nearly equal in strength. But at the last moment, the girl's inner strength is decisive and Tristana blows her into the air. Fortunately, the boy is not carried far. The girl tells him to give up now before things get worse, but he says that he will fight to the end. In response, the girl rushes to attack him once more. Tristan does not have time to block her fist and receives a direct blow to the face. He does not understand how such strength and speed are combined in her. Bilyavka again tells him to surrender and admit defeat, but the boy intends to defend the honor of his martial arts academy and will not surrender. The blonde tells him not to be so cocky and kicks him in the face. Tristan continues to insist, spitting blood. Paolo is impressed by the boy's stubbornness, because he does not even think of admitting defeat. Timothy does not understand how his perfect technique can show so badly in this ring. Bilyavka raises Tristan again and asks for the third time if he is ready to admit defeat. He answers that he is ready to fight to the death, but will not admit defeat. The girl drops him on the floor and asks the referee to declare a draw. After that, the team has 2 defeats and 1 draw. Wendy didn't expect the opponents to be so strong. Timothy blames their failures on not having enough time to prepare and train the techniques. Meanwhile, the referee enters the ring and asks the teams to nominate the next 2 fighters. Paolo is sure that it makes no sense for them to fight because all the strong fighters have been beaten. Ramona, on the other hand, is optimistic and assures Wendy that they have a chance to win. Holly asks to the ring. Wendy knows that the girl did not learn boxing from Timothy and is sure that she will definitely be beaten. She decides to send Ramona, although she has limited physical strength, but she studied under Timothy. The girl climbs into the ring and meets another student of the Women's Academy there. But she is sure that 1 blow will be enough for her to end the fight and rushes into the attack. Ramona does not have time to put up a defense and flies back from the force of the blow. But she manages to break right at the edge of the ring. Timothy and Wendy are already reassuring themselves that they have reached the top teams and expect that in a year, after training, they will be able to win. Ramona realizes that her opponent is too strong for her and decides to try the breathing techniques that Jacob was showing. Wendy feels ashamed for her team and is sure that they still have no chance of winning. A girl from the academy charges, but Ramona manages to dodge her fist. Ramona realizes that Jacob's techniques are really working because her strength has increased greatly in a matter of seconds. The girl gets angry and says that it was not fair to hide her abilities all this time. Ramona replies that she will not hide anything from her anymore and prepares to strike. Wendy shouts, so that she does not lose her mind and does not allow her opponent into her personal space. Ramona, meanwhile, successfully blocks blow after blow through breathing practices. After a while, the opponent crouches down and asks how Ramona got stronger when she was so weak to begin with. Wendy also wonders how Ramona manages to keep fighting. Tristan reminds that even if they get another draw, they will lose. Jacob is sure that this time there will be no draw, because Ramona's spiritual power is much higher than that of her opponent. Timothy reminds him that they have both been fighting for quite some time and are both too exhausted to continue fighting. At this moment, Ramona raises her fists and asks her opponent if she is ready to fight further. The girl is shocked that she still has strength left after the fight and retreats back. The next moment, Ramona hits her with a blow that knocks the girl back. Wendy is surprised that she had the strength to take her opponent out of the ring with one punch. Paolo and Tristan rejoice at the team's first victory and go to congratulate Ramona. Wendy turns to Jacob and admits that she did not expect this from him, but she is still convinced that it was Timothy's techniques that brought them victory. At this time, Ramona approaches them and thanks Jacob for the breathing exercises, because they were the ones that brought her victory. These words surprise Wendy, and she asks to repeat the words again. Paolo asks if Ramona is sure of her words. She confidently replies that they would have lost if it weren't for Jacob's breathing practices. Wendy gets angry and points out that Ramona obviously overpowered her opponent with her fists, and that should be Timothy's credit, not Jacob's. The referee enters the ring and thanks the participants for the fight, inviting the next participants from the two teams. Wendy leaves to convince Ramona and asks who will come out to fight next. Holly begs to let her go. She is joined by Tristan, who reminds her that everyone on the team has already fought, except her. Wendy agrees to let her go next, because the others haven't had time to rest from their matches yet. Holly is met by another student of the academy and promises to finish the fight quickly. The girl decides to attack first and rushes towards her opponent. Tristan returns to the exit and calls Wendy after him, because there is nothing else for them to see here. She agrees and suggests telling the others to pack their bags to go home that evening. Meanwhile, Holly delivers the first kick to her opponent's stomach. 2 is tossed out of the ring, leaving Holly with the win. Tristan and Paolo shout that they have won and congratulate the girl. Wendy is already at the exit and folds her hands in front of her, not understanding why they are talking about winning. The next moment she realizes that it is her team that is crying for victory. She doesn't understand how they managed it. The referee enters the ring and admits that he did not expect such results from the Capital University and announces the last decisive round. He asks Holly if their team will switch fighters, to which Holly just shakes her head, choosing to fight on. A blonde enters the ring and says she will fight her. After a few minutes, the girl falls to the floor, gasping for air. She does not believe that the university team can have such fighters. When it becomes clear that the blonde does not have the strength to get up, the referee announces the victory for Holly and the Capital University. Wendy and Timothy are really shocked that they got through. The next day, they wait for the team members at the gym, but they all decide to be late for practice. Wendy tries to call the team members, but none of them pick up the phone. She thinks that they all decided to celebrate the victory together. She decides to go through the rooms but finds no one and decides to check Jacob's room. Inside, she finds her entire team and asks what they're doing here. She scolds them because they forgot that today is training for the quarterfinals of the tournament. Tristan replies that they remember everything, but decided to learn breathing practices from Jacob. Wendy tells him not to be stupid because they only won because of Timothy's techniques, so there's no need to waste time breathing. Paolo notes that the breathing practices really work, and even now everyone is feeling better. Timothy admits that all martial arts have a right to exist, but they all lose in comparison to his style. He remembers how his teacher fought 3 great martial arts masters at the same time and won. While everyone starts discussing the pros and cons of the various techniques, Jacob decides not to interfere and drinks his tea. Tristan suddenly has an idea. He offers Jacob and Timothy a fight to decide who is stronger. The man agrees, but says the fight depends on Jacob's consent. The hero simply replies that he is not interested. Wendy is glad they won't waste time and thanks him for instantly admitting defeat. Timothy points out to everyone that Jacob is weak in body and heart and has been teaching everyone breathing techniques to fool everyone. Paolo approaches the hero and admits that he respects his decision and, despite everything, considers it extraordinary. He is joined by Ramona, who also knows how strong Jacob is. The hero replies that he is not interested in just beating the helpless Timothy, so he refuses. He feels insulted and says that they will definitely fight today to decide who is stronger. After some time, they reach the training hall. Ramona can't wait to see her idol in action. The guy on her team is also waiting to see which dragon will win, the Eastern or the Western. Timothy announces that he will teach Jacob the fighting style of champions today and stretches his wrists. He rushes to attack the hero, warning that it is possible to dodge the blows. When he almost reaches him, Jacob ducks to avoid being hit and surprises Timothy with his agility. The next moment, the hero puts his little finger forward and hits the man in the chest. He immediately realizes that he cannot move a single muscle. Jacob walks away from him, announcing that he has shown everyone the subtlety of the work. Timothy activates the spiritual energy and tries to get out of the paralysis, but it doesn't work. Paolo is sure that this move will be very useful in the ring and asks to teach them. Timothy yells at Jacob that he needs a fair fight, not dirty tricks. The hero in response is surprised that he does not want to admit defeat, and says that he will leave Timothy to think about his behavior without removing the paralysis. Data, meanwhile, suggests that there is a great opportunity for the Young family to increase their influence if they choose a few fighters from the tournament for themselves. The girl agrees that the tournament is known for its outstanding fighters and agrees to attend the event. Meanwhile, Wendy approaches Timothy and asks what he is going to do next. He admits that he will never admit defeat because his brother and teachers were champions in various tournaments. Wendy understands that this will not lead to anything good. In addition, they and Jacoby act in the interests of the Capital University. Timothy lashes out because he thinks Jacob is irresponsible and says that if Jacob starts coaching the team, their team will definitely lose. He asks the girl to call his brother and ask him to teach them unique fighting techniques to become the best in the country at least. A few hours later, Timothy's brother Samuel appears in the training hall. The man greets and asks his brother to remove his paralysis. As Timothy is examined, Sam announces that there is nothing he can do to help. He is sure that Eastern martial arts are saturated with evil energy, but he will do everything to avenge Jacob's humiliation when he sees him. Wendy interrupts their conversation and asks Sam not to disparage Eastern arts because they are respected all over the world. He answers that he does not humiliate anyone, but the fact is that Eastern masters often lose to Western ones. Wendy is sure that you can't judge a whole nation by one person, and therefore you can't despise the East because of a few defeats by inept masters. Suddenly, their attention is drawn to Timothy and asks them to think about him and not about other masters. He reminds that he has been standing here for a very long time and is very tired, trying to free his body. Sam sees no other option but to call his teacher for advice, as he is a master at breaking Eastern curses. The only thing the teacher advised was to hit Timothy, which Sam decided to try. The man hits the wall but is relieved when his body begins to return to normal. Meanwhile, the fight for the quarterfinals is taking place in the ring. Paolo complains that their brother lost to his opponent, but Tristan praises him for being able to hold off his opponent for so long. They are joined by Timothy and Wendy. They are not surprised that without Western techniques, the team began to lose. Timothy decides to ask Jacob why, even with the breathing techniques, the team lost. Unexpectedly, the referee announces the victory of the Capital University and congratulates them on their passage to the semi-finals. Wendy is very surprised that they were able to win. Paolo and Tristan start bragging about how breathing techniques have improved their strength and how it has helped them win 3 fights out of 5. The girl understands that her grandfather insisted on Jacob's participation in the preparation for the tournament for a reason. 3 days later, the referee announces the finals of the global tournament. The teams of the Capital University and the favorites of the previous season made it to the finals. They will fight for participation in the international tournament. Dana decided to come to the finals of the tournament. Her assistant is sure that this will be a great opportunity for them to choose the best of the best. Wendy admits that she did not expect them to make it to the finals. Paolo, like the whole team, is sure that all this is the merit of Jacob and his technicians. When everyone starts looking for him, Ramona tells them that he will not come because he is sure of their victory. Timothy answers that Jacob only knows how to put on a show with sometimes successful endings, but it is obvious to everyone that he is not a great master. Wendy tells him that the team is right because they made it to the finals thanks to Jacob, and it's time to stop devaluing his contribution. The man replies that they only won because of the low standards of Eastern martial arts, not because of Jacob. Tristan will take part in the first match of the final. A guy who came to their academy before comes up against him. He admits that he did not expect to meet such weaklings in the final. Tristan gets angry and assures him that he will regret being so condescending to them. He has to take his words correctly because in the semifinals his opponent was a really good team, and now it will not be interesting for everyone to watch. Tristan jumps in and says to follow the fists, not to talk. He dodges the blow and announces that he will not hold back today. The next moment he punches Tristan in the face. The guy falls to the ground under the taunts of the opponent that the Capital University chooses the weakest representatives every year. The next moment, Tristan kicks the opponent. The boy flies back, not understanding how Tristan became so strong. He rises from the floor and attacks with 2 fists. After a few minutes, Tristan's opponent is outside the ring. He shivers in pain as he remembers how he beat him at the academy a few days ago. The referee announces the victory of the Capital University in the first round. Tristan shouts that they will definitely protect the honor of the university and the academy. Wendy is surprised by the boy's persistence, but is pleased with the victory. Paolo tells her that Tristan's parents studied at the academy back in the years when the academy was national champions. More than 20 years ago, his parents were beaten by opponents from the West, and since then he vowed to restore the academy's honor. Dana is satisfied with the first round. She decides to observe the Capital University more closely. The assistant says that their team almost lost in the first competition, but with each stage they showed themselves better and better. Paolo decides to participate in the last round. With one decisive blow, he throws the opponent outside the ring. The referee announces the victory of the Capital University in the national tournament. Soon, the Capital University will represent the country at an international tournament against the champions of America, Europe, and Africa. Timothy hopes to see his teacher at the next competition to show Jacob what real martial arts are. He assures Wendy that the Oriental arts are just a set of tricks to deceive the opponent, unlike honest boxing, where everything is decided by strength. Timothy is sure that their team doesn't stand a chance against his brother's team. Meanwhile, Tristan and Paolo invite everyone to celebrate their first victory in 20 years. Dana approaches them after her assistance and asks to talk. Wendy recognizes the head of the Young family and asks how they can help. Dana congratulates them on their victory and offers to organize a celebration in their honor. In addition, she's interested in discussing with them the prospect of several students working for the Young family. The guys from the team are happy to have the opportunity to work for a dozen large families because they did not expect this before graduating from the university. Wendy agrees to discuss this soon and thanks them for their consideration. Dana calls them with her to a hotel owned by her family. Suddenly, a man asks them to stay. Miss Young recognizes the head of the Williams family, Declan, and asks what he needs. He admits that he has the same thoughts as Dana and wants to recruit some students for his family. Dana's assistant reminds that they were the first here, and it was they who proposed this idea to the students. Declan points out that the Young family is well below the top of the dozen, and it's best for young people to join the powerful. Dana's assistant is annoyed by his words and warns that one should not talk so arrogantly about the Young family. Dana stops her and tells Wendy that the decision is up to her, and asks her to consider the sincerity of her family's intentions as opposed to the Williams. Tristan and Paolo propose to respect the rules of primacy and choose Young. Declan doesn't understand why they're even considering Dana, because her family could soon be kicked out of the dozen, and then they'll become enemies of the Williamses. Wendy sees how pushy Declan can be, but she doesn't want to provoke him even less. She says she will pass the suggestion on to the instructor. Declan says he will invite him himself through his people. After a while, Jacob and Holly enter the hall. Dana can't believe her eyes when she sees him. The guy is also surprised to see the girl here. Declan immediately comes to meet him. Wendy reveals that the Young and Williams families want to recruit students for the academy. She offers to go and decide everything between themselves. Jacob says it can't take them that much time and says it has to be decided now. Declan says that he did not expect such wise decisions from such a young man and invites him to discuss the terms of cooperation as soon as possible. The hero interrupts him and tells Wendy that they should choose the Young family. This makes the man very angry, and he gives Jacob a second chance to think better about the decision. Wendy proves to the hero that they should not anger the Williams family and should make a decision carefully, alone. She approaches Declan and apologizes for being rude to her colleague. She asks to give them time to consider the terms of cooperation. Jacob insists that the academy should not choose the Williamses at all and choose the Young family. Declan's assistants are annoyed by such insolence and offer to fight for the honor of their master. Wendy looks on helplessly at the hero, who is specifically trying to anger and offend a powerful family. Dana is very surprised that Jacob advises students to work for her. Declan approaches Jacob menacingly and orders him to immediately get down on his knees and apologize for his rude words. In response to this, the hero gives him a resounding slap. The man grabs his cheek and calls his assistants for help, so that they immediately kill Jacob. At this time, the hero asks Holly to deal with all the attackers, because he himself is not sure that he will not kill someone. She kicks the first attacker and the force of the blow sends him into the air. Ramona also rushes to help. Meanwhile, the students of the academy decide to run away to save themselves. Wendy realizes that now they cannot avoid a clash with the Williams family. Jacob at this time decides to talk to Dana about the day she left, but she only asks him to forget about it, because she acted on her own will. She proposes to celebrate the recruitment of students of the Capital University and start the ceremony of signing the agreement between them. She says goodbye and asks Jacob to come. At this time, the Williams family is completely destroyed by Ramona and Holly. Declan doesn't understand how they had the nerve to do that. Timothy laughs at Jacob's willingness to get the academy into trouble, and now he's already fallen out with a dozen. Wendy decides to call her grandfather and ask him for help. A few hours later, everyone gathers at the Young family's hotel to celebrate their work together and winning the tournament. Paolo makes the first toast and asks everyone to thank Jacob for their success in the tournament. Suddenly, 3 people burst into them. Dana recognizes her Uncle Greg and asks what he's doing here. He only growls at her to get her and her friends out of here immediately. Paolo rises from his seat and prepares to intervene in the conflict. Greg reports that he is the second head of the Young family and has the right to do whatever he wants in his hotel. Dana steps forward and says that these students won the tournament and will serve their family from now on. The man asks why she did not ask for his consent, to which the girl reminds that she is the full-fledged head of the family and does not need anyone's consent. Greg replies that from now on, he will take the reins of the family into his own hands. He assures her that everyone can see how she is failing in her duties and is only making their reputation worse. Dana asks who he's suggesting in her place, to which his assistant points to Greg himself as the best option for the manager. The man asks her to peacefully give up the position of head of Jung, because it is obvious to everyone that only he is able to protect the prosperity of the family. Dana replies that everyone knows that he only cares about his own prosperity and wealth, and besides, he joined the Collins family. She knows that he is trying to gain more influence in the Collins family by transferring all of Jung's assets. Greg does not deny her words, but asks her to evaluate the situation in which she is because she was left without a choice. Dana tells him to also assess the situation and not be a traitor. Greg yells that she and her father are the ones who brought the family down and tells him to hand over the reins to him if he wants to stay alive. Dana replies that she will not give up, because she is the only one alive who genuinely cares about the future of the Jung family. Greg accepts her decision and tells her to prepare to die. The assistant calls the security to protect the head of the family. They immediately get up from their seats and stand in front of their mistress. The girl tells Dana to get out of here quickly while they arrest Greg and his thugs. Jacob suddenly interrupts their argument. He orders Greg and his gang to leave the place immediately. Greg approaches him and asks what right a boy has to open his mouth when adults are talking. In response, Jacob throws chopsticks at him, which sends him away. His assistants can only helplessly look around and wonder how far their master has flown. Students support the teacher because it is obvious to everyone that violators of the order should be punished. Wendy reflects on how Jacob's actions are bringing more trouble to their team and regrets not listening to Timothy. In the meantime, the hero approaches Dana and announces that he will worry about her family because he has sinned against her. The girl is upset that he is interested only in compensation and not in continuing communication. Meanwhile, Wendy calls her grandfather and tells him that Jacob is causing them a lot of trouble. He asks her to tell him more about the problems so that he knows what to advise. She recounts that he quarreled with everyone and turned a dozen families against them. Ulrich agrees that these are serious enough problems. The girl assures him that Jacob does have some fighting skills, but now the team needs help from outsiders. However, the man is sure that they can figure it out on their own, and Wendy should give Jacob complete freedom to do what he sees fit. Ulrich is sure that they are not in danger because Jacob has enough strength to defeat all the warriors of a dozen. Wendy is sure that Grandpa thinks too highly of the boy, but decides to trust him and let Jacob deal with his own problems. Meanwhile, Declan reaches the Collins office and asks the boss to kill the attackers. He does not understand how some students could beat adult masters of martial arts. At this moment, they are interrupted by new guests. Greg, who is barely standing, is brought into the office. He complains that he was beaten by university students and asks for revenge for him. Mr. Collins is surprised that this is the second person to complain to him about the students of the capital's university. Greg says that he took all the fighters of the Jung family with him, but she began to recruit students. He asks to destroy them in order to take away all the assets of Collins. The man assures that it can be easily solved. He calls his fighters and orders to destroy the students of the Martial Arts Academy. Meanwhile, the university students gathered for Jacob to teach them new techniques. Tristan asks him to show them the most effective moves to quickly defeat the opponent. Jacob says that there is no such thing as the strongest, but there are appropriate ones. He tells them about the strength of elbows, hands, and feet. He says that he will teach them a set of physical exercises, where there will be methods for training different limbs. After a while, each student is busy developing their desired body parts, while Jacob checks their progress. Tristan is sure that nothing helps him. He complains that it is very difficult for him because he has practiced each movement dozens of times, but never once did it correctly. Ramona also admits that she is struggling and Paolo joins her. Jacob says that he does not blame them, because the main thing in these trainings is not to learn the movements. They will all feel the difference after practice when they participate in real combat. Suddenly, Collins' men burst in on them. They ask who dared to beat up Declan and Greg. Holly smiles that they can practice fighting right now. Tristan and Ramona are more than happy for such an opportunity and go to the Collins people. Jacob agrees with them and tells the students to use them as punching bags. The men look around the room and don't understand why such trained fighters like them were sent to beat the minors. Holly is glad that they lined up, as if preparing to beat them one by one. Paolo is happy for dummies who can try to fight back. The attackers activate spiritual power and tell the students not to move, lest they accidentally break all their limbs. Jacob tells the men to cut off their retreat, and Tristan closes the door to the hall. One of Collins' men calls them crazy because they themselves will soon want to escape. At this moment, the hero tells his students that it is time to attack. After a while, the attackers start to show their strength. The man says he can feel how strong the students are and how they can fight them for so long. Tristan rests on the floor and stands up, asking how his companions are doing. Ramona and Holly say they're just warming up and ready to fight. Tristan attacks the Collins minions again. Men don't understand why they weren't warned that their goals are crazy. After a few minutes, they retreat to different parts of the room. One of the men offers to leave because their goals are very strong. They agree, warning the students that they will be back later. Tristan gets angry and yells at them to go back because they haven't had a real fight yet. He just felt that his strength had begun to increase tremendously and had no intention of letting his ideal battle partners in. The men turn sharply and try to stop the students because they do not want to continue the fight. After a moment, they barely rise from the floor on trembling hands. One of them shouts that he will call the police if they are attacked again. Collins's men offer them a temporary truce and postpone the battle until later. Holly looks at Ramona questioningly, but she replies that she just got a taste of the fight and won't give up. Tristan suggests that they continue to beat the men, because they will not have such an opportunity again when the targets themselves have come into their hands. They retreat to the wall and beg for mercy. After a few hours, they still let them go to their boss, and he is not happy about it at all. The men say that it was not for nothing that the students became champions, because it was very difficult to fight them. He does not believe his own ears, because they are only students, even the best ones, and blames his own people for the defeat. Declan comes to calm him down, and reminds him that soon a great master will come here, for whom these students will seem like ordinary ants. The next day, Timothy and his brother are sitting in a cafe. The man asks Sam to speak out against his own university. Sam laughs at this and offers his brother to arrange everything himself so that they lose, because he himself is the deputy instructor. Timothy replies that there is nothing he can do because everyone now trusts Jacob. Sam says they need to take out Jacob and arrange a fight between them and the American team to carry out Timothy's plan. 3 days pass and everyone arrives at the start of the international tournament. Wendy explains that the results of the draw decided that their team would fight the Africans and the Americans would fight the Europeans. She asks what their chances are of winning, to which the team shouts that they will definitely win. Wendy tells them to come to their senses, because pride leads to defeat. In addition, in their teams there are champions of international competitions, who should be respected. Jacob replies that there is no danger for them because they can defeat everyone. The girl insists that everything is serious, because the African team has defeated many Eastern masters and they need to be focused. After some time, the tournament begins and the American and European teams enter the ring first. The Americans win 5 matches out of 5 and reach the finals. Their champion also warns Jacob's team to prepare better, because they themselves have the techniques of famous champions and there will be no mercy. Tristan gets angry at him and yells at him not to look down on them and prepares to get on his knees. The referee announces that the next match will be between the Eastern team and the African team. Wendy asks who they should send, but Jacob says that she can choose anyone because everyone can win. Tristan asks her not to worry and to trust Jacob. Sam is sure that the Eastern team will definitely lose. Timothy asks why he is so sure of that. His brother replies that the Africans are not very strong, but they have several special techniques that make them difficult to overcome. Timothy realizes that his brother is talking about voodoo magic and asks how this will turn out for the Eastern team. Sam replies that everything will be fine and says to watch the match more carefully so as not to miss anything. At this time, the instructor of the African team assures the student that the Eastern team is not a danger to them and orders them to go and win glory for them in battle. Paolo is the first to speak from the East team. He manages to deliver several blows, the last of which takes the opponent out of the ring. The referee announces the first victory of the group and invites the next participants. The African champion approaches his teacher and says that the strength of the Eastern team has increased significantly in recent years. He sends the next fighter, a girl. I order her to do everything to win and bring them honor. Paolo laughs that a woman was sent against him. The girl replies that people without faith are weak and will never be able to defeat those whose faith is strong. Paolo praises her wisdom, but says it's time for them to fight for real and goes on the attack. The girl dodges his fist by jumping up. Once behind him, she scratches his arm with her claws. Paolo rushes after her and grabs her leg. He flips her back so she hits the floor. The girl instantly turns around and starts crawling towards him, making animal noises. The next moment, she jumps to him. Paolo prepares to catch her and end their fight. But suddenly, he gets a headache. The boy gradually loses coordination. The girl beats him until he has time to come to his senses. Paolo realizes that he has lost when his body flies out of the ring. The referee announces the victory of the African team, which equalized the score. Wendy doesn't understand what happened because the boy was obviously getting stronger as the fight progressed, and then lost his concentration. Paolo returns to the team and warns everyone to be careful with the tricks of the African team. Ramona warms up and says she will go next and be more careful. A few minutes later, she loses to a girl from Africa. The referee announces a second win for the African team, who are now taking the lead. Wendy warns that they can't lose anymore. Jacob saw everything, says they can't attack directly, and promises to resolve the situation. Tristan enters the ring next. The girl offers him to admit defeat because the champions of past years and the gods are helping them. Tristan attacks and tells her not to act invincible. She says that he overestimated his own capabilities and attacks him with magic. Tristan begins to walk to the edge of the ring, losing control of his own body. At this point, Jacob enters the game, using his own spiritual energy. His magic envelops Tristan, freeing him from outside influence. He begins to move towards the girl to counterattack, but she does not understand what happened to her influence on him. The next moment, she flies into the air, leaving the ring. The referee announces the victory of the Eastern team, which equalizes the score and invites the following players to a decisive match. Meanwhile, the girl barely gets up from the floor. She definitely felt her magic work, but then something intervened and stopped her. Her instructor realizes that it was someone from the crowd. He decides to send the next player so that he will definitely win for them. Tristan again enters the ring from the east and asks not to brag about his victory, as his friends did, until he really wins. The man folds his hands in a strange gesture and says to be careful. Suddenly, Tristan feels his body stop obeying him and falls to the floor. A member of the African team approaches him and informs him that he now has every right to brag about the victory, because the East has now lost. Tristan feels something crawling and biting his body and pulls back his shirt to see the insects. Ramona yells at the referee that the Africans are cheating and he has to do something about it. The instructor of the African team replies that this is a voodoo technique that cannot be considered cheating, and the East should know about it. Wendy turns to Jacob and asks what they should do, because Tristan will soon be killed by insects. Africa's fighter jumps into the air and prepares to take Tristan out of the fight. At this moment, Jacob sends a discharge of spiritual energy towards the ring. The magic helps remove the insects from Tristan's body and destroy them. A boy jumps up full of energy and attacks a member of the African team, takes Togo out of the ring with one punch. To the surprise of the African instructor, the referee announces the victory of the Eastern team. Another guy from his team approaches him and tells him that he can win the last fight. Tristan will also fight in the last battle. A member of the African team immediately goes on the attack to avenge his team. Tristan fearlessly meets his fist, immediately sensing the strength of his opponent. A snake crawls out of the man's sleeve, preparing to bite Tristan. Jacob sees this immediately and again affects the voodoo magic with sweet energy. The snake begins to be torn to pieces, scaring its summoner. The African looks annoyed at Jacob and decides to see how many times he can warn him. He uses the technique again, releasing 4 snakes from his sleeves. The hero reacts like lightning, sending his own energy towards the ring. He tears all the snakes apart again. Tristan is annoyed and tells his opponent to fight fair and not with dirty tricks. He replies that he is ready to satisfy his request and bites his finger, releasing blood. He smears blood across his palm, activating a death curse. Tristan immediately feels incredible pain and falls to the floor. At that moment, the man turns to Jacob and sees how he also uses the technique on him. The hero casts a spell to break the curse. The African contestant instantly falls to his knees in pain from his own magic. Tristan, freed from the curse, rises from the floor preparing to counterattack. His opponent, meanwhile, summons the god of sorcerers, determined to use his last chance to win the contest. Wendy immediately feels the cursed energy that fills the stadium. Jacob, on the other hand, not only feels the energy, but also realizes that he has met one in the past. The man commands his deity to attack Tristan and bleed him out until Jacob enters their fight once more. The hero intends to prevent this from happening and pricks his finger with a nail and sends a drop of blood towards the deity. The next moment, the evil spirit is nailed to the floor by the energy contained in a single drop of Jacob's blood. After that, it begins to burn, returning to the spirit world. The instructor of the African team trembles with anger because a mere mortal managed to overcome a deity before his eyes. His player also trembles, but not from anger, but from fear. The next moment, he is carried back by a blow from Tristan. He begins to rise, intending to eliminate the one who constantly spoils his attacks. He activates the energy and flies to the other side of the ring. His instructor tries to stop him, but it's too late. The man almost reaches Jacob when the trainer yells at the hero not to kill his student. Jacob simply puts his hand out in front of him in response. A participant from Africa hits it and flies back. He lands at the instructor's feet and the instructor realizes that his student is dead. He demands an answer from the hero because he asked him not to kill the man. Jacob simply replies that he killed himself on his hand, and it was a punishment for his foul play. Their fight is stopped by the referee asking to postpone all quarrels until after the tournament. At the moment, the Eastern team has defeated the African team and has reached the finals of the competition and must prepare for the battle with the American team. Timothy does not understand how the Capital University could win. Sam admits that he didn't think the African team was that weak, but it doesn't matter because their team will definitely beat the Eastern team. After some time, the referee announces the main event of the tournament, the battle for the championship of the Eastern and American teams. A fighter known for his previous victories enters the ring and is ready to defend the honor of former champions. He calls the first fighter in order to quickly defeat all the others. Paulo comes to the ring and tells his opponent not to overdo it. He activates his energy and tells the opponent to be more careful with his fists. The man on the American team also activates spiritual energy and prepares to see the power of the Eastern Dragon. Paulo hits him once and begins to carry the man back. He barely stops to stay in the ring. The man praises the boy's technique and says that he will strike next. However, Paulo is not going to give him a chance to win and strikes again. The man is carried out of the ring to the sounds of the crowd's astonishment. He gets to his feet and calls Paulo pathetic for cheating. In response, the guy reminds us of the art of war, which states that using tricks in battle is not cheating. The referee announces that the victory in the round goes to the Eastern team. The second player of the American team approaches the ring. He is sure that it is impossible to defeat him with words, and he will teach the East to behave with dignity and not to deceive. Paolo replies that he really behaved dishonestly, but he is ready to let his rivals win so that everything becomes fair. The man asks why his conscience has awakened. The boy replies that Eastern people are known for their directness and honesty and tells him to attack first. The man lunges at Paolo, expecting to take him out with one punch. As he almost reaches the boy, a smile plays on his face. Suddenly, he steps aside and lets the man fly past him. He barely has time to break at the edge of the ring. Paolo decides to help him by ending his fall. The referee announces that the American team has been thrown out of the ring and the victory goes to the Eastern team. The man protests because he was defeated by deception, not in a fair fight. Tristan is surprised by the intelligence of the foreigners, who fell for the same trick twice. A member of the American team asks why he lied to him about the uprightness and honesty of the Orientals. Paolo replies that he belongs to the units that are not ashamed to deceive, and apologizes. Timothy asks what they should do next since they've already lost twice in a row. Sam raises his hand and demands that the match be rematched because he was obviously dishonest. Spectators are against this, because the African team used voodoo and no one outplayed, and you have to be able to admit defeat. The referee also tells Sam that there is only one rule to win in the tournament: for a member of the opposing team to leave the ring. So the East wins. This annoys the man and he has every intention of getting back. He calls the third player and orders him not to talk to the member of the Eastern team, but to simply beat him. When the man enters the ring, Paolo tries to talk him down, but he remains silent. Unexpectedly for Paolo, he leaps into the air, charging forward. The boy barely manages to jump away from him when he smashes the floor with his fist. Paolo asks, jumping back even further, why the man is afraid to talk to him, hoping to talk him out of it. Tristan understands that the Americans have very strong attacks, and it is better not to fall under them. Paolo activates the spiritual energy and says that he will now show the American team that the Eastern Tigers are not vegetarians at all. His opponent attacks again, realizing that the boy just wants to die if he says that. Their fists collide with each other, and the struggle of the inner forces of men begins. The American player feels how unstoppable Paolo's energy is, but it is too late for him. The next moment, the guy takes him out of the ring with one punch. The referee announces another victory for the Eastern team. Spectators can't believe that a team with a bunch of champions was defeated so easily. Paolo, meanwhile, feels how tired he is using the techniques Jacob taught them. Timothy does not understand where the Eastern team got so much strength and what Jacob taught them. Sam says that there is no way he will allow his team to lose. He throws an unknown drug to the next fighter of his team and tells him to win by any means. The girl opens the medicine and tells him not to worry. She approaches Paolo, who asks her to use her strongest moves. The next moment she strikes and the boy barely manages to dodge. He realizes that she's too strong for him and decides to run away. He jumps off the arena on his own and concedes defeat in the round. The girl is angry that she made the strongest move, only for him to immediately run away after that. In addition, the potion allows her to strengthen the attack only twice. Paolo, meanwhile, joins the team and warns everyone to be careful and dodge the next strike in time. Tristan decides to go next and assures the boy that he will listen to his advice. Sam, meanwhile, grinds his teeth in anger, but hopes that his participant can deliver a second powerful blow in time. Tristan enters the ring and offers the opponent to get to know each other first. In response, she only throws herself at him with her fist. Tristan crouches down to counterattack her. He kicks her in the stomach and carries her away. The girl manages to stop within the arena. She didn't expect the Eastern team to be so strong because they were all told otherwise. Tristan says it's her personal perception problem and suggests she think about it after the loss. Sam, meanwhile, tries to figure out why the Eastern team has become so strong now that they were so weak to begin with. He suspects that the matter may really lie with Jacob. Timothy assures him that regardless, the boy must be punished for disrespecting their style and legacy of famous champions. Meanwhile, a member of his team decides to use a powerful blow once more. Tristan replies that it's a waste of time for her to use the same move twice, because no one else will do it. There is a powerful explosion when their blows collide. After that, the girl finds herself outside the arena and cannot believe that this happened. Tristan barely gets up after the explosion, and Rinzi laughs because he still won. Meanwhile, the referee announces the victory of the Eastern team and invites the next participants. Timothy and Sam realize that this is their last chance to win, and they can't lose anymore, because they could lose the title of Masters. Meanwhile, the head of the Collins house, Raphael, summons Grandmaster Uthman with his minions. The ritual works on the Great Gate falling into pieces. The old master asks what year it is and is told that he has been asleep for 5 years. Before he left society, he was defeated by the Great Master of the West, who would soon come to the East. He has overcome several levels during meditation, and this time he is confident that he can defeat the Great Master. Raphael asks him at the same time to deal with one persistent young man who is creating problems for everyone. In addition, he has followers in the form of a team from the Martial Arts Academy, who prevent them from annexing the Jung family. Uthman says that these are all small things that can be easily dealt with, and goes to the exit. Meanwhile, Tristan does not know what to do, because he has been waiting half a day for his opponent. Suddenly, loud steps are heard nearby. The arena begins to shake, and the boy already thinks that an earthquake has begun. But then he sees a huge leg in front of him. A competitor from the American team walks into the arena, leaving marks on the floor. Fans are shocked by his size and muscles. The referee, with a trembling voice, draws public attention to talk about a member of the American team. It turns out that Gong became the champion 12 times, 11 of which he killed his opponent. Students of the capital's university are asked to be careful, because they have every chance to never leave the stage alone. Wendy understands the situation they are in, but doesn't know how to help the team. Meanwhile, Tristan in the ring manages to avoid the opponent's attacks in time, because he moves slowly due to his size. Eventually, Gong gets fed up with this, and he crashes into the stage, causing massive destruction. Tristan does not have time to dodge, and is knocked off his feet by the force of his opponent's blow. Fortunately, he manages to slow down within the arena. At this time, he is trying to figure out how to fight such a dangerous opponent. Meanwhile, Timothy realizes why his brother released Gong in particular. Sam says this fighter never disappoints him. Meanwhile, the man offers Tristan to surrender, because it is obvious to everyone that no one can defeat him. But he did not fall for the one who once gives up. The boy stands up and says that he will always fight for the honor of the academy and the nation. Gong replies that he respects his decision, and the next moment swallows a huge volume of air. After that, he uses the air as a way to channel his spiritual energy to attack. Timothy is barely on his feet after the attack, and admits that he didn't think a simple growl could be so powerful. As he tries to regain consciousness, Gong is already flying in his direction for the final attack. With one blow, he knocks the guy out of his place. Jacob catches him before he falls. He helps Tristan land safely outside the ring. The guy warns that Gong is very dangerous and everyone should really be careful. The fighter of the American team, meanwhile, demands the next member to quickly tear the entire Eastern team to pieces. Wendy tells Jacob that the Gong is too strong and they can't put the students in danger. The hero does not feel a high level of cultivation in the fighter's body, but he clearly has enormous strength. In his opinion, an ordinary person cannot have such powers at all, and there is definitely something wrong with Gong. Ramona says she will go next and makes her way to the ring. Gong says she is too beautiful to die and offers her to be his wife. The girl attacks and tells him not to be so cocky. He doesn't even try to dodge her punch, and the girl is amazed at how strong he is. Gong decides to counterattack her before the girl has time to run away. With one blow, he takes Ramona out of the ring. The referee announces the second victory of the American team, which no one expected. Wendy is disappointed that they have started losing again. Jacob, meanwhile, is increasingly convinced that Gong must be the same artificial human. It explains everything he saw today, but he didn't expect the evil organization to raise its head again after so many decades. Tristan sits down against the wall and declares that Gong is equal to the Grandmasters in strength, so they have no chance of winning. Jacob suggests Holly go next. The girl is only happy to demonstrate her abilities. He stops her and asks her to wait. Jacob pricks his finger and pours a drop of his blood into her mouth. Holly asks, surprised, why he did that. The hero reassures her that she will need it during the battle and tells her to go to the ring. Wendy starts scolding Jacob for sending his own student to certain death. He reassures her that everything will be fine. Holly climbs into the arena to Gong's laughter as he doesn't understand how they can send weak girls to him. In response, she calls him a fool and tells him to talk less. Sam and Timothy, meanwhile, watch the defeats of the Capital University with pleasure because they are sure of their own victory. At this moment, Gong rushes to attack Holly. She understands that she has no chance to withstand his blow, so she dodges. The force of the attack almost knocks her out of the ring, but she slows down in time. Meanwhile, Gong approaches her again and offers to be his wife. Holly suddenly feels a surge of energy and strength. The next moment, the opponent rushes to attack her. Meanwhile, the girl is increasingly filled with energy and understands that this is the result of one drop of Jacob's blood. She skillfully blocks his attack with her elbow. This surprises Gong, who already expected to win. Spectators are also shocked that the student of the capital's university was able to block the champion's shot. Holly just smiles and says that she doesn't understand why the others were so afraid of his punches, because they aren't that strong. Sam suspects that it was Gong who was afraid to hit with all his might, otherwise she wouldn't have survived. The champion, meanwhile, tells the girl not to look down on him and shakes with anger. He jumps up and charges at Holly. The girl, like last time, successfully blocks his attack. Holly feels how her powers have grown to incredible proportions because of a drop of Jacob's blood. This time, everyone is sure that Gong hit with all his might, but the girl was able to block his blow again. Sam replies that it couldn't happen. He yells at the champion to finish playing with her and finish her off at last. Gong trembles and says that he already hit her with the most powerful blow. At that moment, Holly rushes to attack him. From one blow, the opponent begins to step back, trying to keep his balance. Sam yells at him to pull himself together and stop giving in. An enraged Gong attacks Holly again. Their fists collide for a brief moment. After that, Holly rejects him again. The champion trembles in despair because he thinks that he has suddenly lost all his strength. Wendy is very surprised that the girl can resist such a fighter and suspects that Jacob did not just send his student there. Sam, meanwhile, yells at his fighter to turn on his berserker and do whatever it takes not to lose. Gong goes on a rampage, unleashing all his power. Holly watches curiously what her opponent is doing. After transforming, Gong becomes even larger. His body is covered with fur and his eyes become red, full of blood. Jacob receives confirmation that the champion is much less human than beast. Meanwhile, Gong lunges at Holly, and she has to use two hands to defend herself. Unfortunately, the enemy has become so strong that she cannot hold on to the ground. Timothy again feels the taste of superiority and says that his brother should have activated the animal nature in Gong earlier. Sam tells him that they couldn't have used the berserker before because Gong would be exhausted when the energy surge ended. The champion, meanwhile, attacks Holly again. She understands that the opponent has completely lost his mind. However, the girl feels the power of Jacob, with which he awarded her, and feels confident. She counterattacks towards Gong. With one well-hit blow, she knocks the opponent back. He manages to stay on the ground and, breathing hard, tries to get up. But, unexpectedly for everyone, he falls to the ground without strength. Sam can't believe his eyes that his undefeated champion has been beaten by a student and rushes to his aid. After looking at Gong, he realizes that he is dead after all and goes mad with rage. Enraged, he attacks Holly to avenge his death. His blow is stopped by Jacob, who immediately enters the ring to save his student. Sam informs him that he crossed a line when his students killed a valuable American team fighter. The hero does not understand what the problem is, if so. The man replies that one of the champions will definitely come to take revenge for his student. Jacob says he'll be happy if he visits them so his students can beat him up too, which angers Sam even more. He throws his fists at the hero again. He turns out to be smarter and slaps him, the force of which sends the man into the air. Getting up off the ground, Sam is shaking, unable to comprehend how some guy hit him so hard that he felt every bone in his body. Meanwhile, the referee runs onto the stage and announces the victory of the Eastern team and the Capital University. Fans rise from their seats because they have been waiting for the victory of the Eastern team for many years. The students also rejoice, and Tristan turns to his parents because he has finally fulfilled his promise to them. Wendy can't believe what's happening and that it's the guy her grandfather insisted on that brought them victory. Suddenly, outsiders climb into the ring. Raphael Collins with his men congratulates the winners of the championship and admits that he underestimated them. Jacob ignores him and thanks him for the greeting as he passes. Suddenly, Collins's men block his way and order him to stop. The students of the academy are already in full combat readiness, rushing to the defense of their teacher. Raphael replies that the kids should be quiet while the adults talk, and tells them not to feel complacent about winning the tournament. The referee tries to calm the man down and asks him to leave the stadium, but he just slaps him. He orders his men to beat students who don't know their place. Dana suddenly appears in the ring and demands to stop the fight. Raphael immediately recognizes the brooding heiress of the Jung family and mockingly asks what she has forgotten here. Dana addresses him respectfully and informs him that the students have already signed a contract with her family, so no one is allowed to touch them. Jacob asks how she got here so quickly, and the girl replies that she was told about the Collins and their plan to beat up the students at the academy. He replies that there is no need for this, but the girl is sure that it is important for the reputation of the family and their people. Raphael believes that Dana has no right to vote, because Greg is considered the head of the Jung family. He says that today she will understand what it really means to be responsible for one's people and rushes into the attack. The old master stands before Dana and says that he will protect her. He stops Collins's attack and carries the man back. Raphael laughs at the old man and promises that today he will finally free his spirit from his body shell. The man replies that he will not allow anyone to harm the head of the Jung family and prepares for a fight. The old master rushes towards Collins. He tells him not to react so quickly and to save his strength. The next moment, the old man is carried away by a blue stream of energy. He lands successfully and tells all outsiders to leave, as the Collins family uses dark energy to cultivate. Next to Raphael appears Utman, who was the one who hit the old man. The Grand Master is surprised that there are a dozen families without a Grand Master, and calls the Jungs worthless for it. The old master shouts at Danny to run away from here as soon as possible. The next moment, Uthman hits him again, because he dared to admit that he could detain the Great Master. Dana runs up to her master, worried about his condition. He stands by his opinion and asks her to run away immediately because she is the head of the family. The girl refuses to run away from danger and leave her people here. Meanwhile, Utman approaches them and offers the Jung family to voluntarily obey the Collins or prepare for complete extermination. Jacob interrupts him and asks where the man got so much farce from. The boy tells him to stop and not lay a finger on the Jung family again if he wants to stay alive. Uthman asks why some guy opens his mouth to threaten someone. Raphael tells him that the boy is an instructor at the academy and has gone against the Collins family more than once in the past. The man is sure that no one has the right to insult the head of a large family. Jacob tells him that they should work on their self-esteem if they take offense at those below them in status. Utman is convinced that Jacob is really crazy if he allows himself to be, and Raphael says that the boy will understand sign language better. He offers to first beat the boy to death and then teach him how to be a decent man. Suddenly, the sound of a helicopter is heard over the stadium. Spectators notice the name of the great champion on his side, but are afraid to believe that it is him. Sam is happy because he finally got to see his teacher. A champion named Gurna jumps out of a helicopter. He congratulates everyone present and is glad that after 5 years he visited the East again. He exhales smoke and asks if there are any martial artists worthy of him. Mem immediately bows to his teacher, congratulating him, and he asks why he was needed here. Timothy replies in a bow that some people dare to slander his art and name, forgetting about his glory. Gurna asks if they are talking about Master Utman, who has indeed gotten a bit stronger since the last time they met. Timothy replies that it's all about Jacob. He pays attention to the boy nearby and thinks. Unexpectedly, people still reach the stadium and congratulate the old champion. The old masters had warned him not to come to their country again, but now they would not let him go so easily. He greets them and congratulates them that they have finally become great masters. One of the old men remembers how the man insulted their land and intends to take revenge on him by forcing him to kneel in apology. He replies that he did not offend anyone, but according to his experience, it was the people of the East who turned out to be the weakest fighters. People in the stands also notice the superior attitude towards the Eastern masters and consider him self-confident. They begin to support the old masters to prove Gurney wrong. He tells that his teacher was brutally beaten to death by Eastern cultivators, so he vowed to defeat all of them to avenge his teacher. Holly remembers Jacob saying that he once beat up a famous champion's teacher. The guy confirms it. He mentions that Gurna's teacher came here to prove his own invincibility and killed everyone until he met him. The old masters guess that Gurna is driven by family revenge, but they laugh at him because he did not learn the most important thing from his teacher. The man replies that when he kills them all, only they will be blamed for not being able to study. Uthman says that he has a long-standing feud with Gurna, so he should fight him first. He returns to Jacob and promises him that he will fight him afterwards. The champion approaches the master and asks to end the battle sooner so that they can beat Jacob together. Meanwhile, Dana suggests that Jacob take the students and get out of here. He replies that he has owed someone only a few times in his life and decides to repay her family by destroying the Collinses. Jacob approaches the old masters and asks them to wait. Uthman tells him that he should wait until the adults sort it out among themselves so as not to come under fire. The hero asks why the man got into a feud with the Jung family. He replies that he doesn't have to answer the question of the young man who just won the tournament and thinks he is now worth something. The only thing the boy needs to realize, he thinks, is that the Jung family is being annexed by the Collins family today. The hero interrupts him and says that it is the Collins family that will be destroyed today. Wendy starts to worry about Jacob, but Holly calms her down because to Jacob, Utman is like a sick dog that can be killed with one punch. The old master says that he will be spoken to later, after Gurna is destroyed and the honor of the East is protected. Meanwhile, the champion calmly watches them and is disappointed when only the old can stand against him. At this moment, one of the masters attacks him. The audience is shocked by the extraordinary strength of the martial artist and shouts for her to hit the foreigner harder. The woman is rapidly approaching the opponent. The next moment, she flies past him, only to realize that he simply disappeared from the place. She turns around and sees that the big man is already rushing towards her. She does not have time to block his blow and he punches her in the face. Her henchmen immediately run to her to help. The old master can't believe that her spiritual power was not enough. Fans can't believe that the power between Gurna and the others is so great that he knocked out a woman with one punch. The champion replies that he is not as strong as the local masters are weak, as he said before. He suggests that they all attack him at the same time to create a good show for the audience. The old masters activate their spiritual energy and rush to attack Gurna. With one hand, he is able to block both blows of masters. The masters jump back to keep their balance, and the champion is finally satisfied that the strength of the opponents is almost equal to his own. He calls them to attack him again. They attack again, but after a moment, they fly into the air from the force of the impact. Uthman realizes that the champion has become much stronger since their last meeting and tries to figure out how to proceed. Meanwhile, Gurna laughs at the old masters and says that he is disappointed in them. The man trembles with anger and assures that there are a bunch of fighters in the East who can defeat him with one blow. The champion looks down on him and suggests that he invite the same masters to save their reputation. The great Master Uthman addresses him and reminds him that he is still here and ready to fight for the honor of the country. He replies that he does not want to embarrass him even more, because last time he showed all the weakness of the spirit of the East. The man shouts that he should not devalue him and rushes to attack. Raphael is rooting for the master, because he cultivated for 5 years in a row and became much stronger than last time. Meanwhile, Gurna is sure that one fist is enough for him to win and counterattacks. Utman creates a protective barrier in time, which restrains the champion's blow, but gradually cracks from its force. After a moment, the barrier crumbles and throws the man back. Raphael cannot believe his eyes that the great master has lost. He's sure it will affect the whole dozen if he loses. Meanwhile, Uthman barely gets up and thinks to himself, why even after 5 years of cultivation, it feels as if only Gurna has become stronger. The fans understand that the Grandmaster is weaker than the champion, and are disappointed that there really is no one strong in the East. Meanwhile, Gurna only made sure that he is the strongest fighter in the world, and offers the Eastern Masters to recognize him as their teacher. Timothy approaches Wendy and points out that he was right all along about the critical difference in power between Western and Eastern Masters. He is sure that only his teacher has the right to be called a real champion, and no Eastern fighter can compare with him. As an example, he takes Jacob, who was able to win the duel, but who will never win the war. The man is sure that the teacher won't just let him go now after he killed Gong. Wendy tells him to stay away from her, because she has a lot of respect for her country and won't even let him make fun of her. Timothy answers that Eastern Masters lack strength and skills, but there is definitely enough time to tell tales about them. Jacob turns to him and tells him to shut up while he has something to talk about. The man only laughs at him and calls him a fool, because he is trying to threaten another student of the outstanding champion. Gurna says he came here today to have fun, but Eastern martial arts have fallen even lower in recent years. He guarantees that in the future they will become a joke among real fighters. Suddenly, more strangers enter the ring and tell the champion to shut up. It turns out to be a guard named Ronan Hill. Gurna immediately feels a powerful aura from the man and notices with satisfaction that a real master has finally come to him. The old masters immediately bow to him and ask to protect the honor of the East and their martial arts. He thanks them for still trying to fight on equal footing with the foreigner and announces that he will deal with everything. Meanwhile, the fans do not understand what the guards are doing. One of them explains that the guards are called when someone poses a threat to the martial arts of the East and reputation, so that they can restore order. The guardians maintain stability in the East and counter the foreign threat. Ronan approaches Gurna and demands that he immediately apologize for offending the East, and then he will be treated as a guest, not an enemy. The champion laughs and says that even though the great master himself is addressing him, even he cannot do anything to him. In response to this, the guard takes out a sword and says that he will defend the glory of the East with the sword. He points a sword at the champion and asks him to choose his weapon. Self-confident Gurna replies that 2 fists are enough for him to win. Ronan asks him to blame only himself in such a case and rushes into the attack. Unexpectedly for him, the champion blocks the sword strike with his bare hands. The next moment, he throws the great master away from him. He cannot understand how anyone can stop his sword using only physical strength. Gurna says that it is quite easy to resist the masters of the East because they are weaker than children. Jacob, on the other hand, is convinced that he also possesses a strange body, just like Gong, and suspects that he has met a second artificial human. Ronan responds to the champion so that he does not bring trouble on himself by insulting the great master as well. He casts a spell and rushes toward Gurna, armed with 3 energy swords. The champion laughs because he is sure that he will destroy any sword with his fist. The next moment, with his bare hands, he destroys all the weapons that the great master attacked him with. After that, he beats the master himself, who was too close to him. Ronan lands on his feet but is shocked that someone managed to hit him. Gurna advises the guard to run quickly while all the limbs are in place. The master decides to ask why, with a complete absence of aura, it seems that he possesses cultivation. The champion replies that he is not interested in the Eastern system of body development. He only has his muscles and fists, and that is enough to beat any cultivator. Gurna announces that today he will destroy the martial arts system of the East and force everyone to worship him. Ronan points out that even though he lost, the martial arts system never loses. Sam interrupts them and says that it's time to deal with Jacob, who forgot his place. Gurna turns to the hero and says that he respects his courage because he still hasn't escaped, but warns that he won't leave him unpunished now. He mentions how Jacob killed his apprentice, which he will never forgive, and orders him to the ring to get payback. Jacob raises his head and tells the man to lower the level of pathos. He goes back to Sam to ask if the guy with the head is okay after what he saw today. The man tells Jacob to brace himself for more consequences from his sharp tongue. The boy replies that the 2 of them should stop talking nonsense, because he is already quite tired of them. The old master laughs, because he did not expect such courage from the young man. Meanwhile, Uthman does not understand why the boy does not value his own life at all. Jacob approaches the champion and says that he is not even an ant in the cultivation world, so he has no right to say anything about it. Gurna gets angry and replies that he has the right to say anything when he is the strongest fighter on the planet. The fans can't believe that someone would have the stupidity and audacity to address the champion like that. The American admits that at first he wanted to just break his spine to paralyze him, but now he will definitely kill him. Ronan jumps out in front of Jacob and says that his courage has given him strength, and he will detain the champion so that the hero can escape. The old masters join him, standing between them and Gurna. Jacob just walks past them and thanks them, but assures them that he will handle the man. He approaches the champion, who is already preparing to crush and turn his body into minced meat. Unexpectedly for him, the hero gives him a resounding slap, the force of which throws him to the side. Sam and Timothy can't believe their eyes. Gurna also barely rises, not understanding what happened. Even the masters, who rush to protect the hero, are shocked by this development of events. Jacob was only convinced after the blow that Gurna was not a real person. He says that he will not tolerate such accusations and goes on the attack. He is sure that one punch is enough to silence the hero. Sam and Timothy support their teacher, convinced that he has reached the pinnacle of power and will now avenge them all. To everyone's surprise, Jacob stops the champion's punch with one of his palms. He asks when it will be possible to see the true power of the famous fighter. Jacob grips Gurna's fist in his hand, breaking a couple of his fingers. He howls in pain and pulls his limb out of his grasp. The hero has already managed to get tired of the constant screams of the champion and kicks him so that he flies home sooner. Sam and Timothy can't believe their eyes that someone beat their master. The students of the academy welcome their teacher because they were sure of his strength from the very beginning. The old masters are also pleased that the new generation has such talents, and that the honor of the East has been so swiftly defended. Meanwhile, Uthman approaches the boy and falls on his knees, apologizing for his words. Jacob asks what will happen to the Collins family now. The man replies that the Collins will no longer bother him and the Young family. The hero reminds that he promised that the Collins family would cease to exist today, one way or another. Uthman suggests that Young annex the Collinses and save the lives of their people, including himself. Raphael does not like this news at all and shouts that this will never happen. The great master just below bows before the hero and asks him to accept his offer and not to kill anyone. Dana's assistant is happy that today they not only solved the crisis of the Young family, but also conquered the Collins, who were constantly causing them problems. The Sentinel Ronin thanks the hero for his efforts in protecting the honor of the East and their martial arts. He also knows about Jacob's other achievements and offers the boy to become part of the Watchman's organization. He only replies that he is not interested. The man says that despite this, he can always turn to the guards. Jacob turns to leave when Ronin catches up to him and asks him not to tell anyone about today's events. The man assures that his organization will limit the dissemination of information in the news and no one will learn about these events. Sometime later, the Collins family gathers for a meeting. Declan says his ancestors belong to the Collins family, one of the most powerful, and he can't believe this is the end. Raphael angrily asks how Uthman could have put them in the hands of the Youngs. The Grand Master replies that Jacob's power scared him to death, and he could destroy them with a single gesture. He says that they can't do anything until they have a super powerful master monk. Declan says he's never even heard of one. Uthman replies that he himself does not know any, because otherwise he would not kneel before the boy. Raphael says he can't just give up like that, and they have to come up with something. The Grandmaster replies that they were desperately chasing the Youngs to win the title. The Cullens had always been a middle-ranking family that no one took seriously, even with all the power they had accumulated over the years. He is sure that the only way to preserve the power of the family is to collude with the aristocrats. Raphael asks which family they should choose as allies, grasping at the last chance to save themselves. Uthman suggests the Thompson family, because in the past, a woman from the Collins family was their respected concubine. The man likes the offer, as it would free the Collinses from Jacob and the Young family. Meanwhile, Wendy has also returned to the university grounds and goes to see her grandfather to discuss the events of the tournament. First of all, she asks why he was so confident in Jacob, because he really has phenomenal techniques and strength. In response, Ulrich decides to show her the sword and asks what she can say about it. Wendy immediately notices that the sword emits spiritual energy. The next moment, the old man shows how the sword can obey his will, and this changes the girl's perception. She understands that this sword is a spiritual weapon of a sacred order that units all over the world have. The old man confirms this, because sacred weapons are much more valuable than spiritual weapons, and this sword was also created by Jacob himself. Wendy realizes that Jacob was able to create a holy weapon with one touch and asks her grandfather who the boy really is. Ulrich replies that he does not know, but according to his guesses, he belongs to some secret sect. Meanwhile, the teacher of the African team informs the students that they did not come to the East to participate in the tournament. Instead, he shows the team a picture of Rosalind and says they need to catch this famous scientist. He knows that the current investigation of the girl will change the entire international situation, so they need to capture them for their own good. Team members are happy to serve and obey this order. The next day, Sam and Timothy find their great teacher in meditation. Sam is worried about him because of his strange behavior and decides to ask what happened. Gurna replies that he is fine, but after meeting Jacob, he has changed his attitude towards cultivation and Eastern martial arts. Timothy admits that he stayed at the academy for a long time, but never found time to act. He noticed that Rosalind never leaves the university, and the yard in which she lives is never empty, and there is always someone to protect her. Suddenly, a stranger joins them. Gurna immediately notices that the man has a fairly high cultivation base and high stealth movement abilities. A man walks up and says his name is Ezekiel Carter and steps closer. The champion recognizes the god of war from the northeast and asks why he wishes to speak. Sam and Timothy also wonder what such a prominent figure, who runs the military and politics, wants from an American soldier. Ezekiel admits that he only came here to kill him. Gurna is angry with him and reminds him to remember who he is talking to because he is not omnipotent. The man tells him to be quiet and rushes into the attack. He knocks him off his feet with one kick. The brothers are shocked that their invincible teacher has already been beaten twice in a few days. Gurna coughs up blood and wonders where so many incredible fighters suddenly appeared in the east. Ezekiel, meanwhile, is on the attack again. Despite the champion's efforts to prevent him, he punches him in the stomach. Gurna falls to the ground and growls with the last of his strength that he is an artificial human and cannot be beaten like that. When the brothers see how easily their teacher was beaten, they immediately prostrate themselves and beg the god of war to have mercy on them. He turns away and walks away because killing them will only tarnish his reputation. After that, Timothy asks what they should do next, and Sam says that the champion's body should be shipped home. The man doesn't understand what's the point of returning the body if you can just run away and pretend you didn't know anything. Sam says that they have to take care of the body themselves because it is as valuable to the organization as it is to the legacy of the champion himself. A few hours later, the news of the champion's death reaches Wendy, and she hurries to tell Jacob about it. The students who train next to the boy ask who could be stronger than the famous champion to kill him. The girl knows about this too. She informs that the god of war of the North, Ezekiel Carter, is to blame for this. This name in such a context does not surprise Tristan at all. Ezekiel is a famous general and nationalist who manages not only military affairs, but also the politics of the region, and besides, he has incredible power. In addition, the god of war works for an organization that promotes martial arts that aid in the transition to the spiritual world. At this time, Young Don's office is preparing documents for the takeover of the Collins family, because after that, a new round of development of their business will begin. Dana believes they should still be wary of the Collinses and be ready for revenge. Her assistant is convinced that they were very intimidated by Jacob, and therefore it is unlikely that they will do anything. Dana brings a glass of water to her to drink, but suddenly it bursts in her hand. The assistant asks if everything is okay, while the girl gets up with a depressed expression on her face. Dana breaks a glass for the third time in a month, and she asks when her mistress managed to get such strength to crush glasses. The girl suspects that this happened after their connection with Jacob, and therefore her body began to change. Meanwhile, Willow runs up to Jacob, who is resting in the dormitory yard. She sits down next to him and asks him to tell about the martial arts tournament in which he won. When he remains silent, she asks if there is anything he can do for her. The hero simply replies that he has no time. Then she puts a box of animal cores on the table. She admits that her grandfather told her that he collects them and offers them as a reward for her help. The hero demands that she first say what she wants. Willow says that several zombies get her and asks to teach them. Jacob takes the kernels and tells her to wait 5 minutes. He reaches his room and decides to absorb the energy of the cores. After that, he still feels 20 levels away from the goal. The hero knows that to reach the next level, he needs a pill and an elixir. When Jacob and Willow get to the right place, a match is underway in an underground fight club. The hero asks what kind of bastard they are looking for here. The girl admits that she lost here 5 days in a row, and some visitors behave very badly and humiliate her, and she needs help. She promises that if he wins, she will give him 500,000 as an additional reward. The hero says that he is not interested and goes to the exit. The girl shouts to him that she is ready to give even 1,000,000. At that moment, a guy approaches her. It turns out to be Zach Carter, who informs her that today is her last chance to make it up or she has to go on a date with him. Willow replies that she will never give up, and she will not lose today. Zach is surprised that she finally thought to take someone with her and asks to show the unfortunate fighter. She says she brought a true champion and points to Jacob. The guy laughs back, asking where she found this skinny loser. He is sure that one blow will be enough for Jacob to see his ancestors. The hero hits him on the hand and tells him not to violate personal space. Willow tells Zach to shut up and says she invited Jacob to punish them all for their rude behavior. The boy pats his injured hand and suggests that the fight should start soon to see if Jacob is worth the fuss. His henchmen laugh at the foolish young man, who has not yet realized what trouble he has gotten himself into. First of all, Zach wants to hear about the reward for his victory. He asks Willow to go on vacation with him to a private island. The girl returns to Jacob and sincerely asks him for help because she does not want to go anywhere with the boy. Suddenly, fighter Zach arrives at the arena. The boy hurries Willow to send her fighter to the arena as soon as possible. The girl turns to Jacob and sees that he has almost left the room. Zach and his friends laugh that their fighter scared the boy. Zach has no intention of giving up on the show and tells his fighter to catch up with the hero. He jumps in front of Jacob, blocking his path. He passes by him, and the man is surprised that he does not react to him in any way, rushes into the attack. The hero slaps him in response, from which he flies away. Zach doesn't understand what just happened and shouts to his fighter to beat the boy. Meanwhile, the man lies unconscious next to Willow, who encourages Jacob. Zack's henchmen check on the man and realize that he is not breathing at all. He grinds his teeth at Jacob's arbitrariness and intends to teach him a lesson soon. Meanwhile, the hero goes to the exit again, feeling only boredom. Zack yells at him to stop and apologize, but Jacob completely ignores him. His henchman is angry that someone would so openly disrespect young Master Carter. At this moment, Jacob is stopped by a gray-haired man. He kindly addresses the hero and asks him to listen to Mr. Carter. He recognizes Leighton Kelly and asks to get out of the way. Zack intervenes in the conversation and says that he will not let him leave until he apologizes. Jacob replies that he has nothing to apologize for, and it's better if they let him go free before they face the consequences. Zack just laughs at a threat from some young man who obviously doesn't know who he's talking to. He once again tells him to apologize by getting on his knees, and otherwise to prepare for the consequences of his arrogance. Leighton advises Jacob to submit to the will of the young master and fall to his knees, clapping him on the shoulder. He grabs his hand and breaks it. The old man falls to his knees, clutching a limb in pain. Jacob grabs him by the collar and throws him at his master's feet. Zack's henchmen are surprised that the famous master was humiliated in front of them. Meanwhile, the guy is satisfied with the show because the guy still represents something of himself. He tells the hero that he has prepared many opponents for him and therefore advises him not to rush anywhere in the near future. Jacob quickly walks up to him and slaps him, causing his teeth to fall out. He says he didn't want to do it, but he just had no choice. Zack's henchmen lift him off the ground and warn the hero that he does not yet know who he has crossed paths with and offer to apologize peacefully. In response, the boy slaps one of them on the cheek. The other two soon catch on too, and Willow is surprised at the brutality of what is happening. Zack quickly gets up and says he's going to teach Jacob. He calls his best fighters and orders them to deal with the young man. The big guy is the first to attack, and after a moment, he flies away from the impact. The girl attacks with the second, but also shares the fate of her friend. Next, the swordsman moves to attack. A moment later, the blade of his weapon catches Jacob and breaks the blade. Suddenly, the last fighter flies into the attack from behind. The boy does not have time to dodge, and the blade of the knife hits him in the back. But after a moment, it becomes clear that the inner energy of the hero is so strong that the blade of the knife breaks without injuring him. The frightened fighter begins to retreat. Of course, he doesn't have time to escape and is overtaken by the hero's blow. Zack and his friends don't understand where Willow found such a strong martial artist. Meanwhile, Jacob approaches them and announces that it is their turn. Zack reminds that he is from the Carter family and no one has the right to lay a finger on him. The next moment, Jacob slaps him in the face, ignoring his words. While he tries to get up, the hero assures him that he doesn't care which arrogant young man he slaps. A second later, he gets kicked in the face by Jacob. Zack is enraged and shaking with rage as he repeats that his father will avenge him. Jacob steps on his chest and decides to ask who his father is, that he should be afraid of him. Scared to death, Zack calls Willow for help. In response, the girl asks Jacob to let the boy go because it makes no sense for him to get his hands dirty. He warns that if they don't punish him, he will cause problems in the future, but the girl insists on her own. Jacob lets Zack go and says he would have killed him right now if Willow hadn't asked otherwise. He walks away, warning that he will rip Zack's head off if he gets in his way again. He replies that he will not allow himself to be humiliated like that and takes out a gun. He takes aim at Jacob and shoots him in the back when he is not expecting anything. He laughs at the hero who got what he deserved, but Zack pales when he looks closely. It turns out that Jacob caught the bullet with 2 fingers. Now the hero is convinced that Zack does not deserve another chance and tells him to prepare for punishment. He falls to his knees before him, begging for mercy, and informs him that his father is Ezekiel Carter. He speaks of the same god of war that everyone knows about, and because of this, he asks not to touch him anymore. Willow agrees that Ezekiel is better off not crossing the road, but she is interrupted by a strange sound. It turns out that the bullet that Zack fired went into his own skull with the help of Jacob. He does not have time to understand what happened, falls dead at the feet of the hero. Zack's henchmen are shocked and say they will tell his father. Willow agrees that it was rather reckless of him, as his father controls the army and politics of the North. She offers to find a place for him to hide from revenge, but he says that he has no such need and leaves. Meanwhile, Jennifer and assistants carrying Samson Nelson arrive in the mysterious cave. The girl asks the master how the ancient sect he talked about can live in some cave. The man replies that she will understand everything when the time comes. Soon they reach a large room in the cave. The helpers complain that the journey was very difficult, and they have to be paid more than they were initially promised. This annoys Samson. He smiles and says they will get what they deserve. Suddenly, the floor begins to shake, revealing an ancient sarcophagus. Samson shouts greetings to his master and asks him to leave. The men begin to fall back, and the man announces that the one who will pay the additional price to the assistants will appear now. The lid of the sarcophagus begins to move to the side, and black smoke appears from the coffin, while the men are afraid to move. They have a dangerous aura and say they joked about the extra pay and say it's time to go. But the next moment, black smoke reaches them and envelops their bodies. He penetrates their eye sockets, other holes in the skull, while the men beg for forgiveness and let them go. Soon life leaves them and they become like mummies. Jennifer loses her sense of the rightness of what is happening, but Samson reassures her that his teacher will only take the lives of unworthy people. The girl helps him kneel before the sarcophagus. He says that he has brought those who can serve the teacher. Another worldly voice emanates from the coffin, telling Jennifer to approach it. Samson looks annoyed at Jennifer, because she was called by his master, and therefore she must quickly go to him. The girl approaches the sarcophagus as black smoke surrounds her. The voice is not pleased that its conditions were not met, although the body is not the worst. The man asks to forgive him. He says he found the perfect body, but Jacob proved to be too strong and badly injured him. An otherworldly voice says that Jennifer should not be afraid of him, because she is very lucky to become his new body. The smoke grabs the girl and drags her into the sarcophagus. The lid closes behind her and the cave falls silent. A few minutes later, a loud explosion shakes the walls. Samson screams to his teacher in fright. As the smoke clears, Jennifer is standing next to the sarcophagus. The girl is surrounded by a strange, evil aura. Samson congratulates the master on a new life. An otherworldly voice comes from the sarcophagus again, explaining to the man that he is still inside the coffin. It turns out that he gave her extraordinary strength and promised eternal life if she brought with her a new, perfect body for him. Jennifer falls to her knees and says she will do whatever he wants. Samson's master also heals his body as a reward. He immediately feels that all internal damage has disappeared and falls to his knees, thanking the owner. After that, Samson and Jennifer leave the cave to fulfill the owner's orders. The man says that the master was very pleased with them and tells Jennifer to keep trying so as not to disappoint her master and master. The girl slaps him in response. She looks him up and down and asks why he still thinks he's worthy of being her teacher. He asks why she's acting so recklessly, but Jennifer interrupts him by grabbing his neck and repeating the question. She reminds him that he tricked her into coming here with him, and if the master didn't like her, she would have been killed on the spot. Samson reminds her that he is her teacher, and she can't treat him like that. Jennifer tells him to shut up and announces that from now on he is no longer her teacher as she tightens her grip on his throat. The girl decides that from now on she will be the main one and Samson must obey her. He begins to turn blue and suffocate, but agrees to her terms and asks to let him go. She throws him to the floor and calls after her as the master tries to regain consciousness. Samson is frightened by Jennifer's power, because even he cannot do anything to oppose her. Meanwhile, in the house of the god of war, his assistant reports that his son has died. The guy says that it was done by Jacob, an instructor from the martial arts academy of the capital university, who also has connections with the Youngs. Ezekiel Carter barely holds back his anger, but decides that action is better than grief. After some time, Mrs. Carter, Josephine arrives at the estate and demands that her husband come down to her immediately. With tears in her eyes, she asks if it is true that her son died. The man tries to calm her down, but she only slaps him in response. The hysterical woman says that she suffered for many years because of him, but she still hoped that he would at least deal with his own son. She turns away and admits that she no longer has anything to live for. Ezekiel tells her to mind her nerves and not to do anything. He says that he already knows who killed their son, and he will make sure that there is not even a piece left of the scoundrel that can be buried. Meanwhile, Team Africa reaches the capital's university trying to find Rosalind. The teacher reminds them that they came here undercover to capture Miss Jones and return to Africa. A minute later, they are met by Preston, who is told that the African team has arrived to share experiences. They smile kindly and ask not to be offended that they played against the Asian team at the tournament. The teacher asks to give them a tour because they are very interested in how the capital's university is organized. Preston asks them to feel at home and ask about anything they need because he has been appointed to be in charge of sharing experiences. He takes them around the territory of the educational institution and asks what they would most like to learn about. The teacher of the African team asks to introduce them to an outstanding scientist, Rosalind Jones, because everyone in their countries admires her. Preston replies that the girl doesn't like being interrupted, so he can only show them around, but not introduce her. The man replies that they don't want to break the rules and abuse hospitality, so he doesn't convince him. After some time, they reach the territory of the teacher's dormitory, and Preston happily informs them that Rosalind lives there. Suddenly, the atmosphere of the company changes, and the teacher of the African team orders his students to enter the yard. The head of the student council tries to stop them and reminds that the scientist cannot be disturbed. One of the students pushes him aside and says that they are no longer interested in what he is saying. The teacher takes Preston by the hand and asks to show him the room where Rosalind lives. He says that he will never betray her but gives up after a few blows. He points to the door of Jacob's room. Preston cries because he didn't want to betray him like this, but he was left with no choice. The girl opens the door and is surprised to see a person in ethnic clothes in front of her, but still asks who he is looking for. The African team teacher asks if she knows Rosalind Jones. Ta answers that it is her, but still does not understand who is in front of her. Preston is shocked that Rosalind was in Jacob's room, whom he was trying to save. Meanwhile, the teacher informs the scientist that he and his team came to the city specifically to see her. The girl tells him that she is not interested in new acquaintances and closes the door in front of him. His students are confused and ask what they should do if Rosalind does not want peace talks. He asks the student to knock for him. She says that she will tie up the scientist as soon as she opens the door. 10 minutes pass, but Rosalind continues to ignore them. The girl offers to knock down the door because they will be waiting all day. One of the team members asks to be allowed to solve this issue and flies forward with his foot towards the door. Suddenly, at that moment, Rosalind opens the door, expecting the guests to give up and leave. The guy at this time just flies into the room. The teacher of the team wastes no time and shouts to the other students to grab the girl. They hold machetes to her throat and tell her not to move. The old man approaches and tells them to cooperate with them so that everything will be as good as possible. At this time, they are interrupted by Jacob's voice, who asks what they have done here. The guy was sitting at the table all this time, but he was noticed only now. The teacher from Africa asks what the instructor of the Eastern team is doing in the room. Jacob points out that they are the ones invading his territory, and he has the right to ask questions. One of the students agrees that the boy is saying the right things. For this, his teacher slaps him and asks him to remember whose side he is on. The instructor, threatening Jacob with a staff, informs him that he was sent by the gods for this task, and therefore he should not interfere in their affairs. The hero replies that in this case, he himself is ready to talk to such a god and slaps the teacher. The next moment, the members of the African team rush to him to take revenge for the injured honor of their teacher. A few seconds later, they are all on the floor next to their teacher, unconscious. The instructor rises first and tells his students to go back to Africa and find help there. Vito suddenly lands on his back, pinning him to the floor. Jacob asks the demon to get rid of the thugs and hand them over to the guards. Meanwhile, assistants arrive at Ezekiel and ask to let them deal with the scoundrel and bring Jacob to him. He replies that he wants to do everything himself to avenge his son. They tell him that the guy is currently teaching students at the capital's university, but they couldn't find any more information. The god of war is surprised that with their abilities, they couldn't find anything else to use. He is told that everything is strange with Jacob, and he seems to have appeared out of nowhere. Ezekiel decides that in this case, they should bring the boy to him and find out how to influence him. After some time at the Capital University, Wendy asks Jacob to show her some new moves for fighting. Unexpectedly, unknown people burst into them looking for Jacob. The hero answers that they should voice what they want as soon as possible. Emboldened, one of the boys demands that Jacob go with them wherever they say. Jacob replies that he is not interested and they can go back to where they came from. The boys are surprised by his restraint and tell him not to provoke them. One of them decides that they should give the hero a chance and says that he is wanted by the god of war, Ezekiel Carter. Wendy wonders why such an official would be interested in a simple teacher. Jacob, meanwhile, does not change his mind and repeats that he is not interested. The guys start freaking out that he doesn't show any respect to their boss. The hero answers them that the so-called god of war is worthless and there is no reason to respect him. One of the guys can't stand it and flies to attack him. Of course, Jacob instantly rejects him. The other two decide to attack together to capture the hero for sure. They get the same answer as their friend. Wendy worriedly asks Jacob how he angered the god of war. He calmly replies that he killed his impudent son. The girl runs away in search of help from her grandfather, because arguing with Ezekiel means that the sky will start to fall. Ulrich is as shocked as she is when Wendy tells him everything. The girl asks him to figure out how to save the university from the wrath of the god of war when he comes to them himself. The old man has no idea what to do, because if he tries to calm Ezekiel about his son's death, he himself will die. He suggests talking to Jacob first, and only then think together how to fix the situation. After some time, the boys return to the god of war to tell him how they lost to Jacob. Ezekiel still does not remember how many years have passed since the time when someone dared to disrespect him like that, and decides to go on his own this time. He finds himself in the courtyard of the teacher's dormitory, but only the wind serves him as an answer. He breaks into the first and best room but finds no one there. The same thing happens with the second and third rooms. At loud noises, Jacob comes out of his room and asks what the man is doing. Ezekiel turns and asks if the boy knows Jacob. The hero says no and loudly slams the door in his face. Such an attitude annoys the god of war because he came from a great family and will not allow some boy to ignore him. He decides that he will knock on the door with his fist to talk to him. Vito suddenly stops his fist. The demon asks why the man behaves so ill-mannered on the territory of the Capital University. He reminds the man that he is not welcome here, and that he must be a fool to believe that he will not be punished for such behavior. Ezekiel cannot believe his ears that someone dares to threaten him. Vito pushes him away from the door and says that it is necessary to politely knock and obey when the owners do not want to talk. At this time, Ulrich and Wendy reach the yard. The old man shouts for Jacob to hide from danger. The next second, they see the god of war sitting on the ground and Vito proudly walking away. The girl is surprised that it really is Ezekiel in front of them, because the god of war is known for his pride and anger. But this man didn't even say anything when he was kicked out. The old man tells her to be quiet and not to provoke her husband. He cautiously approaches him and asks if he can help. He explodes with anger and tells him to get out. Ezekiel shouts for him, the god of war, to open the door. Jacob comes out of the room again and asks in a threatening tone why the man is shouting in this yard. Ulrich tries to separate men who are burning with emotions. He reminds Jacob that in front of him is the famous god of war and he must be careful. The hero replies that he does not care who's in front of him, but he is definitely not affected by his anger and screams. Ezekiel replies that Jacob should get on his knees and apologize for such impudence, and then he will leave something to bury. The director is nervous about the presence of two masters in front of him, and asks the man to consider that Jacob can also fight. The god of war cuts him off, pushing him away, because he decided that the old man has no right to say anything about this matter. The man emphasizes that Jacob killed his only son and that he will never forgive. The hero replies that Zach Carter treated him very rudely and mortally offended him, trying to kill him after his loss. Ezekiel is amazed that he talks about it so calmly and says that he will kill just as calmly. He reaches for the boy to grab his clothes. Wendy screams for Jacob to run away, but he does otherwise. He blocks the man's hand with 2 fingers, which greatly impresses the attacker. A second later, Jacob counterattacks him. The force of his slap throws the man back. Even Jacob Ulrich, who is confident in his strength, is shocked by this, not to mention Wendy. The god of war laughs and rises from the ground. The girl wonders why he is so happy. He admits that he was beaten so hard the last time in the junior class, and looks satisfied with the strength of his opponent. Ulrich tells her not to relax because the god of war most likely plans to show his true power in the near future. Ezekiel tells that in his youth trouble befell his family, his bride was stolen, accused, and almost killed. Then he decided to train with a great master to become invincible in 10 years. Then he began to take revenge on all the culprits, until they were reduced to ashes, and he himself received the nickname of the god of war. Since then, no one dared to say a word against him and despise his nickname, until Jacob appeared. Ezekiel promises that from now on, he will try to show the boy all his strength and make him respect himself, and offers him to strike next. Jacob decides to take advantage of the offer and hits him again. From the force of the impact, he flies outside the yard, and the hero with a calm soul decides to return to his work. The headmaster, his granddaughter, and Jacob sit down at the table to drink tea. Ulrich is surprised that the god of war hasn't returned yet, even though it's been quite a while. As if hearing him, Ezekiel rushes into the yard, barely breathing from running, and announces that the battle hasn't even started yet. Jacob gets up and promises that this time he'll wait for him to talk, but warns that he won't hit him so lightly this time. The word that it was a light blow makes the god of war pale, because he just launched it several kilometers from here. However, he recovers and remembers that he is one of the most powerful people alive today and tells the boy to be careful who he talks to. Ezekiel promises that for the death of his son and for the insult to himself, he will not let Jacob go so easily and rushes into the attack. The hero replies that he already regrets his promise to listen to everything he wants to say and presses him to the ground with his hand. Jacob asks him why he keeps fighting if he already knows he will never win. He presses it even more to the ground, causing deep cracks to spread across it. The god of war refuses to give up and asks where such a young man got so much strength, even as he begins to bleed from the mouth. Jacob replies that it doesn't concern him and removes his legs so that Ezekiel gets up. The god of war admits that he has 7 more illegitimate children, so he will not take any more revenge. Later, he falls to his knees and asks Jacob to fight against the foreign forces that threaten the east. The hero replies that he will agree to this if they bring him as many monster cores and spirit grass as possible. Ezekiel, full of hope, replies that he will do everything and leaves. The next day, Dana discusses with the assistant that the Collins family has yet to send someone to discuss the annexation. The girl is sure that something will definitely happen and asks to warn everyone so that they are ready for an attack. Suddenly, someone sends one of the fighters flying into the air, surprising them both. Meanwhile, Jacob, Holly, and Ramona are relaxing in the dormitory courtyard. Suddenly, a man bursts into them and calls Jacob for help. He falls and informs the hero that his family has been attacked and asks him to save them. Jacob immediately goes to the Young family estate, while Ramona offers to call the helicopter. In a few minutes, they reach their destination, and the hero immediately jumps down without waiting for the landing. In the yard, he meets only a mountain of corpses and not a single living person. At this time, a man runs up to him and says that he cannot find Dana, and therefore she was stolen. The men can't think of who could have done it until Holly calls out to them. She notices a flag that belongs to the Coleman family. Ramona emphasizes that it could be the forces of several famous families. Dana's assistant begs them to work it out as they go, because Dana is being held captive all this time. Jacob tells everyone that first of all they need to find in which territory the girl is now and kill all the culprits there. A few hours later, Wendy runs to her grandfather and announces that Jacob has decided to start a war with one of the royal families. She mentions the Barnes family and suggests contacting them, as they were the ones who took care of Jacob when he moved. Ulrich agrees and dials Silas's number to ask for his help. The old man, meanwhile, is resting on an island in the Pacific Ocean and is surprised that someone is bothering him. The university director explains the whole situation and pleads to take care of Jacob. Silas replies that everything will be fine. Ulrich is amazed that Mr. Barnes has so little sympathy for Jacob. He replies that there is no need to worry about the boy, even if the sky starts to fall and hangs up. Meanwhile, Raphael and Uthman are at the Coleman family estate. The man thanks his aunt for helping the Collins family in such a difficult time. Meredith Coleman replies that she has always put her family first, so she will be happy to help. She is convinced that the Young family has gone too far and must be punished and exterminated. Uthman warns her that Jacob has many skills and should be handled carefully. She replies that he definitely can't be stronger than a grandmaster. In addition, she belongs to the royal family, and everyone knows that people like her are scary not only because of wealth. Uthman replies that her words calmed him down and thanks her. Raphael decides to find out why they spared the life of the head of the Young family, since she is the one to blame for their situation. The woman replies that the girl has an unusual body and energy, and therefore decided that it is worth investigating her. Meanwhile, Jacob and the girls go to Ramona's house to ask her father where the Coleman family can be found. Her father turns out to be a friendly man who is happy about the unexpected visit. Ramona introduces Jacob to Philip, who is predictably surprised that such a young man could become a teacher. The girl immediately gets down to business and asks her father to react calmly when she tells everything. When he hears that Jacob plans to fight the royal family, he falls to the ground, unconscious. He later regains consciousness, but still doesn't understand how children could go against such powerful people. Philip asks how long Jacob has been seeing a psychiatrist if he is willing to make such a painful self-sacrifice. The hero replies that they just came to find out where to find the Coleman estate and all. The man says that such a family will definitely find out about Torres's intervention and scolds Ramona for such imprudence. The girl asks her father to trust them because Jacob defeated the famous champion Gurna a few days ago. When the man continues to doubt, the hero says that he will ask someone else for help and gets up from the table. Ramona also gets up and asks her father if he doesn't want to make the Torres family one of the dozen again. He answers that everything is not so simple, because powerful families have held on to their places and privileges for several centuries. The girl emphasizes that now they have an opportunity to become powerful if Jacob opposes the royal family. Ramona is convinced that everything will work out for the boy, and then their family will have every chance to take a place in the dozen. Philip agrees to help, but on one condition: if Ramona will not take part in this operation. Sometime later, Holly and Jacob arrive at the Coleman estate and prepare to go inside. They are stopped by security guards who inform them that they are off limits and that the young people should leave. The Torres are watching them because they are worried that everything will go well. Meanwhile, negotiations at the main gate fail, and Jacob solves the problem with a snap of his finger. Holly is summoned to beat up the guards as well. She manages to hit one in the face. Jacob hits the third with one finger and throws him away with the force of the blow. Ramona draws her father's attention to what a skilled fighter the hero really is. The man agrees, but it will still be difficult for them to enter because of the magical wood of the door. At the same moment, Jacob knocks down the door to Coleman's yard with one hand. Philip says he takes his words back as Ramona laughs at his reaction. Inside, the young people are met by another man who marvels at the audacity of the attackers. He calls the other guards and orders them to beat the uninvited guests until they are blue. At this time, Ramona and Philip decide to observe everything from the air with the help of a drone. But as soon as he takes off, the man accidentally directs him into the wall. The girl decides that in this case she will go inside on her own. Her father is trying to get her back because he cares about her. In the end, he decides to join her because they still don't understand anything about the battle, even though Jacob and Holly manage to defeat the guards. Entering the yard, they see only the bodies of the beaten guards. Ramona regrets that she missed the whole battle and suggests her father to go on. Philip turns and walks back to the gate, even as his daughter stops him. He reminds that it is very dangerous here and they do not belong here at all, unlike Jacob. Ramona grabs his hand and leads him inside, because history is about to unfold in front of them and they have to see it. Meanwhile, in the estate, Uthman already has a premonition of victory and promises his aunt that he will present her with a large golden statuette with her face. At that moment, one of the guards rushes in and says that something has happened. He reports that foreigners broke into the estate and attacked the guards. Meredith wonders who would be such a fool to go against the royal family. The guard informs that one of the intruders is called Jacob, and he came for the head of the Young family. Raphael and Uthman begin to panic and ask the boy where the intruders are now. The woman is surprised that such strong warriors cannot control themselves, but the man assures her that the young man should not be underestimated. Josephine is so confident in her own strength that she suggests to the couple that Jacob will be dead in 15 minutes. Uthman confidently replies that they fully trust the power of the royal family. Meanwhile, Ramona and Philip encounter more bodies on the way to the estate. The girl rejoices because her teacher is really the strongest of all. Her father asks her to calm down because the weakest guards are in the yard and Jacob's real test is waiting inside. Meanwhile, the hero reaches the courtyard where he meets a master of martial arts. He asks Holly and Jacob to give their names, because he does not kill the nameless. When he turns around, the hero is already attacking him with 2 fingers. Master knocks away with the force of the blow. Jacob asks where they can find Dana Jung. Meanwhile, the man rises to his knees and replies that he has not yet counterattacked and lost in order to comply with the requirements. In response, the boy presses him to the ground with his foot, the pressure of which makes the master bleed through the mouth, and replies that he has no time for persuasion. He answers that he will never give up and tell the mistress's secrets. A few minutes later, his face is already covered in bruises and scratches. He bows to Jacob and apologizes for his behavior and says he will do anything in return. He reports where the owner of the estate is and that she ordered Dana to be captured and brought to her. Suddenly, someone approaches him again. He is very surprised when he sees an unfamiliar girl and a man in front of him. Ramona is upset that she missed out on all the fun again. The man rises carefully and says that the fun will continue deeper in the estate, but he himself will be leaving now. Philip recognizes the man because he is a famous Grand Master who is considered the best in the capital and is very surprised that Jacob beat him. Meanwhile, Meredith notices that 15 minutes have passed and suggests that the men check on Jacob's body. At the same moment, a window breaks in front of them. Jacob and Holly enter the room. Raphael and Uthman immediately tense up after seeing the hero. Jacob is only interested in where they hid Dana. He approaches them menacingly and tells them to speak until he has razed the whole place with them to the ground. Meredith advises him not to be so cocky in front of the royal family. In response, Jacob slaps her and offers to choose how she wants to die. Raphael and Uthman are afraid for her, but do not try to save her. The woman does not believe what is happening because he has no right to beat a royal person. Jacob just slaps her again. Meredith trembles and says that she will torture him with Dana for such impudence. Jacob grabs her by the neck with 2 fingers by the neck and lifts her off the ground, demanding an explanation. The woman croaks and trembles as she turns to her relatives, pleading for help. Uthman finds some courage and demands that the hero let the woman go. In response, he throws her in his direction and they crash into the wall together. Raphael runs toward them as Meredith tries to get up after being hit. She shouts to her personal guards to protect her immediately, and 3 warriors jump to her defense. Uthman warns her that the secret guard can match the Great Masters, but not Jacob. Meredith tells him to shut up because no one has ever defeated her security. The guards, meanwhile, warn Jacob that he is the first one who dared to kill in the estate, and must wash it away with his own blood. The hero only asks them to stop talking nonsense and kills all 3 in a split second with 2 fingers. Next in line is the owner of the estate. She trembles, but says that he will never save Dana Jung and make it out alive. Jacob shakes the blood from his fingers and tells him to stop snooping and just point the way. Suddenly she falls to her knees in pain. The boy turns to the men and tells them to carry her while she leads the way. But one person is enough for him, and therefore they can decide on their own who will die, or let him choose. In the next moment, Uthman clings to Raphael's throat and squeezes until his neck snaps. He announces that he killed the head of the Collins family and will help Meredith leave. At this moment, the woman realizes that she really underestimated Jacob and his power and influence on others. A few minutes later, they find themselves in the yard, and Meredith informs them that Dana has an unusual body, and they were thinking of using it. Suddenly, 2 men come out to them, taking Dana with them. Meredith, once again feeling the power in her hands, orders the man to deal with the scoundrel who attacked their territory. Meanwhile, Ramona and Philip walk along the wall around the courtyard, preparing to watch the battle from the front rows. Dana asks Jacob to be careful because these people possess an ancestral artifact. The man laughs that she thinks they're going to use the relic on a weak guy. Jacob rushes to attack him and advises him to immediately call all the other masters so that he does not have to look for them later. With 2 fingers, he hits the man in the chest, as a result of which he is carried away. Uthman and Meredith are just shaking as all their bets turn out to be losers. The master gets up and asks how dare he sneak up on him and beat him in the middle of a conversation. Not waiting for his monologue to end, Jacob slaps him. He corrects the man because this is not sneaking, but a direct attack and lack of reaction from the opponent. He kicks him and orders him to get out while he lives. Jacob turns to Holly and asks her to take Dana away from here to safety. At the same moment, new people enter the yard. Philip recognizes Coleman's first wife, Raina, who actually runs the affairs of the official palace and royal family. Ramona is alarmed by her appearance and the grenade launchers carried by her bodyguards. Meredith greets the first wife with joy and pleads to save her. Raina doesn't understand why she has to comply with this request. She trembles and reminds that they are from the same family and belong to the same man. The woman refuses because Meredith is the cause of her own unhappiness and the unhappiness of the family, and therefore she must be punished. However, the woman is really annoyed that some young man has invaded their territory and is making his arrangements here. Meredith guesses that she's going to give birth and pleads not to blow her up. However, Raina is unstoppable. She orders her guards to blow up everyone here. At the same second, the men let explosives go forward. The grenades are headed straight for Meredith, Uthman, and Jacob. There is a powerful explosion that shakes the ground. When the smoke clears, Jacob is unharmed. He decides to counterattack and stomps his foot on the ground. Deep cracks spread across it from the force of the impact. The ground trembles a second time, but now on the side of Reina's bodyguards with grenade launchers. The woman herself is shocked by the strength of the young man and tries to stay on the ground. She doesn't have time to notice Jacob, who is next to her a moment later and hits her in the face. The frightened first wife cries out to her great master to save her. The next moment, the armored figure lands on the ground, causing Jacob to jump back. The man announces that he is Miss Reina's warrior and has come to kill all enemies. Philip and Ramona, meanwhile, are watching with delight the appearance of a new player. The man immediately notices that the armor on the man is not ordinary. He recalls that this fighter very quickly gained the rank of a grandmaster, and in order to make himself even stronger, jumped into the crater of a volcano. The girl is surprised when it turns out that iron has become the fighter's second skin, and suggests her father to look further. The fighter, meanwhile, asks how such a young man with a weak aura is going to fight him. Jacob replies that he is not going to fight him. Reina laughs and thinks the boy is just scared, but warns that it's too late to back off. The hero explains that if he fights the man, it will simply turn into torture on his part. The next moment, to prove Jacob wrong, the man attacks. He is met by the hero's trademark blow with 2 fingers, the force of which throws the man back. He manages to break and not fall, and admits that he did not expect such skill. Reina asks how her fighter is doing. He reassures her because the boy definitely cannot penetrate his armor. After a few seconds, Jacob rushes to attack the man and hits him on the armor. He only laughs because he just mentioned his armor, which cannot be damaged. Suddenly, his armor crumbles to pieces. Their destruction causes the man's old wounds to open, causing him to cry out in pain. Unable to withstand the painful shock, he falls to the ground. Jacob reminds that he did not want to torture the fighter, but he himself climbed up to fight. Reina couldn't believe her eyes that her great master had been defeated so easily. She begins to get hysterical, and the woman starts calling her husband for help. Suddenly, the ground beneath them begins to shake. After a moment, her husband appears in front of Reina and asks what is happening here. The woman asks him to kill and maul the criminals who broke in to feed the dogs and ease her anger. He tells her not to worry, because his fighting skills are invincible. Holly laughs in response. She likes his man's self-confidence because it makes her want to wipe it off his face with her own hands. The man replies that this desire in her is due to her own stupidity. He activates his power, causing the ground to shake once more. The girls fall to their knees, unable to keep their balance, and wonder what powerful powers he possesses. Vincent looms over them and asks if this show of invincibility is enough for them. Jacob finds himself next to the girls, helps them up, and asks the man why he is so proud of the air purification stage. The man is surprised that the young man knows about such a system of preparing the body for the transition, and asks if he knows about the secret sect. Jacob nods back. However, he asks not to think about it too much, because Vincent is only a low-ranking monk compared to himself. The man laughs at his words because he has passed the stage of energy purification by the sky and is no longer a weak monk compared to others. Reina approaches the man and offers to show the boy his strength so that he will regret his words. He agrees with his wife and rushes into the attack. Ramona is excited that the real show is finally about to begin. Philip tells her not to overdo it, because the battle of 2 high-ranking masters is not safe. As the audience prepares for the epic battle, Jacob punches Vincent in the face. From the force of the blow, he flies away, unable to stand on his feet. Ramona disappointedly tells her father that this will be another demonstration of Jacob beating the cripple, not an epic battle. Meanwhile, Vincent rises to his feet and says that the head of the royal family is not so easy to beat. His wife screams why he doesn't use all his strength and let the guy hit her. The man reassures her that it won't happen again, but the next second, Jacob counterattacks. With one kick, he knocks Vincent and his wife, throwing them into the air. The man is surprised that Jacob has obviously passed all the stages of preparation for the transition, if he has such a power. He activates his strongest attack, which tears his shirt. After that, he charges, hoping to finally hit the boy. He decides that even 2 fingers are enough for victory, and quickly deflects Vincent's blow. The man barely gets up from the ground and tries to understand how this could happen to him. He decides that the best tactic is to flee the battlefield. After some time, he reaches a mysterious cave. Vincent plans to take the artifact with him to defeat Jacob for sure. Inside, he picks up a spirit sword that he hasn't touched in decades. Now the man has confidence in winning over the young man, even if he has extraordinary strength. It turns out that Jacob's group chased him all the way to the cave. Ramona complains that the entrance is blocked and they won't be able to go any further. The hero says that he will figure it out himself and hits the door with a powerful blow. He sees through the hole in it Vincent, who is hiding inside, and informs him that now there is nowhere to hide. The man warns that he now has an ancestral artifact, and from now on he will not tolerate superior treatment, and suggests that everyone just leave. Jacob walks in and says he can't let the attempt to destroy the Young family and kidnap Dana go unpunished. Vincent admits that she attracted them because of her figure, and offers in exchange for her wealth, or a woman even more beautiful than Dana. The hero replies that for such words he will surely die today. Vincent gets angry and offers to think again about the generous offer, but he won't give him another chance to change his mind. Jacob notices the gun in the man's hands and immediately declares that it is a real piece of trash. Instead, he pulls out his spirit sword that he bought at the auction and offers to finish quickly so that everyone can have dinner. Vincent activates the power of his sword and advises the hero to prepare for death. The next moment, Jacob grabs the blade with 2 fingers, stopping the attack. Holly advises no one to be surprised, because this is the usual power of the hero. Jacob asks if the man really thought he would use his sword against such a weak opponent. Vincent trembles and stares at the fragments of his ancestor's sword, unsure of what to do next. The hero wastes no time and punches him in the stomach with 1 finger. Meanwhile, Ezekiel urges his driver to get them to the Coleman estate faster. He jumps out of his car and announces that he will get there by himself. Meanwhile, Vincent reveals that he has summoned the god of war to join forces with him against Jacob and advises the boy to run. But after a second, it becomes clear that no one will escape when Ezekiel joins them. To his surprise, the man kneels before Jacob and calls him his master. Vincent yells at him to immediately get up and beat the guy. He replies that it was not necessary to provoke Mr. Jacob, and he is going to teach all the culprits. Coleman is sure that they should not bow their heads before the young man, because by joining forces, they will definitely defeat him. Ezekiel responds by slapping him to bring him to his senses. The man asks Jacob what they should do with Vincent. Jacob says he only came here to join the young family's Collins assets and find Dana. The god of war announces that he himself will see to it that the Jung family takes the place of the Colemans among the royal families and receives everything they were promised. Vincent realizes that he is outnumbered and that everything is over for him. Dana is touched that her father's dream will come true and the Jungs will no longer be in danger. Meanwhile, the hero takes out his spiritual sword and absorbs the fragments of the ancestral sword with it. He gives the weapons to Dana so that they have the first relic of the ancestors, so that no one questions the royal status of the family. When Ezekiel returns home, his ex-wife greets him with a slap. She asks why he still hasn't brought her the body of the scoundrel who killed their son. The man replies that it is better not to quarrel with that person. Josephine asks to remind her, thanks to whose help he achieved everything he has now. Ezekiel replies that he is very grateful to her family for their help, but there is nothing he can do now. The woman leaves the room and warns him not to return to this house until he kills the murderer of their son. At this time, a couple is enjoying a summer day at the lake. Suddenly, they notice that the water around them is behaving very strangely. The next moment, a giant snake appears from the water. Young people try to become invisible by squeezing into the boat and being afraid to move. A man pushes his lover towards a snake so that it eats her and leaves him to live. A second later, the monster's giant head smashes the shuttle. The man floats to the surface and looks around, looking for a way to escape. His girlfriend grabs him from behind. She offers the scoundrel to die himself and become her replacement. Moments later, the snake notices them and moves to attack to swallow them both. At this time, guards are monitoring the situation. They immediately inform the chief about the tragedy and witnesses and ask for help. Unexpectedly, a palace appears from the water of the lake. At the university, Jacob thinks about the changes in the world and the fact that it will soon become much more dangerous here. Vito sees a positive in this, because when the heavenly path opens, they will be able to move to another dimension. The hero does not share his delight because he worries that the world is coming to an end and that an era of chaos will soon begin. They are joined by Wendy, who shouts that a monster has appeared on the lake nearby. The demon replies that this would be a great opportunity to get another beast core. The girl also reports on an unusual palace that also appeared from under the water. It's time for Jacob to take an interest in what's going on. She shows them a picture of the place and asks if they know anything about it. The hero answers that it is the Palace of Demons. Vito admits that he did not expect them to appear in the world again. They are joined by Ronan Hill with her assistants and informed that they need Jacob's help at the lake. Wendy is surprised by the appearance of the guards and guesses that the matter is really serious. Ronan reports that several people were monitoring the situation, but then they stopped communicating and disappeared. Jacob agrees to go, but not now. He informs that he will need 3 days to prepare. The boy knows that when the demon palace appears, he needs to be allowed to stabilize, otherwise nothing can be done with him. Ronan agrees and says that they will send people to chase away passers-by from the cursed place. Meanwhile, Jennifer and Samson meet a man in the mountains. The girl demands a battle. Instead, the husband asks them to go their separate ways and not spoil each other's day. Jennifer warns him that they know about his wife and children and that he has no choice but to give up the fight. He is surprised by her bloodthirstiness and readiness to threaten children. The man tightens his grip on his spear and charges. He does not notice how Jennifer is transported behind him in a flash. She knocks the spear out of his hands before he can do anything. After that, she touches his head and begins to absorb his spiritual energy. The man falls to the ground, begging not to touch his family. Samson offers her to separate so that she can collect magic herbs, while he himself will kill the man's family in the meantime. But the girl in response only orders him not to engage in amateur activities. Instead, she tells about a mysterious palace that has appeared from the water and offers to go and see what is happening there. The head of the Five Poisons sect also learns about the demonic palace, which was written about in ancient texts. One of the members of the sect admits that the demon palace is his ancestral home, and there are hidden piles of treasures that should not reach other cultivators. The head of the sect reports that the ancient texts mention not only the treasures but also the ancestors living there. The man reminds that the palace has been hidden and sealed for several thousand years, and there are hardly any living people there. The leader replies that they will still go to explore the palace, and therefore they will learn the truth on the spot. 3 days pass, and Wendy tells Jacob that many sects and fighters have decided to investigate the mysterious palace and the surrounding lands. They were informed that there were heaps of treasures inside, and everyone rushed there to wait for the opening of the palace. After some time, they reach the lake where Ronan is waiting for them, who tells them the latest news in particular about the sect of the Five Poisons. Suddenly, the palace trembles and begins to emit powerful energy. Great masters join ordinary fighters. Ronan recognizes one of them, Umar, who became famous since childhood, but about whom there was no news for a long time. The assistant emphasizes that the veteran did not come here simply out of curiosity. Yav knows that the man now works for the Martial Arts Association. Ronan knows that where the association intervenes, nothing good should be expected. As soon as the defenses fall from the palace, several cultivators rush to be inside. Ronan asks when they should go in, but Jacob says they shouldn't rush in just yet. Meanwhile, Umar also noticed an old acquaintance and greeted the man. Mr. Hill reminds that they are not friends, so they don't have to talk to each other. The veteran replies that from now on, they are closer than ever, because they are united again by the world of martial arts. Ronan is angry because the Sentinels are far more influential than the association, and certainly have more honor than they do. Umar laughs at the man's selflessness and leaves him to get into the palace as soon as possible. Ronan is alarmed by the veteran's activity, and he suggests that Jacob call more guards for help. The guy replies that he has no such need. Vito joins them and says that this time the palace is completely stabilized. Jacob decides that it is time for them to go inside the demon palace. Ronan says that he will now ask the assistants to prepare the boat to reach the structure. The hero replies that there is no need for this and rushes to run towards the palace. Not far from the shoreline, Jennifer and Samson watch what is happening, and the man suggests they go ahead. Suddenly, a familiar figure catches the girl's eyes. On the porch of the palace, she sees Jacob and is surprised that he even came. Samson suggests not to stop at the treasures in the palace and try to capture the young man and bring his body to the owner. Jennifer slaps him in return. She reminds him not to masturbate and warns him that next time she will just kill him. In the meantime, the guards arrive at the porch, where they are met by Jacob. Ronan says that many cultivators have already entered, so they should hurry. Members of the Five Poisons sect suddenly fly towards them. Ronan quickly repulses their attack. After a few minutes, he and his assistants clear the entire premises of the attackers. The assistant tells that it was the sect of the Five Poisons, and their task is to exterminate all who enter and occupy the entire palace. They move on, and after a few hours, Ronan admits that he didn't expect the palace to be so huge inside, because they hadn't even reached the wall yet. On the way, they meet cultivators of the Green sect, who offer to move on together. The man asks Jacob if he wants to expand their group with fighters from another sect. The guy replies that they don't need additional fighters, because those who came here before them are most likely already dead. Men are offended and leave because they themselves did not really want to unite with a weak young man. Suddenly, an earthquake starts and forces everyone to stop. Strange red threads appear from the wall in front of them. They easily join the men from the Green sect. However, the hero has no intention of letting such simple tricks harm him and grabs the strings before they touch him. He crushes them in his hand and tells everyone to be careful with this blood curse. Those affected by the curse will die within an hour of being infected and will continue to pass the curse on. The members of the Green sect do not believe him and believe that he is simply scaring the audience. Ronan asks how else they can overcome the curse. Jacob replies that the infected must leave the demonic palace, and then the curse will be lifted by the fresh air. The Green sect fighter replies that he just wants to get them all out of here and take all the treasures for himself. Ronan tells his assistants to leave the palace immediately, and he himself will follow Jacob. The guy replies that he will take care of everyone in his team and that nothing will threaten them. They keep on going. Ronan is surprised that the Green sect continues to pursue them despite the warning. The next moment, one of the men starts screaming in pain and begs to save him. After a minute, he turns into a charred corpse on the floor. Their head is afraid of such an ending, because he may be the next victim of the curse. His henchman reminds him that the curse will require a bloody sacrifice every hour. He turns to Jacob and Ronan and offers to sacrifice them in order to get to the treasures himself. The man hears them and tells them to hurry out of the palace before another member of their sect dies. They are indignant that some foreigner dares to order them. Men are even ready to fight for the right to treasures and rush to attack the heroes. Ronan quickly scatters them with kicks. They are surprised that they have met such a strong opponent and ask who they are. Ronan reports that he belongs to the guards. The green sect realizes that fighting the man will be like fighting a mountain with bare hands, and decides to ask him for forgiveness on their knees. The hero advises to ignore the men and move on. After a moment, they begin to burn, just like their predecessor. Ronan realizes that the curse really doesn't spare anyone when he looks at the piles of ash left behind by the men. The assistant guard begins to suffer from the curse next. The hero says not to worry and let him take care of it. He charges his hand with spiritual energy and presses it to the man. He immediately feels much better, causing Ronan to smile in relief. After a few minutes, they reach a huge massacre where different cultivators are killing each other for the treasure. Ronan guesses that the palace may only be for collecting the blood of those who die here. He notices how the blood on the floor begins to be gradually absorbed by the building itself. Jacob replies that everything is exactly like this, and this palace of demons appeared specifically for a bloody harvest. He suggests ignoring the fighting cultivators and moving on. But they, on the contrary, decide to pursue the heroes, so as not to become victims of the palace themselves and kill them instead. After a while, they all end up on a mysterious bridge shrouded in yellow fog. They see a demonic tree in front of them. The creature orders everyone to stop. The tree says he has 3 swords, spiritual, golden, and iron. It tells them to choose one of them. The men in Jacob's group wonder why the demon is giving them the sword and are not in a hurry to fulfill the terms. A group of men from another sect do not think for a long time and decide that they will take the spiritual sword. They rejoice like children because they have never seen such a treasure so close in their lives and never dreamed of owning it. The demonic tree congratulates them on obtaining the artifact but demands an equal gift from them. The man steps back and says that he has nothing equal to such a treasure. The tree does not like this answer and decides to choose a gift for itself, and interests him more than the whole mortal body. Hearing this, the man runs away. Of course, he does not have time to escape far and ends up in the vines of a tree. He shouts that he is no longer interested in the sword and begs to be let go. His comrades can only watch his death. Having come to their senses in time, they run away while the demon is interested in their friend. The tree shouts that everyone must choose a sword, because otherwise the game is not interesting at all, reaching one of them in the meantime. The comrades watch as their friend is reduced to a bloodstain, unable to resist it. The tree orders them to quickly choose their sword, and those who refuse will be killed. One of them decides that the cheaper the sword, the less the price has to be paid, so he decides to choose an iron sword. The sword falls into his hands a moment later. With a kind smile, the tree bends over him and asks for something of equal value in exchange for the weapon. The man takes out a piece of candy and asks if it will be enough for the exchange. The demon asks what they are offering him, because he has never seen such a thing in his life. It takes the candy from the man's hands and tastes it. In response, he hears that this is a real treasure, so delicious it turned out, and he yawns with relief. Ronan guesses that the tree has been isolated from the world for many years, which is why he was so surprised by the candy. The demon replies that an iron sword alone is not enough for such a treasure. The man is interested in what the tree wants to give him in exchange for candy. The tree says it will give him a new life as a reward. A moment later, the roots of the tree begin to cover the man's legs. A few minutes later, another tree stands next to the demon, and he himself announces that from now on they have made an equal exchange. The tree turns its attention to the other cultivators and asks which sword they will choose. The men realize that regardless of their choices, the demon will not let them go. In the meantime, he hurries them and says that he will choose the next one himself if no volunteer appears. He points to Jacob and tells him to choose. The hero replies that he should go away with his proposals. The tree laughs at his bravery and self-confidence. Jacob chops down the branch that the demon brought to him with his hand and says that he will strike again if he doesn't stop behaving like that. The other men decide to take advantage of the crazy guy's trick and escape while he distracts the tree. Meanwhile, the demon attacks the hero in full to prove that he is not to be trifled with. Jacob intercepts all the branches with which the tree attacks him, but does not have time to dodge the roots. The tree laughs and says that the boy has finally come down from heaven to earth and experienced reality. But the next moment, the hero appears unharmed and breaks all the branches with which they tried to hold him. He once again warns the tree to let them pass, or prepare for a full battle. A second later, the demon once again throws its appendages into the attack. Jacob finds himself in a cocoon of branches, and the demon shouts at him not to make conditions that he cannot fulfill. Suddenly, the cocoon begins to crack. The hero is freed from the branches with an expression of boredom on his face. He admits that he thought the demon was worth his words and threats, but apparently the battle won't be that difficult. The tree reminds that it is a bloody demon of the palace and you should not communicate with it like that. Jacob decides that he is right and decides to keep him grounded by pulling him off the ground. While the demon says that it has been growing here for thousands of years and is firmly entrenched in the earth and strengthened by blood magic, Jacob grabs it by the trunk. Of course, after making an effort, he begins to pull the tree out of the ground, exposing the roots. He tosses the demon aside as it continues to cry about its plight. Ronan realizes that he didn't even suspect the true extent of Jacob's strength all the time. Demon decides that it's time to run, because you can expect anything from a guy like that. He creates a portal under himself, into which his body begins to be sucked. Jacob decides that he won't let the creature escape so easily and prepares a spell. Lightning strikes from the sky directly above them. She sets fire to the tree, which begins to cry that they all will not survive in this palace anyway. Jacob walks past a shocked Ronin and says it's time for them to move on. Other men, meanwhile, have no idea what to do next. Weakness begins to overtake them, meaning that the blood curse has nearly taken their lives. Their bodies are engulfed in the flames of the curse and they die. Meanwhile, on the shore, representatives of the Martial Arts Association killed 3 men who managed to get out of the palace. They know that it is necessary to kill the infected before the curse begins to spread to others who are nearby. The head of the association, Elder Alexander Whitelaw, announces that some of those who entered will be able to leave the cursed palace safely. He orders everyone to go forward to be the first to get the treasures and get out healthy. But he warns that they do not need to contact anyone, and then everything will be fine. At this moment, they are approached by unknown people who say that they know a safe way. They turn out to be members of the 5 Poison sect. They inform that it is they who must enter there and take the treasures, because it is in this palace that their ancestors lived. Alexander asks why they approached the representatives of the association then. The cultist admits that they need physical strength to defeat the demons in the palace, and promises a portion of the treasure and an elixir against the curse in exchange for their help. The chairman of the association has no idea how the association can cooperate with sectarians, even on paper. The 5 Poison sect turns around and walks away without continuing to persuade the men. Alexander stops them and asks them to at least show them the elixir to begin with, so that they can make a decision. A bottle with strange pills is thrown into his hands. He decides to test them on one of his wards. After taking the pills, he falls on all fours and starts shaking. He says that he is hot and cold at the same time, and he feels very bad. Thus, Alexander makes sure that the pills are not poisonous. At this time, Samson begs Jennifer to save him because he feels the effects of the blood curse. The girl calls him a weak worm, but still helps. The man stands up and enthusiastically describes Jennifer's power, which even holds back the curse. However, he wonders why she doesn't invite more cultivators to the team. She praises his idea and starts approaching strangers. Meanwhile, Jacob turns in a different direction from the heart of the palace, which surprises Ronan. The guy answers that he needs something in this area, a field with flowers and herbs spread out around them. Instead, the other cultivators had already reached the heart of the palace. The head of the 5 Poison sect is pleased to note that they have found the treasure of this place. The assistants do not understand what their leader is talking about because they see a piece of meat in front of them. The man replies that this heart belongs to their ancestor, which absorbs the blood of cultivators, causing it to fight. In addition, soon he will receive so much energy that he will be able to be reborn. Meanwhile, his assistants enter the cave along with people from the Martial Arts Association. Alexander approaches the head of the sect and announces that their cooperation will continue only on this mission. In addition, he requires autonomy within the framework of cooperation, otherwise the association will not help. The head of the sect agrees. Suddenly, Jennifer's group joins them. Sectarians demand an explanation that foreigners have forgotten their ancestors in the shrine. Samson replies that they obeyed Jennifer Red and have come here for treasure. One of the cultists offers them cooperation, and in exchange offers an elixir against the curse. Samson refuses because Jennifer has the ability to cure curses. The man tells them to stop lying because only the 5 Poison sect has the ability to cure the bloody curse. The cultists plan to attack, but their leader orders them to wait. At this time, Jacob's group joins the gathering. Jennifer tries to attract the hero's attention, but he completely ignores her. The man from the 5 Poison sect immediately offers them magic pills that will cure them of the curse. Ronan refuses as they themselves can suppress the curse. Meanwhile, things only get more interesting for the sect head because he now knows a bunch of high-ranking cultivators who can suppress the curse. Meanwhile, Ronan's attention is drawn to the heart. Jacob reveals that it is a demonic heart that allows a demon to regenerate through blood. The man decides that in this case, it is better to destroy him immediately, and his assistant is already drawing a knife when they are stopped. The sectarian has no desire to commit such arbitrariness, especially since it is the legacy of the ancestors. Ronan replies that the task of the sentinels is to destroy all evil. Samson advises him not to talk about duty, but to remember that they have a treasure in front of them, which everyone present was hunting for, and no one wants the destruction of the heart. Ronan replies that he has as much right to the thing as anyone else, and he'll be happy to see who dares to get in his way. The next moment, he is attacked by one of the sectarians. The guard's assistant comes to his defense. But the next moment, the boy is thrown away by the blow of the sectarian. Ronan will not allow his wards to be treated like this and punches the sectarian in the face. He repeats that this entire palace is the home of evil, which should be destroyed for the good of all people. The head of the sect reminds Alexander that he joined them, and therefore must protect common interests. Samson says that he has never respected the guards and easily suffocates them. Alexander approaches Ronan and announces that the association does not support the destruction of the treasure and will fight the guards. This surprises the man, and he reminds that the association should protect ordinary people from evil and not be the cause of its commission. Alexander answers that only those who adapt and can free themselves from the old way of life survive. Ronan replies that the association lost all pride when it went against its core prejudices and purpose. Alexander rushes to attack the man. Meanwhile, Samson is just waiting for a signal from the head of the association to intervene in the equal battle between the two masters. He fires a blast of energy into the Ronin's back to tip the scales in favor of the treasure. He also challenges Jacob to a duel if he is able and willing to fight. Samson hopes that this time, with Jennifer at his side, he can definitely capture the boy and bring his body to his master. Meanwhile, Jacob asks everyone who wants to save the demon's heart to get together so that he doesn't waste precious time. Samson attacks Jacob. He in turn slaps the man, ending the fight. Jennifer tells the hero not to touch her ally. Instead, Jacob crushes Samson's ribcage so that he does not disturb anyone. The head of the sect questions whether the boy really wants to go against them, because anyone who does not support them must die at their hands. The hero replies that he is not looking for friends. In response to this, sectarians rush at him. They put him in chains so that he doesn't even think of getting out. But after a moment, Jacob breaks the iron and advises the men to calm down. Then the sectarians send poisonous snakes and scorpions in his direction. They say that the poison of the beasts will digest him in 5 seconds. But the hero only says that they are too confident. In a moment, with just one palm, he chops up monsters. After that, he takes out the kernels from them and thanks the sectarians for the gift. After that, Alexander enters the game and orders his men to attack the boy. The man himself uses the fire hand technique and rushes towards the hero first. The others decide not to wait either and attack together. Sticking one finger forward, Jacob dissolves the fire hand technique before it reaches him. After that, he grabs Alexander by the leg and starts spinning around. The man's allies rush to him to free him. As a result, they only receive blows from their own friend because Jacob does not think to stop spinning him. When all of Alexander's friends are beaten, only then does the boy let him go. Meanwhile, the head of the sect expresses his admiration and invites Jacob to join him. He replies that he will never join such a weak organization. These words offend the man, and he orders his spider to attack the boy. The giant monster releases an extremely sticky web towards the hero. He tries to fight it off, but the substance just sticks to him. The head of the sect orders the spider to drag Jacob towards him in order to swallow him. But no matter how much effort the monster makes, the boy does not move. At some point, even the cultist helps the pet pull, but it's all in vain. After a while, the guy announces that it's his time to pull them. He tugs at the web, sending the man and the spider flying into the air. The sectarian is surprised that the boy managed to do it. He is sure that he cannot withstand a direct attack from the spider and orders the monster to attack. First of all, Jacob smashes one of the monster's legs with a blow. The head of the sect feels danger for his pet and calls him back to himself, but Jacob catches up with him and knocks him to the ground with a blow to the head. He pierces his carapace with his hand, despite the man's threat. Taking out the core, the boy thanks the master of the monster for such a sacrifice. The sectarian replies that this spider has been grown for 500 years, and the hero will not get away with it so easily. At that moment, Jennifer approaches Jacob to resolve their argument. The guy replies that there is nothing unresolved between them, and it's time for her to finally let go of him. The girl decides that she will make him regret his words with the help of a new power. He easily stops her attack with his hand, and when she tries to attack again, he kicks her in the face. Jennifer stands up and suddenly horns start to grow from her forehead. The girl attacks Jacob to make him pay for his actions. He suspected that something was wrong with her, but he did not expect that her spirit would be so polluted. He feels that the monster that possessed her will become one of the main ones during the new era. Despite her best efforts, she can't land a single blow on him. Jacob tries to bring her back to consciousness and asks where she was so defiled. She refuses to tell him anything, motivated only by a thirst for revenge. The guy grabs her by the neck and prepares to kill her. The next moment, her demonic features begin to disappear and the girl begs for her forgiveness. Jacob snorts and throws her to the ground. After watching the hero's display of strength, Alexander decides that the association will no longer be on the sect's side. The sectarian emphasizes that they cannot just leave. The man replies that no one will be able to stop them. The head of the sect reminds that he and his people take magic pills and it's time to play this card. Suddenly, people from the association begin to sulk from within. Strange creatures begin to crawl out of them. All this is accompanied by the laughter of the sectarian because it was so easy to deceive them. Soon the men's bodies begin to transform. They become completely under the control of dark entities. Jacob is surprised that such magic is still used and promises to destroy the Five Poisons sect. The sectarian is not impressed by his words because anyone can cheat. He yells at the men who have been turned into demons to attack and devour the hero. Jacob calmly replies that he has a rich imagination. He activates his energy, which scatters the men away from him. His energy turns out to be so powerful that the men begin to dissolve into the air. Jennifer realizes that no one can beat Jacob. After that, the guards on Jacob's order rush to attack the sectarians. The head of the sect cannot bear such shame and decides to beat the boy himself. He is soon met with a kick to the stomach from his opponent. Jacob announces that he will wipe out all the evil that he encountered in the cave today. The cultist, meanwhile, decides to use the ancestral artifact to win. He decides to eat the demon's heart to gain its power. After that, an evil spirit settles in it. He grows fangs and extra hands from the evil energy. The man is possessed by his ancestor, who after 3,000 years will finally rule the world. Ronan rushes into the attack. He hopes to protect the East from a new era of monsters. The monster grabs him in the air before he strikes, then punches him. After that, the demon throws the man away. Jacob comes closer to him and says that he is surprised by the number of his limbs, because he himself has enough for two. The demon gets annoyed and attacks in response to the taunt. The boy decides that one hand and one finger will be enough for him to defeat the thief. With a snap of his finger, he knocks the mighty monster back. He refuses to believe what is happening. He rushes into the attack again. But again, he is defeated by only one finger of the hero. He tries a few more times, but still gets the same result. Jacob announces that it is his turn to attack. The demon warns that he is invincible in the cave of the ancestors and with the heart of the ancestor inside. He builds 10 protective shields in front of him to protect himself. Jacob decides to play by his rules and breaks through all the shields with one effort. After them, he beats the monster himself. He cannot believe that he lost so easily. The demon crumbles into a handful of ashes in front of everyone. The sectarians are shocked that their leader was defeated so easily. Suddenly, an otherworldly voice shakes the walls of the cave and says that they will never win because it is a palace. Jacob replies that he will preserve the palace and all its dark energy. The walls shudder once more, intending to trap everyone inside. Ronan asks how they should get out. Meanwhile, people from the shore watch as the palace begins to close and return to the water. Holly, Ramona, and Wendy don't understand what's going on and start thinking about how to save the men inside. A moment later, Jacob knocks on the door. The others follow him to leave the palace. Vito swims up to them on a boat and asks the teacher to go to him. The hero swims away and declares that he will not allow a future in which the demon of blood curse is present. He raises his hand and begins to cast a spell. The palace begins to rise above the ground. With Jacob's spiritual energy squeezing him from all sides, his walls begin to crumble. Stones and ruins of the palace fall into the water as the demon pleads for his life. He ignores the demon's pleas and with his last effort crushes the palace in the sky. Meanwhile, Ulises Garcia tells her granddaughter that they need to find Jacob immediately. He says that on one of the islands that they own, problems have started. Soon, they would send all of the family's cultivators there, and it would be difficult for them without Jacob. After some time, Jacob returns home from the lake and begins to absorb spiritual herbs. All efforts in a few days gave him one level. With each breakthrough, he needs more and more ingredients for cultivation. Suddenly, he gets a phone call. It turns out to be Silas. He shares that he managed to find information about the core of the continent. Currently, the old man is heading to the island where many clues lead. Jacob decides that he should also go there and help. Silas rents him the best conditions for the nearest cruise that will pass by the island. Jacob thanks and says he'll be there soon. Meanwhile, Emily and Tia also end up on the ship. They decided to rest after all the events that befell them in the East. Suddenly, Emily sees Jacob in the crowd, but it disappears as quickly as it appeared. Tia advises the girl to forget about the boy because she should look for a more decent and rich boy. Meanwhile, Caden Scott joins them. Tia advises her friend to take a closer look at him, especially since they will spend the whole trip together. The girl is going to leave Emily alone with Caden so they can talk, but she says that she has things to do and leaves Tia with her husband. She reassures him that Emily is just being very careful. The man thanks Tia for her help and says he will count on her in the future and gives her his card to use. Jacob, meanwhile, strolls the deck until at one point he is called. It turns out to be his fellow students from the university, Isaac, Priya with pink hair, and Breeza with brown hair. They are surprised that even after 10 years he has not changed at all. Jacob did not expect to meet them, but decides that it is necessary to be friendly. Priya suggests that Jacob didn't just get on this cruise. Breeza says they had an alumni reunion here. Isaac apologizes to Jacob that they didn't invite him, since everyone pays for themselves, except for the room. The hero replies that they wouldn't be able to contact him at all, so he is not offended. He turns and walks away, wishing them a good celebration despite Isaac's attempts to stop him. Breeze suggests that Jacob go with them, because they really haven't seen each other in a long time. He agrees, and soon finds himself at the table with fellow students. Everyone shares their own successes in the field of professions. They also thank Isaac for booking them the high-class cabins. The man talks about the 3 types of premium cabins, heaven, earth, and human, and brags that he has booked the human cabin. Others admit that they would never have been able to afford such a luxury, if not for Isaac's help. Breeze, meanwhile, talks to Jacob about work, and turns out to be an ordinary office worker. Meanwhile, Priya approaches them and asks the boy in which room he stayed. Fellow students start to laugh that they are not sure that he booked a middle-class room. Isaac announces that he will not allow Jacob to sleep in the mop cell under any circumstances and will pay for his regular cabin. The hero interrupts their conversation and announces that he has booked a sky class room. The classmates continue to laugh and say that you cannot lie to them, because it is obvious to everyone that he did not stop there. Isaac joins them, because there is only one sky class cabin and it is reserved for an important person from a famous family. After a few minutes, they decide to go to the casino to have some fun. Jacob says he doesn't feel like having fun when Priya asks him. However, with the help of Breeze, the only one whom the hero respects, he still joins them. When the company enters the casino, Isaac orders the employee to give everyone 3,000 chips. Jacob and Breeza decide to sit on the sofa because neither of them is in the mood. The guy notices a gray aura around the girl, which indicates trouble in life, and asks if it is so. Breeza confirms this. However, the next moment he asks to discuss it later, when a convenient moment comes. Meanwhile, Isaac discusses with the moneylender how he successfully brought his fellow students here. He complains that they don't look rich. The man replies that although they are not rich, each of them will have the opportunity to invest 100,000. He has already invested 10,000 in each of them and is not going to lose this money. The barman replies that with such a number of people, they will easily earn several million already today. He soon joins Priya, who has already won several times, and advises her to play at higher stakes. Others will also benefit by increasing their capital little by little. Isaac also approaches them, telling them to bet more in order to get rich faster. Priya also joins him and calls Breeze to bet as well. The girl tries to refuse, but her fellow student is very persistent. Priya decides to play big and bets a lot of money. Isaac continues to reassure everyone that restraint and thoughtfulness are key when he sees that some are already starting to lose. He assures them that he has a special winning technique and will be happy to share it with them. The man tells them that it is worth constantly betting on the same values, and even when losing, increase the amount of money bet. One of the men asks what they should do if they have nothing to raise the rate. Isaac replies that he has already thought out a solution for this. Although such a situation is unlikely, he offers to borrow money from his friend to make up for it. He says that he will lend money without interest, as he respects his friend's friends. The classmates are satisfied with such an answer, and they enthusiastically dive into the game. After a small win, they start to lose, but decide to follow Isaac's strategy. Soon they run out of money, but their fellow student comes to their aid and reminds them not to panic. He also reminds of the possibility of borrowing money from a good friend. He gladly lends the man 50,000 to play back, and the player immediately bets them all on the previous bet. His bet turns out to be correct and he doubles his winnings. Others are inspired by his experience and demonstration of a winning strategy and also dive into the game with delight. Even Priya is in a hurry to tell Breeze to choose the next bet sooner. Meanwhile, Isaac and the bartender watch their trap close with delight. Soon people start losing more and more. They no longer hesitate to ask their good friend Isaac for a loan of more than 100,000 in order to win back. Priya tells Breeze to keep playing to win more. She asks her husband about 100,000 for each of them. Although the girl tries to resist, her friend reminds her that they already owe her husband and must repay the debt. He only becomes happier when he is able to fulfill their wishes and borrow money. Isaac notices Jacob standing aside and offers to play for fun. The hero replies that he has enough consciousness not to be gambling to the extreme limit. He goes around Isaac and tells him not to think of cheating on him. Such words offend the man very much, and he tells him to take them back and apologize. Jacob refuses to apologize for the truth. A moneylender approaches them, but Isaac tells him not to interfere, so as not to destroy the atmosphere around them. Meanwhile, Jacob approaches Breeze and advises her to stop playing before it's too late. Her fellow students convince her that she will never get rich if she listens to the boy. The hero meanwhile leaves, and Breeze decides to take his advice and follows him. Meanwhile, men's rates continue to rise, and they ask for more and more money and loans. Isaac advises the friend that it is better to close the trap because these poor fools will not be able to pay back what they owe. After some time, another man approaches the moneylender for a loan, but he refuses. He says that they lent him all 5 million that he had and he had no money left. Then the poor man turns to Isaac for help, but he throws up his hands, because only the player is to blame for the loss. Others also approach the barman, begging him for one last loan to win back. He refuses everyone and demands his money back. Then the men turn to Isaac, because all this time they used his method and lost everything. He only reminds them that they should have kept a cool head and played thoughtfully. However, in honor of friendship, he offers to negotiate with the borrower. His friend replies that he is ready to forgive each of them 50,000, but no more. The players reply that it won't make a difference when they owe more than 700,000 each. The usurer replies that he is not going to play with them and insists that everyone return the money as soon as possible. The men try to prove that they don't have to give anything back, because casinos are banned in the East. The usurer reminds that they are in international waters, and such a law does not apply here. Assistants with knives advise players to call relatives and sell houses to pay off debt faster. Meanwhile, Priya asks Isaac for help, and he agrees to pay off her debt if she comes to his cabin every night. Breeza reminds that her friend promised that she would bear all the threats herself, and now she is left with a huge debt. She answers that in such a situation, everyone is for themselves. The classmates are also indignant, because they see that the whole scheme was created so that they would lose, and Isaac should be together with the moneylender. He replies that their words mean nothing, because there is no evidence, and advises to return the debts to his friend as soon as possible. He, in turn, offers Breezy to come to him at night and serve him in exchange for the gradual payment of the debt, to which the girl sends him away. Priya reminds her friend that they are in a vulnerable position, and now is not the time to resist opportunities to repay the debts. Jacob suddenly returns to the casino and says to stop the show. The usurer directs his people to him. Quick and accurate slaps help the hero to clear his way. Then the usurer decides that he will make an example of Jacob, which will happen to all who resist. The hero tells him to think again. He also orders Priya to fulfill her promise and pay Breeza's debt. Isaac advises him not to interfere in other people's affairs and to worry about himself. Then the usurer calls one of the guards for help. He rushes towards Jacob, threatening to crush his skull. With a blow of 2 fingers, the hero knocks the man out. The boy returns to Priya again and reminds her to pay. The girl replies that her friend decided to play, and she will not pay anything. Then he also hits her with 1 finger for lying. Isaac flies to the attack and shouts that no one dare touch his wife. Jacob pushes him away from him with a blow of 1 finger. The usurer trembles with anger because he realized that the opponent is a master of martial arts, but he continues to insist that the guilty should repay the debt. Jacob then says he will play a game with him. The man offers the dice to guess the meaning on them. It's time for guessing and betting. Jacob says he's betting 1 billion. This amount surprises everyone because they have no idea where the teacher will get such money. The usurer decides to support this bet, although he is very unhappy about it. When the man asks what value the hero will bet on, he decides that there is a big number under the glass. The usurer puts his hand under the table, intending to change the advantage to his side. Under the table, he presses a button on a special remote control. After that, inside, all the dice show the small value on which the loan shark bet his billion. Jacob senses a ruse and taps his finger on the table to flip the dice back. The croupier raises the glass and reveals the true value on the dice. The usurer, fully confident of victory, jumps up and demands a billion. He is met with surprised looks. The man's assistant informs them that they have lost. And indeed, on the table, all the bones indicate great values. Jacob demands that his winnings be returned to him immediately. The man turns pale in response and asks to play another round to make up for it. The hero replies that he no longer wants to play, and demands that Breezy forgive the debt and give him the balance in cash. He is surrounded by fellow students and asked to pay off their debts, even though only a few hours ago they were mocking him. Jacob replies that they have nothing to do with his money and refuses. The usurer takes out a knife and threatens the hero with it so that he agrees to one more game. He is not going to forgive such insolence and slaps the man. At the same moment, the man's assistants attack Jacob with knives to take revenge for the boss. He grabs their weapon by the blade and crushes it with his bare hands. Isaac warns him to take into account that they are on a liner, and this territory belongs to him and his friend. The usurer stops everyone so they don't attack Jacob again. He understands that it is better not to do rash actions when the true strength of the opponent is unknown. The hero reminds him again to give the money as soon as possible. He replies that he needs time to collect the entire amount. Jacob says he will wait 3 days and then release the man to the sharks. As he leaves, the loan shark turns to Isaac and tells him to follow the boy. He is sure that no one will be able to escape his justice on this ship, except perhaps the guest of honor from the Sky class. Isaac agrees with him. Afterwards, he tells everyone that Jacob did something dishonest when he refused to pay for the debts of all his fellow students. They immediately take his side and they all follow the boy. Meanwhile, Breezy, whose cabin will definitely not be paid more, invites Jacob to her in the heavenly cabin. They are joined by Isaac and Priya, who are convinced that the boy is fooling everyone. The man calls his fellow students after him to see how Jacob cannot open the door to the desired room. When they reach the right floor, the hero calmly puts the key to the scanner, and the door to the Sky Suite opens immediately. Meanwhile, Tia informs Emily that Jacob is indeed on the ship. In addition, he occupies the only cabin of the Sky class. The girl cannot wait to see her old friend and offers her friend to find him as soon as possible. Meanwhile, Isaac and Priya are shocked that Jacob managed to open the door to the suite. That is, until the man mentions that there is usually no key to this room, and it is opened by workers accompanying an important person. He grabs the guy who crossed the threshold so that he does not pollute the territory of the real guest with his appearance. Jacob throws it off his shoulder, causing the fat man to lose his balance. At that moment, Tia and Emily approach them. Isaac immediately recognizes the heiress of the Stuart Empire, who even owns the liner on which they are currently sailing. He assures her that the Sky cabin actually belongs to the heiress to the Empire, not Jacob, and that's why she came here. Isaac and Priya bow to Emily and express their admiration for her as she walks by. The man immediately growls at the hero to leave Miss Stuart's room. In response, the girl asks Isaac why he talks to her close friend like that. Priya assures her that she was wrong, because the guy is an ordinary loser and definitely not her level. In response to such words, Emily slaps her and tells her to shut up. Isaac also assures her that she was wrong, to which she also gets slapped. Other classmates are shocked that the famous heiress is protecting Jacob. Emily approaches the hero and finally greets him and shares the latest news. Isaac warns the girl to be careful with Jacob because he broke into her room. The girl replies that this is the boy's room, not hers, and he is the guest of honor. She also recognizes the assistant captain, Isaac, and says that he cannot treat guests like that, even acquaintances. She announces that he has been released and will be disembarked at the nearest port. Left without the support of a friend on an expensive cruise, the men immediately apologize to Jacob and remind him that they are fellow students. The guy immediately replies that he is not going to help any of them. In this way, the hero's classmates are left alone and remember again who is the root cause of their troubles. Meanwhile, Emily and Jacob go out on deck and discuss their past adventures. Caden Scott approaches them and asks the girl to introduce him to a new acquaintance. They both completely ignore him and continue their conversation. Tia informs that the boy's name is Jacob, that he helped them in one of the expeditions and is engaged in martial arts. Emily and Jacob decide to walk away to avoid talking to the man. Meanwhile, he decides that it is necessary to teach Jacob his place. Tia reassures him that Emily appreciates the boy because he saved her, and that's all. Caden hands her a card and thanks her for her cooperation. He asks the girl to create opportunities for him and Emily to spend time together, and she happily agrees. After that, he calls his guards and orders them to teach Jacob so that he does not get confused under his feet. Meanwhile, the hero finds out that the spiritual energy in the world is growing, and it is most felt over the ocean. He understands that this means that the era of change will begin precisely from the sea. Jacob decides to find out if this is the case and begins to cast a spell. Meanwhile, Caden's bodyguards are almost on target when they see something strange from above. A mysterious figure hovers over the ship. They understand that the boy has awakened some ancient creature, but still decide to carry out the master's order. Suddenly, they are surrounded by a magical sphere from which they cannot escape. Meanwhile, the other passengers on the ship notice a figure in the sky and decide it is a deity. They fall to their knees and begin to pray. Jake, meanwhile, is trying to figure out if the deity was the cause of the energy condensing in the world, or if the energy caused him to appear. At this time, Timothy, Samuel, and Mr. Locke are watching the event from one of the decks. The man asks to go and worship the deity as soon as possible, as this may bring some benefit. Locke slaps him for such a suggestion. Samuel reminds them that they belong to an organization of superhumans, and that is why they do not bow to the gods, but fight them. Timothy does not understand how the heavens can be fought with physical force. Locke replies that he can defeat a god with one blow. He considers humanism and the elimination of the power of the gods to be his main mission. Meanwhile, the deity makes contact with Jacob because he feels something special in him. God tells him to come closer, but the hero refuses to follow his orders. Other passengers, meanwhile, beg for the deity's blessing. The deity himself is very displeased that his orders are being ignored and decides to attack the heretic. But suddenly it feels the approach of a mortal. It turns out to be Locke, who is in a hurry to prove his superiority. With one wave of the hand, the deity immobilizes him. The man tries to break the spell around him, but quickly realizes that he can't. Jacob, meanwhile, is approached by a deadly curse from the deity. In response, Jacob decides to attack with his energy and breaks the deity's curse. The attack turns out to be so strong that it reaches the immortal himself. He does not have time to react to the attack, and a massive explosion occurs. Locke is surprised that someone can possess such power and begins to look like a cultivator. He soon spots Jacob about to leave the deck. He's met downstairs by Samuel, who congratulates the man on his victory over the deity, thinking it was him. Locke replies that it was not him, but someone unknown, and says that they need to find that cultivator. At this time, Caden discusses with the old master Olin Flore that they need to unite the Scott and Stewart families. His bodyguard reports that 2 of his subordinates never returned from their mission. Caden doesn't understand how people can disappear on a ship, but he suspects that Jacob is to blame. The old master assures him that he will take care of the boy. The guy replies that a teenager can't be of a high level, so there's no point in a famous master participating. Meanwhile, Isaac and Priya are waiting for Jacob outside his cabin. The man asks the hero to take advantage of his acquaintance with Emily and give him his job back. The boy refuses and closes the door in front of them. Isaac decides to turn to a loan shark friend and ask him for help to get rid of Jacob. At the same time, Breeze returns to the cabin. The girl reports that she got a job working in a bar on a ship. Jacob tells her to come to him if there are any problems. The next day on deck, Jacob meets Isaac again. They call him with them because a good friend wants to chat with him. Jacob guesses that we are talking about a moneylender and admits that he has already forgotten that he owes him money. They come to an empty room in which only a few people are waiting for them. Jacob immediately asks if the man is ready to pay the debt. Isaac closes the door behind them and orders Jacob to return his position, thanks to Emily or his friend will punish him severely. The man tells the hero that he does not understand the situation he is in and that he should obey smarter people in order to survive. In response, Jacob hits him in the face and demands that the debt be paid immediately. The man calls his helpers to beat the hero together. Of course, moments later, they all find themselves beaten by Jacob and unconscious. Then the loan shark pulls out a gun in order to definitely have an effect on the hero. Jacob just plugs the muzzle of the gun with his finger. The man replies that it won't work like that and advises now to blame only yourself for the injury. After the shot, the gun crumbles in his hands, unable to withstand its own explosive force. The usurer falls to his knees, clutching his bloody hand. Feeling defeated again, Isaac reminds Jacob that they have known each other for a long time and that he should forgive him and understand the situation. The hero hits him, throwing him away from him. Priya approaches Jacob and tells him that he cannot beat her. She offers him her services as an apology. He grabs her tongue and makes her stop talking. He's sure the world will be a better place if she can't talk. Meanwhile, in the hallway, two of Caden's bodyguards are setting up a live stream so everyone can see how they're going to beat up Jacob. Although the guy comes close, one of them asks him not to move so as not to spoil the shot. Meanwhile, Samuel and Timothy are strolling on deck and discussing how lucky they are to work for Mr. Locke. Suddenly, the man sees Jacob in the window. A brilliant idea is born in his head: to let Mr. Locke deal with the one who offended their organization at the tournament. Meanwhile, the guard rushes into the attack with all his might and promises a quick and painless death. With one finger, Jacob sends him into the air. After that, he grabs both losers by their clothes and lifts them above the ground. After that, he orders them to wash their brains in the ocean and throws them away. The force of the throw turns out to be so strong that the men actually fly away from the ship. Samuel tells Timothy to bring Locke here immediately so he can take care of the threat. Meanwhile, Caden was watching a live broadcast of his bodyguards, who unconscionably lost to the young man, and asked to fish them out of the sea. He smashes the phone in anger that they slandered their master's name in front of the entire audience. Olin approaches him and once again offers to take care of the boy. Caden asks him to bring the scoundrel alive to take the light of life from his eyes himself. Sometime later, Jacob gets a call from Silas. The old man reports that Garcia's men and various foreign organizations have arrived on the island in search of the core of the continent. Jacob replies that it is impossible for ordinary people to get the core of the continent, so they have nothing to worry about. Meanwhile, Emily approaches Jacob and offers to go for a walk together to various places of entertainment. Tia does not understand where Caden has gone, because without his help, it is impossible to bring him and Emily together. Meanwhile, Olin complains to the host that he cannot act in front of the Stuart heiress. 3 days pass like this. He immediately orders Tia to be brought to him. He offers her a card with $1 million on it to do something for him. Caden asks her to put medicine in the girl's drink so he can spend quality time with her. Tia doubts because she does not want to betray her friend. The man assures her that in this way she will only help Emily arrange her future. He hands her a card and assures her that no one will find out about her role in this situation. This convinces Tia, but for herself she begs her friend not to hate her. Emily at this time decides to spend time with Jacob again, despite Tia's persuasion to go to a bar. This gives the girl an idea and she offers the same to the boy. They go up to the upper deck and meet Breeze there. The girl immediately offers them wine, but Tia refuses for everyone and says that they have a special order. After a while, she brings the cocktails and Jacob immediately expresses his caution that no one drinks them. Tia announces that she and Emily will have a drink without him if he doesn't want to have fun. Jacob decides to drink as well to understand what will happen. After a few minutes, Emily begins to feel dizzy. Tia suggests that she go and rest in the cabin. Jacob touches the girl's shoulder and cleanses her body of the drug. The blonde promises that they will come back when they have freshened up and leads her friend away. She puts Emily on the bed and says again that she is doing it for her own good. Caden joins them and promises to be gentle with the girl, although he is sure that she will not wake up. He leans over Emily to kiss her. At that very moment, the girl wakes up and slaps him. She sees Tia nearby and asks what they were thinking of doing together. The girl replies that they just put her into rest after drinking. Emily doesn't believe her, because just a second ago, Caden was on her bed trying to kiss her. Tia decides not to lie anymore and says that she did everything for the sake of the girl herself. Caden stops her and tells Emily that it was at his request that her friend mixed the drug in her drink. Emily is shocked when she learns that this is how he tried to get her to marry him. She slaps Caden and tells them both to get out. He grabs her hand and informs her that she has no choice but to obey, because she herself does not understand how it will be better. The girl replies that her family will destroy him for such an act, but Caden does not think to stop. Then she asks Tia to run to ask someone for help. Caden tells Emily not to stop until it gets worse, and tells Tia to hold her legs. But for a moment, he doubts the correctness of what he is doing. The man reminds her that he will pay her tens of millions for this, and besides, it is too late for her to change sides in the situation. This convinces Tia and she grabs Emily's legs so that she does not resist. Jacob suddenly enters the room. Before Caden realized what was happening, he kicked him in the groin. He falls and immediately calls his guards. Olin also joins him. The man is sure that the boy will not run away, even if he grows wings. Jacob does not understand why he should run away. The next moment, Caden's bodyguards attack. With one kick, the hero defeats them all. The man asks if Olin can beat him. The old master assures that such a young man will never defeat him, the great master. He is sure that one of his blows will be enough for victory. But the next moment, Jacob slaps him. The blow turns out to be so strong that the old man breaks through the wall. Then Caden decides to use the power of money. He offers Jacob 5 million if he closes his eyes to what happened. When the hero refuses, he adds another 0, offering already 50 million. Jacob yawns and moves closer to him. The man is convinced that he's going to accept his offer. But after a moment, the guy hits him with such force that he flies out of the window. Tia falls to her knees and apologizes, saying that Caden cheated on her too. Emily replies that she doesn't want to know her from now on and says to stay away from her. Caden, meanwhile, falls alongside an organization of superhumans. With a trembling hand, he hands them a check for 50 million for help. Mr. Locke tells Timothy to worry about the man and find out what he is about. Caden tells them that he had a fight with Jacob. Sam replies that they are also in a fight with him and cannot defeat him with normal strength. Timothy points to Mr. Locke, claiming that he is the only one capable of punishing Jacob. The man replies that he will do it for only 100 million. Meanwhile, on the deck of the ship, Emily invites Jacob to visit her country. The guy replies that he needs to be somewhere else and points to the island ahead. They are unexpectedly interrupted by Caden and people from the Superhuman Association. Timothy introduces the hero to Mr. Locke, who is the head of the superhuman organization and has every opportunity to beat him. In response, Jacob only wonders why they are chasing him. Caden turns to Mr. Locke and asks him to beat him harder. Jacob slaps him so he doesn't forget his place. The man then offers Locke an additional 100 million if he makes the boy bow to him and apologize. Jacob asks how the head of the organization has so much free time for orders. He gets angry and attacks. Jacob senses this and bends down to send the sound wave across the floor. The man cannot stand on his feet and falls to his knees. Locke looks ahead and goosebumps run down his back because he is familiar with the silhouette in front of him. He guesses that Jacob was the one who destroyed the immortal a few days ago. Locke realizes what a dangerous person they've provoked and slaps Caden for getting them involved. After that, he even throws it overboard. He also orders Samuel and Timothy never to approach Jacob unless they wish to bring trouble upon themselves and others. After a few minutes, Jacob leaves the ship to land on the island. He really feels the unusual energy of the land itself, as well as many outsiders. He turns out to be right. The Garcia family met with unknown cultivators. Even after Poppy says her last name, they announce that members of the dozen can't be here. Then the girl sends her people to attack. A fierce struggle begins. The forces are almost equal. The leader of the opposition announces that none of the Garcias will be pardoned today. Poppy's assistant advises her to run because they underestimated the strength of the enemy. But the old fighter has no intention of letting anyone go. He hits the girl so that she does not run away. He warns that they have entered very dangerous territory today. Poppy guesses that these people are not interested in the gold mine, so she asks why they object to her family being here. The man replies that there is a magical artifact here, and the Garcia family are just wealthy aristocrats who have no power here. He rushes to attack her because now it is too late to run away and retreat. But suddenly he falls to the ground. He is approached by Jacob, who a moment ago threw a stone at his leg. Poppy is surprised to see the guy she's been looking for all over the East here. The old man decides that they are together and decides to give the boy a chance to escape. The hero refuses, and then the old man sends his assistants to attack. With one blow, Jacob knocks out all the attackers. The old man admits that he slightly underestimated him and decides that he will fight him himself. After a moment, the man begins to overcome the law of gravity from the force of Jacob's blow. After that, he asks the girl to tell in more detail what is happening here. She tells about a mine in which mysterious things happen. However, recently there have been many who want to explore the mine, and such clashes as today are not uncommon. Poppy takes him to the only town on the island. Thorin meets them there. The girl decides to ignore him because he, obviously like the others, came here for the artifact. The man warns that he not only belongs to a powerful family, but also possesses martial arts, and therefore does not want to tolerate such an attitude. He grabs Jacob's shoulder to pull him over. Unfortunately, he does not move from his place. Thorin then uses all his power, but the result remains the same as before. Then Jacob decides to demonstrate his strength and grabs the man by the neck. In one movement, he throws it over him and goes on. Meanwhile, Silas is sad because his teacher still hasn't come to see him. Poppy and Jacob approach him, and the girl immediately recognizes the head of a large family. The old man also notices their approach, but is afraid to believe it. Their path is crossed by Thorin, who wants to protect his old uncle, and asks to leave this area. Poppy warns Jacob that they shouldn't mess with the old man, because he belongs to the Barnes family, which is much stronger than her own. Thorin orders them both to bow to his uncle while they live. Poppy immediately bows to the honorary head of the Barnes family. The man warns that no one occupies his uncle. He reminds Jacob to bow as well and also slaps himself 10 times. Unexpectedly, he himself receives a slap from his uncle. Silas rushes to Jacob and greets his teacher. Thorin advises his uncle to look more carefully, because in front of him is a young man who does not know his place. The old man gives him another slap in response. Then the man rushes to Jacob and also greets him like an old friend of his uncle. Afterwards, Silas reveals that inside the gold mine is an energy source similar to the core of the continent. Poppy adds that the island's only gold mine belongs to her family. Jacob decides they should check things out for themselves. As they approach the mine, the ground around them begins to shake. Stonemasons run out of the mine cave in a group, begging for help. After a moment, they turn gray and fall dead. Poppy bends over the corpse and assumes that they were poisoned by some kind of gas. Suddenly, Jacob yells at her to run because he saw one of the dead walking in her direction. The guy kicks him when he gets too close to the girl. Meanwhile, other corpses also rise from the ground. This time, even Silas draws his sword to fight them off. The old man informs the teacher that he feels some kind of altered energy. Jacob can sense necromancy energy from the mine, so it must be there as well. There is definitely an extraordinary place below them, and Jacob invites everyone to explore it. Silas suggests sending regular fighters there before risking himself. The hero answers that he will go alone, but at that very moment, Poppy and Silas himself rush after him. Thorin is the last to run inside, not even noticing the car that has just arrived. The Martin clan comes from there. Otis Martin, the head of the clan, decides that with the help of the artifact, they will be able to conquer the world, so he leads his people into the mine. A helicopter arrives after them. 3 people come out of there. The girl orders to kill everyone who tries to interfere with them. Meanwhile, the hero's team enters the first section of the mine. Poppy says that the invaders are not interested in the gold, but rather the mine itself. Suddenly, a hand that appeared from under the ground grabs Thorin's leg. A man barely takes his foot from the unclean. Meanwhile, the dead man decides to completely crawl out from under the ground. Sensing fresh living blood, he rushes into the attack. He is counterattacked by Poppy. But unexpectedly, due to the dead man's high level of defense, her knife breaks without harming the creature. Then Silas enters the battle with a sword. It turns out that even he can't do anything to the creature. Silas asks Jacob for help, because weapons have no effect on a dead man. The boy rushes to attack the creature, swinging his fist. One hit is enough to completely destroy it. Jacob says that such creatures are called earth golems, and they are created only in places with spiritual energy. Suddenly, a creature in a mason's helmet jumps out in front of Thorin. 2 more appear behind him, and together they approach the heroes. Poppy hides behind Jacob while he announces that they are facing ghostly anomalies. This is confirmed by the one who entered after them. Otis Martin affirms that evil spirits take the body of victims in order to harm other living beings. Poppy did not expect to meet such a respectable person on the island. The old man asks to let him deal with the evil spirits. But the next moment, they are joined by the Thor sect. Thorin knows that they share a similar position with the superhuman organization. The girl answers that they are engaged in cleaning places with dark energy. At this time, her colleague activates his spiritual power. Because of this, creatures that attacked people are struck by lightning. After them, only piles of ash remain. Thorin, behind his uncle's back, shouts that they are just bragging. The girl asks her colleague not to fight with them and not to waste time, but to just get down to business. Poppy decides to find out why they all came to her family's mine. Otis replies that ordinary people cannot contain what is here, and it is better for her and the people to leave this place while they are alive. A girl from the Torah sect tells that her god showed them the way here. Silas gets tired of their chatter and tells them to respect the land that doesn't belong to them. In response, one of Otis's guards attacks him. The old man grabs him by the neck and throws him to the ground. Otis decides to ask what organization Silas belongs to if he has such a power. He tells him to follow his own nose. Otis gets angry and decides that he should show his power and authority before continuing the conversation. He charges at Silas. With one blow, the old man knocks Otis away from him. He says he belongs to the Barnes clan. Otis's assistants are surprised to see the legendary Master Silas before them. At this moment, they understand that the old man has every right to be so arrogant. Otis bows to him and asks for forgiveness for his rudeness. Suddenly, one of the walls cracks and an unknown substance begins to flow from it. Thorin noticed that the evil spirits were digging at that wall before charging. Otis touches the liquid and realizes that it is blood that emits negative energy. He suggests breaking down the wall to see what's behind it, but Jacob stops them. The guy from Thor's sect tells him not to be afraid, because they will protect everyone. Silas rushes to his teacher's defense, but Jacob stops him and decides to let the men do what they want. The boy hits the wall with all his might, but it turns out to be more difficult than he expected. Then Otis hits the wall and punches a hole in it. Among the ashes, they see 2 red balls. The next moment, red clawed hands appear from the darkness. Then the whole figure of the demon becomes visible. The demon pushes the men away from him and begins to look around the room. Otis stands up and announces that the monster is unstoppable. He calls out to his men to get him out of the mine as soon as possible. The girl from the Torah sect also orders her men to retreat. Poppy instead asks Jacob what to do. The hero replies that such a demon can be overcome with mineral water. Suddenly, the monster begins to approach Poppy. The girl grabs a bottle of water and decides to trust Jacob. Otis calls her crazy for believing an obvious lie from a boy. Poppy approaches the creature and pours water on it. The demon settles on the ground without attacking her. Suddenly, it begins to crumble to pieces right before their eyes. Silas approaches Jacob and asks where they should go next. The hero tells everyone to look for a mechanism or a door that leads to the depths. Silas decides to test the walls with punches. Soon he finds the necessary passage. Otis decides to follow them and see what they are looking for. The Torah sect decides the same way. They all continue to delve into a cave deep underground. Thorin begins to complain about the incredible heat, which continues to intensify. All ordinary people begin to complain about the conditions. Meanwhile, the masters are quietly moving forward. A boy from the Torah sect tells his friend that he feels like they are going down into hell. Silas gets tired of people complaining and tells everyone who can't go on to just rise to the surface. After a few minutes, they reach the huge chamber of the cave. In front of them lay a whole pool of lava. In the middle of this pool on a pedestal is a strange pearl. Jacob and Silas guess that they have found the core of the continent after all. The guy from the Thor sect guesses that it must be some kind of relic and says that it will definitely not be superfluous for them. The old man is already thinking of saying something to the sect, but the hero stops him. The boy knows that the sectarian will simply go to certain death. Meanwhile, he approaches the bench, hoping to bring the relic like a hero. Suddenly, a red snake emerges from the bench. After a moment, he tears the sectarian with his sharp fangs. After swallowing the victim, the monster carefully observes the others. To avenge her friend, the girl attacks the monster with the divine ring technique. Not only does the beast not react to this, it also counterattacks. The girl is pushed away. She barely gets up when a colleague runs up to her and asks him to call for help. Next, he thinks to attack Otis using the celestial fire technique. Jacob warns him not to do this, because the lightning will only make the snake stronger. Thorin advises the old man to listen to Jacob's words. In response, the old man points the equipment at them and tells them to respect the elders and their decisions. Silas destroys his attack and tells him not to attack his own when the real enemy is in front of them. He points to Jacob and announces to everyone that he is his teacher, and therefore no one present has the right to insult him. Otis realizes that the young man must have some unusual ability if Silas calls him a teacher. However, he himself aims to complete what he has set out to do, and says not to interfere with anyone. He strikes the snake with his lightning, wanting only to defeat it as soon as possible. He falls to the ground in front of the man. Otis demands an explanation from Jacob because he was the one who turned him down. Suddenly, the snake next to him moves again. His body bursts apart and lava sprays fly all around. The sectarian barely has time to put a barrier in front of her to protect herself. At this time, Thorin hides behind his uncle, seeking protection. In response, the old man asks not to shame him. At this time, Jacob is standing in front of them, who has covered his entire team with a large protective dome. Otis was not so lucky. The poor old man and his men suffered greatly from the lava. Silas warns Thorin not to approach the men engulfed in fire. When the fire dies down, Otis mumbles for someone to call his master and ask for help. The next moment, he falls to the ground without strength. Silas asks Jacob how to get to the pedestal for the core, but the boy replies that he will go alone. Otis warns him that he will burn from the heat of the lava, and not even bones will remain. In response, Thorin gets angry and warns the old man not to underestimate his uncle. Meanwhile, the hero approaches the bench and feels that the temperature does not affect him at all. Silas is convinced that nothing will happen to his teacher if he himself is sure of it. The cultist used spiritual energy for protection, but it quickly ran out, so she believes that Jacob will not last long. Meanwhile, the hero continues to walk through the lake of lava. His clothes can't handle the temperatures, but he himself isn't the least bit affected by it. A live snake appears in front of him after a moment. Everyone is sure that now Jacob will definitely come to an end. At this time, the hero simply hits the monster with his bare fist. Everyone marvels at Jacob's courage, but a girl from the sect attracts their attention. This strike only caused more snakes to appear from the bench. The hero activates his spiritual energy and orders the monsters to get away. Sensing his incredible energy, snakes tremble with fear. In a moment, they disappear under the thickness of the lava. After that, Jacob is finally able to reach the core of the continent. He takes the pearl in his hands and feels a strange response of energy from it. In front of him is only a projection of the Earth's core. The next moment, the ball changes shape, turning into an unrecognizable flying object. Jacob returns to the others and decides he needs to investigate what they found. He tells Silas about everything, but he doesn't understand why anyone would create such a projection. Meanwhile, the sectarians are upset that someone else got such a powerful artifact. Suddenly, they are joined by people from the Organization of Superhumans. The sectarians go to meet them, because they are the ones who called Locke and his men. The girl says that one young man took the artifact and she could not kill him. The man doesn't understand why until he sees Jacob. The cultist says that he not only walked on the bench, but also scared giant snakes to take the treasure, so there is nothing more to do here. Grandmaster Gregory, summoned by Otis, also arrives at the cave. The man bows to him and thanks him for coming. Gregory asks where the same invincible beast is that caused him to be summoned. Otis replies that the monster escaped, but now there is a more serious problem. Some young man took the artifact. Gregory approaches Jacob and demands that he immediately give him the treasure, otherwise he will be severely beaten. The hero simply ignores him and goes to the exit. Silas is responsible for him, so that Gregory does not dare to order anything to his teacher. Otis tells Gregory that it was Silas Barnes, the head of a large family. The man doesn't understand why this should explain anything, and asks Silas again for him and Jacob to bow to him and ask for forgiveness. The old man tells him to think again to whom he is addressing. Gregory only once again reminds of the artifact in Jacob's hands and demands to give it back. A girl from the sect interrupts their conversation and announces that the treasure actually belongs to her. Gregory tells her to keep quiet, because no one has respected Western fighters here and never will. Then the girl offers her to join forces and take the artifact from Jacob first, and only then share it. The man likes her idea, but he considers the guy not a worthy rival for him. The sectarian answers that her people are ready to fight him first. The next moment, one of her colleagues is already flying to attack the hero. He reacts very quickly, knocking the boy away with one blow. Then the girl herself attacks, but she soon finds herself on the ground from Jacob's blow. The cultist yells at her not to worry because they can still count on Mr. Locke. Meanwhile, the man does not understand why he got into a story with a boy again. Least of all does he want to be in danger of death again. The cultist calls him again to hurry up and beat Jacob. Locke slaps him hard to get him to untie himself. He goes to the exit and says not to count on him. Gregory takes this as retreat and fear, and decides that beating Jacob is his job from now on. He approaches the hero and announces that he will win using only one hand. The guy says that he will remember this promise. The next moment, he attacks the old man with 2 fingers. He successfully blocks his blow. But before he even has time to feel the taste of victory, Jacob hits him in the face with 2 fingers. Gregory is angry that he allowed such a simple attack and rushes into battle again. The hero hits him in the face again. In parallel with his own attacks, he successfully blocks the blows of the old man himself. Gregory's beating continues until the old man himself asks Jacob to stop. The guy in response advises him to abandon his promise and use 2 hands for variety. The next moment he moves to attack the old master. He puts 2 hands in front of him in time, but they both break from the force of the hero's blow. The man falls to the ground in pain and asks where Jacob got so much strength. He replies that he simply didn't make promises he couldn't keep. The guy turns to the exit and calls his group after him. The girl from Thor's sect tells her colleague that they have lost a battle, not a war, and will not abandon the artifact just like that. She orders the boy to find an agent of the 12 angels to decide what to do next. Otis helps the beaten Gregory up. He tells him to immediately call the owner because you can't just leave such a serious matter. He feels that the artifact that Jacob took is very important. Meanwhile, the hero's team goes to the surface to investigate the projection. Thorin feels the warmth of his mother's embrace from the sphere. Poppy instead feels the energy channels opening. Jacob tells them that it's not the real core of the continent, just a projection. He believes that it is only a key that interacts with the energy of this world and that can open new paths for spiritual energy. Silas isn't sure that such a thing could actually exist. Jacob replies that this era has been going on for too long and the world will soon undergo great changes. Therefore, he is going to activate the core of the continent and they will all be able to take part in this adventure and become heroes. When everyone agrees, he hits the projection to open it. The sphere then begins to radiate energy around itself. Jacob immediately feels himself developing several additional levels. Above him flies Thorin, who has just received the 6th level of martial arts. Poppy admits that the boy has chosen an unusual method of cultivation, but it is quite effective. She also decides to try cultivation. In just a few minutes, she feels that she has overcome the level of a great master. Now she understands what adventure Jacob was talking about. Old Silas decides to try cultivation next. For the first time in 70 years, he feels a shift within and a development of spiritual energy. His death suggests that he even passed to the next level after the Great Master. Meanwhile, the core projection begins to behave strangely. Jacob tells everyone that soon, the core will release a massive burst of energy. Meanwhile, he decides to visit his subconscious. He sees how the energy of the core is quickly absorbed by the small plant. After some time, the small bone turns into a piece of land the size of a football field, and the plant grows into a tree. When he leaves consciousness, he feels that 3 hours have passed, when in the subconscious he seemed to spend a few minutes. Meanwhile, the projection of the core begins to split, preparing for the final release of energy. A bright light spreads around, and the projection gradually dissolves in the air. Jacob tells everyone to look around and feel the amazing energy around them. Today, a new era of cultivation has begun, and the world is once again full of spiritual energy. At this very time, immortals begin to wake up in different corners of the earth. The entity that gave Jennifer her power feels a change in the air. The mountain in which the hairy monsters lived explodes. From there, people appear on flying swords, announcing that the era of immortal cultivation has arrived. A Gothic-style castle rises from the sands of the desert. Various predators flock to him, obeying the will of the owner. A disembodied voice announces that they should bring the demon tribes here for negotiations. A palace of dragons appears at the bottom of the ocean. Giant snakes appear from it, which will now rule the waters. The organization of Supermen at this time in a helicopter is trying to find Superman, who sensed a change in the air and went to check. Suddenly, the same superhero flies by them. The girl asks him to help them defeat one Eastern fighter. The superhero is surprised that Locke could not overcome it. The man advises the superhero not to provoke Jacob either, although the organization demands otherwise. The Sectarian is sure that Superman has every chance to win because he is the strongest on the planet. The superhero replies that they should take him to Jacob first. Meanwhile, Jacob's team is trying to decide what to do next. The hero replies that the true core of the continent will soon appear, and they should concentrate on finding it. It is also worth following the appearance of new artifacts and collecting them. After that, Poppy offers to finish the collection and leave the island, but Jacob suddenly feels that someone is approaching them. The Sectarian appeals to the group to immediately give them the artifact, or their bodies will be collected piece by piece. Silas is not going to tolerate this kind of attitude and directs a beam of energy at the helicopter. The aircraft explodes. All passengers fall to the ground, barely escaping. Silas then pulls Samuel to him and asks why they are acting so arrogant. He replies that they now have a real superhero with them, so they better give up. The old man throws the man to the ground so that he does not carry delusions. The Sectarian says that with such actions they only hasten their death. Silas tells her to prepare for the fate of his friend who lies unconscious on the ground. Suddenly, Superman stands between them. He returns to Jacob's group and says that they will now talk to him. The superhero says he'll give them a chance to attack first, so they have at least a chance to keep their pride. Silas replies that he won't let him down and attacks him. The superhero blocks his attack with his palms. Sensing their strength, the man praises Silas because he has met such a strong master for the first time. He offers the group one last chance to surrender before they disappear from the pages of history forever. In response, Silas punches him in the stomach again. This time, the superhero does not have time to block the attack. The force of the blow throws him against the wall. He quickly dodges and counterattacks. This time, Silas flies away from the punch. Poppy at this time asks Jacob why this superhero is so strong. The boy replies that it is because of the dark arts, which are only responsible for the development of physical strength, and which are very popular in the Western world. Silas takes out the blade of northern darkness to finally end the duel. With one of his waves, he energy penetrates the superhero, but he remains standing as before. Afterwards, Jacob tells the team it's time to go. Silas follows and tells his nephew that the battle is finally over. The superhuman organization decides that they were just scared and decided to run away from their hero. The Sectarian approaches the hero to decide together with him what to do next. He does not respond to her speech at all, and she tries to attract attention with a touch. The superhero simply falls to the ground, and exactly where the energy of the sword pierced him, his body splits in two. Locke reminds them that he warned them not to cross Jacob's path because he is too strong. Meanwhile, the hero and his team have already boarded the ship. He worries that the energy blast could have caused the monsters. Suddenly, the ship is met by a giant wave that threatens to overturn the ship. Jacob guesses that they might be sea monsters. Silas takes matters into his own hands and stops the wave with one blow. A monster appears from there and asks why the insects are trying to interfere with him. It turns out to be a dragon palace guard who clears the way for his prince. Silas replies that he just put people's lives in danger and punches him in the face multiple times. Finally, he punches him in the stomach to kill him. The monster's body explodes. The threat to the ship passes. Soon, a huge cloud of mysterious smoke appears above the ship. An unknown figure asks who dared to kill his servant. Silas admits that it was him, and the next moment, a volley of energy flies through him. The force of the explosion throws the old man back. Meanwhile, a whole army of creatures appears in the sky. Their only requirement is the absence of resistance while the heroes are being killed. A giant ball of water looms over the ship to wash everyone off the deck and sink the ship. Jacob counterattacks the bullet to make it disappear. His volley of energy meets the water above the ship. The force of the impact throws the bullet into a cloud with strange creatures. Something falls from the sky directly into the ocean. The cloud creatures begin to stir because the third prince of the kingdom has just fallen. The dragon prince rises to the surface and, outraged that a mortal would dare to attack him, sends his guards to attack. Sea monsters rush to fulfill the order with joy. But Jacob does not stand still. With a kick, he sends a vibration into the ocean. A huge wave rises up and smashes the army of attackers. Then the prince decides to punish the insolence himself. Jacob slaps him. Unable to bear the insults, the prince turns into a giant snake. He rushes to attack the ship. But the hero once again hits him on the face, trying to bring him to his senses. Snake is surprised that he blocked his attack with one hand. He attacks the boy with his tail. But the hero blocks this blow as well. This time, Jacob realizes that it is time to end the battle. He jumps on the monster's head and kicks it. He begins to get angry that some mortal touched him. The boy answers that he should calm down and hits him again. He decides to extract his dragon vein from the prince in order to kill him. He begins to resist and beg for mercy. With one jerk, Jacob rips out his vein. After that, he hits the monster again to end the fight for good. The third prince falls into the water, life leaves him. The subjects of the Sea Kingdom begin to fuss because they did not think that such a thing was possible. Jacob himself returns to the ship with a vein. He gives it to Silas because such an ingredient prolongs life and cures diseases. Poppy is worried that they just started a war with the underwater kingdom and will surely come for them again. The boy only replies that one of his blows is enough to destroy all the attackers. 3 days later, Jacob notices a change in the atmosphere over the university. He is met by Holly, who tells him how much easier cultivation has become recently, but also that many new sects have appeared in the country. He invites the girl to his place and brings her to the teacher's dormitory. There they meet Rosalind surrounded by a bunch of guards. The girl approaches the boy and says that she will leave this place soon. Suddenly, Wendy bursts into the yard. The girl talks about the latest events with energy in the world. The university is attracting more and more attention due to the concentration of energy here. Wendy asks Jacob to lead the defense so that no one destroys the university. He agrees, but informs that half of everything they find belongs to him. The girl is satisfied with this, because Ulrich meanwhile is going to turn the institution into a cultivation school. Meanwhile, in the courtyard of the university, the best students of the Martial Arts Academy are guarding the portal. Jacob is told that several clans and sects have already tried to get here. At this time, 3 mysterious men appear from the sky. They didn't expect to find the portal so quickly and will do anything to capture everything inside. Tristan stops them from talking about dreams and says that no one will let them get closer. A moment later, one of the sectarians attacks the students. Tristan bravely meets him, but he cannot throw the enemy away. The cultist laughs that ordinary fighters are forever treated with disrespect until they are beaten. Jacob suddenly appears behind the attacker and stops him from hitting. Ramona and Paolo are happy that their friend is now safe. The hero twists the man's arm and says that the Dark Reaper already misses him. He says to think better and rushes to attack him. Jacob slaps him. The force of the blow sends the man flying away. The cultist's henchmen rush to attack the hero to finish what they started. He knocks out the first one with one blow. The second stops in time and tries to stop the boy, threatening that the rulers will take revenge for him. Jacob just punches him in the face, leaving several teeth missing. At this time, several other men approach the portal. They ask the name of someone who, like them, fights with demonic sects. The hero chooses to ignore them. Instead, Wendy approaches the men and asks what they are doing here. They reply that they came from the Sword Sect. Students know about this sect, because many dream of getting there and even sell all their possessions to do so. The man from the sect asks for the boy's name in order to recommend him to join their organization. Jacob simply replies that he is not interested. The sectarian is very surprised by this decision because everyone dreams of getting to them. He takes out his sword and prepares to punish the boy for such impudence. The man was used to it being their sect that refused fighters, but never the other way around. Wendy tries to stop him because he belongs to a famous sect and acts like a child. In response to this, the man hits her in the stomach. She flies back until Jacob catches her. The boy convinces her that the man will die today. The 2 sectarians tell the older brother that they will beat the scoundrel themselves. They approach him and demand to bow down and ask for forgiveness. Jacob slaps them in response, pushing them out of the way. The next moment, the senior cultist rushes into the attack. He hopes to teach everyone what happens when his sect is disrespected. But after a second, he flies away from the hero's slap. The man feels humiliated and tells Jacob to prepare to die. He activates his spirit sword. The cultist says that he is already showing respect by using his sword against an opponent like the boy. He didn't expect Jacob to stop the spirit sword with his bare hand. His henchmen pale from such a display of strength. After a moment, the hero makes an effort and the sword crumbles into pieces. The sectarian watches in doom as his last hope of regaining his pride vanishes before him. He turns and walks away, vowing revenge. But at that very moment, Jacob stops him. The boy demands that the sectarians immediately bow to him and ask for forgiveness. He approaches the hero and tells him not to be so confident after one victory. Jacob can't stand it and slaps him, causing him to fall to the ground. He once again orders the sectarian to surrender and apologize. He replies that he will never do it. In response, Jacob steps on his hand. The sectarian jumps to his knees and asks to be forgiven. Following him, his henchmen also bow. Jacob asks Wendy to spread an order that no one tries to enter the portal, or they will die. Paolo then wonders when they will be able to enter the portal. The hero replies that it will take several days. Ramona then asks him to teach them cultivation techniques to keep them busy while they guard the portal. He imbues them with his own energy, thereby imparting knowledge. He also activates the formation so that their cultivation is twice as effective. 3 days have passed since that moment, but the saturation of spiritual energy in the world is only increasing. The problem is that no one understands where this energy comes from. Although the hero has a projection of the core of the continent, its origin is also a mystery. Suddenly, a demonic dog enters the yard, having just finished its investigation. He reports that a demon palace has indeed appeared in the world, and various monsters are already gathering there. After him, Wendy runs in, who reports that someone entered the portal despite the ban. She was informed that they were people from the Martial Arts Association who were going to conquer the entire space beyond the portal. Jacob decides that they should deal with the portal first and then tackle the Demon Palace.